You were originally the most incompetent master in the sect. Yet all your disciples were women of peerless beauty and divine saintly physiques. When other male disciples came seeking to marry your disciples, you shut the door on them without hesitation, declaring, "They are all my treasures," all because you had awakened a disciple growth system where every increase in your disciples' cultivation would grant you double the rewards. From then on, you found new ways every day to shower your disciple with divine-level items, and your cultivation speed advanced by a whole realm each day, leaving everyone utterly stunned. At this moment, atop Nameless Peak, you had just arrived at your eldest disciple's cave abode, and the moment you stepped inside, you froze. Wenru froze too. Her flushed cheeks, flustered gaze, and the doll in her arms that bore an uncanny resemblance to you, all of it fell into your sight. She hurriedly stashed the doll into her storage ring, and as your eyes met, the air grew thick with tension. Wenru was exceptionally beautiful, with a graceful and well-proportioned figure. You deliberately coughed lightly a few times, breaking the silence. "Rower, have you encountered any difficulties in your training recently?" You asked seriously, as if nothing had just happened. Wenru secretly sighed in relief, grateful that her master hadn't noticed. Otherwise, she would have no choice but to take her own life to atone. "Come here." You beckoned with a finger. "Master will awaken a special constitution for you." Her gentle face instantly flushed like a ripe apple. "Awaken a constitution? Is Master going to do that kind of thing with me today?" Ever since you brought her back to the mountain sect, she had secretly admired you, convinced that everything about her belonged to you. Though her heart raced with such thoughts, she still stepped forward, head bowed, cheeks as red as blooming flowers, as if they might burst into full bloom at any moment. Especially when your hand gently rested on her head, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she bit her lips softly, exuding a unique charm. "It might hurt a little. Master Rower isn't afraid of pain." Wenru raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. Such pain meant nothing to her. Her gaze was far too intense, making the corner of your mouth twitch. Could it be that this disciple had misunderstood? Detected that the disciple's spiritual roots and physical aptitude are both inactive. Proceed with activation. Activate. An invisible force emanated from your palm, swiftly spreading through Wenru's body. A terrifying chill erupted instantly, covering the cave abode with frost in the blink of an eye. Even though you've reached the nascent soul stage, you couldn't help but feel a trace of coldness. "Master, I'm so cold." Wenru gently bit her lip and murmured softly, feeling an immense force rampaging through her body. Her blood seemed on the verge of freezing, the chill piercing straight to her core. A brilliant blue light erupted from Wenru's body. In an instant, the sky darkened, and snowflakes swirled through the air. The faint silhouettes of an ice phoenix and an ice dragon appeared in the heavens. The members of the Sky Sword sect were all captivated by this extraordinary sight. "Ice Soul Divine Body. It's actually the Ice Soul Divine Body," someone exclaimed in astonishment. Disciple Wenru has successfully broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Reward package distributed. Your cultivation immediately advances to the mid-stage of nascent soul. While a flood of information rushes into your mind, you instantly master the Creation Ice God technique. "So strong. So amazing. Master, I've broken through to the late-stage Foundation Establishment." Wenru instantly jumps up, her face flushed with excitement, both hands directly landing on your shoulders as she clings to you. All right, get down first." You helplessly rub your forehead with this girl clinging so close and acting so unrestrained. You simply can't maintain control of the situation. Wenru froze for a moment, then grinned mischievously and swayed even more vigorously. "So Master isn't as indifferent as he seems. Perhaps Master has some feelings for me too." A playful glint flashed in her eyes as she was about to seize the moment to act coquettishly, when suddenly the space trembled and several figures materialized. "Wenru, your Ice Soul Divine Body is perfectly suited to the heritage of Falling Snow Peak. Come cultivate with us at Falling Snow Peak." "No, I want to stay with Master." Before Lioli could even speak, Wenru immediately refused without a moment's hesitation. "Fellow Taoist Yuanbai, your Nameless Peak has no legacy of ice-based techniques at all. Wenru will only waste her talent by following you. Let her train with me, and I'm willing to compensate you with a century's worth of cultivation resources." The offer was quite sincere, as a century's worth of cultivation resources was undeniably tempting. Seeing no response from you, Lioli sweetened the deal. "I guarantee I'll help you break through to the Unity realm. Liuli genuinely admired Wenru. Ordinary peak lords couldn't even catch her eye. But you were different. Wenru only wanted to cling to you all day. Master Liuli, I won't leave my master. Once a teacher, always a father. Wenru tightly clung to your arm, fearing you might send her to Luoxua Peak. She knew Master Liuli was right. She was indeed more suited for Luoxua Peak. But without her master, there would be no future for her. This wasn't even a choice. My disciple doesn't wish to leave. After reviewing Liuli's records, you spoke calmly. Fellow Taoist Yuanbai, if you truly care for your disciple, you should let her cultivate at our Luoxua Peak. That would be the best choice. Liuli was still trying to persuade, and there was no conflict between the two. If Jiang Yuanbai had real skills in ice magic, she wouldn't say a word more and would simply congratulate the other party on receiving a good disciple and turn away. However, Jiang Yuanbai hadn't accomplished much at all in the Ice Dao, and was purely holding back her disciple's talent, which made her a bit angry, and her tone of voice was a bit heavier. As long as Jiang Yuanbai was convinced, gentleness would naturally be fine. Tell you what, how about we make a bet? What bet? I'm going to pass you on this road to Ice Road. As soon as the words fell, the several peak masters present all swept their eyes toward Jiang Yuanbai, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if to say, are you drunk? In the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect, when it came to the attainments of the Ice Dao, if Falling Snow Peak ranked second, no one would dare to claim first. But soon, they reacted, glanced at Gentle, and understood in their hearts. Although this peak master of Nameless Peak had average talent, he was very calm and steady in his mind. If he directly sent his disciple to Falling Snow Peak, he would definitely not be able to get over it in his own heart, and gentleness might also be lost as a result. The two made a bet that Jiang Yuanbai would have to lose no matter what, so that it would make Gentle understand that Jiang Yuanbai couldn't teach her, and that Liuli was a better master for her, so that they could kill two birds with one stone. In his own way, he fulfilled the prospects of his disciples. What a nice guy. Okay, I agree. Liuli's anger dissipated. Just now she really didn't consider Gentle's feelings and was a bit presumptuous. Once a teacher, always a father, this friendship is real. This time, she owes Jiang Yuanbai a favor. I will lower myself to the same realm as you. Liuli's aura instantly erupted, and her cultivation at the early stage of the harmonization realm was revealed. No need. The competition was about ice skills, not a fight, and there was no need to play hard to get the other side's heart. An appalling coldness spread out from Jiang Yuanbai's body. Frost scattered in all directions, and the surrounding space seemed to be frozen. Everyone felt their breath catch at once. This is cold ice intent. Liuli couldn't believe her eyes. Cold ice intent. It was only possible to comprehend it when the Ice Dao was cultivated to the extreme. Cold ice potential, cold ice intent, and cold ice law. Although it was only a kind of intent, its effect on the enhancement of Ice Dao spells was very obvious. It was similar to the sword cultivator's sword intent, and comprehension depended entirely on fate and could not be achieved. Luri's breath faded and she finally sighed helplessly. I concede. A win is a win, a loss is a loss, nothing to hide. Jiang Yuanbai's cold ice intent was already at its peak, while she had only just begun. This comparison makes it clear who is higher and who is lower. The others opened their mouths to say something, but ultimately nothing came out. It was so unexpected. Didn't you say Jiang Yuanbai's talent was mediocre? Could it be an extraordinary level of enlightenment? But that's unlikely. Look away. Indeed, they looked away. Especially when he felt Jiang Yuanbai's cultivation level, he was too surprised to speak. No way, when did you reach the Yuaning realm? Just now, Jiang Yuanbai hadn't made a move, and no one had noticed the change in his aura. But now that he was aware of it, he was directly shocked. How did you suddenly become a baby? Jiang Yuanbai's talent, if he didn't have the opportunity, he would probably stay at the Jindan stage for the rest of his life. But now, after only such a short period of time had passed, he had actually broken through to the Yuaning stage and had mastered the cold ice intent with a combat power close to that of a transformation god. Jiang Yuanbai smiled faintly. The creation ice god skill could master the cold ice potential as long as he was initiated, and after he became proficient, he could form the cold ice intent, and the system even helped him to automatically comprehend it. He had already reached his peak state. If it wasn't for the limitations of his strength, not to mention the cold ice intent, he would even be able to borrow the cold ice laws. Peak Master Liuli, do you think you've hit a wall with your Ice Dao? Aha! Then maybe it's not that you don't have enough enlightenment, but that there's a little trouble hidden in your frost technique. He had studied this frost skill before, but it always felt wrong. It was only later when he cultivated the creation ice god skill that he instantly realized the problems with it. Could it be that there really was something wrong with this frost secrets? Liuli frowned in contemplation. Falling Snow Peak cultivated the frost technique from start to finish. It was their foundation. Fellow Taoist Yuan Bai, what is your opinion? Try running your feet in reverse. That's not good. Suddenly, a figure swept in, dressed in a long green dress, graceful and elegant. Every step was like a fairy in a painting. With her cold face and powerful aura, she was none other than the current sect leader of the Imperial Sky Sword sect Yi Qingxian. Running the gong method in reverse will injure the tendons and break the bones if it's light, and if it's heavy, it will kill you directly. Michelle Ye. Cultivation level, Peak Mahayana. Sword technique. Stunts 1 sword to destroy the sky, sword twilight, sword abyss, spiritual root excellent golden spiritual root. Physique. Sword spirit body. Characteristics. Worldly beauty. Face value, 95. With the strength of a Peak Mahayana, it was no wonder that the people of the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect said that she was the most talented existence amongst the patriarchs. What the sovereign said is very true. Doing so under normal circumstances is indeed dangerous. But none of the peak masters of our Falling Snow Peak have been able to reach the top-tier grand completion ice intent realm so far. Don't you think this is a bit strange? Zhang Yuanbai looked like he had a plan. The things in the system had really helped a lot. If the system could be separated out into genders, he would definitely be able to figure out more new tricks. When this was said, everyone else thought it made quite a bit of sense. As Liuli thought about it, the surrounding area was suddenly chilled, and the frost technique worked against the grain. There were no violent collisions, it was done so easily. Her cultivation level also jumped from the early stage of the harmonization realm to the middle stage all of a sudden. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Yuan Bai for his guidance. Liuli arched his hand and saluted. This frost technique was indeed getting more and more awkward to cultivate. Originally, I thought it was because I wasn't diligent enough in my cultivation, but I didn't realize that it was the gong method itself that was problematic. Passed down from the first generation of peak masters, it had been carried off all the way. No wonder the Falling Snow Peak hadn't produced a transitional hiatus stage powerhouse in a long time. There's no need to be so polite between siblings. If you feel stuck, just keep practicing the old way. Try it more often and it might work wonders. When Liuli left, she had just broken through the realm and still needed time to consolidate her cultivation. Before leaving, she dropped a storage ring, which was the lottery for the previous bet. Winning is winning, and losing is also recognized without much nagging. A few peak masters chatted with Zhang Yuanbai, and by the way, they gave Gentle some cultivation resources and also instructed her to work hard. Chapter 4 Genius or Piece of. You brat, having this ability to hide until now to reveal it. I thought that the Nameless Peak's inheritance was going to be broken in your hands. I didn't expect you to bring me such a big surprise. Yi Qingxian waited for the crowd to disperse. The seriousness on her face instantly disappeared and she couldn't stop smiling. Patriarch, you flatter me too much. There are more surprises waiting for you down the road. Zhang Yuanbai smiled back. I'll wait and see then. In a month's time it'll be the Master Worship Conference that happens every 10 years, and Nameless Peak will have to come with a few new partners. Yi Qingxian didn't stay much longer. As the patriarch, she was busy every day. When she left, only Zhang Yuanbai and Gentle were left on Nameless Peak. Master! When Ro foolishly stared at Zhang Yuanbai's side face, the feelings in her heart buried deep in her heart. There was a time when she had no one to turn to and wandered the streets, thinking that this life was over. But on that snowy night, a pair of big warm hands held hers. Follow me back to. Now that you've awakened the ice spirit god body, your previous clothes don't fit anymore. These are new clothes, try them on first. Zhang Yuanbai flicked his finger and passed the creation ice god skill to Gentle. Then, he took out another 5th grade spirit sword and handed it to her. You can use this sword first. This storage ring you also take with you. This is a jade talisman refined by the Liuli Peak Master, capable of exploding a strike from a harmonization stage expert. Zhang Yuanbai didn't lack resources now, but who could ever have too much stuff? Master presents a 5th grade spirit sword, boosts attack by 7,000 times, and gains a 9th grade spirit sword, matchless. Presenting a storage ring, increasing attack by 500 times, obtaining a Sumeru bracelet, a number of auras, a number of elixirs, a number of talismans. Give a combined strike, increase attack by 10,000 times, get an immortal strike. When Ro foolishly looked at Zhang Yuanbai, her head full of question marks. Was Master wanting to train her as an heir? These resources, not to mention that she was only at the Foundation Establishment realm, even if a god transformation level powerhouse saw them, they would still be red in the eyes. Jiang Yuanbai was happy in his heart. The second kill card given by the system was indeed powerful. With the immortal strike, basically anything could be solved in one move. Master, life is my master's person. Death is my master's ghost. With the heavens as proof, if you disobey, you will be condemned by the heavens. When Ro immediately knelt down and saluted, her eyes full of gratitude. Master Zun was really too good to her. She liked Master Zun even more. The little love in my heart couldn't hide it. Master Teacher, he. Master G, my Master G, can only be my Master G. Jiang Yuanbai felt his scalp tingle as if he was facing a strong enemy. He does not want to experience the tragedy of Brother Cheng. He is a serious person. 3 days went by in a flash. Jiang Yuanbai knew the situation of the Imperial Sky Sword sect like the back of his hand. Outside, no one dared to be rude to him, and all of them were respectful. Rubbish? No, it's genius. The situation is reversed. Providing resources to Gentle every day, Jiang Yuanbai gradually figured out some doors. While there is no cap on giving resources, giving more resources will slowly reduce the subsequent benefits. Doubling the return is earned, but resources are depleted quickly. What the system gives back can't be given back again if it's sent out again, which kind of puts a little bit of a hurdle in Jiang Yuanbai's way, but it's not a big deal. It's a small matter of selling it for a new one. This wave was a solid win for him. When Ro looked at Jiang Yuanbai with a gaze that was becoming more and more gentle, just like her name. Master. Another day, Jiang Yuanbai came to Gentle's cave on time, ready to feed. Today was different than usual. As soon as he walked in, he noticed something was a bit out of the ordinary. Gentle woke up from his meditation and opened his eyes to greet him. Master, am I pretty today? Gentle changed into a long light blue dress today, which was embellished with shiny rhinestone pendants. The hem of the skirt was made of light gauze, and the calves could be vaguely seen, which had a special beauty. Normally Gentle dressed quite conservatively, but this outfit looked particularly charming. When Ro secretly glanced at Jiang Yuanbai, pondering in her heart that the little book said that men like women with good temperament, she studied this for several days. This set of conquest system dress, do not know whether it can impress the master. The two of them met eye to eye, and Gentle hurriedly lowered his head. Master is looking at her. Did he or she succeed? Jiang Yuanbai. As a person who has been here before, he recognized the gentle little plan at a glance. Once a teacher, always a father. Be decent yourself and pretend you didn't see it. Gentle, this child seems to be idle. Need to find her a companion quickly. It's quite nice. Gentle's eyes lit up. It worked. Testing newcomers with this? Jiang Yuanbai snorted coldly, but he was a serious man. You're not strong enough to get a good grasp of the situation. Things finished patting his ass and leaving. Fame and fortune scattered with the wind. Jiang Yuanbai turned around and slipped away. Underpowered. Gentle seemed to understand and felt enlightened. Originally still chagrined that this time was too adventurous, but now she felt energized. One seems to have a chance. It was also true that the master was so powerful, and the gap between this bit of his own ability was indeed not small. One wants longevity, not impulse. Cultivation. Closure. Belling. In the final analysis, Jiang Yuanbai held a steady hand. The resources had been refreshed for another round. Wouldn't it be beautiful to recruit a few more talents for Nameless Peak when it was time for the disciple acceptance ceremony? There was nothing else going on at the moment, so he planned to see if there were any potentials in the sect. There was a flash of golden light. Shao flames. Realm middle stage of Qi cultivation. ##. Technique Qi training decree. Dunsnun. Talent. Superior fire roots. Unopened. Physique. Fire god's body. Unactivated. Characteristics: grandmother in the ring. Future overlord. Son of destiny. Face. As handsome as anyone has ever seen Daniel Wu. Interesting. This is meeting the protagonist. Unfortunately, it's a guy and doesn't fit the system. This guy is hacking away with a big knife and it's pretty decent. Step forward with your left foot. Sink your chi into the dantian and make a force with your elbow. Cockflame froze at the sound, but did as he was told. There is a lot of movement and a much deeper understanding of the moves. This kid. A female voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Yan's head. It was the grandmother in that ring. The voice was crisp, not at all like an old man's. Master, I am Zhang Yuanbai, the mountain master of Nameless Peak. This girl, you don't want to be finished at a young age. Zhang Yuanbai interrupted to speak. Cockflame. Feng Jutian. Feng Jutian was stunned. It was impossible for anyone to hear, let alone interject, the sole conversation between her and Xiao Yan. Unless, of course, the other party was stronger than her. She was a super bull big shot, Zhang Yuanbai was just a minion, how could it be? She was thinking about whether or not to take Xiao Yan and slip away. The Royal Heavenly Sword sect is the #1 in the world, and it was trying to keep a low profile, but it was caught just a few days after it woke up. The big factions really aren't easy to get along with. As for making a move against Zhang Yuanbai, she wasn't stupid enough to do that. There was no telling how many powerful characters were hiding in the Imperial Sky Sword sect. She might not even be able to retreat in her entirety in her heyday, and now she was just a remnant of a soul. Run, you have to run. Your Excellency Phoenix Empress, you don't want me to post wanted notices all over the continent either. Boom! There was a loud bang. Feng Jotian, who was about to tear through space to escape, froze for a moment. Does he know who I am? That's not possible. She wasn't afraid of Zhang Yuanbai issuing a wanted notice on Xiao Yan. She had a way to protect Xiao Yan, although it was quite tough, but at least there was a way to live. Xiao Yan was only a small character in the Qi practicing realm, and the other party was not expected to be strong enough either. The biggest fear was that the identity would be exposed, and that would be big trouble. Chapter 5 has been unexpected. Elder Zhang. Let's not do anything in the dark in the open. What exactly do you want? The ring that Xiao Yan wore flashed red, revealing the appearance of a woman. She really wanted to escape, but just couldn't when her wings grew hard, and she didn't want to fight to the death so soon. Phoenix 9 days. Strength. Half a bucket of water peak level.
Stance Phoenix technique.
Stunts. Heavenly Phoenix rising. Burning heart secret art. Phoenix blood burning. Talent top fire attribute. Body Phoenix physique. Characteristics proficient in music, queen level. Who can stand this trait? It's definitely an upgrade, especially since he also knows music, so we can all talk about it. It's true that the Xiao flames aren't very good, but if I take care of your master, what can you do to me? Sect leader, Senior Feng hasn't done anything to wrong the sect. Please be magnanimous. All the responsibility, Xiao Yan, will bear it alone. Xiao Yan knelt directly in front of Zhang Yuanbai. Whether it was the clan or his master, he didn't want to cause a stalemate between the two sides. Okay, off you go. Something like the Son of Heaven's destiny was too erratic to control, so it could only be sent away. Good, master, take care. With a swing of his large knife, Xiao Yan directly cut off his throat, and his breath quickly dissipated. I beg the sect master to spare my master. Master will arrange it for you himself. Feng Jotian had just woken up 2 days ago, and had little friendship with Xiao Yan, so he couldn't help but be a little touched at this time. She was betrayed by someone she trusted before she hung up. Now how could she not be touched by Xiao Yan doing this? So, you're going to kill me? Zhang Yuanbai's cold voice came out. What was the point if the atmosphere didn't change? If we keep playing like this, how will Feng Jotian's favorability go up? Feng Jotian's expression froze as Xiao Yan struggled to explain, but his mouth was full of bloody foam and he couldn't speak at all. I was just kidding. Don't you think it's funny? Zeno's sneers never disappoint, and neither do his. Okay. Stop, you can't die yet. With a wave of Zhang Yuanbai's hand, a ball of green flame appeared and cleanly struck into Xiao Yan's body. Feng Jotian had thought that Zhang Yuanbai was going to deal with her and was just about to counterattack when her hand was about to touch Zhang Yuanbai's arm and stopped. A foreign fire, the green lotus earth's heart flame. Xiao Yan had a fire god physique, which was even more powerful than her phoenix spiritual body, which she knew from the start, and that was also the reason why she took Xiao Yan as her disciple. If you wanted to awaken the Vulcan physique, you had to absorb the foreign fire. Originally, he had planned to wait for Xiao Yan to be stronger before getting a normal foreign fire to activate his physique. Who would have thought that Zhang Yuanbai would pull it out directly? How comfortable it was to cool off against a big tree, and this time she was able to profit from lying down. The foreign flames, Zhang Yuanbai had hoarded quite a few of them. When he swipes resources, he thinks of everything and kind of saves everything. You can't rebrush what the system gives you, so it's a good idea to use it as a favor. Xiao Yan felt like he was filled with power, and his blood felt like flames boiling. It's awakening the bloodline. Bear with it. Feng Juqian was no longer worried about Xiao flames, This guy was awakening his divine body and instantly turned into a big fireball that burned fiercely. Jiang Yuanbai casually set up a formation to suppress his breath, and only then did he turn around to look at Feng Jiutian, the corner of his mouth revealing a meaningful smile. No good. This guy is targeting me. Let's get this straight, my friend. What exactly do you want? Feng Jiutian simply showed her cards. Since the other party knew her identity and didn't show any malice, it was obviously coming at her. So there was no point in beating around the bush. Recognize me as master. No way. Feng Jiutian refused without even thinking about it. She was a female emperor, reaching the peak of the Mahayana realm in her heyday, and now even though she didn't have a physical body, her residual soul could still release the power of the Mahayana realm. Even the old monsters at the ferrying stage were not qualified to be her master, let alone a junior at the Yuaning stage. She, Feng Jiutian, would never worship her master even if she jumped from here and died outside. Oops, I dropped something. Jiang Yuanbai bent down and picked up a spirit fruit that was shining with starlight. Starlight fruit. Feng Jiutian's eyes lit up. This was a 9th-rank spirit fruit that could boost soul power. She was only a crippled soul now. Absorbing this starlight fruit could drastically increase her soul power, or at least allow her to strike many times without injuring her fundamentals. Unfortunately, there were no resting soil flowers. Otherwise, the starlight fruit with resting soil flowers could completely repair her crippled soul. Friend 7-colored resting flower. Feng Jiutian couldn't help but say, although the starlight fruit was useful to her, she still wanted to try it. Before the words were out of her mouth, she shrieked out. A divine flower surrounded by a 7-colored halo suddenly appeared in Jiang Yuanbai's hand. Precisely the legendary resting flower. This flower was hard to come by in 10,000 years, and had the magical effect of repairing damaged souls, and could even bring souls to the next level. The starlight fruit plus the 7-colored breath loam flower, if it was used to reshape the soul, breaking through the transition realm in the future would be a breeze. Feng Jiutian's breath began to catch. Wasn't she optimistic about Xiao Yan before because the other party had outstanding talent and might help her find these spirits and reshape her flesh in the future? Now that Jiang Yuanbai had 2 of them in his hands, how could she not be moved? Jiang Yuanbai understood Feng Jiutian's reaction at a glance, and the corner of his mouth quietly curled up. That must have set her off. Yes, it's the starlight fruit and the 7-colored resting flower. My friend, can.
No.
Jiang Yuanbai immediately put away his things and didn't let Feng Jiutian speak again at all. And then, I actually have a top-grade body molding liquid here? I've heard that this is a legendary immortal spiritual liquid that not only reshapes the body, but also enhances the qualifications and physique. Feng Jiutian watched as Jiang Yuanbai took out top-notch treasures one after another, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Is the treasure trove of the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect contained in him? At the same time, hope flared in her heart. The search for Xiao Yan could be put aside. Jiang Yuanbai had everything she needed for her recovery. Senior Yuanbai, can you help restore your cultivation? Still called seniors? Master is above. Disciple pays his respects. Feng Jiutian knelt down. As an empress, she knew when to lower her head and when to straighten her back. Relying on Xiao Flames, I don't know how many years it will take to get well. Relying on Jiang Yuanbai, it only took a moment's work, and there was no need to consider which was more cost-effective. Only, she was a bit puzzled by Jiang Yuanbai's thoughts. Why did he want to accept himself as a disciple? However, at the moment, none of this mattered. Congratulations to the master for his success in accepting disciples. His cultivation has risen to the late stage of Yuaning, and he has obtained the Phoenix Dao Divine Secrets, Phoenix Essence Blood X10. Cultivate the Phoenix Dao Divine Skill. Jiang Yuanbai was happy in his heart. Cultivate? That was impossible to cultivate. What Feng Jiutian was thinking in his heart, of course he understood. As the saying goes, you'll see what you're made of in the long run, and you'll see what you're made of in the long run. Phoenix visions surfaced around Jiang Yuanbai, but they were immediately suppressed by him. Low profile must be low profile. Starlight fruit, 7-colored breath loam flower, and top-grade body-shaping liquid. Jiang Yuanbai gave them all to Feng Jiutian in one brain. No feedback? It's okay. When you're out there, you have to pay back sooner or later. Thank you, master. Feng Jiutian's hands were shaking. He had thought it would take tens of thousands of years to recover. How long had it been? These things would make even an old monster of the transitional monastery's eyes red when he looked at them. But Jiang Yuanbai gave them to her without saying a word. This master, she shouted with all her heart. Master's cultivation is poor? It doesn't matter. She'll just have to protect Master. Chapter 6 Pride of Heart. I serve you. Feng Jiutian didn't squirm and directly began to cultivate in place. Jiang Yuanbai's life was very regular, 3 points a day. Delivering things to tenderness and giving Feng Jiutian and the two of them help. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and on that day a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Countless red clouds covered the sky as if the heavens were on fire. The sudden rise in temperature in the Imperial Sky Sword sect was particularly frightening. A vermilion bird shadow hovered in the center, and all sorts of fierce beasts bowed down. Congratulations to the disciple for breaking through the Qi refining realm. Master's cultivation +1. Congratulations to disciple Feng Jiutian for breaking through the foundation establishment realm and adding 1 to his cultivation. Congratulations to the master's disciple for reaching the out-of-body realm. Feng Jiutian's body had already taken shape, and a large amount of aura formed a vortex to be absorbed by her. Her cultivation soared wildly all the way to the peak of out-of-body before stopping. With the remnants of his soul replenished and his body condensed, Feng Jiutian would be able to return to his peak state at any time. Now, she would have to go back to her peak condition as well. If she wanted to take another step up now, she would have to control her power and keep it pressed until she reached her limit, and then naturally the water would flow and she would be able to fully utilize her strength. Awesome! Jiang Yuanbai nodded repeatedly and handed a red skirt to Feng Jiutian. Feng Jiutian's face instantly reddened, and only then did he realize that he was naked. It's a good thing there was a formation to protect it, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. As for Xiao Yan, he had woken up 7 days ago and had made quite a commotion. Yan Wuji, the Peak Master of Heavenly Flame Peak, and Su Yuyue, the Peak Master of Everlasting Peak, fought to rob him. This side was refining weapons and that side was refining pills. Zoyan was being talked about by them like he was particularly bonded to him. As a result, the two of them fought to the death, but Xiao Yan preferred to stay at Jiang Yuanbai's Nameless Peak as an inner disciple. Yuanbai, Nameless Peak doesn't practice fire magic. You can't handle this. It's better to give it to us. Jiang Yuanbai didn't say anything, just silently running the Phoenix Dao divine skill. Vermilion bird divine body. Heavens, it's the divine body again. Wait, peak out of body? Where did Yuanbai find such a powerful fellow? This girl has the demeanor of a great emperor. The commotion made by Feng Jiutian immediately attracted the peak masters of the peaks. And once the array was opened, everyone was stunned. Yuanbai, this shouldn't be something you just take in, right? Do you want to give it to my Heavenly Flame Peak? The next Heavenly Flame Peak Master is her. Fart. Old Thing Yen, are you shameless? She's a girl, and you're still letting her go to refining? Or let her come to my Eternal Life Peak. We, 10,000 Beast Peak, also have something to say. Shut up. A bunch of Peak Masters are scrambling again. Thanks to the love of all seniors, I have already worshipped Nameless Peak as my master. Feng Jiutian opened her mouth. Her true strength had long reached the transition level, only that she hid it so deeply that outsiders only felt that she was a junior in the out-of-body realm. Since she had worshipped Jiang Yuanbai as her master, of course she had to follow the rules. Question mark. What? A group of people stared at Jiang Yuanbai, the corners of their mouths twitching. Hey, you're a Yuaning cultivator, how do you teach people to go out of body? Things are so complicated in the cultivation world that you might not be able to figure it out. Wait, what's going on? Peak of transformation. Must be hiding his strength, for sure. This guy's cultivation changed every day. Before it was a Yuaning, now it was a transformation god. They couldn't think of any other reason other than hiding their cultivation. Jiang Yuanbai's cultivation was definitely above the harmonization stage. A group of people wanted to ask, but in the end they just said hello and left. Everyone has their secrets. Everyone has their opportunities. The 3 great divine bodies had gathered at Nameless Peak. Nameless Peak was going to rise this time. Jiang Yuanbai smiled without all the hooking up. He enjoyed this kind of environment. Zhou Tian, you can use these for now. The little groom who gives away his resources is back to give out benefits. Awesome. There are so many resources and the cultivation is unfathomable. Cultivation doesn't exist. Why cultivate when you can lie back and enjoy? Master, you are mine, you can only be mine. After another day, Jiang Yuanbai gave Wenro some resources and left. Wenro looked at his back and pursed her lips. Her eyes were all possessive. Her skills were progressing rapidly, and she was just a little bit away from being able to form a Jindan. Feng Jutian was a late-stage out-of-body expert right from the start, which directly made Gentle feel a mountain of pressure, and the gap between the two was indeed not small. It would be hard to monopolize Master's heart now, and the competition was even fiercer than before.
Gi, osemna.
Jiang Yuanbai is uncomfortable. I thought to find a small disciple can distract the Gentle attention, but it turned out that things are not that simple. Master. Early in the morning, the sunlight slanted in through the windows, illuminating the room with a purple light that was 3,000 feet long. Gentle held a steaming bowl of medicinal food in her hand, and the aroma was overwhelming. This matter of immortal cultivation is about combining work and rest, and in order to tether a person's heart, you must first grab his stomach. In her spare time, she wasn't idle and started thinking about cooking. When you reach the foundation establishment realm, you can go without food for a few months without eating. However, you can't go wrong with food in life. Who wouldn't want to try something delicious, as long as the conditions aren't too bad? Jiang Yuanbai smiled and nodded. When the feelings are in place, it's time to drink. Master, what do you think of the flavor? Big, Gentle eyes blinked with anticipation. Master, I know my cultivation is too shallow to hold up. I'll go practice now. What do you understand? Such a good kid. How did I bring him down? Thinking about the fact that since Gentle joined the clan, I've basically ignored her and let her develop freely, it's normal for her to go astray. Senior, accompany me to the outside of the clan.
Okowo.
When Rose smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into a curved moon, this was the first time that her master took the initiative to ask herself out, and sure enough, as long as she persisted in her endeavors, even the coldest of hearts could be warmed. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Yuanbai's arm, her heart bursting with joy. This should be the date written in the little people's books. Can there be any other explanation than dating? Master must have me in mind. Jotian, you haven't gone out for a while either. Go around outside the sect with Master Teacher. A red shadow swept past. Feng Jotian happened to be practicing nearby. The morning sunlight could enhance her vermilion bird power. Good. Feng Jotian nodded her head in response. She wanted to improve her strength quickly, but she was also clear that this could not be rushed. Gentle. I thought that I would be able to monopolize my master, but I didn't expect a Cheng Bian to come out halfway. Senior sister. So you're here too? Sister's strength is weak. I didn't notice you just now. I'm sorry. Gentle looked guilty and used his smile to the best of his ability. One was icy cold and the other was fiery. There was something off between the two themselves, and when the words came out, they were naturally barbed. It's fine, with my sister's talent. She'll catch up with me soon. Feng Jotian glanced at Wenro. She had experienced these things and naturally saw Wenro's little scheme. This cheap master was indeed quite troublesome. I'm not that kind of guy. What a joke. I'm the Empress of the Divine Radiance dynasty. What kind of scenes have I not seen before? Although she worshipped her master, to Jiang Yuanbai, she only had gratitude, and her master-disciple friendship was just average. The man she had in mind had to be the kind of super genius who could fly in the sky and be so powerful that no one could match him. Jiang Yuanbai gave her a weird feeling, but it still fell short of meaning. Chapter 7 What a Way to Die. Master, where are we going? Is it to Imperial Sky City? A flash of fierceness flashed in her gentle eyes, but it was immediately hidden before she turned to Jiang Yuanbai. The Imperial Sky City was close to the Imperial Sky Sword sect and was a place where nearby cultivators often gathered, under the management of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Normally, cultivators bought and sold things and exchanged goods here. To the heavenly abyss. Jiang Yuanbai flicked his fingers, and 9 earth-shaking dragon roars resounded through the sky as 9 green-colored scaly dragons poked their bodies out of the clouds, each of them reaching a top level of strength. The 9 scaly dragons pulling the car immediately caught the attention of everyone in the Imperial Sky Sword sect. 9 scaly dragons pulling a cart. This is too much. I remember the Patriarch traveling with just 3 green luan with phoenix blood pulling the cart as well. That's the Peak Master of Nameless Peak. Nameless Peak was now very famous in the sect, and Jiang Yuanbai was even better known to everyone. The Nameless Peak's handymen all went out with straightened backs and proud faces. However, there was one person who wasn't too happy about it, and that was Xiao Yan. Nowadays, he was alone in the entire inner sect, and although he was carrying the name of the inner sect's senior brother and had no shortage of resources, there was no one around him. Watching Jiang Yuanbai and the 3 of them leave in the auger car, Xiao Yan dove headfirst into his cultivation. Peak Master, eldest sister and master. It's a bit of a complicated relationship. Heads are spinning. Nameless Peak. It's really going to rise. On the main peak, Yi Qingxian looked at the auger car that hovered and rose into the air, a light smile appearing on her cold face. The great age is upon us. All kinds of fights begin, and only one person can turn the tide. Wow, master! This feels great. The auger car sped along, extremely fast, the wind howling, but it was blocked out by an invisible force. When Ro had never seen this kind of battle, the whole person was as excited as a child. Even though Feng Jutian was rich in experience, he was also surprised at this moment. 9 top-tier strength auger dragons, what level of existence was this? She couldn't have managed such a powerful lineup in her heyday. Master, it really is extraordinary. She was silently grateful in her heart. Worshipping Jiang Yuanbai as her teacher was probably the wisest choice in her life. Master, why are we going to the heavenly abyss? Tian Yuan City, known as the City of Chaos, was located at the junction of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect, the Floating Slaughter Holy Land, and the Yao Qi Holy Land, a triple-regulated area with a complex intermingling of forces from all sides. It was called Heaven's Abyss because Heaven's Abyss City was sandwiched in the middle of the 3 parties, and the dividing line was a deep ditch with no bottom in sight. It is said that there was once an old monster who went in at the time of the tribulation stage, and when he came out, he was half paralyzed, and only said that it was very scary inside. This also made Tian Yuan City a forbidden place. There's an auction at the Heavenly Abyss. Go check it out. Jiang Yuanbai had quite a few good things and planned to take them to sell them and buy some good goods back on the way. The days were now numbered. There was only about a month left before the days of recruiting new disciples for the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect. As a competent master, of course he had to make good use of the system's loopholes. This 9 Dragons car is a benefit given by the system, sending a flying boat not to mention, but also attaching 9 extra bodyguards. The system's gift is simply outrageous. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. A burst of shouting and killing sounds came from the front, and from afar 2 groups of people were engaged in a fierce battle. Jiang Yuanbai was too lazy to get involved in these things and charged straight up. Elder, I am Yang Mi, the 3rd elder of the Yang family in Qingzhou. These people are bandits. Please help. The Yang family will never treat you badly. The woman's voice carried urgency. They were at a disadvantage now. If they continued to fight like this, they were afraid that they would all be wiped out. There was really no way out. Jiang Yuanbai's identity was unknown, but he couldn't just sit back and watch. Bandits? Senior, don't believe that Yang family woman's nonsense. We're not bandits. It's them who stole our clan's treasures. That's why we had to take action. The person on the opposite side arched his hand and saluted with a polite attitude. The strength of the 9-headed augur had reached the conjugation stage, and that aura made everyone gasp for breath. The most powerful of the group was only at the transformation of God stage, and was completely unable to carry such a mighty pressure. Elder, our Yang family definitely didn't steal from them. They are slandering. The one who spoke was Yang Mi, with a cultivation level of peak harmonization spirit and a mature temperament, just like a ripe peach. Hearing this, she immediately retorted back. Young honey, strength, peak of transformation, martial arts, Chenyuan Qingguang Jing. Personality birdie's nest, gentle and sweet, face value, 87. Wang Zhou, strength, peak transformation god. Martial arts, transformation of the divine demon technique. Personality, sinister and cunning, short-sighted. Jiang Yuanbai glanced at the 2 of them, and had already reached a conclusion in his mind. I didn't expect that my Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect had mixed in people from the Devil's Path. A terrifying aura descended from the sky, and at this moment he was the master. Heavenly Tao-like pressure. The dozen or so people were stared at by Jiang Yuanbai and immediately broke into a cold sweat. That pressure originating from the depths of their souls was even more terrifying than the pressure brought about by a merged stage augur. Where was this an ordinary person? Tell me, what exactly is your demon cult trying to do? The opponent is too strong. Elders, come and save me. A token was crushed and an old man in a blood-red robe walked out. You punked me. The dragon swallowed. In one bite, Jiang Yuanbai was also a bit dumbfounded by this maneuver. This guy was here to die? The elder is dead. Patriarch, come save me. Another token was pulled out, and a black-robed middle-aged man stepped out and slapped the summoner without saying a word before turning around and fleeing. How could I have a pit teammate like you? This is not something we can handle. The person who came was only at the early stage of merging, and in a moment, he was torn to pieces by the augur dragon. Continue. Jiang Yuanbai took away the other party's storage ring with a look of anticipation. This kind of scene where one after another came to die was something he could watch? Elder? I'm mistaken. I'm Soul Heavenly Demon Sect Grand Elder's personal disciple, Jade Face. The man fell to his knees on the spot. The elders came and disappeared. The patriarch came and ran away. Those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. He simply gave up resisting. Finished? Then go to hell. Zhang Yuanbai was a bit lost. Boss, wait. Zhang Yuanbai easily defeated a line of people. Being invincible was indeed quite boring. Why didn't the other party come out at the level of an old ancestor? In the territory of the Soul Heavenly Demon Sect and the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect, no such sect existed. Many thanks to Senior for saving me. May I ask what your name is? Yang Mi bowed respectfully, looking particularly humble. This lady, you don't have to do this either. Greetings, Lord Peak Master. The Yang family was an affiliated force of the Imperial Sky Sword Sect, and Zhang Yuanbai had nothing to hide his identity. The things that the Nameless Peak Master had done recently were clear to everyone, and they couldn't be covered up even if they wanted to. 3 divine bodies came out of one mountain. That's a god's body, not an ordinary vegetable. She had thought before that the news might have gotten out wrong, but now it seemed she had been too hasty. Since the news had gotten out, there must have been a reason for it, not just a random comment. Auntie, who is this? 2 children came down from the Yang family's flying boat and looked stupidly at Zhang Yuanbai. Chapter 8 No Good Will Come. These 2 little ones were only 5 or 6 years old. A boy and a girl dressed like foo-foos and especially festive. Aside from them, there were also some guards from the Yuaning realm that were sacrificed in the battle, and the remaining 2 were also badly injured. Ear. Don't be rude. This is the Peak Master of the Imperial Sky Sword Sect. Yang Mi barely squeezed out a smile. A small child had to understand this. Only hope that Zhang Yuanbai will not be angry. She stole a glance and realized that there was nothing displeasing on Zhang Yuanbai's face, so she put her heart down. C pays her respects to Lord Peak Master. Overchild pays his respects to Lord Peak Master. The 2 little guys' eyes lit up. They had long heard their elders talk about the might of the Imperial Sky Sword Sect, and it was true to its name. Zhang Yuanbai nodded his head as a reply. Of course he wouldn't talk to a child. Since it's all right, I'll go first. Thank you, Peak Master Zhang, for saving my life. I really can't repay you. I can only… Elder Yang, my master is just soft-hearted. It's hard to see someone causing trouble on the territory of the Imperial Sky Sword Sect, so there's no need to mention the gratitude. Gentle interrupted her directly. You can't do anything for me, so you have to do it for me, right? She didn't want to add another opponent. Feng Jiutian was enough of a headache for her. Another one, wouldn't it be a bunch of sisters in the future? It needs to be nipped in the bud. Zhang Yuanbai coldly swept a glance at Wenro, and looking at her awkward smile, he could only helplessly shake his head. It's slippery. The system has said it's slippery as hell. People aren't perfect, and Zhang Yuanbai isn't the kind of person who isn't interested in seeing just how slippery. Pity. Peak Master Zhang. This is my token to send a message. If something happens, I will definitely go through fire and water. No questions asked. In addition, this is what those peers are eyeing. So please accept it, Peak Master. Yang Mi took out a blood-red long sword. The sword was surrounded by blood and evil aura, and a Sanskrit text wrapped around it, sealing its power. A magic sword of the 8th rank. He finally understood why these people wanted to deal with the Yang family. Devil cultivators were particularly interested in this kind of evil weapon, especially since this was still an 8th rank devil sword. Good. Zhang Yuanbai didn't say anything and didn't ask how that thing came to be. Anyway, the Yang family will get into big trouble sooner or later if they have a magic soldier. As for the token, he was just curious about its quality. Zhang Yuanbai continued to head towards the heavenly abyss. This trip shouldn't be too boring. Damn it, actually destroying the old ancestors by location, Nameless Peak Master Zhang Yuanbai? You are seeking your own death. In a deep hole in the ground, a coffin was pushed open. A withered hand climbed over the edge, and a figure slowly stood up. Is this the legendary Heavenly Abyss? Outside of Heavenly Abyss City, the terrifying abyss seemed like an open mouth slicing through the heavens and the earth, and the wind scraped by, mingling with gusts of mournful screams. So many cultivators are looking for opportunities around here. It is said that riches are in danger, and the Heavenly Abyss is both a danger and an opportunity. Over the years, the Heavenly Abyss had spawned quite a few abyssal realm experts, as well as some abyssal beasts, and had become a good place for many teams of geniuses to hone their adventures. Jiang Yuanbai's 9 Dragons car attracted a bunch of stares as soon as it appeared. 9 heads of peak harmonization stage augurs, this was not something that could be seen casually. According to this direction, it should be the seniors of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Which Imperial Sky Sword sect senior is this? Why haven't I heard of someone so flamboyant? Unclear. There were also quite a few cultivators of the transformation and exhumation stages on the outskirts of the heavenly abyss, bringing their juniors to practice, and most of these people were protectors of the Tao. 9 merged augurs, I'll take it. The sky cracked open a slit and a hand reached out, heading straight for the 9-headed dragon. The villain who hides his head dares to lay hands on the people of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. A sword light sliced through the sky, tearing through space and bringing up a few wisps of blood mist as a severed arm descended from the sky. Yuanbai boy, are you all right? An old man in a green shirt appeared, his head full of white hair in disarray, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth, and this smile was quite frightening. He displayed his strength at the peak of the Mahayana, and his sword aura shot straight up into the sky, apparently warning the people around him not to act rashly. 10th Elder. Jiang Yuanbai arched his hand and saluted. The 10 great elders of the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect were of equal status to the peak masters, and their strength had all reached the peak of the Mahayana. That girl Qing Xian didn't feel comfortable with you coming out alone and sent me to keep an eye on the back. The Heavenly Abyss isn't like any other place. It's a place of right and wrong. There's a lot of treasure seizing going on, especially since so many powerful characters are hiding in here. It's impossible to defend against them. The 10th Elder was very easygoing and didn't have a bit of a stance. I'll protect you in the shadows, but you'll have to be more careful yourself. After saying that, the 10th Elder disappeared into the void. Jiang Yuanbai smiled and thought to himself, this is the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect. The entire sect is united, although my cultivation now seems to be lower, but I have a lot of means. Feng Jiutian was also quite surprised that she hadn't realized that someone had been following behind her. The atmosphere of the Imperial Sky Sword sect was indeed relaxed. Used to hooking up, this atmosphere made her a little uncomfortable. Let's go. The 9-headed scaly dragon roared, crossing the heavenly abyss. During the night, there were quite a few old foxes who coveted the treasure of the augur dragon who pressed on. They couldn't find where the 10th Elder was, fearing that if they moved a little, they would be chopped by this old six. This doesn't seem like a good time to get down and dirty. Tianyuan City, the walls of which were built of obsidian, ancient and deep, covered with marks left by time. Tianyuan City used to have a lot of fights in the past, until a supreme master moved in and set the rule that no fighting was allowed in the city, and violators would be killed on sight. In the past, there was an old monster at the transition level who disobeyed and ended up being struck by the 9 heavens' divine thunder, and his soul was dispersed. Since then, Tianyuan City had restored peace and attracted some poor and vicious people. The 3 forces, the Imperial Sky Sword sect, the Yaoqi Holy Land, and the Floating Slaughter Holy Land, played deaf and dumb about it and did not clearly take sides. People outside call this master the Abyss Lord. Jiang Yuanbai patiently explained to Gentle, and Feng Jiutian was taken aback even though he had heard some of it. The number of transitional powerhouses in the 3 Holy Lands was a mystery, and they actually let the Profound Lord have the last word here. There was the Heavenly Abyss Forbidden Land in Heavenly Abyss City, and each of the transitional elder monsters in control of this place had gotten rich, but the 3 Holy Lands had taken the initiative to give up this piece of feng shui treasure. There's definitely something fishy going on here. People are curious, especially about Lord Abyss, and she's eager to figure it out. Senior, Tianyuan City doesn't allow large spirit pets to enter. Outside the gates of Tianyuan City, the attendant guarding the city arched his hand in salute. Those who could work as retainers in Heavenly Abyss City were at least starting at the Transformation God realm, and their vision was naturally extraordinary. Jiang Yuanbai pulling a cart with a 9-headed scaly dragon was indeed too conspicuous, and they had to remain polite. Aha! Jiang Yuanbai nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the 9-headed augur dragon was put into the spirit beast space. Thank you, senpai. The attendant once again arched his hand, to be able to put the 9-headed augur dragon into the spirit beast space. The capacity of this space was simply amazing. This guy is definitely big. This is Tianyuan City? As soon as he entered the city, an aura of solemnity greeted him, and the dark red color in the cracks of the city wall looked like congealed blood. A formation covered the airspace above the city, and not even a Mahayana stage powerhouse could fly, let alone tear through the void. At the same time, a terrifying aura could be felt. If anything, it was a hidden killing formation. Once the killing formation was activated, Even a transitional succession stage expert would have a hard time escaping death. The range Zhang Yuanbai had looked at was full of cultivators above the Jindan realm, and none of them had bad talent. Among them, he also found some shadows of evil and demonic cultivators. Chapter 9 Heartbreaking. These two guys were street rats that everyone shouted at, and could only survive in a lawless place like Tianyuan. As long as they don't get out of the city, it's like an invincible shield in the city for them. Oh, the golden legend. Golden light rushes to the sky. The more dangerous the place, the more likely there is a great opportunity. Zhang Yuanbai saw several golden lights in the city. These are the signs of the heavenly destiny. It was a pity that he hadn't bound the villain system, or else this wave would have taken off directly in place. Boss, I'll take this jade pendant. Shortly after entering the city was the street of ground stalls, where many cultivators set up stalls selling all sorts of strange and bizarre things. A voice caught Zhang Yuanbai's attention and also made him feel less comfortable.
Something?
Chim. Tang San's eyes flashed with a small cleverness, deliberately acting like he couldn't decide what to do, and in his hand he cupped a half-broken jade pendant, which looked plain and uninteresting. Fellow Taoist, this is a treasure I found in the heavenly abyss, yo. Stop babbling and get to the price. 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Hey, 1,000 will do. It is often said that where there is a chosen one there will be a good object. Every chosen one's stall hunting skills are at their peak. Boss, I'll take this 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Zhang Yuanbai directly took out 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones as he spoke. Seized the opportunity? Cultivation is supposed to be something done against heaven. How can you go against heaven without robbing? What's more, it's Don Sam. It wasn't even sewer level, so what if he was the chosen one, expecting his blue and silver winding skills to carry him away? It's too funny. My friend, this is something I saw first. It's not good for you to interfere like this. Tang San looked at Zhang Yuanbai coldly, his tone chilling, and his cultivation in the middle stage of the transformation spirit instantly appeared. There was also a hint of amazement. When Ro and Feng Juqian's face value was top-notch in the cultivation world, who wouldn't be moved by looking at them? He Tang San dual life martial soul physique. One hand is the Haotian hammer. One hand is the blue and silver winding. Since his debut has not been less flirtation with women, such as this beauty he has rarely seen. This person had two Yuaning stage ones by his side. On what grounds? What on earth? Bullying yourself for being alone and thin and showing off on purpose? At this moment, he really wanted to look up to the sky and shout, "Rebirth, my love. Why do you think this way about yourself?" Zhang Yuanbai hid his true cultivation, revealing the realm of the realm, but the Yuaning stage. This is called fishing law enforcement. Those old guys in the sect, how could they allow him to do that? Meddling? It's whoever pays for it, if you don't pay for it yourself. The ground stall owner wasn't used to Tang San either and mocked. The vendors who sell goods understand that the opening price is heavenly, and this cut price is too hard. Facing Zhang Yuanbai, the boss immediately changed his smiling face, the sycophancy full of vigor. Fellow Taoist, is this yours? Wait, 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones is not a small amount. Aren't you afraid he'll slip away if you give it to him? Tang San felt embarrassed, especially in front of the two girls. When Ro and Feng Juqian's eyes made his face burn with fire, he had never suffered this kind of aggravation in his life. Ever since he was a child, he, Tang San, had had a smooth ride, and even when he ran into trouble, he could easily solve it by relying on blue-silver winding. Having been publicly slapped in the face today, his heart was on fire to the max. Tianyuan City, you'll see. The stall owner looked at him like a little cutie. Taking the spirit stones from Zhang Yuanbai's hand, the transaction was completed. Fellow Taoist, I still have a lot of good stuff here. Do you want to take another look? I'll give you 20% off on all of them. The stall owner smiled a wrinkled smile, his heart bursting with joy, his eyes tearful as he earned 10,000 spirit stones. This jade pendant was indeed something he picked up at the bottom of the heavenly abyss, and after trying several times and realizing it was of no use, he casually put it up for sale on the stall to see if he could take his chances. It's not. Luck is on its way. I, Tang San, remember you. Humph. Tang San introduced himself, but Zhang Yuanbai looked contemptuous. Pissed off. If there weren't those rules and regulations in Tianyuan City, Tang San would have been unable to resist cleaning up Zhang Yuanbai on the spot. After dropping his harsh words, he shrugged it off and walked away. How dare you shout at this floor tile? Zhang Yuanbai didn't take Tang San seriously at all. The floor was the floor, Even dogs were more popular than this guy. It's still early. Let's go around again. It was not easy to come out for a trip. Jiang Yuanbai saw the gleam of anticipation in the eyes of the two girls, smiled, and went along with them. There was everything in Tianyuan City, with a wide variety of stores. It's a treat to go to the hookah and listen to a tune every now and then. Brother, come and play. I promise to make you happy. Fengmao Building, a place managed by the beauty sect, had a number of girls standing at the entrance, wriggling and wooing passers-by. There were also men soliciting customers. As long as it's consensual. Jiang Yuanbai had just walked by when two girls came up and wanted to hold his hand. Cut. When Ro and Feng Jiutian stopped one each, their gazes icy cold. Good lord. They'd only gone through a few stores before they came out to find their master nearly dragged in by these vixens. Tenderness felt that her master was exclusive to her, and that other women would never want to get their hands on it. Feng Jiutian, on the other hand, was purely protective. You love me and I love you. The beauty sect specializes in the art of dual cultivation, which helps them improve their strength. It's costly and laborious though. We all get what we want, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. So there's a mate already. The two beauty sect women were a bit disappointed. Jiang Yuanbai was very handsome, simply top level. Spending the night with such a man, even if they were upside down, they would be willing. Master, don't go to a place like that, okay? Gentle pouted and made an endearing face. If you really want to, just join your senior sister. Gentle closed his eyes and said the words as if he had used up all his strength. She understood that she was too weak to withstand the power of her master. However, Feng Jiutian is different. She is already at the peak of the outbreeding stage, just one step away from breaking through to the harmonization realm. If senior sister says any more, it's a little sad inside, but at least it's not some messed up woman. Why are you being so rude? It's true that people stay at home while the pot falls from the sky. Feng Jiutian was listening to the side and was confused, thinking, what are you saying yourself? It's simply too outrageous. Regarding when Ro, Feng Jiutian had mixed feelings in his heart. As a big senior sister, when Ro's talent was indeed great, and it was also a divine body, so she would definitely have a great future in the future. But she herself was a grand empress and had seen countless geniuses, and in terms of cultivation and insight, Gentle was no match for her. If it wasn't about first come, first served, she would have been more than enough to be a big sister. What strange ideas you have in your head all day long. Jiang Yuanbai reached out and touched Gentle's head, his heart bursting with helplessness. Good lord, that's coming from a sickly girl? You think I'm that kind of guy? Jiang Yuanbai couldn't hold back and gently knocked on Wenro's head. Gentle squatted down and looked up pitifully at Jiang Yuanbai. That aggrieved look was really heartbreaking to watch. I almost thought if I had done something terribly wrong. This disciple, Jiang Yuanbai, really cannot take her. They say that worshipping a teacher is like having a son. So why don't you just take her as your own daughter? Chapter 10. Then take it. It's normal for senior to not be able to see this kind of ordinary guy. If master teacher is really interested, I'm afraid that he can only pick the type of senior sister. Jiang Yuanbai, Feng Jiutian, there's no way to continue this conversation. Go. Go to the hookah and listen to the music. What? Oops, something's wrong. Didn't we agree not to get involved with people like that? Jiang Yuanbai wasn't really that kind of person. He was just enjoying the singing with a critical attitude. In addition to all the miscellaneous stuff in Fengmao House, listening to songs and tunes is also a form of entertainment. In the box, his eyes softly looked at the bottom of the dancing girl. That body is really first-class good, wearing also particularly cool. Ugh, what a cover-up. Why don't you just rip the cloth curtains off? Does master like big ones? Looking down at myself, I'm not too tall, not too short, just right. Looking up again, Feng Jiutian was simply out of reach, a comparison that immediately made her ashamed of herself. Feng Jiutian simply do not want to look directly at the little girl's expression written all over her face. He has been outstanding since he was a child. He can't keep on bearing this great shame. Take it if you want. Do you know how much trouble I have getting out of the house every day? Do you know how pathetic it is when I look down and can't even see my toes? No. Road. Senior sister, in fact, master's favorite is one like you. It's just that your cultivation is a bit poor. I have a method here that can rapidly raise your cultivation. Let's talk about it sometime. This senior sister was called with a stuttering voice. Feng Jiutian thought about her own hall of female emperors, but she had to lower her voice like this. Forget it. You have to bow down when you're under the roof. Sometimes it's quite comfortable to let go of worldly prejudices. At least life is a lot easier. Really? Senior sister feels the same way. Gentle immediately cheered up. This little girl is so easy to deal with, completely taken to task. The corners of Jiang Yuanbai's mouth twitched slightly as he listened to the two whispering. These disciples, they are really annoying. Life is short. I've had a scary ride. Will I make it to the end? All you can do is listen to the thunder outside the window to relax. I just got the news that our clan's holy maiden is coming to give a musical performance, and the one with the most rewards can talk to the holy maiden about her insights. The dance ends and one of the principals walks on stage. What? Our sect's holy maiden? It's said to be a peerless beauty, one of the three great beauties of the Tianxian continent. Talking about insights? It's worth dying for me to be able to communicate with the holy maiden. To die under the peony flower, to be a ghost is also a good thing. Brothers, I'll make my move first. I wonder if we can communicate deeply? I heard that you have to look at your face value to communicate deeply with the holy maiden. The first encounter of our clan's holy maiden is still there. Only those who are kindred spirits can get close to her. The audience was chattering, and Jiang Yuanbai was captivated. The three great beauties of the Tianxian continent, Yaoqi Holy Land's Qi Yaoyao, Heavenly Domain's Huangpu Waner, and our clan's Lu Mayer. Senior, you don't think you have your eyes on someone else, do you? Gentle asked softly. A woman's intuition has always been accurate. She had also heard of Lu Mayer and was quite curious to know just how good-looking the other party was. To be able to be called one of the three great beauties in Tianxian continent, one must be beautiful beyond words. Your master teacher is not that kind of superficial person. Not only is Lu Mayer a great beauty, she's also a great genius of the harmonization realm. It's quite worthwhile to spar with this kind of person for cultivation tips. Really? If master has said so, it should be so. The gentle gaze was innocent as a young girl just out of school, clean and a little goofy. You can't trust a man's word. Sister, you have to be on your guard. Your master is a cunning old fox. Feng Jutian listened silently from the side. She was also interested in Lu Mayer. Women all love to compare. She felt that she was not bad-looking and was considered an absolute beauty. What made Lu Mayer rank in the top three? As soft music played, a woman suddenly appeared under the platform. The woman's face was covered with a white veil, only revealing a pair of eyes with a few seductive glances in them, making people's hearts flutter. She wore a black dress and her long hair fell to her waist. It was hard to find a stunning face in the world, but she counted as one. This kind of beauty can make the world marvel. At this moment, everyone held their breath, and although they couldn't see her full appearance, they were already deeply attracted by her delicate aura. Born with a charming bone. Vixen, Gentle muttered in a small voice, seeing the interested look on his master's face. His heart felt a little bad. Master is truly a sin. Funny, really funny. Willow Meyer. Cultivation level, peak of late harmonization stage.
Secret technique Xuan Tiangong Fa.
Skills Soul Shock, Sonic Strangulation. Talent Top Water Spirit Root.
Physique Xuan Yin Enchanting Bonne.
Face value, 99 points. Apprenticeship available. This setup is awesome, top-notch technology, top of the line. But what does it mean to be able to flex? It's a bit puzzling. As for taking disciples, I'm afraid it's not that simple. We'll have to talk about it. Jiang Yuanbai felt as if Lu Mayer glanced his way a few times before starting to play the guzheng. The melodious sound of the zither, like a mountain stream, washes away inner distractions and is mesmerizing. Originally, everyone came for her beauty, but they ended up being mesmerized by the sound of her piano. The melody was dreamlike, with emotions flowing between the notes, sometimes whispering, sometimes soaring, as if it were fairy music. Jiang Yuanbai took a sip of tea and nodded slightly. It did sound good. However, there is a certain power hidden in the sound of the piano that almost makes you lose yourself. Wake up. When Ro's eyes were a bit confused, and only after hearing Jiang Yuanbai's voice did she snap out of it, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. In that very moment just now, her consciousness was actually manipulated. Sure enough, it's a demoness. Feng Joutian withdrew her movements. She was not affected either. She had wanted to wake up Gentle, but now it seemed unnecessary. Her own master, more deeply hidden than she thought. The song is over. The crowd, immersed in the music, has come back to their senses, still somewhat unimpressed. I, Chubby Wang, have offered 50,000 spirit stones to spend a good night with little fairy Lu. How dare you brag about 50,000 spirit stones? I'm not convinced. I'll offer 100,000 spirit stones. Haha. I, Wang Lao Heir, will offer 200,000 spirit stones. They were happy to shell out money in order to spend a night with Beauty Lu, even if it was just to talk about life lessons. When you're old, looking at pretty girls refreshes your mind and prevents you from getting senile. It's too shallow. These people's spirit stones might as well be given to me. It's still good for master to sit tight. The little nymphomaniac looked at Zhang Dada's handsome side face and felt in her heart that he was the best man in the world. Ever since he appeared in front of her like a heavenly god, her heart was taken away by him. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Zhang Dada opened his mouth. Little nymphomaniac. Boss Feng held his forehead and sighed. It was too impulsive after all. Master Teacher just wants to discuss cultivation experience with the Holy Maiden. You guys wait here for Master Teacher to come back. Zhang Dada had a good idea. Master, you. The little dandy's hands were shaking, feeling like he'd been robbed of his home. Bad guy? Huh. Senior sister, you have to believe in Senior's character. He's not that kind of casual person. When you reach our level, you have to share insights if you want to progress. When your power is high, you can also study with your Master Teacher. Boss Feng was speaking more and more smoothly, and she was so used to calling out to her senior sister that it felt natural to herself. She also didn't know why she always spoke to her senior sister, probably because he had helped her repair her soul and remodel her body. Chapter 11. Come up with an act. Elder sister, really? More reliable than diamonds. 1,100,000 spirit stones. The bidding continued. Zhang Dada's 1,000,000 spirit stones was a threshold, and many people shut up when this figure came out. 1,000,000 spirit stones is enough for an ordinary cultivator to cultivate to the god of transformation, or even higher realms. One must know that the spirit stones that the sect sends to its disciples every month is only 100, and one must also be a core disciple to have them. The ones who were still holding on now were all big shots at the harmonization stage. Only at this level, millions of spirit stones were nothing. 2,000,000. Zhang Dada quoted again, still with an overwhelming advantage. 2,000,000 spirit stones were enough to buy a set of top-grade magic treasures. So much money just to chat with a girl for a night, it really wasn't cost-effective. So a few more people gave up. To Zhang Dada, spirit stones were just numbers. His storage space was piled with mountains of spirit stones. All thanks to the system's gifts. 5,000,000. This price directly crushed the others, and everyone's eyes changed. 5,000,000 spirit stones were enough to make a Mahayana expert's heart flutter. For a woman, this guy was really generous. Many people looked towards the room where Zhang Dada was, but they could only judge by the sound and couldn't see the silhouette. The formation blocked the line of sight, and even divine sense couldn't penetrate. Congratulations to this friend for getting the chance to have a deep chat with our clan's holy maiden. Someone will contact you later. The auctioneer smiled so much that his mouth was about to split open. The holy maiden's strike was truly extraordinary. 5,000,000 spirit stones, that's about how much Winmao House made in a year. And all of this, it was only a one-night sale. Jiang Yuanbai waved his hand, and the nano ring containing the spirit stones flew directly towards Lu Mayer. Lu Mayer's eyes looked like they were hiding a smile. This especially for you? Jiang Yuanbai frowned, feeling that it wasn't that simple. You two stay here and practice tonight. I'm going out for a bit and I'll be right back. Jiang Yuanbai instructed the two disciples that this was just a private room and not suitable for cultivation. Or you can go out and play. Call me if you need anything. After thinking about it, he felt that there shouldn't be any danger in Heavenly Abyss City, and it wasn't good to control it too much. The auction was still 3 days away. There was still enough time. Master, we are waiting for you. The little mouth pouted as if it could hang a kettle of oil, obviously a little sour. Wildflowers did look better than houseflowers, and she had never understood why they were written that way in the little people's books, but now she kind of got it. The two of them together were not as good as one, and it was still too early for them to monopolize their master's favor. Cultivate, have to cultivate. As long as one's cultivation surpassed that of the master, one would be able to raise one's eyebrows and turn one's head. Hey, that energy in my heart bubbled up again. Jiang Yuanbai had a helpless look on his face, although he didn't know exactly what Gentle was thinking. But that look was full of drama. Zhou Tian, help keep an eye on your senior sister. Good. Feng Zhoutian nodded in agreement when a maid knocked on the door. Senior, I'll lead you to the holy maiden. Go. After opening the door, The maid gave Zhang Yuanbai a bow. It looks like the other side came prepared. Zhang Yuanbai had seen many big scenes. What was this? What leader can stand this kind of test? You can't hurt me. The maid was a bit lost. Zhang Yuanbai's generosity in throwing away money made her admire it. Just a few random points from the other side would be enough to get her by for a while. As the head of the sect, your own looks are okay. Results. Loss. This gentleman, please follow me. Forget it. This guy is so handsome. It's worth it even if it's for nothing. Walking through the long corridor, he came to the top floor of Fengmao building, which was protected by several top-level formations that even old monsters who had crossed the threshold would not be able to break through for a while. These formations could also limit cultivation and shield divine sense. It's kinda discreet. The maid only sent Zhang Yuanbai to the door, and along the way, Zhang Yuanbai acted calmly, which made the maid a little disappointed. This smashed the pot and made him feel a little self-conscious. The holy maiden Sama is inside. Okay. Zhang Yuanbai casually threw out an extreme spirit stone. Reward. The dude has that defeated look on his face that you just can't take your eyes off of. One extreme spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 ordinary spirit stones. All sorts of perks along the way to take full pockets full of money. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The maid was overjoyed. She didn't expect to get 1,000 spirit stones at once. Enough for 2 years of clan subsidies. And just when she wanted to say something more, Zhang Yuanbai had already pushed the door in. This made her a little disappointed, so she had to carefully put the spirit stone away. She wasn't just hitching a ride with anyone. Typical, both afraid that the poor cannot see, but also worried that the rich cannot see. He gently pushed open the door of the room, and just as he entered the room, he felt the power being suppressed, but that power immediately disappeared again. Zhang Yuanbai walked through the hall with a calm face and entered the inner room. The house was fragrant, and the small, delicate figure was faintly visible. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Lu Meier's face was slightly flushed. Her eyes contained a smile. She had changed into a short pink dress. Her legs were long and straight, as if she was a character coming out of a painting. Her face was not half covered. Her skin was as white as snow. Her eyes were bright like stars, and her eyebrows were curved and as agile as willow leaves. There was only a simple green hairpin on her head, but it made her look even more special. The title of the top 3 in the continent was truly deserved. Not bad for a woman with a near-perfect face value, 1 point short of being afraid of her complacency. Guan Guan Juju is on the river's continent. A fair lady. A gentleman's good deeds. Miss Lu, you're even more beautiful than I thought you would be. Zhang Yuanbai's eyes trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. This Xian Yin enchanting bone was really powerful. If one wasn't careful, one would be led by the nose by her. However, this pink skirt was quite interesting and hidden, and it was considered quite avant-garde in the cultivation world, so I'm afraid that only people from a certain sect would dare to wear it like this. My charm technique actually didn't work on you. It seems that you are indeed extraordinary, worthy of being the peak master of Nameless Peak, the existence of 3 divine bodies in 1 peak. Lu Meier invited Zhang Yuanbai to sit down, took out a bottle of wine, poured a glass for herself and him respectively, and said with a smile, "Planning to hit on me from the start?" This woman was too shrewd. It wasn't easy to take her as a disciple. Seeing Lu Meier take a sip of the wine, Zhang Yuanbai followed suit. This immortal wine was pungent in the mouth, but what was left behind after the pungency was sweet and soothing. I started out just trying to scam some spirit stones to get them to pay up, but then I found you and you became my target. Lu Meier took out an elixir and swallowed it with a smile in her eyes. Does it feel hot and sluggish all over now? Does? Have it? If you say there is, then there is. Zhang Yuanbai was also curious to know what trick she was going to pull. Yes. Ha ha ha, you stinky men. You only know how to covet my beauty. It's like this every time. You haven't learned your lesson at all. Lu Meier covered her mouth and laughed, her shoulders shrugging. Just now, she was a fairy, but in a flash, she became a little devil. This transformation was also too big, making people wonder if she had changed her soul. Chapter 12 Form Reversal. You came in here and suppressed my kung fu and made a move on me. What the hell are you trying to do? I don't have any purpose. This formation suppresses your power and also my power. I'm just a weak woman. I'm afraid that you'll do something bad. And when the time comes, no one will answer my pleas for help. No one will listen to my cries for help. Won't that be dangerous? Lu Meier walked over to Zhang Yuanbai and stretched out her hand. Tell me, quite handsome, Why do you covet my beauty just like other smelly men? Also, I'm too perfect. What a sinful woman. No, you're a conceited woman. I don't want to pretend to be an ordinary person anymore. Now let's show our cards. Your own cultivation is being suppressed. What am I afraid of? I yanked on Willowmire's wrist and held her down straight away. How can you? You actually weren't affected by the drug. Lu Mayer's face instantly changed, and she tried to break free, but found that she couldn't move at all. Jiang Yuanbai was like a fierce beast, holding on to her. Her cultivation was suppressed, although her physical qualities were good, and she was able to explode with peak harmonized god strength just by relying on her physical body. But now, she didn't even have a chance to resist. This guy's physical strength actually surpassed hers. Nope, no one ever said he was good at melee combat. Pop! A crunch. Lu Mayer stared, shy and angry. How dare this guy hit her? How could you? Ever since she was a child, she was the one who bullied others. How could anyone dare to bully her? She was bullied by a man today. How can she show her face? You're questioning my guts? Jiang Yuanbai laughed. All hands on deck and still asking this? That's funny even to yourself. Isn't it? Can you stop you, and I'll stop me, and have a normal conversation? Compassion? It doesn't exist, it's just a hot mess. Jiang Yuanbai interpreted the word ruthless to the fullest. I was wrong, don't fight. She couldn't wait to bite Jiang Yuanbai to death now. Tell me what's going on. You let go of me first. Stop. I'll stand up, okay? Lu Mayer was aggrieved to death, thinking that she had always been quite powerful, but she ended up planting here, and this account was written down. Now you know what it's like to lift a rock and smash it into your own foot. If it wasn't for the array that suppressed his cultivation, he would have been really hard to deal with. Once the formation was opened, everyone was fair game. Since it's equal, he's particularly eye-catching with an open mind like his. Humph. Kinda stubborn, aren't you? Looks like you need to add some excitement. If you don't fight for a day, you're in heaven. You have to be practical with the stubborn ones. Jiang Yuanbai does what he says he will do, and activists are different. The screams continued, but they were blocked by the formation and could not be transmitted. Wrong. I'm really wrong. Stinking man. Let go of me or I'll fight you. Stinky man, last chance. Let go of me or I'll really go crazy. Oh, you bully. You bully me. I'm going to go to the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect to complain. The voice changed from struggling to pampering, and Jiang Yuanbai froze. Sister, who are you? The imperialist Lu Mayer was gone, turned into a little girl with long black hair. The little girl's long hair trailed on the ground, extra long. There was a seductive, tearful look in her eyes. What had been a short pink dress became a long skirt that hung loosely. Can it be big or small? Literally, Jiang Yuanbai's entire body was dumbfounded. He originally thought that big or small was something particularly powerful, but it turned out to be as simple as a sister turning into a sister. How did this happen? Jiang Yuanbai picked up the smaller Lu Mayer and the two glared at each other. Jiang Yuanbai was like a big bad wolf bullying a little white rabbit with a bad smile on his face. How did you do that? That's outrageous. Isn't it? Jiang Yuanbai pinched Lu Mayer's face, not caring about her feelings at all. Lu Mayer's little legs stomped about, but it was like scratching an itch in front of Jiang Yuanbai. The damage is so close to me that this short leg attack doesn't affect me at all. Ouch, you pervert. I'll bite you to death. Fight you. Lu Mayer threw a flurry of punches and kicks at Jiang Yuanbai. She cried and cried. Jiang Yuanbai felt like bullying a child and was quite happy. When she was big, she was flavorful. When she was little, she was a leprechaun. Lu Mei, I don't think anyone knows you're still like this, right? Jiang Yuanbai took out a memory stone. It's brilliant. He was not going to be soft on people who wanted to deal with him. To pity your enemy is to make trouble for yourself. More importantly, this little leprechaun can really get into trouble if he doesn't teach her a lesson. The world is a peaceful place. She needs to know what fun means. This little leprechaun, you don't want your secrets exposed either. You pervert. Little
Melto.
Lu Mayer really cried in a hurry. Her speech was incoherent. If she did something wrong, I hope that God punishes her well and doesn't let this stinky man torture her. She had only earned some gold coins from the other party. Was there a need to be so serious? There are tougher tricks yet to come. Curse? Keep cursing. It's her black history that can be used to control her in the future. This kind of goblin needs to be given a taste of the evils of the human heart. Half an hour later, Willow Meyer's eyes were vacant. Don't talk nonsense there. Jiang Yuanbai glanced at her with a feigned look. Even an expert like him didn't lay a heavy hand on her. She had practiced hard and needed to rest. Me? You're good. Lu Meyer was aggravated as hell and had a fierce expression on her face that was itching to bite. The goblin could only make her understand the human condition in a more direct way. Say, I don't believe what you said before. Why are you targeting me? Jiang Yuanbai stared into her eyes. His eyes couldn't fool anyone. He had read countless people and his vision had always been precise. I'm just trying to get you to put up more gold. Really? You're the peak master of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. What can I do to you? Our forces aren't even on the same level. I heard that you're rich in resources and disciples are sending them to your side. I was just having a brain fart at the time. Besides, you're only at the Yuaning stage. I'm confident that I can use the charm technique to make you obediently shell out money. It's awesome. This man is a real character. It sounded kinda like that, but something didn't feel right. How did I become so famous? Unconsciously, I have become an ATM in the eyes of others who want to take advantage of me. This is too much of a stretch. No wonder everyone around me was looking at me in that weird way. Money can't just show. It's true that I'm easy to get people's attention when I look like a dirtbag. That's it. That's really all. If I lie to you, I'll be struck down by the heavens and never improve for the rest of my life. Lu Meyer swore to the sky that those who practice cultivation were afraid of the heavens, even though they challenged heaven's destiny. Especially something like swearing, which can really be bad luck if you break it. I believe you now. Jiang Yuanbai opened his mouth. So, is it okay to let me go? Lu Meyer sighed in relief. Finally she could get rid of this guy. Letting you go? You're dreaming. What's with this ability to change size? Can you control the size yourself? Chapter 13 I Want It All. This question kept nagging her. Lu Meyer cursed in her heart. But on the surface, she didn't move. She knew she shouldn't have revealed her ability to change her size at will. It was eye-catching enough as it was. And adding this to the mix, people who knew about it would surely have crooked ideas. There are too many bad people in this world. Especially the guys with the quirks. A man under the roof has to bow his head. It's a heavenly destiny curse. I can control it, but I didn't hold back for a moment just now and didn't control it. Speaking of sadness, Lu Meyer had tears in her eyes. Try getting bigger then? There's a time limit of 2 hours to change, and it's not time yet. It's a pretty unusual curse, but he likes it. The corner of Jiang Yuanbai's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Lu Meyer's whole body trembled. When he smiled, life and death were hard to predict, and she remembered the fear she felt when she was manipulated by him. Gulping, he couldn't help but step back. What do you want? Don't come over. I'm just a rookie who has been practicing for thousands of years. What bad intentions can I have? I don't know what master is busy with right now. Gentle looked at Feng Jiutian, who was cultivating, and whispered to himself. Distracted and completely still. Trust was one thing, but the thought of her master's minuscule success rate made her anxious. Nu. Senior sister. What do you think Senior is doing? A jumping left eye is a good thing, a jumping right eye is a bad thing, and tenderness feels like both of her eyes are jumping all over the place. Senior sister, you have to trust master. He's just sharing his experience with others. Let's just focus on cultivation. Cultivation can forget all our worries. Come. I'll teach you how to quickly increase your power. Feng Jiutian shook his head helplessly. This senior sister of his always thought too much. Not bad, kind of. Jiang Yuanbai was simply curious, really just curious, nothing else. Man is not a saint who cannot make mistakes, and at this moment he is more than a saint. Very sincere. How could you, pervert who likes Lolitas? Lu Meyer cried snotty tears, it was too bullying. Jiang Yuanbai the bastard. Jiang Yuanbai secretly decided that next time, he must bring the protector of the Tao with him. This time he lost a lot of money. Call out to master. There's something good for you, oh. Jiang Yuanbai pulled out a bell and waved it in front of Lu Meyer. 9th rank spirit weapon. Lu Meyer's eyes lit up. This thing would make even those old monsters who had crossed the threshold redden. Master! She shouted out through gritted teeth. Having shouted everything, it seemed quite normal to call master. No wonder he only takes female disciples. This man is not decent. It's too bitter. How can life be like this? Congratulations to the master for receiving a new disciple and obtaining the supreme enchanting bone. Supreme enchanting bone. Super bone, born noble, greatly enhances beauty, comes with a charming field, can make people with lower cultivation than oneself irresistible. The good news is that relying on a system loophole to take in an apprentice heir was successful. The bad news is that the rewards have been slashed, and wool gathering the system is not easy. That's a weird reward. What does a big man want with a winky bone? Whoa. heir sorrow. In the past she was a peak merging powerhouse in Tianshan continent, who saw it had to be polite for 3 minutes. Now, heir cursed in her heart, but her mouth was full of good words. Is it just my eyes? Why do I think this big monster has become handsome? My heart is racing just looking at him? No, I'm used to being bullied. None of the men are any good. I still like the interaction between sisters. But why do I blush when I look at him? Am I drugged? Fever? Zhang Yuanbai was stared at by heir and frowned at this little goblin. Definitely not having a good heart. As the night passed, Zhang Yuanbai didn't even come out of heir's house. Rumors are already circulating out there. Everyone knows that every time heir discusses a problem with someone, she must drive them away at dawn. It is clear to everyone that an early morning appearance indicates that it is just an ordinary discussion of cultivation. Now that the sun had risen high, Zhang Yuanbai hadn't come out of heir's house yet, and the people outside had begun to mutter. It's not really happening, is it? Don't, my goddess. What the hell are these two up to? They haven't shown up yet. Who cares who you are? heir is a goddess that is looked upon by the heavens. You are looking for death. There was a lot of fuss outside, but Zhang Yuanbai knew nothing about it. He was full of energy now. This is a messenger. Find me if you miss me. Good apprentice. Zhang Yuanbai intentionally said the word disciple, especially heavily, completely ignoring heir's eyes that were dying to kill him. Bad man. Just know how to bully me and play this master and disciple routine. Pervert. Disgusting. heir didn't even know how she got through it. When I break through to the transition realm, I'll have to bite you to death. She thought with hatred in her heart, but put on a good face. Good master. I will definitely try my best to cultivate. Zhang Yuanbai was generous and gave heir a lot of resources. Zhang Yuanbai had just walked out of Fengmao building with his disciples, preparing to go to the auction in the back. The matter of those cultivation resources in the Winmao building had to be dealt with first, otherwise it would be a waste to leave them there. The Heavenly Abyss auction house was nearby, it was the Abyss Master's property, and everything could be bought, from spells to pills. It was the most reliable place to buy resources, and the Abyss Master had a good reputation. No one messed around here. Hey, that friend, wait! A male voice rang out. Zhang Yuanbai stopped in his tracks, a bit puzzled. He didn't recognize this person at all. Meyer lying in place and refused to move, tired enough to feel sorry for herself for taking one more step. But this guy is really generous. Cultivation resources are scattered like no money, simply people's stupid money. Senior. I've broken through to the Jindan realm. When Ro excitedly came over to Zhang Yuanbai's side, she cultivated according to the method taught by her senior sister, and it was really effective. Her cultivation skyrocketed. Feng Jiutian muttered in a low voice beside him, Tianjun. Master must have had enough to eat to be so idle. Looking at Zhang Yuanbai's relaxed face, what other reason could there be besides being well-fed? When Ro suddenly hugged Zhang Yuanbai's waist and sniffed the air warily, always feeling that something was wrong. Senior, is that woman having bad thoughts about you? Her eyes were fierce, and she decided in her heart that it must be that strange woman who had designs on her master. Zhang Yuanbai smiled to appease gentle. Don't worry, master, I have my strength there. How can I let anyone just bully me? That woman is just misunderstanding. After the three of them left, the Heavenly Abyss auction house was still bustling with activity. What's wrong? What's the matter? I'm Wang Yu, the second oldest in the Wang family in Tianyuan City, and you're also a straight person. The young man looked to be in his mid-20s, but he was definitely older than that in reality. Don't look at the face at the age of the cultivation world. A big goblin of tens of thousands of years may have the face of a little girl. This guy was sneaky. His eyes kept glancing towards Wenro and Feng Jiutian, and he didn't hide his colorful appearance. If you keep looking like that, do you believe I'm going to gouge your doggy eyes out? Gentle is gentle with Zhang Yuanbai, just like her name, but with others it's like a mobile cranky dinosaur. Feng Jiutian also coldly glared at him. This person's appearance was not malicious at first glance. Interesting, I like it, friend. Make me an offer. I've got my eye on those two girls. Off. The other party's realm was only transformation spirit, so he didn't even have the qualifications to allow him to make a move yet. Friend. I'm the little second master of the Wang family in Tianyuan City. Make a friend? I'll cover you in Tianyuan City from now on. Okay? Wang Yu's words already carried a bit of a threatening flavor. In Tianyuan City, no one dared to not give the Wang family face. He was only at the Yuaning stage, the other female was a rookie who had just entered the Jindan stage, and he couldn't see through Feng Jiuqian's strength, but to be able to hang out with Zhang Yuanbai, she was at most a Yuaning level. He was a hallowed goddess of transformation expert, so he could deal with these people without a problem. Chapter 14, Another Heaven-Defying Existence. Just you? Not worthy. You can't make a move in Tianyuan City. Do you want to violate the rules? Gentle is not gentle at all, and with the presence of the master, the bottom line is very strong and not afraid at all. Ha ha ha, you can't make a move inside Tianyuan City. So don't go out if you have the ability. If you guys have the guts, you should nest in Tianyuan City for the rest of your lives and not go out. As long as I say the word, Tianyuan City is filled with my eyes everywhere. Now I'll give you guys another chance, don't be ungrateful. I'll play with these two girls for a few days and return it to you in a few days, how about it? We are all brothers, we have to share good things together, ah. Wang Yu's eyes were filled with greed as he licked his lips and revealed a lewd smile. It's the Wang family again. That profound lord hasn't appeared for a long time. The Wang family is really becoming more and more lawless. A lot of girls are too strongly pressurized by the kung fu to resist, and I'm afraid today is no exception. This time, the Wang family has hit an iron plate. This person is Zhang Yuanbai, the Nameless Peak master of the Royal Heavenly Sword sect, who has recently risen to fame. A group of people were talking, and those who recognized Zhang Yuanbai began to mourn for Wang Yu. You can't mess with anyone but this one. Although the Wang family was strong, it was nothing more than an ant in front of a behemoth like the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Like he said, you can't do anything in town, so don't leave town if you have the balls. The attitude of the Royal Heavenly Sword sect to protect the calf plus the other party is the identity of the Peak Master. The Wang family had better not go out of the city, and if they go out of the city, they will have to kneel. Huh? Why don't you talk anymore? Weren't you screaming so loudly just now? Zhang Yuanbai let out a laugh. Wang Yu was now sweating profusely. Everyone was a cultivator. Their ears were quite good. He had just heard someone mention Zhang Yuanbai's identity. The Imperial Sky Sword sect, one of the top 10 sects in the Tianyuan continent, its strength could be said to be one of the best in the entire continent. Even though in recent years, some people said that the Royal Heavenly Sword sect's fortunes had declined and its strength had slipped, it was still a place that no one could afford to mess with. Although the Wang family had an old ancestor of the transition realm sitting in the town, they had put up 10 strong people of the transition realm on the surface, and no one could say how many more experts there were behind them. Damn, the people of the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect go out and hate the whole world to know that they are from the sect, and they have to wear the sect's customized clothes to show off. How come you guys are so low-key? The family had specifically warned not to mess with any forces, but don't ever mess with Nameless Peak. A little carelessness can cause you a bunch of trouble. Nameless Peak is notorious for being the place where the 3 god bodies are located, and if something goes wrong, it will lead to a counterattack from the entire Imperial Heavenly Sword sect. Even the Abyssal Lord couldn't stop the counterattack of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. My friend, I admit I spoke a little too loudly just now. Wang Yu lowered his head, not daring to even look at Zhang Yuanbai again, like a grandson. This is the Peak Master of Nameless Peak, Zhang Yuanbai, and the two next to him are 80% the legendary 2 great divine bodies. Smack yourself in the mouth. This scene made the surrounding people talk. Wang Yu's face burned like charcoal. He who always loved face felt that his dignity was trampled under his feet at this moment. Pa 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 pa. The sound of the slap is clear and loud. A man can bend and stretch. Good, the people of the Wang family have done all the bad things, and today they finally get their retribution. Cool. So cool. Deserved. It's a shame we can't just kill it, or I'd have more fun. The Wang family's various bad behaviors had long made many people look at them with disdain, and now that they saw Wang Yu being slapped in the face, everyone's hearts were that pained. This feeling of revenge was simply fluttering. Unfortunately, the pain is only momentary. If Zhang Yuanbai could just clean up Wang Yu, that would truly be complete. Watching Wang Yu get slapped, Zhang Yuanbai's image in front of the crowd was instantly elevated. Gee, why do I suddenly feel like looking at anyone? Is it just me? I have to admit, this supreme enchanting bone stuff is really quite scary, and it applies to both men and women. Get lost. Jiang Yuanbai made a small mark on Wang Yu's body and then took the two girls into the Tian Yuan auction house. Humph. Making me make such a fool of myself today. You guys wait for me. My Wang family may not dare to touch you guys, but there are plenty of people who want to stop the revival of your royal sky sword sect. Wang Yu said viciously as he scanned around with slanted eyes. What are you looking at? You all rot in your stomachs for today? Or don't blame me for being rude. Having suffered from Jiang Yuanbai, he could only find a sense of superiority in front of this group of people. I want to see the head of your auction house. As soon as he came in, Jiang Yuanbai opened the door. In front of the counter stood a small old man with a white beard and a somewhat hunched back, looking old and with the appearance of collapsing at any moment, but with shrewdness in those eyes. We don't meet our principles casually. Is that enough? Jiang Yuanbai slapped an extremely high-grade spirit stone on the table with a snap. A glint flashed in the little old man's eyes, and without moving, he put the spirit stone into his sleeve, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Our pavilion master is very busy. Just ask if it's enough, haha. In Jiang Yuanbai's mind, everything could be settled by spirit stones, and if that didn't work, then more money would be thrown at it. To him, spirit stones were just a bunch of numbers that were of no use whatsoever in a warehouse. Fellow Taoist, you wait a moment, haha. That little old man stuffed the spirit stone into his sleeve and looked around to see that no one was staring before he grinned. That face full of wrinkles all squeezed together. Bah! What a disgrace to us high-ranked cultivators. Feng Jutian spat in her heart. Now that her divine soul was restored, this old guy deliberately hid his cultivation, but she could tell his bottom at a glance. There's a lot of people and everything, just get used to it. Jiang Yuanbai didn't take it seriously. It was just a petty old man. Cleaning him up wasn't a piece of cake. A short while later, the little old man returned with a maid in a green dress and a little freckled face. My lord, this way please, ha. The maid led Jiang Yuanbai and the others through the corridor to a small courtyard in the backyard. Next game. So beautiful. This was Jiang Yuanbai's first impression. The girl was wearing a purple dress and her hair was purple and black. My sister has said that purple is classy. Indeed, she looked ripe as hell, like a ripe fruit, exuding irresistible charm with every casual movement.
Yenengguan.
Cultivation level. 9 turn loose immortal.
Technique Tongtian Sword Technique.
Avatar 10,000 swords open the sky. 9 heavenly divine paths. 10,000 laws return to the origin. Qualification. Immortal spirit root. Physique. Metaphysical immortal body. Characteristics. Immortal's body. Reincarnation of an immortal. Face value 98. Ouch my ass. Look no further. 9 turn loose immortal, reincarnation of an immortal. Any one of these two identities would be shocking enough. You can become an immortal by ascending to the sky, or you can choose to disband the immortal by soldiering if you don't want to ascend to the sky. Loose immortals are divided into 9 turns, each turn to be struck by lightning, 9 turns after the powerful, and can even tear space directly into the immortal. Such characters can only exist in legends, and each one is a tough nut to crack. This person, it couldn't be Lord Abyss himself. Jiang Yuanbai had to suspect that with such strength, establishing a clan or becoming an immortal and an ancestor would not be a problem. The profound lord wasn't even afraid of the great sacred lands, so this person in front of him also had the backbone to not be afraid of the great sacred lands. Young people are really good. Ice Spirit Divine Body, Phoenix Divine Body. Both of you, I can't see through you. She spoke with a voice that floated, as if she didn't belong in this world. Since your excellency is interested, how about a game? Jiang Yuanbai swung his sleeves and sat down, while Wenro and Feng Jutian stood to his left and right respectively, reaching out to pinch his shoulders. Chapter 15, just kidding.
Okowo.
I'll let you go first. Yi Ningxuan is full of confidence. They play chess. Jiang Yuanbai knows some of the rules, but is not very proficient since she is allowed to make the first move that, you horse no more oh. Do you want to die? Yi Ningxuan stood up with a slap on the table, an aura that didn't belong to the mortal world frightening people. When Ro felt like she was being pressed by a mountain, and Feng Jiotian also felt deathly threatened. This woman was not to be messed with. I'm talking about your horse being gone. Isn't that your horse? As soon as Jiang Yuanbai started, he charged the horse and jumped the cannon directly, simple and rough. In the cultivation world, the rules of playing chess have long been circulated, and it is said that they were worked out by the sage of chess back then. Before this, the only board games in the cultivation world were simple ones like Othello. You'd better understand it that way. Yi Ningxuan sat down again. She was usually very calm. This was the first time she lost her temper like this. Your horse got eaten again. Do you know how to play chess or not? Yi Ningxuan was speechless. Thinking about how many big storms I've been through, I can't believe I couldn't control my emotions twice in a row today. If this man can't play chess, why don't he just stop? Sounds normal, but why does it feel like there's so much gunpowder? Hey, don't you know? It's called the chopping off both parents plan. The first step is to break through your opponent's defense first. Step 2. Take advantage of your opponent's panic and charge right in and pounce. In the end, the fight is resolved cleanly with a bang. Good, good, good. Yi Ningxuan took a deep breath and tried to keep herself from getting angry at Zhang Lubai. Gentle's gaze was filled with admiration. It was true that he deserved to be his master. His thoughts were just different. Feng Jiutian stood by the side, not saying a word, thinking in his heart, if a fight breaks out later, how should he protect his master? Whether or not one's own undercard could escape from the hands of this woman of terrifying strength in front of him was a real dilemma. Humph, you lost. Zhang Yuanbai smiled and didn't say anything. Eating the horse in the opening round was the strategy he set. Yi Ningxuan was indeed disturbed by him, and looking at her, she didn't have much experience. A little bit of skill, but not enough. Playing mind games, Zhang Yuanbai was never afraid. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I clearly have the advantage. Yi Ningxuan recalled it over and over again and finally found the key to the problem. Well, eating a horse in the opening round is indeed your ruse. No, I just simply want to eat your horse. As she spoke, the atmosphere became tense, and Yi Ningxuan looked at Zhang Yuanbai with an icy gaze. Seeing as I have some friendship with your Imperial Sky Sword sect, I'll give you a chance to reopen your mouth. That's not something I like to hear. A powerful aura suddenly surged between Zhang Yuanbai's fingers and quickly disappeared. The full force of an immortal strike. Although the 9 revolutions scattered immortal was powerful, before it was fully transformed into immortal Yuan power, it was equivalent to an ordinary immortal. He might not necessarily be able to kill Yi Ningxuan with this strike, but he could definitely seriously injure her. Master Fuchi, you don't want this either. Hehehehe. Underestimate you. I'm Yi Ningxuan, the head of the Heavenly Abyss Outlet. Zhang Yuanbai of the Royal Sky Sword sect's Nameless Peak. Zhang Yuanbai held out his hand. Huh? Yi Ningxuan froze a bit, but found it quite interesting and extended her hand as well. Zhang Yuanbai held her hand. Yi Ningxuan immediately retracted her hand as if she was electrocuted, her heart in waves. When Rou and Feng Jiutian were directly dumbfounded, this was too bold, right? Although Feng Jiutian was not clear about Yi Ningxuan's strength, the kind of threatening feeling the other party gave her said it all. This was a supreme expert, incredibly strong. His own means of preserving his own life didn't always work, and now his hopes felt even slimmer. Elder Yi, you've got it wrong. This is just a greeting etiquette of the countryside place on my side of the family. Aren't you a little too complacent? Yi Ningxuan has never been so speechless in her life. Never felt this way in my last life either. This guy is a total scoundrel. She was so lost in her own thoughts that she heard nothing else. Feeling like I didn't protect my master. The thoughts were getting more and more skewed, especially at the moment it was just nonsense. It's like those rumors that are spreading more and more outrageously. You're too talkative with that mouth. Even the old peak master wasn't as eloquent as you. That's not true, my master is what's called powerful. You're such a barbarian, you're a barbarian when I say one thing and you back it up. How could she not remember how powerful the old peak master was? Zhang Yuanbai wasn't joking. He knew what kind of person his master was. Do you have any idea how much it affected him psychologically? He's just a kid too. I can't fight you. Yi Ningxuan rolled her eyes, and with her fairy-like appearance, she actually had a unique charm. Is there something you want to see me about? It was then that she realized it was Zhang Yuanbai who had taken the initiative to come to her. Negotiate a deal. Zhang Yuanbai crossed his legs, posing as a big brother. If there are bottles of beer and cigarettes in his hand, it will be a combination of boundless power. What's the deal? Yi Ningxuan didn't have the time to pay attention to Zhang Yuanbai's teasing, and was somewhat curious in her heart. With her strength, small deals were not even in her eyes. But Zhang Yuanbai always managed to surprise her, and she wanted to see what this guy was up to. Look at this. Zhang Yuanbai casually threw out a silver lance, the body of which was permeated with an icy coldness and coiled with a silver dragon that was so lifelike that it seemed to be alive. Top tier 9th ranked magic treasure. This thing isn't cheap. Are you selling it? Yi Ningxuan was a bit surprised. Zhang Yuanbai's cultivation had reached the early out-of-body stage after his gentle breakthrough to Jindan. An early out-of-body stage could take out a top-level 9th-ranked magic treasure. Even the old monsters who had just stepped into the transition stage didn't necessarily have it. Do you take it? Zhang Yuanbai threw 2 more lances, exactly the same style as the first one. Are you a wholesaler? Don't stand there, you two, the Lord Abyss has spoken. Zhang Yuanbai did not say the words in his heart, but silently transmitted sound to Yi Ningxuan, as if to try her bottom card. Cooperation in this matter always have to be open and honest, only good, sneaky rather uninteresting. The key is, Zhang Yuanbai from Yi Ningxuan body did not feel a little killing, but there is a kind of indescribable good feeling. Who the hell are you? Those eyes in the sky kept staring at Zhang Yuanbai, and Yi Ningxuan's heart was in waves. That person obviously knew that she was a profound lord, and probably used some method to see through her strength. However, the words that followed made her heart thump. Something wasn't right, they shouldn't be here, the passage between the two worlds had been destroyed a long time ago. It was impossible to come down. Originally, she wanted to capture Zhang Yuanbai and search his memories, but her intuition told her that as long as she did it, she might die herself, and die miserably. Who am I? Just a small peak master. What the hell do you want? What are you going to do when I say I want you? Finished, this person was running towards himself. But Yi Ningxuan quickly laughed. This kid was really good at changing the subject. She saw laughter in Zhang Yuanbai's eyes, obviously teasing her. As the domain spread out, cold sweat broke out behind both Wenro and Feng Jiutian's backs as they looked at Yi Ningxuan with eyes filled with awe. This kind of terrifying feeling, not even the experts of the transition realm had ever given them. The legendary Abyssal Lord was truly living up to his name. Chapter 16: The Look of a Successful Scheme. Wenro pursed her lips, secretly calculating in her heart. This person is so powerful. If he competes with me for master, what should I do? I have to hurry up and cultivate, while the cultivation of my master has not yet risen. Let's tie him up and forget about it. Her mind, it's getting more and more dangerous. I need you to help me find some resources, pills, spirit stones, spells, and the like. Not too many, but a complete variety. The things in the Heavenly Abyss vendor were too ordinary. Zhang Yuanbai wanted the weird and wacky things. These special treasures were good for disciples to use. No problem, you can dispose of these things first, and the spirit stones left over after disposal will be used to help me find these resources. And in the end, more will be refunded and less will be paid back. Letting Zhang Yuanbai develop his forces on his own, he felt it was too troublesome. Wouldn't he look stupid if he had a ready-made one and didn't use it? 9th Order Hidden Soul Fruit. This is a 9th Order defense formation. 9th rank flying sword. All of the 9th Order items were laid out, and Yi Ningxuan was shocked. This is the kind of wealth an outbreathing realm cultivator can come up with. She was a proper immortal dignitary. These things were simply not worth mentioning in her eyes. In the immortal world, these were considered the worst garbage, and no one would pick them up even if they were thrown to the side of the road. But this is the cultivation world. Based on these alone, it would make those old monsters of the transition realm come to kill Zhang Yuanbai regardless. Especially the immortal medicine that looked like ginseng. Immortal medicines in the cultivation world were rare things and could only be found in those forbidden areas, and even if they were found, they didn't necessarily contain immortal yuan power. But this plant in Zhang Yuanbai's hand was a true immortal medicine. Not only could it heal the injured and prolong their lives, it also carried an immortal aura. One bite will regenerate broken limbs and quickly restore chi and blood, and even if only the last breath is left, it can bring the dead back to life and grow flesh from white bones. If he refined the elixir, he could live for hundreds of thousands of years more in addition to those benefits. An old man in the transition realm would only have this much life expectancy. Let's put it this way, if this immortal grass were to spread out, the waters of the cultivation world would definitely be stirred up. But Zhang Yuanbai casually threw it out like it was scrap. Oh, here's your reward. Your current cultivation has already reached its limit, you can't raise it any further and you don't want to go to the upper world. With this immortal grass, you'll be able to cultivate true immortal power even in the human world. As long as one had immortal power even in the lower realms, one could break through the realms, albeit at a slower pace, but there was definitely a chance of success. Zhang Yuanbai was very familiar with netiquette routines and had long since seen Yi Ningxuan's situation. She must have suffered a loss in the upper realm, betrayed by her good sister, sneak attacked by her lover or best friend when she broke through to the immortal emperor, and finally hung up, and her remnant soul fell to the human world. Now she's living meticulously, waiting to take revenge and avenge an arrow later. A typical female lead setting. The other party did meet the criteria for worship, but Jiang Yuanbai felt that he couldn't cope with her right now. As for Lu Meyer, well, completely her own trouble, Steal the Chicken failed to eat rice, to block their own way back. Thinking of Lu Meyer, Jiang Yuanbai couldn't help but smile. That girl is a real siren with first-rate tactics. Who can resist that kind of foxy girl who can be big or small? Sneeze. Lu Meyer sneezed and frowned, always feeling like someone was bad-mouthing her behind her back. It must be that asshole. It must be that asshole. Thinking of her own encounter, she could not stop the tears from flowing down. How could she be so unlucky to be planted in his hands? Next time I'll make sure to give him a taste of his own medicine. Wait, why would there be a next time? Willow Meyer was startled by her own thoughts. Oh, I blame that asshole. Those images have been lingering in my mind. Aren't you afraid that I'll make a direct move and snatch your treasure? With my ability, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to escape. Yi Ningxuan stared at Jiang Yuanbai's eyes, trying to find some clues from them. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Jiang Yuanbai's eyes were nothing but calm. Kid, you want to see through me? Do you know how hard it is to be an Oscar winner? I'm the only one who can see through others, who can't see through me. Since you believe in me so much, let's do it together. This is my contact token, and the summoning talisman. In case of danger, I can help you once. Yi Ningxuan waved her hand and put everything away. Jiang Yuanbai was right. With this elixir, she would indeed be able to transform into true immortal power and become a true immortal in the human world. However, Yi Ningxuan didn't immediately lay her hands on Jiang Yuanbai purely based on her feelings. If she really made a move, she would definitely die a horrible death. In that case, might as well accumulate a blessing. Lord Abyssal, in our place, there has to be a ceremony for cooperation. Jiang Yuanbai stretched out a hand, palm facing upward, with a smile. Lord Abyssal, aren't you thinking too much? Jiang Yuanbai had a mysterious smile on his face that looked like he was saying, "What are you worrying about?" But his hand didn't retract. Give him a step down? Don't even think about it. If we do give him a step down, all the previous efforts will be for nothing. TCH, you guys. Yi Ningxuan had never seen such a thick-skinned person who dared to take advantage of her. But she wasn't a cheapskate either. Slightly bending down, she gently kissed the back of Jiang Yuanbai's hand. It hurts. It hurts too much. Jiang Yuanbai deliberately emphasized for the first time, and couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. You're as good as you are, my moves are tougher. You. Yi Ningxuan knew that she had been tricked, and Jiang Yuanbai even said it plainly. Facepalm, it's definitely the kind of facepalm that leaves no room for doubt. Humph, since the cooperation is agreed upon, I won't give it away anymore. This is Tian Yuan's VIP card. You can get 20% off on purchases with it, and you can also sit in exclusive VIP seats. Yi Ningxuan intentionally said for the first time, especially heavily, and her line of sight also inadvertently swept towards Wenro. She felt quite amused that she had actually been naughty. From now on you're under my control. Off! Yi Ningxuan flung her hand, and Jiang Yuanbai's 3 men were directly blasted out. Hey, wanna race me? Have you heard of the Akamason rider? Jiang Yuanbai, who had been blown out, wasn't angry at all. He had earned it this time. Yi Ningxuan could drive, but her skills were lousy, practically kindergarten level. He, the true god of the car. Go! Jiang Yuanbai waved his hand and brought Gentle and Feng Jutian to wander around to find a place to stay. The auction wouldn't start until tomorrow, so there was plenty of time now. Masters first. Gentle's eyes were filled with dark clouds. These firsts of masters were not hers. Lord Fuchsia, I remember, 30 years of wind and water, don't underestimate people. Sir, there's really only one room left. There are so many people coming to the auction lately that the rooms are running out. Master, a room is just a room. Just find a random place to rest. No need to be too particular. Gentle said softly. The 3 were planning to find a guest room to rest when they were turned away just as they entered the door. This girl is right. I'm afraid we're the only one left in Tianyuan City, and it was cancelled by someone else, so if we miss it, it's gone. The junior at the door followed suit and helped. Since everyone is okay with it, it's fine with me. Jiang Yuanbai took a look at Wenro and Feng Jutian. Seeing that neither of them objected, as a man he couldn't wriggle out of it. Only in his heart he was still a little worried. After all, men and women are different. He's a car god, but these 2 are his disciples. Especially the disciple who always thought of riding the master. He had to be on guard. Senior, you and senior sister go up first. I just saw a snack seller at the entrance. I'll go buy some. Come along. No need, senior sister. You and master will just go up. Gentle walked them to the stairway and watched them go up before turning around. Chapter 17. Ultimately a little girl. Good job. The little servant and the steward of the store came close and took their fair share of stones from Gentle. Painful. Master, I'm back. What's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? Gentle entered the room carrying some cooked food. Knowingly. The room was really small, with one bed, one table, and 4 chairs. The cultivation world was about grandeur, and a room like this was almost like a hearse room, not like a place of cultivation at all. What do you think? When Wen's heart trembled. Did she reveal herself? The mind raced, thinking about where he'd gone wrong. She had thought about it from the beginning, knowing that her master was looking for a place to stay, and had arranged for it. According to the theory, her plan was flawless and could not possibly go wrong, so which part of the plan was wrong? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Gently try to be forceful. What master means is that this room is too crowded for one person, and 3 people are not fooling around, right? Feng Jutian said helplessly. Yes. Gentle looked around and opened his eyes. Small? Sure, little. If it's big, how will she get it? You guys sleep in the bed. I'll just sit here, master. Zhang Yuanbai said graciously. He had always been accustomed to sleeping, but a day without sleep wouldn't hurt. Although the room was small, the bed was quite wide, so it was no problem to lie down 3 or 5 people, and he didn't know who designed it. Practitioners could have practiced instead of sleeping. That won't do, master. You rest while my sister and I cultivate. Feng Jutian didn't care if he slept or not, knowing that his master had the habit of sleeping. Cultivation could be practiced anywhere. She didn't mind. Actually, the bed is wide enough. Gentle interrupted Feng Jutian and continued. Master sleeps inside. I'm in the center and little sister is on the outside, so the place is quite spacious. Tenderness spoke with a fine sense of calculation. No one is allowed to interrupt at all. It's a deal. Evening. The 3 lay on the bed, exactly where Gentle had arranged them to be. Feng Jutian originally wanted to cultivate with his legs crossed, but he was also persuaded by Gentle's opening. There's no rush to practice, you have to work and rest. Look at master. He rests every day and his cultivation hasn't fallen. You think you're resting, but you're actually relaxing your mind. When Rose spoke with a clear head, and Feng Jutian was sidetracked by her. Lay down and fall asleep. Zhang Yuanbai fell asleep as soon as he lay down. It's good to be young. You can sleep as soon as you fall asleep. Senior sister. Don't blame senior sister, you're too much in the way. A light flashed in when Rose's eyes, looking at the sleeping Feng Jutian. She took out something in her hand and slowly approached. Elder sister, this is... Feng Jutian, what cultivation level? The slightest movement could not escape her perception. The moment tenderness approached, she discovered it. Her heart immediately alerted. Obviously can't feel the killing intent, but the gentle look doesn't look like it's doing anything serious. Senior sister, sleep at ease, you'll be fine when you get up tomorrow. The white powder floated and dispersed, entering Feng Jutian's body as she breathed. Gentle is very satisfied. This is a treasure that she spent a lot of money to get. The shopkeeper said that transition robbery level powerhouses will also fall asleep for a few hours if they get too close. It's a contraption that gets everyone put down equally. Feng Jutian. Used it myself and it didn't work at all. She suddenly remembered what it was. It was from the store downstairs in Fengmao when Zhang Yuanbai and Lu Meier were together. The owner of the store talked so much that she thought then that the other person was a liar. Not to mention the transmigration, to the extent that the goddess of transformation stage can be out of the body of the soul, ordinary drugs unless they can directly affect the soul of the god, or else they simply cannot charm people. Gentle bought a lot of them at the time, saying they were a backup just in case. If he had been captured by the old monster who had crossed the threshold that day, he would still be able to give him such a blow. She was about to say that this senior sister was stupid. Without poking at the gentleness, Feng Jutian lay quietly, breathing steadily. This senior sister was a bit of a fool, but her heart was quite good. Shifumi, gently pushing Feng Jutian. Sleeping. Again, he gently scratched Feng Jutian's armpit. This doesn't even wake me up, so it looks like the medicine is really working. Gentle was smug, and after confirming that Feng Jutian had fallen into a deep sleep, he couldn't help but move over to Zhang Yuanbai's side. Hey, master. Hey. Feng Jutian secretly opened a slit and quietly watched the scene. This senior sister is really ed up. Master. Gentle could feel his heart beating. Dum 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 dum. It was almost popping out, especially when it was close to Zhang Yuanbai, and his heart was beating even harder. Master, master. Normally, Gentle always loved to take advantage of Zhang Yuanbai's small advantages, and those behaviors were simply blatant hints. We're in the middle of something bad right now, in the dark with our senior sister on the sidelines, and if we're not careful, we could ruin our lives. Gentle's heart seemed to be jumping out of her chest and her blood was on fire, expressing her excitement at the moment. Zhang Yuanbai woke up. He wasn't a heavy sleeper, and he might not have noticed at first, but now he felt it. Its tenderness. He didn't move, didn't react. This disciple of his own was quite a sleeper. He felt a small hand rest quietly and carefully on him. Boys who hang out have to be safe too. Who knows if someone might have other ideas about you. Her words were not listened to at all. Oops. As a master teacher, this is indeed a bit of an awkward situation. Hoo-hoo. Gentle held his breath, worried that he was breathing too loudly. The master, his own master, was right in front of him. Just a little bit closer. Sister. Feng Jutian closed his eyes and felt that his face might be red. His face was burning hot and burning. Non-respect. Hey. In the darkness, Gentle gulped. Hesitation. If you hesitate, you lose. If you are decisive, you get beaten. She was about to lean down. Zhang Yuanbai suddenly moved, his body to the side, holding Gentle in a hug. Good lord, this disciple is really rowdy. Zhang Yuanbai's body suddenly froze, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Oh no, did we blow our cover? Master is waking up. It's over. Breaking the rules of the division is a major offense. But I didn't do anything major, I just moved a little and I didn't cross the line. One is sleepwalking, yes, sleepwalking. Just a little bit. The heart is empty. But none of that matters now. Just play dumb and nothing is wrong. Gentle felt his heartbeat speed up as if it was going to pop out. Master, she softly called out to Zhang Yuanbai, her face right on his chest. His own heartbeat drowned out his, but his powerful heartbeat could still be felt. Dum 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 dum. That makes me a pillow. After rambling for a while and realizing that Zhang Yuanbai didn't react, when Ro put her heart down, the cheeks burned, though they couldn't be seen in the dark. But they did. This is the second time I've been hugged by my master. For the first time, he appeared out of nowhere, spoke softly, and picked her up in a princess hug. That's not so bad. Feeling safe and secure, Gentle began to get sleepy. The eyelids were getting heavy. Finally, eyes closed and breathing slowly calmed. The corners of Zhang Yuanbai's mouth rose slightly as he smiled, looking down at the little one in his arms, sleeping sweetly and quietly. The gentleness of not making a fuss is actually kind of cute. Chapter 18. Entering the venue. He reached up and ran his hand through her hair. It was soft. This girl is clingy mostly because of herself. It's because of insecurity and fear of leaving on your own. Zhang Yuanbai was a little distressed instead. All sleep. Zhang Yuanbai whispered. His voice was soft, but Feng Jotian heard it. She wasn't surprised at their level, they could sense even faint sounds, let alone this close. Sifu is reminding himself of this. Feng Jotian also closed his eyes, his voice as small as a mosquito hum. Filled with tender scenes, Feng Jotian couldn't sleep for a while. Sister, what a nerve. Both disciples were silent, and Zhang Yuanbai wanted to put Gentle back, but found that he couldn't get his hand loose. Couldn't sleep at all. Broke down and so tired. Today's winner is gentleness. It was rare for her to sleep so soundly. The others are all awake. Hey, master, you can only be my master. Gentle had a nice dream. This dream was so beautiful, it didn't even want to wake up. Dreaming of himself exclusive of his master. It's a feeling that can probably only be had in dreams. Early morning sunlight filtered through the window, gently squinting his eyes and slowly opening them. As soon as he opened his eyes, he locked eyes with Zhang Yuanbai, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. Master! Gentle lowered his head, not daring to look him in the eye. Older walks at night for fear of seeing ghosts, and more driving can be embarrassing. To come to this early in the morning, Shizun really did have a thing for himself as well. Zhang Yuanbai's face was a bit complicated, like crying and laughing. This disciple literally can't get away from discipline for a moment. Where would a 7-foot man like myself put his face? I haven't slept all night. It's too soon to let Willow Meyer go. Eat a dummy. When Ro's favorability value towards her master teacher rose again, and her eyes became even more affectionate. Since you're awake, get up. The auction is about to start. Jiang Yuanbai broke her arms and legs apart and acted as if nothing had happened, strutting around as if it was someone else he was just holding. Master is bashful. In Gentle's heart, Jiang Yuanbai was like a little rabbit that had been chased down and fled. Why run? It must be because of yourself. I'm so happy and energized to work. Next to him, Feng Jutian also woke up, lazily like he had just woken up. She thought a lot about it last night too. All because of this sister. Elder sister is sleeping so well, I want to try it too.
呸呸呸！一大清早，我怎么想这么多奇怪的事？
I'm an empress. Empress. Outside the Tian Yuan auction house. Outside the door there was a lot of activity, with vendors selling things back and forth. With a clear head, there's always a solution. These stalls sell simple but interesting snacks and drinks. Friend, wait a minute. Shouts came from behind them. Don't look back, go. Jiang Yuanbai reminded the two disciples, and when Ro and Feng Jutian, who were about to turn back, immediately stopped their movements. Master, maybe it's an acquaintance. Why don't you let it turn back? When Ro and Feng Jutian were confused, if they didn't know anyone, who in the immortal cultivation world would shout like this in public? Just ignore him. Jiang Yuanbai didn't say much. The power of interpretation was with him. The first pitiful thing in the floodplains, just by the phrase, friend wait a moment, the companion pitched enough. He didn't want to make the same mistake. Friend wait. Only then did Jiang Yuanbai turn around. As long as we don't say friend wait, we're still friends. It was a snack vendor carrying 2 bottles of what looked like milk. My friend, this is the milk tea I made. It's the only one in the whole continent. Do you want to try it? This is the milk of a land cow cooked with fake spirit tea. Not only is it good to drink, but it can also beautify and nourish your face, and you can live a long life without aging. The peddler talked a lot, and Jiang Yuanbai felt that this person was quite capable, and that there was someone else in the immortal cultivation world who had figured out something like milk tea. Make that 3. Okay. 30 spirit stones. Zoe Jotian. Let's go. Jiang Yuanbai took one hand and didn't give them a chance to retort at all. He is not short of money and he is not a cutie. My friend, this milk tea is super effective. 30 spirit stones is not expensive. You can ask the 2 Taoists beside you. Jiang Yuanbai stayed young and didn't look like an old man at all. Together with Wenro and Feng Jutian, they were often thought to be rich gentlemen shopping with their Dao partners. Love only one person in your life. That's only if both sides are about the same strength. In this place, power is king. Want to love only one person for the rest of your life? That's basically a dream. What man with skills doesn't have a few friends of the opposite sex around him? 29 spirit stones, brother. I'm almost broke. 1 spirit stone or don't talk. Jiang Yuanbai glanced at the man with slanted eyes and directly gave a super low price. Okay, seeing as you're my first customer, I'll sell you these 3 cups of milk tea at a loss. That vendor was especially decisive, receiving the spirit stones with one hand and handing over the milk tea with the other, then scattering his legs and running away, as if he was afraid that Jiang Yuanbai would regret it. It's a big loss. Jiang Yuanbai stared at the milk tea in his hand. It didn't look like there was anything wrong with it, and it looked pretty good too. Take a sip. It was so bitter that I just threw it away. Gentle and Feng Jutian did the same, spitting it all out in one bite. It's too bitter. It's not milk tea, it's just coffee masquerading as milk tea, and it's awful. I thought this guy was a genius, but now he seems to be a freak. The auction house was particularly large, with ordinary passages, VIP passages, and a mysterious passage. The general passage was the most crowded. Some people came to see what was going on. Others wanted to learn something. These people basically don't have much money to buy auction items. They just have nothing to do. Of course, it could also be an atmosphere bearer who is specifically here to inflate prices. The VIP area was filled with family members from all the major powers, as well as some scattered cultivators with very high cultivation levels and great fame. Most of these people were in the harmonization realm, and there were quite a few in the Mahayana realm as well. These big names that were usually rare to see were now obediently lining up, afraid of losing face to the Abyssal Lord. The mysterious passage was empty, not a soul in sight. Only those with VIP cards can pass through quickly. Everyone had heard that the Heavenly Abyss auction house had a VIP card, but no one had ever gotten one. Legend has it that only the Abyss Lord is qualified to issue this special card. Move over. Jiang Yuanbai led the two girls directly towards the mysterious passageway. Getting in line? There's no queuing in this life. Hey, are you blind? That's the mysterious passage. Do trash like you deserve to go? Hurry up and get in line at the ordinary passage. A man stood in front of Jiang Yuanbai, wearing a pink robe that was particularly demonic and sprayed with incense, making people uncomfortable. If people didn't know better, they'd think it was a eunuch. What can I do for you, this eunuch? Gentle never spoiled anyone, except for Master. Everyone else was trash. Is this person blind? How dare he stop her master? Seek death. The man's eyes went cold and he glared viciously at Gentle. People of the common passage should abide by the rules. Do you know where this place is? This is the Tian Yuan auction. Do you know who I am? I don't want to know who you are. You're in the way. Get out of the way, eunuch. Gentle is not happy. Who is this person? There's been a constant nagging. It's especially annoying to hear. Chapter 19 Amazing Hands. You're teaching me things? When I, Zhao Ritian, was in the Jianghu, no one had to give me the benefit of the doubt. The man in pink introduced himself, his face full of pride. The Zhao family was a super big family, and there was also the old ancestor who had crossed the threshold, and as the old ancestor's own grandson, he had always been horizontal. I didn't expect to be bullied twice after coming to Tianyuan City. Once by an unknown person who was competing with himself for the beauty sect's holy maiden, Lu Mayer. The other time is the one at hand. It's something that even an uncle can put up with, but an aunt can't. Do you still have a face? Zhao Ritian was completely crushed and covered his chest as if he had taken a hammer blow. Without him, Zhao Ritian, I'm afraid this long night will never end. Ever since he was a child, he had been praised for having the potential to be a great man, and his talent for cultivation was so good that he had reached the god transformation realm at a young age, which he had always been proud of. But today, he was actually disliked here by an obscure little girl who couldn't speak. Brother Ritian, it seems like your fame isn't big enough for just anyone to point their finger at you. Right, Brother Ritian, we have to teach her a lesson. First restrain her and then slowly clean her up. This kind of character is rare. A few of the rich kids who were traveling with him next to him began to incite, their eyes full of desire. Whether it was Gentle or Feng Jutian, both were the kind of stunning beauty that could make millions of people fall in love. For these uneducated males, beauty was something they would never let go of. Little girl, I'll give you a chance. As long as you accompany a few of us for a bit of fun, we'll consider letting you go, otherwise, unless you don't leave Heavenly Abyss City forever. Zhao Ritian was provoked by his two brothers and also revealed a covetous expression. He had played with quite a few women, but it was indeed rare to see a stunning beauty like Gentle. Tianyuan City prohibited fights, he didn't dare to do it, but he could block the door. Hand to hand. The other factions around them looked on coldly, and no one helped. That's how it is in this world. Where can we have real friends without benefits? It's just a bunch of profit-oriented guys. Suddenly, a hand reached out as fast as lightning and instantly pierced through Zhao Ritian's chest, destroying his heart. Jiang Yuanbai shook off his hand without a drop of blood on it. Gotta think about whether you've got that in you before you start trouble. His eyes were cold as frost, as if he had killed not a man. But, there was a sound of backward gasps from the surroundings. Everyone hadn't expected Jiang Yuanbai to suddenly lash out. At this moment, everyone's gaze at Jiang Yuanbai changed. It was a look that looked at the dead. There's no going back for this man. Tianyuan City had been calm for hundreds of years, and Jiang Yuanbai's move had shattered the calm, and the worst-case scenario would be worse than death. Kid, you're finished. If you dare to make a move, no matter which power you belong to, no one can save you. Do you know the identity of Brother Ritian? He's the only grandson of the Zhao clan's oldest ancestor. You can't hide anywhere you run away. The faces of the two men who had instigated it just now were as bad as they could be. Their family's power was no match for Zhao Ritian's, and as little brothers, with their boss dead and them still alive, their family would definitely suffer if Zhao's family was short-tempered. It's over. It's all over. At this moment, they regretted it. How could they not expect Jiang Yuanbai to be so ruthless? Jiang Yuanbai was so angry that he was about to explode, especially wanting to rush up and do it immediately, but his heart was still a bit weak. The surrounding onlookers also felt that Jiang Yuanbai was hopeless, and that this guy was considered completely hung up. Who dares to mess around on my turf? Suddenly, several terrifying auras descended. The auras simply shook the heavens and moved the earth. All of them were experts at the peak of the Mahayana realm. This was Tianyuan City's law enforcement elder corps, which hadn't shown up a few hundred years ago, and this time when it appeared it was in full force. These few people alone could easily crush everyone below the transitional plateau realm. Above the transitional realm, then the Abyssal Lord himself would have to go into battle. Seniors, it's these three people. They blatantly flouted the rules of our heavenly Abyss City and completely disregarded us. Isn't this a slap in our faces? This is simply slapping the face of the Abyss Master. The two minions were wiping their tears and complaining at the same time. Their hatred was full of hate. They all blamed Jiang Yuanbai. It was all his own fault. How good is it to stay well? Why did he have to resist? As soon as these two people came up, they took Jiang Yuanbai to their deaths and slapped a superb charge on him. With this snap, Jiang Yuanbai could be said to be surely dead, with no way to live. Is it true what they say? The gazes of several Heaven's Abyss City law enforcement elders immediately locked onto Jiang Yuanbai, and they didn't rush to make a move, but rather to confirm the situation first. At their level, they naturally would not be easily confused by superficial phenomena. If they acted recklessly before understanding the situation and ended up going wrong, the Abyssal Lord would definitely have to kill them. Yes, I did it, what do you think? Jiang Yuanbai was very calm from beginning to end, not panicking at all. Gutsy enough. I, Yi Liangchen, have never admired anyone in my life, and this time I am truly convinced. As soon as Jiang Yuanbai opened his mouth, the gazes of the people around him changed again. This kid was really a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers. How dare you ask people what they have to say? People can be very opinionated. When Ro and Feng Juqian also looked calm and collected, it's not like Lord Profound has never seen it before. Do you think they are intimidated? Now that you've admitted it, you can go to hell. The faces of several law enforcement elders were also very unsightly. Good guy, you don't even pretend a little bit. Casually explain a few sentences, they won't be so angry. You're just not giving them face by admitting it outright like that. The huge palm instantly slapped down, that terrifying power straight into Jiang Yuanbai. This palm down. Absolutely die a very dry death. Even the dregs will not be left. Are you guys sure you want to do this? Jiang Yuanbai clutched a token in his hand, on which a large word Xian shone like the light of a god. The faces of several law enforcement elders instantly changed drastically as the huge palm disappeared in the air when it was only a millimeter away from Jiang Yuanbai. The law enforcement elder who had struck out hardened his power and spat out several mouthfuls of blood, suffering serious injuries on the spot. This is the VIP order of the Abyssal Lord. Surprisingly, it's really Lord Abyss's VIP order. The remaining elders exclaimed out in shock. Everyone at the Heavenly Abyss auction house knew of the existence of the Abyssal Master's order, and everyone had seen it before. But Lord Abyss had never issued such a token. It may have been sent, but they don't know. Now seeing it with their own eyes, the crowd was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Logically, they should have made a move to kill Jiang Yuanbai right away. But now, the other party was holding the Abyssal Master's order, causing them to hesitate. Harming my grandson. I'll make you pay for it. A frightening force broke through the air and tore through nothingness as a huge finger pointed straight at Jiang Yuanbai. Those fingers were as big as mountains, as if they could crush anything. Only a cold snort was heard, and the attack of the transitional succession realm expert was instantly out of sight. Lord Abyss has struck. The various forces were stunned. Lord Abyss hadn't shown his face in a while. Everyone thought he was dead. They just didn't dare to be sure. However, everyone understood in their hearts that they were doing more and more reckless things around Tianyuan. And sometimes they even dared to cross the border and test Tianyuan City's attitude. But no one paid any attention to them, which emboldened them. Now that the Profound Lord had made a move, the thoughts of these forces immediately went cold. Chapter 20b at ease. Lord Profound was able to break through between the three great holy lands and was even recognized by them. No one knew exactly how powerful he was. Just know that if you piss him off, you're gonna die a particularly bad death. That's the end of this. The female voice rang out in the sky abyss before quieting down again. Yes, Lord Abyss. Several law enforcement elders looked at Jiang Yuanbai with complexity and arched their hands before walking away. Jiang Yuanbai did not make things difficult for them, he has nothing to lose, but instead there is a law enforcement elder who was injured quite seriously and do not want to recover for decades, looking at the heartache. Some people pretend to be someone else and get beaten up, beaten to the bone crumbs of their souls. No, my grandson. VIP, this way please. A few people came out of the auction house and personally led Jiang Yuanbai towards the special passage. Who's this? At once, all the major powers exploded, asking around to find out who Jiang Yuanbai was. Soon, they knew Jiang Yuanbai's identity and didn't hide it, inquiring about it especially quickly. Jiang Yuanbai of the Imperial Sky Sword sect, so powerful? Inform the others that in the future, when you come across this person, go around and don't start any conflicts with him. To be able to get the VIP token of the Abyssal Lord, this person must not be simple, knowing that none of the 3 great holy places had gotten this token from so many powerful people. This kid, it's horrible. I didn't expect this guy to have such a big card. How come he didn't get slapped to death? In the VIP area, there was an ordinary-looking little lowly muttering in a small voice, gritting her teeth in such a way that those who were unfamiliar with her thought she had a deep grudge against Jiang Yuanbai. He was completely unaware of the mess outside because of Jiang Yuanbai and was currently sitting in his exclusive private room lamenting. The room was paved with 9th Order Royal Stone Jade, and all the other decorations were also 9th Order materials, making it staggeringly luxurious. Even the sofa was made from the skin of a Mahayana realm tiger demon. This room alone was worth a few million extreme spirit stones, not to mention that there were several top-tier formations set up inside. The value was simply impossible to calculate. Too much luxury. Welcome everyone to the Heavenly Abyss auction. I won't be long-winded today. There were originally 100 lots. Now add 10 more. In the venue, a beautiful woman presided over the auction, and 2 electric lights shook people's eyes. Jiang Yuanbai glared, muttering in his heart. This thing, it can't even be wrapped in one hand. Master, if you love this tune, the senior sisters are not bad. When Ro glanced at the female host and Feng Jotian and silently compared them in her mind, the result was obvious. Her own sisters were better. Feng Jotian, my good sister, can you not pull everything on me? Our relationship is how fake. I know very clearly in my heart, is the kind of plastic sisterhood. You're slapping me in the face when you do that. She was about to explain that this wasn't how she wanted it to be, that it was all innate, when the door to her room slammed. Zoe, open the door and go. Jiang Yuanbai wiped the non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, the person I like is the morbid type, but I don't want to be liked by this kind of morbidness. Being gently stared at day after day was too much even for her. Better get this over with. Thinking back to last night, if I hadn't been smart, I'm afraid I would have gotten away with gentleness. Your Honor, we are here to serve you. Only when Ro opened the door, a group of warblers rushed in, unable to stop them. She hadn't been in a hurry, thinking it was a delivery or cleaning. Results. What's the situation? You're here to serve Master? Master already has me. He doesn't need anyone else to serve him. There were both royalty and lowly in these people, and their face values were all above 90%. All of them were great beauties. All of a sudden, Jiang Yuanbai was surrounded. Go away, you guys, Master doesn't need to be served. It wasn't that Gentle was careful, but she simply didn't have that concept of hard eyes. These people had already stepped on her bottom line and were still in front of her, actually completely ignoring her. Gentle's eyes were red. This girl, Lord Abyss sent us. Those warblers just casually swept their eyes at Gentle, not taking her words seriously at all. They were very strong. All of them were at the Yuaning level, and they were not afraid of what damage Gentle, a Jindan cultivator, could do to them. Zwir, these are all Lord Profound's intentions, and we can't push back on people's goodwill. Master! Gentle was so angry that she stomped her feet, aggravated. Master Teacher was interested in women, and she was ready to fulfill it. If that's not enough, there's the sisters. Isn't Master satisfied? If she had a few more senior sisters, Master would stop screwing around? Mastermind! When Ro walked up to Jiang Yuanbai, her fingers tangled together, her movements a little restrained, as if she had some words bottled up in her heart. Actually, I have a disease. A disease that kills me whenever Master Ji touches another woman. After saying that, Gentle's face instantly turned pale, as if he was really sick. Feng Jotian and Jiang Yuanbai glanced at each other, and a sentence surfaced in their hearts at the same time. Do I believe you're sick? Or do you believe I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Hit the money. This move directly confused Jiang Yuanbai. Gentle used to not be such a nuisance. Why did she suddenly change her style? You won't believe it when you hear it yourself, will you? Look at you, you're blushing. If you can't help it, don't say anything. Master won't laugh at you. The corner of Feng Jotian's mouth twitched. This senior sister of hers way of thinking really made her unable to keep up. Considering that she was an empress, she had never seen any big storms, and had dealt with all kinds of strange people, but it was this matter of gentleness that she was completely confused about. It was said that women understood women best and men understood men best. But gentleness was like a mystery in Feng Jiutian's eyes. You can never guess if she's going to go straight to the point or beat around the bush next, so how can anyone resist? A woman's mind was simply like a needle at the bottom of the sea, and Feng Jiutian wondered if she was a fake woman. Get out, all of you. In order not to let the disciple make a fool of himself, Zhang Yuanbai waved his hand and drove the warblers out, then beckoned for Gentle to come over. Only when she lowered her head did he reach out and gently stroke her head, like he was smoothing the fur of a fried kitten. Yes, those warblers and swallows are very reluctant to give up, where to find such a handsome man, even if they are willing to pour paste. Pity. They glanced at Wenro and Feng Jiutian and couldn't help but feel a little inferior in their hearts. The two girls were really quite pretty and made them feel far worse about themselves. Master, you're the best. Let me pound your legs. Wenro immediately blossomed with joy. It was true that her master was the one who favored her the most. How else would she allow her to be so reckless? Senior sister, quickly come and rub your master's shoulders. Good friends have to share together. Gentle figured out that since Master Zhu likes to be lively, she would satisfy him. Other than that, Feng Jiutian always understood her and could rest assured. Now that both of them can't satisfy the master, let's find a few more disciples for the master. Even if there were more senior sisters, she would always be the eldest senior sister. As long as she was a senior sister for a day, she would be able to enjoy more of her master's favor. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Zhang Yuanbai looked at the tenderness who was immersed in fantasy and could not say a word except to sigh. What else can he do? He also felt quite speechless, his own disciples, their own favor. Hey, where's your hand going when you're pounding your leg properly? Chapter 21 Big Deal. There was no extra nonsense in the auction, and everyone was flabbergasted at the 10 new lots that had been added. The things to be auctioned were always prepared in advance, and the news would be revealed 2 days before the auction. Adding something temporarily? This is the first time that the Heavenly Abyss auction house is considered to have violated the rules. However, what everyone was more curious about was what kind of treasure could make the Abyssal Master make an exception and add it in temporarily. The people present were all of unusual status, with countless spirit stones in their pockets, and had come here with a mission to deal with unexpected situations. So, there was no need to explain at all, and people got even more excited instead. What in the world could make the Abyssal Lord make an exception? Well, enough of the small talk. Here comes the first lot. A beautiful woman clapped her hands and 2 girls in dresses came on stage pushing a cart covered with a red cloth. The first lot, the 7th ranked vestment, flowing cloud light veil, has a variety of built-in formations to keep you warm in winter and cool in summer, and can also block the full force of a Mahayana realm expert. The most crucial thing is that it's especially good-looking. As soon as the red cloth was lifted, the long white dress shone and sparkled like silver, like it was sprinkled with stars. The material of the skirt was as smooth as sand and soft to the touch, as if it was as comfortable as stepping on a cloud. Starting price, 100,000 spirit stones. 7th order magic weapons were no joke. Only cultivators who had reached the harmonization realm would use this kind of magic weapon, and at this level 100,000 spirit stones were as simple as buying a bottle of water. My wife would look good in it. I'll pay $200,000. I'll give you $300,000. I'll take this dress for $500,000. The price is getting higher and higher. Wenro looked at the dress and itched in her heart. But when she saw that Zhang Yuanbai looked like he didn't care, she didn't open her mouth. It wasn't that she didn't have vestments, it was just that this dress did look good. Master had given her a lot of good things. Women, love of beauty is nature, who would mind having too many clothes? For a single skirt, the price instantly soared to over 100 spirit stones. An auction of this level, where millions of spirit stones were just starting out, was nothing unusual. $1,760,000 a time. 1,760,000 twice. 1,760,000 3 times. I'll give you $2 million. One of the elders of the Yao Qi Holy Land was about to get her skirt when a person suddenly appeared to intervene, causing her to clench her teeth in anger. Following the voice, he swallowed back any curses he had wanted to make. VIP Box 1. The only person who could sit here was that peak master of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect, and only those who had the Abyssal Master VIP card could enter. Since fellow Taoist likes it, I won't snatch it from you. Congratulations to VIP Box number 1 for obtaining the first lot, flowing cloud light veil, after which a special person will deliver it. The one who bid 2 million is Zhang Yuanbai. The spirit stones are too many to count. On the surface it looks like a loss, but in fact it has made a profit. Soon, the flowing cloud light veil was brought over by a maid on a tray. Hand over the spirit stone with one hand and take something with the other. Take it if you like. Zhang Yuanbai handed the skirt to Wenro. This girl had been staring at the skirt. He wasn't blind, so he naturally knew. Thank you, master. Gentle didn't expect things to go so well, and at the critical moment, her master stepped in and gave her the dress. In her excitement, she directly kissed Zhang Yuanbai on the cheek. Feng Zhoutian shook his head straight from the side, thinking that although this dress looked good, it didn't suit him very well. She usually always wore red like a flaming phoenix, and white probably didn't suit her. Giving a disciple a 7th-order vestment, flowing cloud light veil, and receiving 100 times the feedback 100 pieces of flowing cloud light veil. When Zhang Yuanbai heard the system prompt, the corners of his mouth twitched as he thought to himself what he needed so much for. Zhou Tian, since I gave it to your senior sister, naturally I won't be biased. It's yours. Zhang Yuanbai took out another flowing cloud light veil and handed it to Feng Zhoutian. It's nice to change your style once in a while, and white suits you just fine. Feng Zhoutian froze. Wenro also froze, looking at the skirt in her hand and then looking at the one in her master's hand. It was exactly the same. Master clearly has so many, why do you want to buy them? Master's father is a big deal, gentle heart beautiful, lazy to think so much. Anyway, Master's father does what is right. Senior sister, let's go try. When Ro pulled Feng Zhoutian to the small room next to her, she thought in her heart, the senior sister wore all red every day and took all the limelight. Now that we all changed the same clothes, the master will surely be mesmerized. Senior sister, isn't this not good? Feng Zhoutian was a bit hesitant. Although she was happy in her heart, she was still a bit uncomfortable with the change of style all of a sudden. What's wrong with it? Master has said that white suits you too. Gentle also did not give her the opportunity to speak more, directly pulling her into the small room, followed by a rustling sound from inside. I do not know whether it was on purpose or accidentally made. Zhang Yuanbai had a bitter smile on his face and thought to himself, why are you guys changing your clothes as if you're fighting a war? The second item to be auctioned was an elixir. I heard that it could make a peak harmonization stage Big Brother hopefully break through to the Mahayana stage. The price went all the way up and Zhang Yuanbai auctioned it off without saying a word. He set a small goal for himself, the first 100 auction items he would take. When Ro and Feng Zhoutian hadn't come out after half a day of changing clothes inside, and Zhang Yuanbai didn't put too much stock in it, thinking that what else could go wrong with changing clothes. Congratulations to VIP booth number 1 for getting our 10th auction item, the Wind and Thunder Firebath Sword. At this time, everyone in the room stared at Zhang Yuanbai's private room with complaining eyes, thinking in their hearts that the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect was really rich. A peak master of an unnamed peak auctioned off 10 things in a row without even blinking. What are you buying so much stuff for? That's just not giving a damn about anyone else. If you're so rich, why don't you just buy the whole auction house? It's really infuriating. It's almost over and you're always getting involved. Once or twice, it's just a matter of time, but every time you do it, it's like you're trying to make people unhappy. Peak Master Zhang is so rich. I hope you'll still be this generous in the future. Someone in the other VIP box couldn't help but complain. Zhang Yuanbai smiled faintly and lazily. This kind of small character was not worth his worry. Humph! A cold snort rang out, and seeing Zhang Yuanbai ignoring himself, the man had the sense to shut his mouth. However, spending spirit stones like this, sooner or later one had to pay the price. After auctioning so many things, he didn't believe that Zhang Yuanbai would have much more spirit stones available behind him, and unless he emptied the Royal Heavenly Sword Sect's family fortune, it definitely wouldn't be enough to spend. Master, do you think we look good? When Ro finally pulled Feng Zhoutian out, and both women's faces were a bit uncomfortable. Zhang Yuanbai glanced at it and already understood most of it in his heart, especially since they also wore light makeup, and their already beautiful faces looked even more extraordinary with the light makeup. With the same clothes, Gentle wore the softness of a small family, while Feng Zhoutian wore a dignified and elegant temperament. The two were about the same size, and standing next to each other really made a difference. Chapter 22 Earthly Attributes. Good looking. Zhang Yuanbai nodded and admitted it without hiding it. It does look good. Who wouldn't be impressed by that? Then does Master think I'm good looking? Or does Senior Sister look good? A hint of cunning flashed in Gentle's eyes, and he threw out the puzzle without hesitation. Zhang Yuanbai also raised his head, and she, who was originally a little embarrassed because of the change of look, looked straight at Jiang Yuanbai at this time, waiting for him to give an answer. Women always love to compare, especially when two beautiful women get together. For some reason, she, who usually didn't care at all about other people's opinions, was actually particularly curious to know what she looked like in her master's mind right now. Oopsie daisy. Jiang Yuanbai's face became stiff for a moment. Who would have thought that Gentle would suddenly pull this stunt, directly blocking people into a corner? This is a real nervous sweat, guys. Seeing the serious eyes of these two girls. This is not a good question to fool. I'll offer 4 million spirit coins. Just arrived at the critical moment of the auction, Jiang Yuanbai felt like seeing the savior. Now even if it was a heavenly immortal standing in front of him, he was too lazy to take a look. His eyes were only left with the auction stuff. Congratulations to Senior, don't change the subject. Who looks better, me or Senior sister? Or, who do you like better? When Ro took a step closer, and Feng Jiutian followed closely. The eyes of the two were determined, and that strange rivalry between the girls flared up all at once. Just now there was harmony. How come it's now a coliseum? What did you do wrong? They say 3 women make a man. It's only 2. I can't imagine what will happen in the future when there are more disciples. It's just a matter of not taking it. But if he didn't take disciples, how would he go about his mighty power? Zoe Jotian. Both of you are the most beautiful in my eyes. Jiang Yuanbai gave a fair answer. So what if we have to split the difference? Gentle blinked her eyes and her little mouth curled up in a way that she wouldn't rest until she had an answer. Feng Jiutian didn't say anything more, only leaning her body forward a little. The meaning was clear. She was also eager to know the result. Alas, I have failed so miserably in my education. Jiang Yuanbai shook his head, thinking that these 2 disciples were really becoming more and more worrisome. When Ro's heart was bursting with joy, Master has chosen himself. Hasn't he? Definitely picked himself. She looked at Feng Jiutian proudly, her eyes full of pride, like a peacock with an open screen. Sure enough, in the heart of the Master's father himself, this senior sister had a higher status. Before she could say anything, Jiang Yuanbai made her understand what it meant to respect her teacher. With this move, the unlucky one was Lu Meier. Jiang Yuanbai struck without mercy. Feng Jiutian immediately straightened his back, his gaze fixed on the auction table as if what had just happened had never happened. 9 heavens! Master, disciple knows that I'm wrong. I'll never follow my senior sister around again. Feng Jiutian shivered. Although she was a female emperor, she still cared about face.
No, absolutely no, cham.
Your senior sister is a bit ignorant of the rules. You can shout the price for the next auction item. Don't worry about the spirit stones, just shout. Feng Jiutian nodded, not even daring to look at Jiang Yuanbai again. After resolving the troublesome matter, Jiang Yuanbai looked at Gentle, the corners of his mouth gently rising, bringing out a smirk. Oh Zoer, Master give you one more chance to think about what to say. Master, I'm right. Gentle's attitude remained resolute, and this time she was determined to go out on a limb. In that case, don't blame me. Jiang Yuanbai's eyes slowly became cold. Recognize it yet? Master, disciple is right. Gentle bit his lip, stubborn as hell, and although a bit cute, that would rather bend than break was simply at its peak. Jiang Yuanbai's heart is a little intolerant. After all, the master is like a father and mother. Beating the disciple is as painful as beating himself. However, this disciple is truly unrepentant. Zoe, recognize me? Master, disciple is right. Jiang Yuanbai shook his head and sighed. This disciple was simply too stubborn. It's almost like a favor. It wasn't like this before. Gentle is also the same. The body is soft and collapsed. Only the mouth is hard as hell. Just such a little thing. How can you refuse to bow down? This disciple, he's a pain in the ass. Time passed by, and Gentle suddenly fainted. Huh? What? Jiang Yuanbai was confused. Did he hit too hard? Why is he still dizzy? I'll take senior sister back to rest. There was a small room in the box. Jiang Yuanbai carried Gentle inside, gently put her down, covered her with a quilt, and then closed the door and left. Am I being too serious? This trick is only useful for a little girl like Lu Meier. How could someone with such a backbone like Wenro let me be intimidated by this little tactic of mine? In the final analysis, she's not the kind of girl that's easy to deal with. Phew! As soon as Jiang Yuanbai left, Wenro immediately opened her eyes and carefully glanced at the doorway, making sure that her master was far away before she let out a long sigh of relief. With her heart in turmoil, she could only let out a sigh in the end, simply pulling the quilt up to cover her head. It's not right, it's really wrong. When Ro lifted the quilt again and poked her head out, pondering in her heart. She is quite comfortable lying here, master and sister are outside. How can this work? Absolutely not. But it's not appropriate to go out now. It's just asking for trouble. But if I hadn't pretended to faint just now. Ugh, headache. Is sister okay? Feng Jiutian was a little nervous when he saw out master teacher. When one had fainted, would it be his turn next? Of course, she didn't dare to ask Zhang Yuanbai directly about this. It's okay. Just get some sleep. Zhang Yuanbai's expression was calm, and he couldn't see any emotions. It's too hard to be a master teacher, and each and every one of these disciples aren't letting people worry about them. For now, Feng Jiutian was quite reliable, only his mind hadn't completely settled down yet. Master, what are you looking at me like that for? Feng Jiutian's body trembled and quietly took a step back. That's a chilling retreat for you. Don't be like your senior sister. Zhang Yuanbai admonished. One sickly girl was enough to suffer. More was even more troublesome. He was taking precautions ahead of time to avoid messing things up. Don't worry, master. Feng Jiutian was a little more at ease, as long as the master does not target himself. But I don't know why, but I always feel empty in my heart. What is this feeling? She hummed softly and shook her head. Forget it, the stuff is too expensive to bother thinking about. 110 million spirit stones. Zhang Yuanbai bought another auction item, a demonic elixir of a transitional demon. It doesn't really have any special use, but he has plenty of money in his pocket. I can't use it, but I can't live without it. This is too much. Doesn't this abyssal master care? This is not an auction. It's simply Zhang Yuanbai's private specialty. Can no one really control it? The guys are getting numb, completely numb. 111 auction items. Zhang Yuanbai alone had grabbed 95 of them, and the spirit stones he had spent had exceeded 10 billion. Is this guy still human? A sect only earns more than 1 billion spirit stones a year, and he alone tops multiple sects. The Imperial Heavenly Sword sect might not have this much even if they emptied their family's pockets. The group's gazes toward Zhang Yuanbai changed. Where is this an ordinary person? This is clearly a walking treasure trove of wealth. Whoever can get their hands on him, the god of wealth, will be afraid of running out of resources in the future. No worries at all. Chapter 23, The Big Fish is Behind. The gazes of the crowd were as hot as fire, and even through the formation, Zhang Yuanbai could feel it and couldn't help but tremble. You say it's okay for girls to look like this, but between men, it's not like they're getting laid who can stand to stare like this. Those chirping complaints Zhang Yuanbai heard clearly, but he didn't take them seriously at all. He loved to see these people hate and feel helpless against him. Get lost, freak, dead freak, little lowly fan. I didn't expect this guy to be so rich. If I had known, I should have let him pull out more spirit stones. I'm losing money. I'm losing money to the point that I don't even recognize my grandma. The stealthy Lu Mayer muttered while calculating. Anyway, now using a false identity, she was not nervous at all, cursing one thing after another. If Zhang Yuanbai was next to her, she would have had no problem going up and moving her hands and feet to give him a taste of the sinister taste of the human heart. By the way, old man, exploding spirit stones. Gentlemen, I know you're in a hurry, but please hold your horses. Zhang Yuanbai's words echoed in the auction house, and those complaints immediately quieted down. The group had been cursing for half a day, but Zhang Yuanbai hadn't responded, and now that he had opened his mouth, everyone wanted to know what he wanted to say. I'm not the kind of person to spoil the fun. The first 100 pieces, I'll take all of them, and leave the remaining 10 for you guys. Okay? Grass. Rich as hell. We can't thank you enough. The group nearly rolled their eyes over their heads, hearing it and feeling as if it hadn't been said. Thanks to him, we have 10 left, right? In 2 short sentences, the crowd fell silent, not wanting to say another word. After 4 more auction items, someone bid, presumably a trust, and Zhang Yuanbai got it smoothly. Soon the finale was unveiled. It was an ancient scroll with a mysterious and eerie aura emanating from it. As soon as the scroll was brought out, many people stood up, their eyes shining with anticipation. I'm sure you all know what this is. The girl was waving a scroll in her hand, and since this thing made it to the finale, it must not be an unusual item. Not bad. This is the map of the brand new secret realm. The girl shook the scroll in her hand. All of you should know the value of the secret realm. Secret realm, some are born, some are man-made. Whether a sect was strong or not also had something to do with the secret realm. Although the secret realm was dangerous, There were many treasures inside. The location of this secret realm is quite remote. That abyssal master didn't even look at it. So he put it up for sale, starting at 100 million spirit stones. 100 million spirit stones is enough to scare away 80% of the people. If you can control a secret realm, then the development of the sect will not have to worry $100 million of investment, a steady profit. Even if it was the worst secret realm, the price was worth it. I'll give you 200 million, 300 million, 1 billion. The news of this last treasure has been spreading for a long time. A lot of sects are rushing to it. Those things in front of it casually buy, forget it. As long as you can get the secret map, nothing else is important. The price quickly shot up to $5 billion. The only ones who could continue to shout out prices now were those holy lands or megapowers left. It took a power of this level to shell out so many spirit stones. Although spirit stones were precious, they were actually the easiest to earn, and it was the resources that were truly crucial. 10 billion. Zhang Yuanbai directly doubled and raised the stakes. 101 billion. 11 billion. No procrastination, just crushing the opposition. Zhang Yuanbai had a calm face. Comparing spirit stones? The combined family wealth of the 10 great sacred lands wasn't enough for him to spend. Peak Master Zhang, your Royal Sky Sword sect shouldn't be too far behind this secret realm. Someone couldn't help but interject. Who would mind more secret places? In the end, Zhang Yuanbai auctioned off the secret map with 15 billion spirit stones. The secret realm map was handed over to Zhang Yuanbai, who casually threw out a storage ring filled with spirit stones. A whole $15 billion, so bright that it stung the eyes. Zhang Yuanbai unfolded the secret map. The diagram is a jumble of lines, dots connecting to lines pointing into the distance. Holding the secret map, it felt as if an unseen force was showing the way. This place, it looks like it's in the Falling Phoenix Sea region of my Divine Radiance dynasty. Feng Jutian took a closer glance. Seeing Zhang Yuanbai look over, she continued, "This is the Falling Phoenix mountain range of my Divine Radiance dynasty, and legend has it that 2 fiery phoenixes fell, one in the mountains and one in the sea, but no one has ever proved it. Until I discovered the secret realm in the Falling Phoenix mountain range and found the phoenix essence blood from within." Feng Jutian told everything he knew. The current Falling Phoenix mountain range secret realm is still the root of our Divine Radiance dynasty. Speaking here, Feng Jutian's eyes flashed with pain. How could she not expect that she would be betrayed by her closest people? "Don't worry, we have us covered." Zhang Yuanbai gently rubbed Feng Jutian's head. She normally would have avoided it, but today she especially liked this feeling. This map, perhaps it's the lair of that phoenix in the Falling Phoenix Sea. Feng Jutian offered his thoughts. "Master, what are you doing?" The door of the small room was suddenly pushed open, and Gentle saw that Senior and Junior Sister were leaning together, especially since Senior was touching Junior Sister's head, and Junior Sister actually didn't dodge it. It's a little weird. It's too weird. How did the two of them get to this point in their relationship during the time that he had been lying around rambling? The house is empty. Stolen. Eldest sister, Senior Master and I are studying the secret places on the map. Seeing Wenro walking out, Feng Jutian subconsciously moved to the side, away from his master. I don't know why, but I actually felt caught inside. Blah, blah, blah. Master and I are innocent. We've done nothing. Why are we hiding? It's not like I'm admitting it. Is that so? Wenro was filled with skepticism, completely disbelieving. Her master teacher was so powerful that he came so close just to discuss the map. She took a few steps closer and saw the map spread out in her master's hand, which convinced her that Feng Jiotian was telling the truth, and her face immediately changed. Junior Sister, Master, what are you guys looking at? A woman's mind is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It is hard to figure out. Their expressions are just like when they are on their period. You can't guess what will happen next. You just know that if you mess with them at this time, you will definitely be slapped. Feng Jutian told Gentle the whole story and Gentle nodded. Her master's father was really powerful. One person had auctioned off all 100 auction items. Such a thing was simply unheard of. In the latter 10 auctions, Zhang Yuanbai didn't participate, and those who continued to bid were finally a bit more involved. Not afraid of 10,000, but afraid of the unexpected. If Zhang Yuanbai suddenly went crazy and continued to strike without giving them a single chance, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. And the stuff in the back isn't easy, it's all 9th order goodies. Not to mention that most of them were in the harmonization realm and Mahayana realm. Even if an old demon from the transitional succession stage came, it was probably not going to sit idly by. Pretend what you're pretending. Something about only looking at the first 100 pieces. This is spending all the spirit stones and can't afford to buy the stuff in the back, right? They had already finished making up Jiang Yuanbai's story in their hearts. And many of them felt that Jiang Yuanbai was just a little cutie, spending so many spirit stones to buy something insignificant. Isn't it obvious that the further back you go, the better it gets? Jiang Yuanbai was now like a watcher, holding spiritual tea in his hand, his shoulders letting Feng Jiutian pinch them, his legs letting one pound them, and how pleasant his days were. Chapter 24. All scared. He felt satisfied as he listened to the people below him arguing. Bunch of clowns. You can't lose any of the gold coins I popped out. The auction price of the 10 items wasn't cheap. Jiang Yuanbai didn't suffer a loss. Instead, he made a profit. It's a waste to keep things that don't work. Zhou Tian, since you're familiar with this map, keep it. Master, this is just my guess. It might not be the Phoenix's lair yet. It's okay. Keep it for fun. Jiang Yuanbai waved his hand. The secret realm map that the crowd had snatched up was just like waste paper in his eyes, and he casually threw it away. Giving away the Phoenix Disciple's secret map triggers a 1,000-fold return of the Immortal's secret map. Master. Feng Jiutian was somewhat touched. The secret realm map that those forces out there had fought their way to the top and hadn't even managed to get, and the master teacher just casually gave it to himself like this? What can you really do on your own? Senior sister, stop it. Not to mention that Phoenix Mystic Realm diagram, even the Immortal Mystic Realm diagram that senior sister gave me, I can't muster up the energy. Master, why are you staring at me like that? When her gentle eyes met Jiang Yuanbai's, she felt as if she had been seen through. She muttered in her mind, did I do something wrong? I didn't do anything, I just blurted it out. What's going on here? Since you're so interested in the Immortal Mystery Map, I'll give it to you. Jiang Yuanbai casually handed over a crumpled scroll that looked like he had picked it up from some corner. Gentle took the scroll and didn't doubt the authenticity at all. She gently opened the scroll, and instantly a powerful force met her face, as if a god from the 9 heavens was looking down on her. Her legs weakened involuntarily and she almost fell to her knees. She tried hard to steady herself, but it was completely useless. Humph! Jiang Yuanbai let out a cold snort, and all the pressure instantly disappeared, leaving only the fine sweat seeping from his gentle forehead. Master, it's better to return this Immortal Mystic Realm diagram to you. I can't manage it right now. Gentle awkwardly handed the scroll back, his tone tinged with curtness. In her heart, she thought to herself, she's really getting a little carried away. Master is even willing to give me the Immortal Mystery Map. He's really too good to me. Feng Jiutian, who was standing at the side, was also stunned. She had only glanced at it just now, and felt her mind being attracted to that pressure, unable to break free at all. One must know that her soul had already reached the strength of an ordinary transition realm, but she was still being suppressed. This scroll was definitely a genuine Immortal Mystery Map, and it was still an extraordinary kind. She sighed in her heart. Her master teacher was full of mystery from the first time they met, and even though he was only the peak master, he was refreshing her perceptions every time. Perhaps the best thing she had done in her life was to meet her master. Her mind quietly changed. Originally, she felt that she was most fortunate to have met a genius like Xiao Yan. But now, she realized that meeting Jiang Yuanbai was the most fortunate thing in her life. The man was so mysterious, and she desperately wanted to know his secrets. What? The secret realm of immortals scared you guys? A little. Jiang Yuanbai flung his sleeve, his tone calm but with a bit of arrogance. We immortal cultivators are supposed to act against the heavens. We are not even afraid of the heavens. What is a mere immortal? Immortals are just in a higher realm. Nothing else is special. That sounds arrogant as hell. Who doesn't want to cultivate immortality? Who doesn't want to live forever? But Jiang Yuanbai talks about immortals as easily as he talks about street vendors. Disobedience to the mandate of heaven. As soon as Wen-Ro heard this, her eyes lit up and her heart was clear. Right, we are practicing against God. We even did something like riding a horse and stepping on our ancestors. Why should we be afraid of the immortals? She re-unrolled the scroll and stood straight, her gaze resolute, no longer overwhelmed by any aura. My heart is free and easy. A mere immortal can be destroyed with a wave of my hand. Feng Jiutian also felt that he had just thought out of line. He had dared to go against the heavens himself, and he was still wincing. What a wimp. Thanks for the guidance, master. Feng Jiutian bowed respectfully, admiring from the bottom of his heart. There had been a lump in her mind, a hesitation, and now that lump was completely unraveled. Now she was so powerful it was scary. The auction ended with both sides satisfied. Although Zhang Yuanbai had made quite a scene at the beginning, he had later done what he said he would do, and the various forces that had bought the goods had returned full of money. Zhang Yuanbai's matter quickly spread, and the entire heavenly abyss was shocked. A lot of people think it's like a dream. Can't be true. It was understandable that the Imperial Sky Sword sect had such a skill by pouring the entire clan into it. A peak master of a nameless peak is so rich? Wouldn't that Imperial Sky Sword sect be too terrifying? No wonder everyone didn't believe it. Even the people from the Imperial Sky Sword sect were confused. Was this still the Zhang Yuanbai they knew? One move to fame and direct invincibility? One man said so, and they didn't believe it. Two people say that, and they still don't believe it. But the people who came out of the auction all said that, and that has to be believed. Not only that, but a lot of people are already stupid. What a surprise! If you had said you wanted these earlier, wouldn't I have just packed them up for you? At the back of the auction house, Zhang Yuanbai went to find Yi Ningxuan again. That would be boring. Zhang Yuanbai crossed his legs, treating this place as casually as if it were his own home. Totally confused about what you're thinking. This is what you want, that's all for now. The ones after that will be sent to Nameless Peak. Yi Ningxuan handed over the nascent soul ring. Zhang Yuanbai took it without even looking at it, absolutely trusting Yi Ningxuan. Since there's nothing else, I'll return to the clan. Calculating the time, the sect's apprentice acceptance ceremony was coming up, so it was just the right time to go back. Ordinary people are sinless, but with treasures they suffer instead. You are now the meat and potatoes in everyone's eyes. Do you want me to send you a section? The price is reasonable. Yi Ningxuan's eyebrows were smiling as if she was joking. As long as Zhang Yuanbai asked, she would definitely help. No need. It's none of my business if these people want to die. Zhang Yuanbai shrugged his shoulders. These people were at most in the transitional realm. He wasn't worried at all. This heavenly and earthly fearlessness of his maid Yi Ningxuan couldn't help but look at him a few more times. I left a diversion in your communication jade earlier, so if you can't fight, call me. Yi Ningxuan didn't say any more and watched Zhang Yuanbai slowly walk out with a light smile on her lips. Interesting, too interesting. The cultivation world had been too peaceful for too long. It really needed something new. Master, I think someone is following us. The three of them attracted a lot of attention at once as they walked towards the city gates, and those gazes were fiery and full of desire. The greatest number of people in Tianyuan City were desperate outlaws who were forced to flee and ended up hiding in Tianyuan City, barely alive. As long as they paid a little bit of money, they would be able to get protection from the Abyss Lord. It's become a paradise for the bad guys. Just like Yi Ningyuan said, ordinary people had no sin, but possessing treasures was dangerous. These people were usually playing with their lives, and now that they saw such a great benefit, who could not be moved? As long as they captured Zhang Yuanbai, slowly developed and eventually ascended to immortality, wouldn't life be beautiful? The mortal world has nothing to do with them anymore. Ascension to immortality is just around the corner. As long as this vote is successful, there is no need to worry about resources in the future. It's fine, let them go. In Heavenly Abyss City, no one should dare to go against the Abyss Lord. If you have money, you have to take risks, brothers, just finish them off and then hurry up and run. Our blessing is at this time. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out from both sides of the street, too fast to call for a reaction. Chapter 25: The Might of a Sword. Everyone didn't expect that these people would be so ruthless and actually dare to strike in the Heavenly Abyss City. They simply don't want to die. 4 from the Mahayana realm and 11 from the harmonization realm. Zhang Yuanbai could tell their cultivation levels at a glance. Outside, these people were enough to establish a sect, but now they had become outlaws and had even targeted themselves. What a bunch of know-nothings. There was no need to do anything about them in Heavenly Abyss City at all. A sword light flew down from the sky with a bit of radiance, breaking the barrier of space in an instant. Before these people could even get close to Zhang Yuanbai, their throats were already penetrated and their souls disappeared. Landing on the ground in the flesh, these men didn't know how they were gone until they died. Hiss! The surrounding people all drew in a breath of cool air. This was a Mahayana-level powerhouse and a harmonization-level expert. Wherever they were placed, they were all respected figures, but now they were casually killed like slaughtering chickens. My rules? Have you forgotten them? Cold sweat ran down the faces of the people, and their backs were all wet. Seeing these people make a move, many people were also ready to strike, fearing that they would be slower than others. Now everyone was thankful that they were slow, or else they wouldn't know how to die. The might of the profound Lord instantly silenced these people. If they couldn't make a move in the city, then they could only go outside the city. Although the profound Lord didn't explicitly say shelter, he also tacitly agreed that they could strike outside the city. Hey, kid. Let me see what kind of cards you have. In the backyard of the auction house, Yi Ningxuan's eyes pierced through 1,000 mountains and everything. Next to her, a small sword floated, emitting a buzzing sound as if it was cheering. All right, take it easy. Go around Tianyuan City by yourself. Jiang Yuanbai gently patted the little sword, which immediately understood the meaning, and excitedly shuttled between spaces, fearing that the person in front of him would backtrack. Poor people, really poor people. Jiang Yuanbai nonchalantly rummaged through the storage equipment in front of everyone. The owner was already dead, and he opened them with ease. Too poor. Poor as hell. This made people wonder, do these really look like the family belongings that a strong person of the harmonization realm or the Mahayana realm should have? Any random transformation god realm was much broader than them, right? No wonder they risked roughing it in the city. They were really poor. The surrounding guys were dumbfounded. You have too much guts. You even dare to lay your hands on the Abyssal Lord's things. Who doesn't know that the things left behind by the people who did it in the city have to be handed over to the Abyssal Lord as a rule? Could it be that we had a misunderstanding before? Lord Abyss never had that intention from start to finish. It was purely our own blind guess. One person stared at the one in front of him, which was dropped by Jiang Yuanbai. His cultivation was average only at the Yuaning realm. And the guy on the other side was in the harmonization realm. He swallowed. Seeing that no one was looking, he raised his hand and the storage ring in the other's hand had already reached him. It took a moment for the surrounding ones to react and pound their chests. The stuff was already his and it would be rude to fight over it. Boo! A frightening pressure descended, and the guy instantly turned into powder, too dead to die. Fortunately, greed is so horrible. The group silently celebrated. Just now, he regretted it to death, but now he started to gloat. It's better to die a peer than to be unlucky. People are so realistic. At the same time, the treatment of Jiang Yuanbai's trio had caused many people to withdraw. Don't look at the fact that the Abyssal Master didn't say anything, but when the time comes, the Abyssal Master will come to liquidate them just after they have made their move. It's not like you see. And live with it. Let's see it first. Go! Jiang Yuanbai led the two girls forward, while already having a backup plan in place. At the entrance of Tianyuan City, the 10th elder walked out of the void with an arrogant aura as if he was facing a strong enemy. Originally, when the patriarch had sent him to protect Jiang Yuanbai, he had thought that it was superfluous. Who dared to lay hands on the people of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect? Wouldn't they be living beyond their means? I didn't expect that there would be a Mahayana powerhouse turning on him as soon as he arrived, and when he stepped in to suppress those minor characters, he thought it was just a false alarm. Now, seeing a group of silhouettes hiding in the void, he was alert, but not completely disorganized. 10th Elder. As to be so nervous, relax. Under the gaze of the divine eye, it was as if the person hiding in the void was naked, and was immediately seen through. Close to 30 Mahayana powerhouses, such a team was enough to exterminate a second-rate sect. Usually low-key, it is estimated that it is the Tianyuan such a sinful place to gather so many vicious guys. Nervous? You ask me why I'm nervous. The 10th Elder's forehead is sweating. You really have a big heart. Let's go back to the clan. What else could he say but to take Jiang Yuanbai back first? Next time you make such a big commotion, remember to tell me in advance. You make such a big scene so quietly, my old bones can't hold up. The 9-headed Jiao was summoned, and the 9 Jiao dragons roared as they carried the 4 of them through the waves. The people ambushed around them didn't do anything right away, but secretly followed behind, looking for the best opportunity. As long as they hadn't gotten out of the heavenly abyss Rift Valley, the situation still had a chance to turn around. Who knows if Lord Abyss will suddenly intervene? It was only after crossing this heavenly abyss Rift Valley that they would be considered completely safe. Little Jiang Yuanbai, if we really get into a fight later on, no matter what life-preserving tricks you have, use them all. I've already reported to the sect. The Supreme Elder will be here soon, so let's just hold on for a little while longer. The 10th Elder whispered to the 3 of them that at first, Gentle and Feng Jiuqian didn't think it was that serious, and it wasn't until now that they realized that they had indeed been too open about it. Things don't just show. Just a little bit of showing off the home base is enough to make other people's eyes glaze over. Take it easy. Zhang Yuanbai came to this world for so long. All kinds of resources have long taken the hand soft. The ability is no longer big. There is no place to show. He himself feel quite bored. It's a waste of so many resources not to spend some money. 10th Elder. This is for you. It will make you a little stronger. Zhang Yuanbai threw a storage ring to the 10th Elder. The people of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect had treated him pretty well and didn't engage in any of that collusion, so since the other party had helped him, it was only right to send some resources. You kid. I'm an old bone, what are you talking about? Good boy. But I didn't say that out loud. The 10th Elder swallowed back the latter words, admitting that he had just spoken a little too loudly. He cultivated the Imperial Heavenly Sword formation, and if he wanted to exert his full power, he would have to rely on a high-level flying sword. Currently, his Imperial Heavenly Sword formation relied mainly on a 9th grade inferior spirit sword, and the remaining 9 were all 8th grade spirit swords. That storage ring given by Zhang Yuanbai contained 10 9th grade top grade spirit swords, as well as a Tongtian sword seal. In order to break through to the transition realm, one had to comprehend a trace of the power of the laws, and that heavenly sword seal contained all the insights of a sword Dao transition master. As long as he mastered this, he would have no problem becoming a transitional powerhouse. I still like you as stubborn and defiant as you are. Good boy. You made me miss you. So rich. At first I thought these people were bragging. The 10th Elder laughed a little, and his face suddenly became serious as the 10 flying swords rotated around him with sword whistles. In an instant, a huge sword hung in the sky and the clouds were split apart. Chapter 26 Together. The Imperial Heavenly Sword Formation, one of the 10 great techniques of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect, was infinitely powerful. The huge sword fell, cutting the surrounding void and revealing the person hiding in the shadows. Gentlemen, you have been given a choice, withdraw or die. The 10th Elder originally looked scruffy and casual, but at this time, his feet stepped on the void, as if he was an immortal who descended from the sky. You guys go ahead.
Okowo.
That 9-headed scaly dragon roared and prepared to escape, but Zhang Yuanbai was in no hurry at all. To be a top 10 elder of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect, it wasn't enough to rely on a cultivation at the peak of the Mahayana, one also had to be able to sweep away opponents at the same level. In the circle of peak Mahayana, the 10th elder was firmly in the 10th place. With the greatness of the Imperial Heavenly Sword formation, blocking these people was completely justifiable. Brother, I just want money. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't be too hard-headed. Those 30-odd people struck out together, wanting to catch Zhang Yuanbai and the 4 of them in one breath. Just as they made their move, they were spotted by the 10th elder, who made them back off with a single move, causing them to be furious in their hearts. The reputation of the 10 elders of the Imperial Sky Sword Sect was not a false one, and they had to deal with it carefully. You guys, do you have this ability? The 10th elder was merciful to his own family members like an amiable old grandfather, but to outsiders, he would just say kill. Since these people didn't want to leave, he didn't bother to be polite. The 10 swords fired, space was directly sealed. Thousands of sword shadows emerged and began to chop and slash indiscriminately. In this sword formation, he was the boss. Let's go together and finish off this troublesome fellow before going after that brat. Before the reinforcements from the Imperial Sky Sword Sect arrive, we have to move quickly. A peak Mahayana expert led the way, taking out a blackened lance as a black dragon roared and charged through the incoming sword shadows. Black Dragon Venerable. So it's you, the Black Dragon Venerable who has been missing for 10,000 years. Seeing this person strike, the eyes of the other experts lit up. Venerable Black Dragon was a super genius 10,000 years ago, famous on the Tianxian continent rankings, and after being silent for so many years, his strength must be unparalleled. Together, everyone responded in unison. Humph. The 10th elder sneered, so what if the Black Dragon exalted one? He only needed to wear out these people. Heh. How come I don't get my share of this kind of good thing? Demonic chi rushed into the sky. The sword formation was torn apart, and a terrifying great demon appeared, coldly looking at the 10th elder. He was holding a ghost head flag in his hand, and countless evil ghosts were circling inside, screaming miserably. Ghost-faced old devil. Seeing the visitor, everyone was scared to death. This was a famous peak Mahayana powerhouse. The reputation of the ghost head streamer terrified many people. There were countless living beings imprisoned inside, and the main soul was even the residual soul of a certain transitional soul powerhouse, which was incomparably powerful. The old devils are here. How can I be missing? A vermilion bird roared, flames covered the sky, and a demonic woman sat on the fire bird, her whole body raging with flames. Venerable 10,000 flames. The 10th elder knew that Jiang Yuanbai would attract many experts, but he did not expect so many. These three, singly he is not afraid, 2 or 3 can still be dealt with, 3, he buggered off. Not to mention that there are more than 30 experts of the Mahayana realm present. He is very powerful, but not powerful to that point. I didn't expect 3 big shots to come at once. The powerhouses at the peak of the Mahayana that can be called honored are all the topmost talents of the same era, and one Jiang Yuanbai actually summoned 3 big shots. LOL, that's awesome, that's awesome. Good boy, I didn't expect the flying sword you gave me to really come in handy, what a calculation. The 10th elder no longer hesitated, facing 3 seal exalted level Mahayana powerhouses. He knew that he was no match. Now it's just a matter of finding a way to stall.
Impérial avant li sword formation, burial sword.
Since he was prepared, he didn't hesitate to use the strongest move of the Imperial Heavenly Sword formation, the Burial Sword. Hurt yourself as well as your enemies. No good, he's going to detonate the spell. Damn it, so decisive 9 8th order extreme spirit weapons, and a 9th order spirit sword. How much must this be worth? Isn't the Imperial Sky Sword sect too rich? A large group of Mahayana powerhouses were so distressed that they couldn't breathe. Even the 3 venerable masters changed their faces. They had heard about the power of the burial sword a long time ago. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying sounds rose and fell, and even the land of the heavenly abyss tens of thousands of miles away could hear these explosions. Everyone was scared out of their wits. I want to go and watch the fun, but I don't dare to get too close for fear of being accidentally implicated. Yo, little brother, are you running out of killer tricks? Yining Xuan muttered in a small voice, but her face was still the same relaxed and easygoing look, as if she was waiting for a good show at any time. 10th elder. Fast enough. There was a shake in space, and the 10th elder stood on the 9 dragons. It was already a bit scruffy, but now it was even more of a mess, covered in dust and simply miserable. You guys, you're all about sneering 3 Seal Zun Mahayana experts. I can't single-handedly take on more than 30 even if I'm more powerful. The 10th elder was so angry that he stomped his feet. This little brat's speech really makes people on fire. Don't say it, it's annoying to hear it. Aren't you invincible? Who told you that? Who can say invincible? Only I. The 10th elder's face sank. Oh no. How did you know about those black histories of your own? Feng Jiutian and Wenro looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were full of hopelessness. Master Teacher was really naughty. Luckily there are only 3 Seal Zun Mahayana. Relying on the burial sword we can still barely hold them off for a while. Luckily there aren't any transitional level bigwigs. Hey. I was just passing by and I didn't expect to meet such a big treasure. A chain flew out from space and wrapped around the 9-headed augur dragon, firmly securing it. An old man stepped out from the void, and space trembled slightly along with him, the terrifying aura pressing down on people who could barely breathe. The transition realm. Jiang Yuanbai, Wenro, and Feng Jiutian's gazes were all focused on the 10th elder. Do you believe me when I say this was purely accidental? The 10th elder panicked. How did he not know that he actually had the potential to be such a crow's mouth? It's almost as if he's going to fall on his knees and admit he's wrong just as soon as the words come out of his mouth.
Seal heavenly demon emperor.
I advise you to hurry up and leave my Imperial Sky Sword Sect's territory now, and you can still salvage some ground, or else you're bound to die today. The 10th elder spoke out the identity of the other party. Jiang Yuanbai had also heard of the Seal Heavenly Demon Emperor. That was a devil ancestor at the transitional stage, specializing in sealing spells and calling himself Seal Heavenly, thus earning this name. When this guy did a lot of bad things, he was chopped off half of his soul by the old patriarch of the Imperial Sky Sword sect and escaped with serious injuries, but I didn't expect to run into him here today. Humph. Just the few of you? A hint of sinister cruelty flashed in the eyes of the heaven-sealing demon emperor. Did he really think that he was a soft persimmon that could be bullied? The chains clattered and twined towards the 4. 2 divine bodies, an elder, and a peak master. If we keep on losing like this, I'm afraid the Imperial Sky Sword sect won't be able to hold out. You dare to try your hand? The 10th elder immediately mobilized his entire body's aura. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. The backlash from the previous burial sword could no longer be controlled. This was the rhythm of fighting for his life. Take it easy. Jiang Yuanbai took out a talisman and ignited it. and a golden shield immediately covered everyone. 9th ranked Golden Dragon Talisman. It seems that your identity is not ordinary. The heaven-sealing demon emperor carefully sized up Zhang Yuanbai for a few moments before letting out a loud laugh. God has been good to me, I can still pick up such a great bargain, so what if it's a 9th ranked talisman? It won't last more than a few seconds, after a few seconds you guys will be finished just the same. Then keep trying. 10th Elder, watch the use of time. Zhang Yuanbai directly flung out a bunch of golden dragon talismans to the 10th Elder, displaying a couldn't care less attitude. Resources? You'll be exhausted. Chapter 27. It's so hard to understand. Master, I have a trick here that will knock him flat. Feng Juqian said quietly. Her soul cultivation was also at the transitional juncture level. If she used her soul secret method 9 times out of 10, she would be able to make her opponent suffer. It was just that the cost of doing so was that it was quite laborious to recover, and this was precisely the reason why her crippled soul needed Xiaoyan's support. You don't have to be so hard on yourself. A girl's gotta love herself. All right, listen to Master. Feng Juqian obediently nodded her head. As long as Zhang Yuanbai gave an order, even if it hurt her soul, she would have no choice but to use this trick. Get him, get him, get him, get him, I have to get him. Gentle's eyes became hollow and his mouth muttered, and Zhang Yuanbai and the three of them heard it clearly. Something was clearly wrong with the state of gentleness at this point. Zoe, what's wrong with you? Looking at Gentle in this state, Zhang Yuanbai felt a pang of pain in his heart and hurriedly held her in his arms. There's the master. There's the master. Master, it's him. He's the one who killed my loved ones. Gentle eyes were filled with hatred at the moment. Those things that she didn't want to remember surfaced one by one. The moment she was held by Zhang Yuanbai, the light in her eyes condensed, but it was a blood red. Yeah. Zhang Yuanbai's eyes were icy cold. This little girl had been hiding a secret. He had noticed it long ago, and now he was even more aware of it. Then Master help you clean him up. Zhang Yuanbai gently patted Gentle's little head, his eyes full of favor, then stood up. The heaven-sealing demon emperor, right? Zhang Yuanbai crushed a jade slip, and instantly, brilliant light shot out, and a sword chi pierced through the heavens and earth, carrying an unrivaled power straight towards the heaven-sealing demon emperor. The sky is breaking up and space is shattering. It all came to naught in that one blow. This strike was extraordinary. This is the means of an immortal? Impossible, never. Seal Heavenly Demon Monarch's face instantly turned pale, turning around and trying to slip away, but it was as if that power was staring at him. There was no escape. Until his deathbed, he didn't understand how he hung himself. Where did the other party get such a powerful card? Can't we talk things over? You leave a hand. I also leave a life. We cannot worry about each other. How good? Unfortunately, no one told him the truth. Now he's even lost his soul. He's dead as a doornail. Come on, it's okay. It's gone. Zhang Yuanbai gently caressed Gentle's head and straightened her hair. Of course his own disciple had to be loved by himself. As for such foolishness as leaving the other party alive, it was better to be spared. He is not a little cutie. He is not a little cutie. Why do this kind of unnecessary things? Just get rid of it and forget about it so as not to leave any future problems. The 10th Elder looked dumbfounded. The crack in the sky that was torn open was like an abyssal maw. The immortal power was monstrous, and the spatial rift couldn't be closed for a moment. Is this the strength of an immortal? Although that light didn't come towards himself, the aftershocks alone made him feel the aura of death. Luckily, Zhang Yuanbai was one of his own. If he was an enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. No wonder this kid has been so calm. So there is such a big dependence behind him. It's not quite right. He's so dry. Does he have another card? Yining Xuan retracted her gaze. Zhang Yuanbai had so casually made an immortal strike. It really took her by surprise. There must be quite a few skills hidden in this guy that made her tremble with fear. Oops. Really underestimated him. Master, thank you. The nightmare dissipated and her gentle eyes filled with tenderness again. She realized that she was becoming more and more inseparable from her master teacher. Speaking of which, she had belonged to master teacher since the first time he appeared in front of her. Those little thoughts in the bottom of her eyes popped up again, and Zhang Yuanbai immediately felt the aura of danger coming back. Hehehehe, old guys. It took a long time to find you. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant that you haven't escaped yet. More than 30 figures suddenly appeared, all of them in a sorry state, their eyes filled with murderous aura. The 10th Elder's burial sword had directly taken away several of them, and the rest were more or less injured, all of them now gritting their teeth, itching to tear their opponents into pieces. I was going to run, but now, well, there's no need to run. The 10th elder looks relaxed. These people obviously haven't realized how serious things are. Humph! How dare you touch my disciples on my royal sky sword sect's territory? How do you want to die? The space was shattered by a punch, and dozens of figures came out from it, surrounding the 30 or so people. All of them are experts in the transition realm. Venerable Black Dragon's face immediately became as black as the bottom of a pot. How could this be possible? The Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect was so far away from here. Even if they were experts at the transitional level, there was no reason for them to arrive so quickly. It was obviously planned. We've been lied to. The Supreme Elders have finally arrived. The 10th Elder breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that he would have to wait for a while, but he didn't realize that they were much faster than he had expected. Yuan Bai, you guys leave first, and leave the rest to us old guys. The faces of the dozen or so Taishang elders were covered by a layer of hazy power, but Zhang Yuanbai was still able to make out their appearance with his divine eyes 8 middle-aged men and 5 middle-aged beauties. These people were all the top geniuses of the previous generation of the Imperial Sky Sword Sect, and now they had become Supreme Elders. You can't even imagine how deep the depths of a holy land are. The Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect ostensibly had enough transitional powerhouses. As for how many more there were in the shadows, no one knew. Then we will withdraw and wait for your news. The 9-headed dragon roared, and Zhang Yuanbai didn't want to get involved in this trouble. Gentlemen, please be on your way. A dozen or so Taishang elders made their moves at the same time, instantly shattering the enemy's flesh, annihilating their souls, and not even sparing their blood, truly pulverizing their bodies. These people all had bitterness on their faces before they died. What merit did they have to make so many transitional level powerhouses join forces against them? It wasn't worth it at all. Unfortunately, they no longer had a chance to speak. This kid, Yuan Bai, has brought us a big surprise. The dozen or so Supreme Elders looked at the gradually healing void cracks and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Even though they didn't directly face that power, they felt the horror of it. It had cost them a lot to get there so quickly, but it had been well worth the price. The mere hint of immortal chi that was left had benefited them greatly. They hurriedly quieted their minds to carefully experience it. The immortal aura had not completely disappeared yet, so they might be able to realize something from it. I was a free spirit when I was young, but I'm nothing compared to you. The 10th Elder grinned, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth. His eyes filled with admiration. There were more than 30 experts from the Mahayana realm and one from the transition realm. It was fine for Zhang Yuanbai to be in the Mahayana realm, but he was only in the early outbreeding stage. Wait a minute, it seems like this guy had only just transformed into a god when he left the house, right? Chapter 28, The Road to Everywhere. The 10th Elder was a bit confused. Zhang Yuanbai's realm was changing day by day, causing him to wonder if his eyes were spent. Not bad. Third in the world. Don't get too enamored with me. I'm just a legend. Zhang Yuanbai said easily, his eyes calm, as if the thrill just now was nothing more than an everyday trifle, not worth mentioning at all. The young man is indeed quite proud. A dozen or so Taishang elders suddenly appeared on the augur dragon's back, and although their auras had been completely restrained, the 9-headed augur dragon still couldn't help but tremble gently. Transition realm. That was a strong person who had experienced the landmine calamity in this heaven, and there was no longer any mundane aura in his body, and the difference between him and an ordinary cultivator was unimaginably large. True dragons wouldn't be afraid. However, the bloodline of the 9-headed augur dragon was still a bit thin after all, and it was inevitably a bit intimidating. Yuanbai pays his respects to the Supreme Elder. Zhang Yuanbai didn't recognize a single one of these people, and these Supreme Elders were either in seclusion or on their way to seclusion on weekdays. At their level, they were basically in seclusion to comprehend the power of the laws and follow their own path. Only then could one reach the realm of transitional perfection and thus impact that supreme immortal Tao. No need for formalities, good boy, you have brought us many surprises. That haze on the faces of the people disappeared, revealing their true appearance, and they talked and laughed with Zhang Yuanbai in a cordial manner. If they hadn't revealed their aura, who would have thought that they were experts of the transition realm? Thanks to the assistance of the Supreme Elders, the late generation is really unable to return the favor. These enlightenment tea leaves, the elders can use them to make tea to drink. Zhang Yuanbai gave each of them a can of tea, and looking at the portion, there was at least a kilogram.
Gnosis tea.
The hands of the dozen or so supreme elders all shook slightly. Seeing Zhang Yuanbai giving something away, they hadn't taken it too seriously originally. When the younger generation gave gifts to the elders, they had prepared themselves long ago to praise Zhang Yuanbai a few times no matter what he sent. Gifts are light. Zhang Yuanbai was sentimental and righteous, which was good for the Imperial Sky Sword sect. The development of the sect needs such talents. So much enlightenment tea? One of the supreme elders was a bit disbelieving. The enlightenment tea could allow one to quickly comprehend one's own Tao, which hadn't been seen in the cultivation world for a long time, and was simply a rare treasure. Just 1 or 2 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves in the auction house could cause a group of transition realm powerhouses to fight for their heads. This shows how precious it is. When he opened the lid, the rich aroma of tea came to his nose, and he could vaguely feel the kind of esoteric Taoist rhythm on it. Yuanbai, it's too precious, we can't take it. If it were an ordinary tea, they would have accepted it, but the tea of this enlightenment tree is too rare. They are just doing a small favor in passing. Taking over such a precious thing, their hearts always feel bad. They don't feel they deserve any special credit either. Elders don't say that, but it's just a few pounds of enlightenment tea. Since I promised to give it to you, it's yours. The higher your cultivation, the safer our Imperial Sky Sword sect will be. Right? The system warehouse is full of treasures. Even if you don't need to brush the monsters, you can hold out for a long time. Not to mention that there are 2 disciples every day as a wool-gathering toolman. You guys play fixer-uppers. I play for excitement. Since you said so, we would be disrespecting you if we didn't take it. This is my teleportation jade slip. If there's an emergency, just crush it directly and I'll be able to get to you first. This is mine. And you keep mine. The Supreme Elders also stopped being polite with Zhang Yuanbai and simply said that as long as they needed help somewhere, they would just shout directly. I'll be respectful then. Zhang Yuanbai took all the stuff. If the disciple was given these things, would a true immortal level generation hit come out of nowhere? It's a little exciting just thinking about it. Then we'll take our leave. The Supreme Elder's stances were so fast that they were definitely faster than the 9-headed augur dragon. Good. Zhang Yuanbai didn't stay and watched as a group of Taishang elders tore through space to leave. It's so put out. Zhang Yuanbai sighed with emotion in his heart. These Taishang elders said on their lips that they would go first, but in fact they all silently protected him in the void. Really? The more he stayed in this atmosphere of the Imperial Sky Sword sect, the more he liked it. Miss Yi just asked us to go all out at first, and we were quite reluctant at the time. This enlightenment tea does feel a bit guilty to receive. Then let's return the favor slowly. Miss Yi said that Zhang Yuanbai is the key person to break the game. We must protect him even if we lay down our lives. Our cultivation has also been stuck in a bottleneck. With this enlightenment tea we can definitely break through, and maybe even have some left. Imperial Sky Sword Sect, Sword Peak. The mountain waste was entwined with clouds and mist, and in these recent days, the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect was exceptionally lively. The once every 10 years disciple acceptance ceremony is about to start. This is the big event of the clan. After all, the clan cannot develop for a long time without the addition of new disciples. 108 peaks, all the peak masters came out together, and although the atmosphere of the entire sect was quite harmonious, there was still competition between the various peaks. Zhang Yuanbai did a great job this time without a word. Those of us from the Imperial Sky Sword sect don't need to pretend to be low-key in the first place. I wonder if I'll have a chance to recruit a disciple with a supreme physique this time. A group of peak masters chattered and discussed, all hoping to recruit a disciple who could crush others. Come on. There are 3 peerless physiques in Zhang Yuanbai's peak alone. We're all scared to death. Yan Wuji, the Heavenly Flame peak master, said sourly. When he heard that Xiao Yan was only an inner disciple, he had taken advantage of Zhang Yuanbai's absence to go to the other party to talk about cooperation, but it turned out that they didn't pay any attention to him at all. Too tired. There used to be a good one standing right in front of me and I didn't take it seriously. Now that it's gone, I'm just starting to regret it. If I could do it again, I'd fight tooth and nail to catch it. Therefore, he made it a point to run to the outer gate and sneakily look over one by one, just in case he missed any hidden goodies. The heads of the other peaks were all like this, and Zhang Yuanbai alone had brought their styles all askew. Sovereign. Zhang Yuanbai had just returned to Nameless Peak when he was called to a meeting at Sword Peak, and he immediately hurried over. As soon as he entered the Great Hall, he was watched by a bunch of people, making him uncomfortable. Yuanbai, sit down. Yi Qingxian pointed to the seat specially arranged for him, which was not far from her. Zhang Yuanbai was not polite, and after sitting down, he began to think about how to be lazy. This kind of meeting can be mixed up with eyes closed. The grand ceremony was about to begin, and everyone knew in their hearts what they needed to pay attention to. It's just a matter of repeating little details and reminders. During this period of time, the security measures of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect had been dialed up to the highest level just to avoid problems. In particular, the grand formation guarding the clan would be partially activated during this period, and although it enhanced the protection, it might also allow those restless people to find loopholes. Although the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect was powerful, the necessary precautions still had to be taken. After all, caution was the only way to go the long haul. This meeting of the Peak Lords was not long, and it was just to talk about daily chores. Senior brother Yuan Bai, you stay? Zhang Yuan Bai was about to go back to his mountain, but he was shouted at by Yi Qingxian. Come to my falling snow peak later. Liuli's voice also sounded in his mind, and Zhang Yuan Bai froze for a moment. It's already night, what else could it be? He nodded his head in agreement with Luri. Chapter 29. Still don't understand her. You've made quite a stir this trip out. Yi Qingxian had a helpless look on her face and her tone carried some blame, but Zhang Yuanbai knew that she was just saying it casually. It's fine, it's fine. Where's mine? Yi Qingxian stretched out a hand, her expression tinged with a bit of mischief, completely different from her usual serious image. What? Zhang Yuanbai looks confused. Can you say something I can understand? I didn't understand a word you said. Gnosis T, where's mine? The Supreme Elders literally milked him for all he was worth. Your. Zhang Yuanbai directly took out 2 cans. Quite generous. To Patriarch Yi Qingxian, he was never stingy. After all, before he came to this world, Yi Qingxian had taken care of his original master. Based on that alone, these 2 cans of tea were given away completely without excess. That's more like it. Do you stay? Zhang Yuanbai asked directly. You've made a lot of noise this time, and you were already attracting a lot of attention, but now you're even showing your face publicly. The situation is not very stable right now, so we still have to be careful not to have any accidents when it matters. Are you worried about me? I'm thinking about the future of the Imperial Sky Sword Sect. Zhang Yuanbai was just about to make a joke when Yi Qingxian directly interrupted him. Put your mind at ease. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this, trying to get me killed? No way. Zhang Yuanbai left Sword Peak and went to Falling Snow Peak for his appointment. Just as he left, Yi Qingxian sighed. This kid was getting bolder and bolder, even daring to poke fun at her. Still, it's kind of nice. Falling Snow Peak. Snow-capped. There's really nothing wrong with the name. The sky is full of snow. The contrast with the surroundings is particularly large, and there is a freezing chill in the air. It was the effect of the formation, although the scenery was too beautiful to be true now that the snow was flying. Once the formation was activated, even a transitional level expert wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Peak Master Zhang. The guards at the mountain gate didn't stop Zhang Yuanbai. No one in the Imperial Sky Sword Sect didn't know who he was. 3 divine bodies came out of one mountain peak. God body. That's not something that comes with the territory. Well done. Keep up the good work. The little brothers guarding the mountain are our face. Zhang Yuanbai casually threw a bottle of elixir to this disciple guarding the mountain. There are so many resources, it's just so random. Extreme Foundation Building Pill. This mountain guardian disciple was only at the peak of chi refining, and his eyes rounded when he saw that it was a foundation establishment pill. The treatment of the mountain guard disciples was slightly better than that of the ordinary outer disciples, but the days were not easy, and not many people cared about the wind and sun. It was the first time he had heard that a mountain guardian disciple could also represent the image of a mountain peak. Looking at Zhang Yuanbai's departing figure, this disciple bowed respectfully. To Zhang Yuanbai it was a trivial matter, but to him it could be a twist of fate. Peak Master Zhang has come. Falling Snow Peak had the most female disciples, and Zhang Yuanbai was handsome as hell. Handsome and talented, he naturally attracted the attention of many young girls. Plus, Zhang Yuanbai was usually easygoing and got along well with everyone. Before he could walk to the main hall, he was surrounded by a group of disciples. Peak Master Zhang is so handsome that I'm falling over. Peak Master Zhang, do you want to take in a few more disciples? It's fine to take in a nominee. Peak Master Zhang, I want to give you a monkey. The girls around him were chattering, and Zhang Yuanbai simply had no way to escape. His wings couldn't even fly. Cold sweat on my forehead. Genuinely exhausted. Man, even if he was physically fit, he wouldn't be able to hold up against so many attacks. It seems I've been setting too easy tasks lately. It was already dusk. The snow was flurrying and the sun was setting. Lioli was wearing a long ice blue dress, her silver hair fluttering on its own in the absence of wind, transcendent. Her appearance saved Jiang Yuanbai's life. Peak Master seems to be in a good mood today, unlike usual. Do you guys think there's something between Peak Master and Peak Master Jiang? I'm high on. They stood together like they were made for each other, causing everyone to start guessing if they were related. You Falling Snow Peak are so welcoming. Jiang Yuanbai had a smile on his lips. It was said that the people of Falling Snow Peak were not very talkative, silent, like moving ice cubes. Today, I see that the rumor is pure nonsense. Seeing is believing, hearing is not believing. Who is spreading rumors? Peak Master Jiang, please. The place where Luri lived was simple enough. Just a stone bed and a stone table. Everything was made of ice crystals, shiny and fresh-looking. The table was filled with all sorts of goodies. You're welcome. After complimenting each other, they sat down, and Jiang Yuanbai couldn't guess what Lioli really wanted. Tomorrow, the Imperial Sky Sword sect would definitely be spreading some more messy news. These are all made by me, Master Jiang Peak. You try them. Lioli's cold look eased, like the snow melting in spring, her eyes full of anticipation, making it too embarrassing to look directly at her. It tastes good. This plate of shrimp is tender and flavorful, especially refreshing. This plate of stir-fried chicken cashews has just the right amount of heat. Have some more of this iced tian shan. Jiang Yuanbai was in the middle of eating when he suddenly felt that the flavor was strange. It's weird. It's really weird. All these ingredients, all of them can enhance the power. Oops, that's on me, isn't it? Jiang Yuanbai quickly recalled what happened between himself and Lioli in his mind, and felt that the two of them didn't have any deep grudges. Usually they don't bother each other. She has no reason to harm herself for no reason. And look at all those side dishes, they're all great. For example, goat's weed, dried beefsteak, folded ear root, and so on. Any one of them, the night is yours. Without realizing it, he had been hit. He himself is handsome, but he is not a millionaire. Lioli quietly approached, with a jug of spirit wine in her hand, and poured it for the two. Peak Master Jiang. This is the lotus flower wine I personally brewed. It's super delicious. Try it. The glass of wine was brought to his mouth, not leaving the slightest chance of refusal, and Luri had already made her move. Good feelings, one bite. A mouthful of it. The throat hurts like being cut by a knife, and in the next second, a sweet flavor comes up, and the faint fragrance of lotus flowers. That's cool. You wine. Before Jiang Yuanbai could comment, he felt something was wrong. Yuanbai, at least help me improve my techniques. I haven't thanked you properly yet. Luri wasn't even pretending anymore. Her character, cold on the outside and passionate on the inside, is a little too passionate. Jiang Yuanbai recalled the first time he saw Lioli's attributes, cold on the surface and passionate on the inside, and thought that she was a knife mouth and tofu heart. Totally wrong. Lioli Peak Master. Still calling Lioli Peak Master, call me Lioli. Jiang Yuanbai had no defense against his own people, and after searching the system warehouse for half a day, he couldn't find the antidote. Instead, there's a golden amulet. Is it meant to be a forceful addition? No, absolutely not. The food's been eaten, the wine's been drunk, it's time for the main meal. As the night passed and the effects of the medicine wore off, Jiang Yuanbai raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes somewhat confused. Himself, what had been done? Awake. He turned his head and met Lioli's eyes. Lioli had a 97-point face value. Her appearance was naturally very beautiful. Combined with her silver hair, no one can resist white hair. Awake. Luri nodded firmly. Chapter 30 Testing the Waters. Can you tell me why? Jiang Yuanbai finally voiced the question in his mind. Do you believe in love at first sight? A bright little light shone in Luri's eyes. What love at first sight? Isn't it just my body? As things had developed to this point, Jiang Yuanbai had figured it out. 1,000 precautions were taken against the disciples, but this was not prevented. It was really negligent and careless. My master teacher used to tell me that if you meet someone who makes your heart flutter, don't hesitate to seize the opportunity. As long as the two are settled in their relationship, he will be responsible. Jen Pai, do you understand? Her eyes looked at each other, not hostile, full of tenderness. I've been thinking about you since that day. Excellent men always have many women around them. And yesterday, master teacher even complimented you. I don't care if there are others around you. I just hope that in my heart, You have a place. It was the most heartfelt confession, and Ruri spoke from her heart. No one didn't love beauty, and Jiang Yuanbai did too. Since the relationship had come this far, he wouldn't play dumb. Liuli's master, the previous peak master of Falling Snow Peak, was now a supreme elder. It's too sloppy. It's really sloppy. Jiang Yuanbai remembered the one in the supreme elders, always cold, with a remarkable temperament, not much to say, as if he was very economical with words. He had thought that the other party was very high-strung, but he didn't realize that he was the kind of person who did great things quietly. Jiang Yuanbai, admit it. Jiang Yuanbai took out a storage ring with a sparkling gemstone embedded in it that glittered. I don't want it. Luri refused. The two of them are like this. Jiang Yuanbai still sends her resources. She is not a greedy person, just spontaneous. Where I come from, this is a symbol of commitment. By wearing this ring, you belong to me, and the resources inside are for your dowry. Jiang Yuanbai personally put it on Liuli, and this time she didn't refuse. Master is right. Should I give you a reward then? May have experienced pain but also felt love. The sun was high in the sky, and in front of the Royal Sky Sword Sect's ascension platform, a huge flying boat carried waves of people. 108 slots are still open. The sect had already conducted a round of screening in the cities under its administration, picking out those who had the potential to cultivate, were willing to join the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect, and had successfully passed the test. These people were not considered official members after arriving at the Imperial Sky Sword Sect, and had to be selected once more. As the strongest sect on the continent, the requirements for the Gongfu were not only cultivation talent, but character was also crucial. Only after going through a heavy screening process could one become an official disciple. Except for those who were extremely talented and were accepted as personal disciples by the respective peak masters, the others had to start from the outer gate first. The disciple acceptance ceremony had been going on for a while, and this year's batch of disciples were all good and talented. Why haven't Yuanbai and Liuli arrived yet? Could they be in love? Yan Wuji has a straightforward character, does not beat around the bush in his speech, and makes jokes to liven up the atmosphere. Just don't say it. How could those two? Su Yuya's expression was calm, unimpressed by Yan Wuji's words. With Liuli's cool appearance, who could make her move? Hey, just because you can't doesn't mean Yuanbai can't. Besides being able to make pills, what else are you capable of? Coming out to hang out in this matter sometimes depends on the face. Yan Wuji and Su Yui were already at odds, and those old stories between them were unknown to others. But Yan Wuji knew everything in his heart. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. The two of them had a conversation, and the other peak masters would sometimes interject. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Peak Master Yang Chong, what do you think? With that said, the conversation changed and pointed to an unassuming middle-aged man. He wore a yellow robe, had an 8-road beard, was in his prime but had white hair, and was holding a tortoise shell in his hand, muttering something. This isn't right. The two of them shouldn't have crossed paths. Peak Master Yang Chong, your Tianji Peak is always being secretive. Can you stop playing guessing games? What exactly have you calculated? Yan Wuji opened his mouth. Tianji Peak was good at predicting the future, counting the sky and the air, and had a high status in the Imperial Sky Sword Sect. Anyone who was polite to Tianji Peak had to be a few points more polite. Only Yan Wuji didn't care. Yuanbai and Liuli's destiny is just to rub shoulders. But how there's more in laws, it's really strange. What's the situation? Yan Wuji froze. His casual remark had actually come true. Can't figure it out. Really can't. Maybe I'm just getting old. Yang Chong stroked his 8-pointed beard like a charlatan. Don't forget about it when you're old. Save some of your blessings for yourself. Yan Wuji slapped his opponent on the back with a big grin, almost knocking him down. The Heavenly Flame Peak Master practiced weaponry. He was an expert in refining weapons, and his hand strength was naturally not small. We're late. Jiang Yuanbai and Liuli came slowly, and the eroded bone knowing flavor was indeed harmful. During this time, Liuli's cultivation had increased from the early stage of harmonization to the late stage of harmonization, and he was still at the out-of-body realm. If I hadn't slammed a meal yesterday, I might have had to be helped out today. Looking at Liuli again, she was looking good, so it was good that she was strong and didn't lose face. What's going on with you two? Everyone stared at Jiang Yuanbai and Liuli, always feeling that the two of them had changed somewhere. But I can't tell you what's different. It's fine. I'll be following Yuanbai from now on, so don't hit on me. Liuli character is like this, dare to love, dare to hate, since dare to face the challenge, naturally not afraid of how other people look at it. Might as well say it directly, lest those who have ideas keep annoying. It's only good if everyone is happy. If she likes it, she likes it. If she doesn't like it, she doesn't need a dog-licking backup. Being herself is enough. What? Old Yang, you're a real man. Awesome. You two have settled down so quietly. All of them were important figures of the clan, and this was now considered an open relationship. What's going on? Yan Wuji flirted with Su Yuyan. Get the hell out of here. I really didn't think I'd lose this badly. Su Yuya wasn't the kind of character that stalked people, and since they had already made their decision, he wouldn't stick to them like glue. Besides, the other party was Jiang Yuanbai, not a stranger. If he didn't even have the stomach for it, how could he mix in the Jianghu? Come on, the examination is almost over. You Nameless Peak already has 3 god bodies. You must let us pick first. Yan Wuji shouted at the two. There were still 2 empty seats beside him. It depends on the suitability of the matter. Jiang Yuanbai was a treasure, the others were just weeds. In this group, Liuli's cultivation is the weakest, but her talent is the highest. Give her some time to grow, and she won't have to worry at all. Sister Liuli, if you say that senior brother's heart is going to be broken, this is forgetting about senior brother when you have a Dao couple. Yan Wuji stirred up the flames on the side and changed his words. Speaking of which, since you guys have become a couple, when will you do the ceremony? I'm still waiting to drink your wedding wine. The moment these words were uttered, they immediately attracted the attention of a circle of people. The Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect hadn't had a peak master level character in a pair for 1,000 years. This was a big deal. There's no rush. Liuli's face was cold, as if she was not interested in these mundane matters at all. Her skill in brewing wine was top-notch. Yan Wuji always loved to dabble in wine, and she didn't treat him well. Chapter 31. It's a long way to go. Liuli is right. Since Peak Master Yan likes to drink so much, this jug of wine is for you. Jiang Yuanbai casually threw out a jug of wine. The bottle was made of an extremely high-grade spirit stone, and the wine gas was sealed to death, but instead, it looked extra special. Yan Wuji wasn't polite either, and after receiving the wine, he pulled off the lid and took a huge gulp. The aroma of the wine instantly filled the air. The surging aura impacted his entire body, and a sense of fulfillment that surged from the bottom of his heart made him unable to stop himself from roaring. Good wine. Really good wine. But after only 1 sip, he didn't dare to drink any more. The wine was too strong. 1 sip was already the limit, and he could barely hold on. Is this wine really that good? Someone couldn't help but ask. As soon as that wine aroma came out just now, I had a feeling that this wine was not ordinary. The aroma alone gave me a feeling of enlightenment. So it's not just me who feels this way. Old Yan's picky mouth thinks it's good wine, so it must be top quality. Don't you guys hit on my wine. Just this little bit. I don't have enough for myself. Yan Wuji generously nursed the wine, making the crowd laugh. The Immortal Ascension stage had gathered 100 or so people at the moment. These were the elites who had passed the examination. No matter whether it was talent or ability, they were all at the top. Jiang Yuanbai swept a glance. Although there were a few extreme spiritual roots, unfortunately none of them met his criteria for accepting disciples. Yuanbai, are any of these people suitable to be my disciples? During the examination, the Peak Masters only occasionally took a look, and were usually handled by specialized elders, who only needed to pick the suitable ones in the end. Liuli approached Jiang Yuanbai, thinking that who didn't know Jiang Yuanbai had a sharp eye, and that a peak had produced 3 divine bodies, so it was definitely right to let him pick a disciple for himself. Ever since she became the Peak Master, she hadn't had a worthy disciple under her, which was why she had always looked at Gentle differently. After all, no one could inherit her skills. That one. Jiang Yuanbai pointed his finger at the edge of the crowd, where a cold-as-ice girl stood with an expressionless face, leaning against an ancient tree. There were 2 men beside her trying to curry favor with her, but she seemed impatient. This girl is an extreme spiritual root. Not bad indeed. What kind of physique is she? Do you think that a divine body is a cabbage that you can just come across? The corner of Jiang Yuanbai's mouth twitched. There were 3 god bodies in his own faction. Did that make people think that god bodies were nothing rare? Just like her. Cultivating the frost technique will activate the spirit body. Yeli, age 15. Cultivation level, Peak Chi practitioner.
Technique Gatrin Kui.
Qualification, excellent ice spirit root. Physique, ice vein spirit body. Characteristics, pride of bones. Face value, 94. Aha! Liuli did things dryly, and she didn't hesitate to believe in the people Jiang Yuanbai recommended. She felt that she was far inferior to Jiang Yuanbai in terms of recognizing people. After hearing Jiang Yuanbai's words, she immediately began to act. Beside him, Yan Wuji's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's great to have talent, but it also depends on the fit. Yuanbai, help me see if any of them fit me. There were quite a few disciples under Yan Wuji, but not many could inherit his mantle, and he also wanted to find a disciple with good talent and a special physique. It just so happened that Liuli had gone to recruit disciples, and Jiang Yuanbai was alone, so Yan Wuji could just take the opportunity to intervene. Yes. Jiang Yuanbai moved a little to the side, a few steps away from Yan Wuji. It's not that I don't like him. It's because Yan Wuji's look today is too artistic. He wore a loose red leather jacket, revealing his strong muscles. His hair was cut short, red, and he had a thick red beard. When he laughed, his aura was like that of a demon king, making people's scalp tingle. Who's there? Now that everyone was in the wait and see stage, the special physiques all needed to be tested, and not everyone had the help of the system like Jiang Yuanbai, who could directly view the attribute panel. See that teenager over there? Jiang Yuanbai pointed to a teenager in the crowd. The teenager was steely-eyed, dressed in rags, looked malnourished, skinny, and a little scary looking. Him? Can he be so skinny and weak to learn smithing from me? Yan Wuji carefully sized up this teenager. His talent was only an upper-grade spirit root, and nothing else was special. It would be fine to be an inner disciple in the future, but it would be difficult to become a pro-disciple. True gold doesn't fear fire. Haven't you always wanted a divine body? Yan Wuji instantly disappeared, fearing that he would be snatched ahead by someone else. If someone else had said this, he would have slapped him without saying a word and cursed. Nonsense! How dare you undermine my Taoism? Jiang Yuanbai was a great man who had discovered 3 divine bodies. You could question his strength, but never his vision. Don't worry about anything else. Let's collect the people first and then go discuss with Jiang Yuanbai. Both Liuli and Yan Wuji had personally come out, and the others exploded. This is too unruly. Didn't we agree that we'd all pick disciples together when the test was over? The other peak masters began to talk about it. There was a time limit for the entrance trial, and those who hadn't reached the immortal ascension platform after the time had passed would lose the chance to enter the Imperial Sky Sword sect. However, the Imperial Sky Sword sect wasn't that kind of cold place, and those who didn't pass the test would still be picked up by other branches, layer by layer. After all, among those who fall through the cracks, there may be particularly good guys. Maybe you'll even run into a surprise. Everyone else was pretty much the same, or at least had the potential to cultivate. Yuanbai, help me see if there are any suitable ones too. Genpai, I want to see it too. Genpai and me. All of a sudden, Jiang Yuanbai became a hot commodity and became the object that the peak masters of all peaks competed to flatter. Everyone is too lazy to choose for themselves and trusts Jiang Yuanbai's vision. Jade Zun Peak Master. This person is suitable for your peak's inheritance. Yunfu Peak Master. That girl is suitable for your mantle. 9th Peak Master. There's nothing here for you. Just wait and see. Jiang Yuanbai did his best to help choose, but he was disappointed that he didn't find a single suitable one. One's standards aren't that high, are they? So why doesn't every single one of them meet them? It's hard, too hard. Some of the peak masters were happy and some were worried. Happily, Jiang Yuanbai had helped himself to a suitable candidate for the inheritance. The worry is not finding the right person. It's a matter of fate, and you don't receive it every time you take on an apprentice. Still, it's all about vision now. If it doesn't fit, and it won't be forced. More often than not, they waited until they showed their faces later and then rose from ordinary disciple to core disciple. It's hard, too hard. Jiang Yuanbai is a little bit unable to hold up. He is a small staff officer who runs errands. Not bad, Fire Eyes. Yi Qingxian, the patriarch, had also come today and had been standing at the back as a small supporting role. As the patriarch, she naturally had 2 super powerful personal disciples, both of them geniuses in the sword Dao, who were now out and about and not in the sect. Find me one too. You're still coming? Jiang Yuanbai looked at Yi Qingxian in amazement. Her disciples were all top-notch qualifications as well. Her vision was spot on, and she herself wasn't bad for a patriarch. Maybe you've just found me a wonderful talent. I'm idle now and want to take on a few more disciples. Number 32 is not a bully. Jiang Yuanbai had a helpless look on his face. Patriarch, you're taking the words right out of my mouth. I haven't even found it yet, and you're starting to do it? No. He took a look at it, and there really wasn't one that met Yi Qingxuan's requirements. The sword sect mainly practiced sword techniques, and swordsmen were invincible in combat, But how many of them could really become swordsmen? Cultivating swordsmanship required not only talent, but also the determination to fight to the death. Only those who had truly practiced the sword knew how much it hurt every time they broke through. A true swordsman was completely different from those who practiced by spells. A little bit of time passed, and many of the peak masters walked away satisfied. All of these people had been instructed by Zhang Yuanbai before. They wouldn't take in too many disciples each time, they would only pick one, and the rest would depend on their efforts and luck in the future. Come and pay your respects to your senior uncle. Liuli solved the problem of Knight Li and brought her to Zhang Yuanbai. Knight Li pays his respects to senior uncle. Knight Li belonged to the kind of girl who was as cold as ice, similar to Liuli, giving people a particularly serious feeling. It's just that while Luri is cold on the surface but warm on the inside, Yueli is so cold that she screams fear. This little girl's eyes had been fixed on Zhang Yuanbai, and she wasn't completely unaware of Zhang Yuanbai's affairs. Okay, take it and play with it. Zhang Yuanbai took out an ice lotus flower that was already in full bloom. The leaves were crystal clear, and there was a very obvious fluctuation of aura on it. Don't be quick to thank your senior uncle. This is the 8th-ranked Tianshan Snow Lotus. When your master refines it into a medicinal bath for you and soaks it for 7 days, you won't have a bottleneck until you break through the harmonization stage. Zhang Yuanbai has always been generous. A little guy who hasn't built his foundation yet with an 8th-order elixir. It's simply a big deal. Normally, if a person in the Qi practicing realm used an 8th-order elixir, their body would definitely not be able to handle it, and they would definitely have to explode and die. However, both Liuli and Knight Li had an ice vein physique, and with the special means, it allowed Knight Li to quickly absorb the benefits of the Tianshan Snow Lotus, allowing the cultivation speed to increase dramatically without affecting the foundation. Thank you, senior uncle. Knight Li barely managed to squeeze out a smile that was worse than crying. She had been known as a face paralyzer since she was a child and couldn't smile at all. Yuanbai, I'll take Knight Li away first. Feel free to come to my falling snow peak anytime. Liuli didn't stay much longer. Since she had a disciple, she had to teach him properly. This was her first time to be a master teacher, and with her cold outside and hot inside personality, there was a lot of pressure. What a little girl's temper. Zhang Yuanbai shook his head as his gaze continued to scan around. Disciple, where the hell are you? There were more and more people around the Immortal Ascension platform, and the trial was nearing its end. Ha ha ha! Yuanbai, come and see my disciple. Yan Wuji's smug laughter was getting closer and closer, and he was followed by a skinny boy. Come, Channer, meet your senior uncle. Yan Wuji shouted. Yuanbai, God body. Yan Wuji quietly passed on the message, and the way he squeezed his eyebrows was like the Bulgarian demon king possessing him, making people's bodies hairy. Take it. Zhang Yuanbai took out a fiery red fruit that still felt hot in his hand. That red flame divine body of his needs this red flame fruit to activate it, but it will have to wait until after he builds his foundation. Right now his body can't handle it. Zhang Yuanbai only wanted to send Yan Wuji away as soon as possible. He didn't want to get entangled with this kind of troublesome character. There are still all sorts of messy rumors circulating outside about Yan Wuji and Su Yuya, and he is really worried that Yan Wuji is the one. Disciple, see? Your senior uncle has a discerning eye and saw you with a single glance. In the future, your master will definitely train you to become the most powerful artifact refiner in the continent. Ha ha ha. Yuanbai, if you want to refine weapons, just come to my heavenly flame peak. As long as you ask, I'll do it for you for free, haha. Yan Wuji was in a good mood. As the continent's top artifact refining master, there were countless people who wanted to find him to refine artifacts, but he usually ignored them. Now that he took the initiative, it was evident that he valued Zhang Yuanbai. Okay, you're in charge of the materials. Get out. After Yan Wuji left, a few more peak masters came to visit with their recently accepted disciples, all of whom Zhang Yuanbai had helped find. Imperial Master. Definitely the Imperial Master. This discerning eye of Zhang Yuanbai made the group feel inferior to him. After verification, those people he recommended did fully meet their requirements. There is never a shortage of smart people in this world, but smart people who are really in tune with what they want are rare. Imperial Master, you have such a unique gaze. Haven't you looked at anyone until now? Yi Qingxian began to snicker. I was going to help you find a suitable one. That's just it. Not for you. Zhang Yuanbai stood up and prepared to walk away. What? Yi Qingxian froze. Had she done something wrong again? This kid didn't even try to give her a recommendation. Men are like that. They don't keep their word. If he really wanted to give it, Jiang Yuanbai would have given it a long time ago, so how could he have dragged it out until now and hanged her like this? At that time, she was also curious and wanted to see what kind of character could be favored by Jiang Yuanbai, so she followed him down to the ascension stage. Those sect masters who hadn't found a suitable disciple yet followed and gathered around, purely out of curiosity. They didn't want to compete with Jiang Yuanbai for disciples. After all, first come first served. But if the other disciple is not willing to go to Nameless Peak to practice, they certainly will not be polite to snatch over. You could doubt Jiang Yuanbai's ability, but you could never question the level of his imperial master. Mu Wanner, I didn't expect you to pass the test as well, but with this inferior spiritual root of yours, you'll be a handyman at most, and it's up in the air as to whether or not you'll be able to enter the outer sect. You're just a little bit better by luck. Nothing else. On the side of the ascension platform, a woman in light gauze and cloud brocade was strutting her stuff, sneering at the woman in front of her in a plain white dress. Upon closer inspection, these two looked a bit alike, but their temperaments were completely different. One was rigid as iron, and the other was arrogant. Pinger, what are you babbling with this kind of trash? You've already been accepted as a disciple by the elders, and although you can't catch up to the sect leader's own disciples, your status is already similar to that of an inner disciple. This unloved waste like her still thinks that by relying on luck to enter the Imperial Sky Sword sect, she will be able to soar to great heights all of a sudden. Next to the woman stood a rich male, his hand shaking a fan, full of dude looks, his eyes swirling around Mu Wan'er's body, full of desire. His talent wasn't bad, and he had been spotted by one of the elders. When Mu Wan'er became a miscellaneous disciple, he would still be able to deal with her however he wanted. When the time comes, explicitly or implicitly, the two get it done together, and that feels, well, awesome. Thinking of this, a smug smile could not help but appear at the corner of his mouth.
Mu Pinger, Wang Aohui.
Without saying anything, Mu Wan'er directly slapped her across the face. They had already started cultivating immortality, and their strengths were both in the refined chi realm with not much of a gap. Mu Wan'er, how dare you hit me? I'm the elder's personal disciple. You hit me, you're finished. I'll have to kill you. How has Mu Pinger ever been wronged like this? Isn't she just an unpopular sister? She lunged at him with her teeth and claws open. Let's see if I don't scratch your face off, asshole. Elder's personal disciple? I'd like to see which elder was blind enough to accept you two as disciples. Jiang Yuanbai suddenly appeared in front of Mu Wan'er, grabbing Mu Pinger's wrist and staring at her condescendingly. Chapter 33 Clearing the House. Stepping through the gates of the Heavenly Sword sect required not only innate talent, but also good character. This guy was going to put people to death as soon as he opened his mouth, so naturally his character wasn't any better. Would there really be elders who would look favorably on this kind of person? It was just a matter of having a superior spiritual root, a bit of talent, but that was all. Wow, so handsome. When Mu Pinger was about to break free from Jiang Yuanbai's wrist, as soon as she saw his face, her fire immediately dissipated and she turned into a nymphomaniac. Too handsome. So handsome that it shook heaven and earth. So handsome that it took one's breath away. Holding the universe in his hands, picking the stars and sweeping the moon, how could there be such a handsome person in the world? Mu Pinger struggled internally, and her other hand reached out. This handsome man? Are you looking for a mate? Mu Pinger's legs were weak. It was worth it even if she died if she could become a partner with such a handsome person. Pinky, what are you babbling about? Wang Aohui, who was standing on the side, felt like the top of his head was green. What the hell? Talking to another man in front of you is a clear sign that you don't care about yourself. His eyes instantly turned cold. A hand grabbed Mu Pinger's wrist and yanked hard, not caring in the slightest that she cried out in pain. The man's desire to win instantly erupted. Who are you? It's your turn as an outsider to meddle in our family's affairs. The fire of jealousy in Wang Aoyang's heart is burning more and more. Why? Why is this man so handsome? Why is he so handsome? That kind of extraordinary temperament, a comparison, he was like a clown, and suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. That's right. This is our family business. Who are you to meddle? Mu Pinger came back to her senses. This man was obviously protecting that Mu Wan'er fellow. On what grounds? What qualifications does she have? She's not as good looking as herself, and she's not favored. So why should such a handsome man protect her? The heart instantly twisted and went crazy with jealousy. Who am I to say? Jiang Yuanbai looked down at them with an imposing and oppressive air. Just by me, I can make you all get the hell out of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. With just you? Tell us to get the hell out of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Brother Yang, you heard me, didn't you? Is this guy out of his mind? He even told us to get the hell out of the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect. He thought the sect was run by his family. Who does he think he is? The sect leader of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Mu Pinger had a look of regret. It was a pity that she was so handsome but her brain didn't work. Although he is not the sect leader of the Imperial Sky Sword sect, he does have the ability to make us leave the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Yi Qingxuan's face was gloomy and her mood was extremely bad. Originally, she just wanted to see the disciple chosen by Jiang Yuanbai, but she ended up bumping into something like this. What the hell are those elders in charge of the assessment doing? What kind of people are they letting in? If this kind of character were to stay in the Imperial Sky Sword sect, the sect might be finished one day. Oh, and who are you? Mu Xiaomei tilted her face up and stared at the woman in front of her with wide eyes, not giving an inch. On what grounds? Why did this woman also look so pretty and flavorful? On what grounds? She was getting jealous again. Who am I? Senior Sister Yi was so angry that she laughed. She didn't bother with such words. Since the beginning of her cultivation, she had seen many strange characters, but it was the first time she had run into a guy as unenlightened as this. Where is this? The Imperial Heavenly Sword sect. Having only worshipped the two elders as her masters, she puts on this kind of posture. If she were to become the Peak Master's direct disciple, wouldn't that turn the world upside down? Sooner or later, the entire sect would be ruined in the hands of this type of person. A frightening aura instantly emerged from Yi Qingxuan's body. What she hated the most was to use her status to pressure people. It can be tolerated without having to tolerate it any longer. Pa 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 pa. The two people who had been high and mighty a moment ago were now lying on the ground in unison, as if they had a 1,000-pound boulder pressed on their backs, and couldn't hold on any longer. You, Senior, don't be angry, we were wrong. The two of them instantly went soft, their eyes fluttering, not even daring to look at Yi Qingxian squarely. Yi Qingxian as a first-class sword cultivator. That sword intent all over her body went straight to the clouds. A casual glance would make one's eyes sting. Who could stand it? Now do you still think that I'm not worthy of letting you leave the Imperial Sky Sword sect? Senior Brother Jiang nodded his head from the side, secretly pondering, this is finally a bit of fun. Senior, I am a disciple of Inner Sect Elder Hong Li. Senior, I am a disciple of Inner Sect Elder Monday. The two hurriedly reported their master's name, their hearts both chagrined and jealous to no end. It was all because of that Mu Wan heir. How was this woman so lucky? Every time I plan to deal with her, there is always an expert to protect her. In the end, what is it that you are not as good as her? The fire of jealousy was burning in his heart. Hey, so it's a disciple of both of them. Feeling their restraints slightly lifted, the two hurriedly got up and respectfully bowed towards Yi Qingxian. Elder, that's right. The two of them pretended to be well behaved on the surface, but inwardly, they had long cursed Yi Qingxuan's old ancestors. Daring to meddle in other people's business, this person definitely wouldn't live long. When their own cultivation increased in the future, they would definitely make her look good. Did I tell you to get up? Another wave of gut-wrenching pressure hit the two men, and they fell to their knees again, shivering. This isn't quite right. Shouldn't they have been spared after announcing their master's identity? As a matter of common sense? What's going on now? Seniors, our master. The two of them mustered up the courage to continue, thinking that their master's father was an inner sect elder, and that was a great person in the sect second only to the Peak Master. Who the hell was this person that he dared to not give his face? Master? From now on you don't have a master, you have been expelled from the division, so be strangers from now on. After Yi Qingxian made her move, the commotion around her immediately attracted everyone's attention. Those disciples who had just joined the sect might not know who Yi Qingxian was, but how could the others not be clear? Especially those two inner sect elders. At this moment, they couldn't wait to immediately strangle these two disciples. If you guys are in trouble, why are you mentioning our names? We were just chatting and bragging about our students, but we didn't know you'd cause so much trouble. Your filial piety is too strong. The two hated to clean up after themselves. Patriarch, listen to me. We really didn't expect these two to be of such poor character. Yes, Sovereign. I'll kick them out of the division now. These two old guys wiped their tears and ran over, crying about how loyal they were to the sect, how much they had sweated, how much they had suffered, with tears and snot in their eyes, looking at people who wanted to comfort them. Patriarch? You're the sovereign? That's impossible. The two men fell to their knees, completely dumbfounded. Mu Pinger and Wang Aoyang were trembling as if they had been struck by lightning. Sovereign, why? How could she become a sovereign? The two were nervous as hell and were genuinely scared. Patriarch, we were wrong, we apologize to you. Please don't kick us out of the clan. The two men were shaking like chaff, terrified. If they failed the initiation test, they could still enter another sect. But the problem now was that they passed the test and were even accepted as disciples by the elders. If they were kicked out of the division now and expelled from the Imperial Sky Sword sect, their lives would be over. Chapter 34, Getting a Good Deal. The affiliated sects of the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect absolutely did not dare to accept them anymore. Who would dare to take in as a disciple someone who was driven out by the Imperial Sky Sword sect itself? Patriarch, leave it to us. It was the two of us who misread it. The two elders also panicked and raised their hands ready to send the two to the Western Paradise. Wait! Zhang Yuanbai opened his mouth to stop them. Peak Master Zhang, what do you mean? The two inner sect elders stopped their movements and looked at Zhang Yuanbai suspiciously. Peak Master? Peak Master Zhang? There's only one person surnamed Zhang in the 108 peaks. Nameless Peak Master Zhang Yuanbai. The expressions on the two men's faces instantly became fearful. This was surprisingly the legendary Nameless Peak Master Zhang Yuanbai. It is said outside that he has a keen eye for the three divine bodies of a peak. Did Peak Master Zhang, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Just now I was too arrogant. I'll change, okay? Are you here to accept me as your disciple? Disciple Mu Pinger pays her respects to Master. Mu Pinger suddenly realized that the other party was not here to trouble her, but to take her as a disciple. Previously, she had foolishly thought that the other party was here to help Mu Waner. After all, how could Mu Wan heir compare to her? She was the proud daughter of heaven, and the difference between the two was too great. She had known for a long time that she must have some kind of great talent. You see, even Peak Master Jiang had taken a liking to her. Mu Pinger was happy in her heart, but on the surface she still behaved well and no longer dared to fool around. What? The two elders looked confused. Yi Qingxian was also confused. Zhang Yuanbai was also confused. Something's not right. How did you come to that conclusion? Where did you get all that acting talent? Master, it's the apprentice's fault. The apprentice will definitely correct it. Definitely correct it. Next to him, Wang Aoyang's face twisted. Zhang Yuanbai had actually taken Mu Pinger as his disciple without any backing of his own. Pinger, please, Master. Don't let me leave the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Old Senior, please, let me join Nameless Peak. I'll work for you as an ox in the future. Just fulfill me. Wang Aoyang. Open your eyes and see what you are? How can you compare yourself to my master? Get lost. Don't let me look down on you. Mu Pinger immediately put on that mocking look again. This was a habit in her bones. How could she not change it? What kind of person is master? How could Nameless Peak just let anyone in? Yes, you're right. Zhang Yuanbai couldn't help but laugh out loud, shaking his head with laughter. Is there something wrong with this girl's head? She doesn't have big boobs and she doesn't have a big brain. It's a laugh. See, the master has spoken. Mu Pinger was proud like a peacock with open screen. With such a handsome master backing her up, Wang Aoyang stood next to her and didn't dare to mention her embarrassing things. What I'm saying is that none of you deserve it, you're all out of your league. Master, what did you say? Did I hear you correctly? Mu Pinger's face changed all of a sudden, and her heart was suddenly nervous. You heard right, that's what happened. Zhang Yuanbai looked at her condescendingly, like he was looking at a clown, and this farce ended. Master, quickly say that you are lying to me. I'm the proud daughter of heaven. If you don't accept me as your disciple, do you want to accept that trash Mu Waner? Mu Pinger stared tightly at Mu Waner, who had been silent all this time, gritting her teeth, her eyes filled with killing intent. Where is Mu Wan heir compared to her? Look is a bit like, but the body she is too much stronger. Mu Wan heir thin like malnutrition, flat chest, buttocks are not much meat, she at least have some advantages. You're right. I'm just going to take her as my apprentice. Your name is Mu Wan heir, right? Are you willing to worship me? Zhang Yuanbai turned his head, and the coldness on his face disappeared all of a sudden, revealing a cordial smile, completely different from when he treated Mu Pinger. Peak Master Zhang, can I? Mu Wan heir started with Zhang Yuanbai's appearance, listened to everyone report their identities, and watched the plot reverse and then reverse again until the end when she realized that Zhang Yuanbai had come to find her. She had thought that Zhang Yuanbai and the patriarch had come because they couldn't stand Mu Pinger's arrogance, but it turned out that there was actually something else about her. Mu Wan was still a bit confused, like she was in a dream. Everyone in the world knew that Zhang Yuanbai had the ability to recognize people, and the 3 divine bodies of one peak was no joke. Sure. What, you don't like it? Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Willing? 1,000 willing. Mu Wanner knew that her chance had come. Whether or not she could change her fate depended on this one. She immediately knelt down and performed the master worship salute to Zhang Yuanbai, kowtowing 3 times, her forehead reddening. To this day, she couldn't believe that she had entered Nameless Peak and become that man's disciple. It was like a dream. She originally only wanted to enter the sect and be satisfied as an outer disciple. Now, this is beyond her expectations. All the luck in the world. The favorability went straight to the top. It was this man who gave her hope. Congratulations to the master for successfully accepting a disciple. His cultivation level has increased by 1 level. He has comprehended the rules of the sword way, and his sword intent has reached the perfect realm. Raising his cultivation to the middle stage of exhumation was just a trivial matter for Zhang Yuanbai. His sword Dao realm had even comprehended the rules of the sword in 1 fell swoop, and his sword intent had also reached the consummate realm. Every practitioner has a sword fairy dream in his heart, although Zhang Yuanbai has not reached that level, but has already been considered to fulfill this dream. Peak Master Zhang, it said outside that you have discerning eyes. Why did you look away this time? Mu Wanner is nothing but a disciple with false feelings and only knows how to please men. I'm her own sister. I know her best. Mu Pinger shouted at the top of her voice. She could neither be Zhang Yuanbai's disciple nor was she willing to let Mu Wanner be. This disciple lost her mother when she was 3 years old, and her mother stole. Hanging out with some wannabe at 10 years old. 13 years old and it's getting out of shape. Now that it's rotten to the core, you still want to take her as a disciple. Not afraid of the ridicule of your fellow disciples. Not afraid of the ridicule of the world? Mu Pinger accused frantically, her eyes almost spitting out fire. Mu Wan, how come this disciple is always so lucky? The good thing is, her reputation has long been ruined, and no matter how you look into it, it's still infamous. Yes, Peak Master Zhang, this disciple is not even something I can look at. He's not a good thing at all. Wang Aoyang followed to help, and fell to the ground before he could finish his words. With a wave of Zhang Yuanbai's hand, Wang Aoyang immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist, splattering Mu Pinger all over. Exclamation point! Mu Pinger screamed miserably and fainted on the spot. Throw it out. Zhang Yuanbai let the 2 elders handle this. This kind of person made him feel dirty. Yes. Elder Monday almost slapped himself. Was he blind? Almost accepting this kind of woman as a disciple. It's a good thing it's okay, or he'd feel late in the game. As for what Mu Pinger said, they didn't believe a word of it. Why don't you contradict her? Only after the trash was cleaned up did Zhang Yuanbai turn around and ask Mu Wanner. Justice is in the eye of the beholder, and I have a clear conscience, so what is there to fear? Mu Wanner's gaze was frank, and her body was vaguely righteous. If it was really like what Mu Pinger had said, Mu Wanner could never have a righteousness surrounding her. Congratulations on another disciple. What kind of special physique is she? I can't see through it. Yi Qingxian asked quietly. Born with a sword bone. Can I have it? Dreaming. Yi Qingxian recalled Zhang Yuanbai's previous words, originally wanting to recommend a disciple to him, but now it was waived. Chapter 35. Have you any use for it first? She nearly spat out blood. Born with a sword bone, this was in no way inferior to any sword Dao Qi body. Those born with sword bones were born at the peak of the sword path. However, Mu Wanner's current appearance might also be hiding her strength, and other than a freak like Zhang Yuanbai, she was afraid that no one would be able to see through it.
Mu Wan.
Cultivation level. Late Qi practicing.
Gas gathering technique.
Avatar, none.
Qualification, pseudo-immortal spiritual route.
Physique. Natural sword bone not activated. Face value, 94. Mu Wanner was indeed a good seedling for sword practice, born with a base for practicing the sword, and was especially gifted in swordsmanship. I heard that her spiritual root was judged to be inferior, but it was actually a pseudo-immortal spiritual root which was even more powerful than those extreme spiritual roots, almost to the point of being an immortal spiritual root. Unfortunately, this world's spiritual qi was insufficient, so her spiritual root looked ordinary, like one of those worst spiritual roots. She also had blessings on her side, No wonder Mu Pinger and the others always said she was lucky. And it wasn't hard to understand that she was particularly good at talking. Ooh-hoo. Sister Heir, I thought I'd never see you again. At this time, the last person to pass the trial also came. A girl crying like a tearful person rushed up and tightly hugged Mu Heir's waist. Mu Wan'er, you loser. Don't think that you'll be able to soar just because you worship Zhang Yuanbai as your master. A loser is a loser. I'm going to get you killed and finish you all off. Outside the Imperial Sky Sword sect, Mu Pinger woke up and cursed furiously. She had never suffered such a loss in her life. I'm afraid you won't get that chance. A cold air came to her face, and Mu Pinger immediately turned into an ice sculpture, not angry at all. Gently snapped his fingers, and the ice sculpture instantly turned into a pile of debris. Dare to offend her master and still want to walk away alive? Absolutely not. Muanwen, cultivation level, late chi practicing.
Gas gathering technique.
Avatar, none. Qualification, immortal water spirit root mutant thunder spirit root not activated. Physique, divine body of creation not activated. Characteristics, gifted. Face value, 96. Zhang Yuanbai was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Mu Wanwan holding Mu Heir. Who can look at this characteristic and not be moved? It's almost like carrying around a good luck charm. Just this feature. Wan, when did you get here? Mu Heir was a bit surprised. Sister Heir, do you not want me? Mu Wanwan put on a pitiful look, like a discarded kitten. Senior, this is my cousin Mu Wanwan.
Mu Heir introduced.
Wanwan, this is my master Zhang Yuanbai. Only then did Mu Wanwan notice Zhang Yuanbai. Her eyes filled with hostility, feeling that this man wanted to steal her Heir sister. Wanwan is it? I'll take you as a disciple so you can be with Sister Heir. What do you think? Mu Wanwan's eyes lit up. Being able to stay with Sister Heir? Yuanbai, you already have a disciple, so give this to me. Yi Qingxian suddenly interjected, not realizing that this girl's fortune was actually so great. She was simply a lucky star who walked with good luck. Following her could still be a blessing. Beautiful master. Mu Wanwan's eyes were glowing. Yi Qingxuan's face was simply her dream girl. Her attraction to her was irresistible. Instead of finding a male master teacher, it would be better to follow a beautiful master teacher. Sister Heir. Let's worship this beautiful sister together. Mu Wanwan pulled Mu Heir's hand and shook it around. The trick of pampering her was tried and true. Sister Heir never rejected her. Wanwan, things like worshipping a master can't come casually. Since I already have a master, I can't break my trust. But we're all in the same clan. You can come and play with me anytime. Sister Heir. Mu Wanwan was dumbfounded. How did the plot go astray? Doesn't this work every time? How come it doesn't work today? This change is also too fast. Right, Heir's sister how all of a sudden changed attitude. The way she looks at that man is so strange. Is she mesmerized? What's so special about that man? Is it better than this cute one of mine? Looks like you don't have much of a reputation. Yi Qingxian was a bit surprised that he had only just appeared, and this girl had actually decided so. This little nymph was actually willing to worship herself as her teacher? The corners of Zhang Yuanbai's mouth twitched. What kind of tricks are you playing? This girl obviously doesn't simply want to worship. He was speechless for a while in his heart. It seemed that this disciple was hopeless. The meat in his mouth was gone. It was too infuriating. Senior, is this the little sister you found for us? So cute. When Ro and Feng Jiutian appeared out of nowhere and pinched Mu Wanwan's face, which was soft and adorable. Whoa, beautiful sister. Mu Wanwan's eyes were as wide as bronze bells as she stared straight at them. It's so beautiful. It's almost breathtaking. Are they also your disciples? Mu Wanwan turned her head to look at Zhang Yuanbai with a mischievous face that was so cute that she was really worried that she would suddenly jump up and kick you in the face. Yes. Zhang Yuanbai smiled and nodded. Little man, I already have 3 disciples. You'd better admit defeat. Master is above. Please accept my disciples' obeisance. Mu Wanwan directly knelt down. Although there is no beautiful master teacher, there are 2 super beautiful sisters, a good deal. Yi Qingxian froze at the side. Didn't she say she wanted to worship me? What's going on here? What the hell kind of trick are you playing? Yi Qingxian quietly questioned, seeing that it was all going to work out and then it was screwed up. It feels like something that's almost there is suddenly gone. It's so suffocating. No, she had to figure out what she was doing wrong. Because I have 2 good disciples. Zhang Yuanbai smiled smugly. Congratulations to the master on the success of his apprenticeship. His cultivation level has increased, and the luck of the heavenly way has added to the divine skill of creation. Successful cultivation of the divine power of creation. Awesome. The luck of the heavens adds up, and the deal is so worth it. Am I having a stroke of luck? Yi Qingxian was completely baffled. What's going on here? Sister Wan Heir. We can be together every day from now on. Mu Wan stuck to Mu Wan Heir like a little follower. The height difference between the two is so exaggerated that it's a bit of a comical scene. You call that a height difference? You're kidding. Hello, 2 senior sisters. I'm Mu Wan. Please take care of me in the future. Mu Wan wanted to jump over and hug Gentle, but Gentle dodged and avoided it. It seems that this senior sister is not too easy to deal with, cold. But she smiled so sweetly when she looked at her master. Big sister has a tough task ahead of her. Junior sister, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. I'm your second senior sister Feng Jiutian. Feng Jiutian spoke gently, exuding empress-like majesty and compassion. Sister. Feng Jiutian immediately had an additional pendant. This little sister is really... Feng Jiutian smiled down. This kind of cute little thing. Who would bear to reject it? This little cutie became an instant hit with everyone. After the 4 of them recognized each other, Zhang Yuanbai glanced at them and didn't put much thought into it. The rest of the outer gate distribution is all left to the elders. Those who passed the trial were eligible for selection, but each peak had a limited number of slots, and those who were surplus to requirements were to be assigned to other peaks. That's kind of fair. Chapter 36. It's not time yet. Zhang Yuanbai waved his hand and led the 4 back to his peak. The peak masters who received true disciples were overjoyed, and those who didn't were not disappointed. Geniuses don't just happen? If they're everywhere, what's so rare about genius? Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Yuanbai. This time he brought back 2 more disciples, and people are still not sure about their details. What big move is Nameless Peak up to again? Wow, is this the Nameless Peak? Mu Wan was like a village girl who had never seen the market, and when she saw the magnificent palace on the Nameless Peak, she was instantly enamored. Wan, don't get too excited. Calm down. Mu Wan Heir held her forehead and hurriedly pulled her back. Master, I'm sorry. We're from a small county and really haven't seen much of the world. The heaven and earth of the immortal cultivation world is vast, and the scenery you will be able to see in the future is far more than that. Zhang Yuanbai smiled and said, All right, the caves here are all empty, so pick yourselves. He pointed to the area behind him. Master will stay in this cave, you guys pick a place to rest and we'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Zhang Yuanbai waved his hand, feeling that today is particularly cost-effective, simply earned. The heart is beautiful. Host. Zhang Yuanbai. Realm. Late out of body.
Technique, Cloud Shadow Sword technique, Ice Demon création technique, Phoenix création technique.
Aptitude. Flying with a sword, breaking the sky with a sword, and being born with a charming bone. Special ability. Heavenly Tao mighty pressure, sword intent great achievement. Laws, law of the sword. Special items. Definitive kill card X3. Invincible defense card X3. Yi Ningxuan's Jade Talisman. Senior disciple, Gentle Peak Jindan. Second disciple, Feng Jiutian Peak Out of Body. Third disciple, Lu Mayer Peak Harmony. Fourth disciple, Mu Wan Heir Late Qi Practitioner. Fifth disciple, Mu Wan Late Qi Practitioner. Zhang Yuanbai opened the attribute interface and was in a superb mood. With 5 disciples in his hands, that feeling of invincibility under the sun came to life. Oops, almost forgot. Zhang Yuanbai turned around and handed Mu Waner and Mu Wan 2 storage rings. Your storage space may not be quite enough. These 2 rings are for you, and everything inside is yours. Almost forgot to upgrade resources. The host presents a storage ring and receives 10,000 times the return of the Sumer Dragon Ring. The host presents a superb foundation building pill and receives 10,000 times the return of the transfiguration pill. The host gives away a 3rd order flying sword and receives a 10,000-fold return. New disciples are good. All of them are returned 10,000 times over. As for why you don't use advanced auras and elixirs to upgrade, there was no need, their current cultivation level couldn't manage it at all. Training disciples needed to be done slowly. There was no rush. Master, you give too much. Mu Waner refined the storage ring and was dazzled by the amount of things inside. Stuff, all stuff. Mu Wanwan was also dumbfounded, her mouth slightly open in complete disbelief. Originally, he had only treated Master Teacher as an ordinary Master Teacher, but he didn't expect Master Teacher to actually play for real. In that case, I don't mind you anymore. Take it if the Master gives it to you, it's useless to push back, treating disciples with special favor. When one was a bit upset with the two senior sisters, and she had one more opponent of her own. But as soon as Jiang Yuanbai was mentioned, she couldn't help but speak. Yes, senior sister. Just take it. Master Teacher doesn't care about these little things. Feng Juqian also got used to it. From the initial shock to nowadays directly take it away. People always have to slowly adapt since it can't be refused, then enjoy it. Our residence is not far from Master, so you can also find us if there's anything. Jiang Yuanbai left, and the two senior sisters each went back to their own place. The night was already deep. The moon was poking out half of its head. Mu Wanwan pulled Mu Weiner's hand and wiggled around, starting to pamper her. Sister Wan Er, I don't want to pick a place to live. I want to live with you. Okay. Mu Wan Er couldn't argue and could only agree. The accommodation should be big enough that one more person wouldn't be crowded. There's a pillow to cuddle up with and sleep with peace of mind. 5 disciples now, what's the next whole thing? Back at his place, Jiang Yuanbai fell into deep thought. The gap between the disciples was too great, and they had to hurry up and find a way to improve their strength before they could do so. When his disciples progressed quickly, he himself could become stronger along with them. It had been almost 4 months since he came to this world to take on an apprentice, and Gentle's growth rate was a bit slow. But that's normal, after all, not everyone is like him all the way up, his strength rubbing off on him, it's simply too unreasonable. Gentle is now a great master of the Jindan stage and will soon break through to the Yuaning stage. It just so happens that there's a mysterious place that's going to be open and only allows people below the Yuaning stage to enter. So it's just the right time for her to go and hone her skills. There's no need to worry about Zhou Tian's side. He's been suppressing his strength and pursuing the extreme. When it's time for a breakthrough, it will naturally come. I don't need to care much. As for Willow Meyer, forget it. Mu Wan Er and Mu Wanwan could be properly cultivated. Jiang Yuanbai suddenly realized that since taking in disciples, he had basically been in a state of disregard and hadn't taught them properly at all. This is a bit incompetent to be a master teacher, indeed. Come to think of it, now that you have an idea, let's get a move on. He got up and went straight to Gentle's place. Master, what brings you here? Jiang Yuanbai's arrival made Gentle both surprised and embarrassed. I don't think Master has found anything, right? She hurriedly pulled at her skirt, a little nervous. What does Master want at this hour of the night? It is hard to believe that the Master intends to. In an instant, a great drama was already playing out in Gentle's mind. Gentle. Master, I am. Gentle stood straight, his gaze so firm that it seemed as if he was swearing in to the party. Take it easy, relax. Jiang Yuanbai thought to himself, this Gentle must be imagining things again, and he was speechless for a while. I understand that it's time to relax, and I'm ready to do so. Gently lay down in a regular manner, young is good, to fall asleep wherever you lay down. I just want to remind you that the secret realm of the spectral forest is about to open. Although you don't lack resources, you still need to go out and exercise and learn to hold your own. What? A flash of loss passed through Gentle's eyes. Master, is that why you're talking about this? She gently pushed back the black hair around her ear, her lips biting, revealing a long white leg, hidden. The look was particularly seductive, and with her pathetic appearance, it was even more delicate and attractive. What else could it be? Jiang Yuanbai moved his eyes away and muttered in his heart. Where did this Gentle learn these little tricks? Can't stand it, really can't stand it. Especially after the last taste. What man can carry it off? Get ready early and move in the morning. I'll be waiting to hear your good news. After saying that, Jiang Yuanbai twisted his head and left cleanly. No one was destined to sleep soundly in Falling Snow Peak tonight. He wasn't worried about Gentle's safety. He knew best how many brushes his disciple actually had. When Ro laid back on the bed, the loss in her eyes deepening. She also understood that as a senior sister, her cultivation really wasn't very good. Pulling a comic book out of his arms, he began to scrutinize it. They say you live and learn, and you have to understand it completely so you can use it flexibly. That one didn't work. We'll have to do it differently next time. Master, I won't let you down. I will quickly increase my strength. Gentle resisted the urge to break through. Not yet. Chapter 37 Teaching Swordsmanship. At noon the next day, Jiang Yuanbai returned from falling snow peak and heard the news that Gentle had left. He breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately felt a bit humiliated. This really bereft. Originally, it was just a casual chat, but it actually turned into a war. Lily, you've really screwed me over. All gather in the great hall. Jiang Yuanbai called 3 disciples to the main hall and said, "Your eldest senior sister has gone to the secret realm to practice. So if you have any cultivation difficulties in the future, you can look for your second senior sister." A brief explanation. The following Mu Wanwan laughed heartily. The eldest senior sister was too difficult to deal with, and with her it always felt like a lot of pressure. Now that eldest sister wasn't around, second sister was good-tempered and could at least take advantage of things sometimes. This cheap master looks like the kind of guy who doesn't around and swings for the fences. Well, I'm in luck. One by one, slowly work it out. Wanwan, you guys are the 4th and 5th disciples I've taken in. You've just been initiated and your cultivation is a bit poorer. I've already enrolled you in the Rookie King Challenge in a month's time. You'll have to work hard to improve your strength this month. Don't be lazy. Whoever can take the new king, I'll grant you a request. With one when out of the picture, Jiang Yuanbai wasn't afraid that the 2 disciples would be pitched, and casually agreed. Senior, isn't it the 3rd and 4th sisters? Feng Jiutian was full of doubts. How come she didn't know that she had a little senior sister? When was this a thing? Muwan Heir and Muwanwan didn't feel anything at first, but when they heard Feng Jiutian ask this question, both of them immediately shifted their gazes to Jiang Yuanbai, their eyes full of questions. What? I actually have a sister I've never met? Your 3rd senior sister is the beauty sect's holy maiden, Lu Mayer. Feng Jiutian caret.
Mu Wanir. Ning. Day. Obi.
Muwanwen. Elte. 3 people, 3 expressions. Feng Jiutian was completely confused. She thought about Jiang Yuanbai and Lu Mayer's incident that night. She guessed everything, even her senior. She just didn't think that the other party would be her senior sister. This world was too crazy. She was completely confused. Mu Wanner, on the other hand, expressed her confusion with her face full of confusion, completely unsure of who Lu Mayer was. This matter has nothing to do with her. Anyway, they are all their own senior sisters. They don't see each other now, but they will always see each other in the future. But the beauty sect doesn't seem to be a serious sect either. Thinking about those rumors about the beauty sect, she wanted to say it but didn't dare to. Is it really okay to let senior sister work as an undercover agent in this kind of sect? Time passed slowly and a million ideas had popped into her head. Mu Wanwan's heart was filled with surprise. She was usually playful and saw little, but she heard a lot of gossip. She didn't care about anything else, but one of the continent's 3 greatest beauties, Lu Mayer, was actually her senior sister, the saintly daughter of the beauty sect. That's a holy woman. Still a superb beauty, so it must be especially fun. She had begun to fantasize about the better days beckoning her. Good luck. Really good luck. At this moment, she felt very grateful for worshipping Jiang Yuanbai as her master. She gave up the sovereign just because the other party was like a wildflower, pretty but nothing special. To choose Jiang Yuanbai is to give up a wildflower in exchange for a whole meadow. It's a solid deal any way you slice it. It's a great deal of money. Jiang Yuanbai finished answering everyone's questions before he started teaching them to cultivate. Both of you have a foundation in cultivation, so I'll keep it simple. One heir, do you want to learn sword fighting? A sword appeared in Jiang Yuanbai's hand. The body of the sword was black and shiny. The tip of the sword gently slashed and the surrounding space was sliced open. Jiang Yuanbai's entire body exuded a powerful sword intent that stung his skin. At this moment, Jiang Yuanbai was the sword was him, the human sword was one. This was the topmost realm of the sword path. Jiang Yuanbai, who had mastered the rules of the sword Dao, could enter this state at any time, and it was terrifying. Feng Jiutian had seen big scenes and immediately felt the aura of the sword Dao rules around Jiang Yuanbai. Mind blown. Entering the transition stage only required comprehending a little bit of rule power, and as long as one had accumulated enough, no matter if one was in the pre-transition stage, mid-stage, late stage, or consummation, one could trigger an immortal apocalypse at any time. The higher the cultivation level, the easier it would be to cross the final cataclysm, so everyone would usually reach completion before crossing the cataclysm, which was safer. Not even immortals could necessarily comprehend a single rule, but Jiang Yuanbai had actually comprehended the complete one, and it was an offensive sword Dao rule. The space shook gently, and Yi Qingxian walked out of it. She was originally a good swordsman, and when she felt the change in the rules in the sword technique, she thought it was a special phenomenon caused by Jiang Yuanbai exploring Mu Wan Heir's sword skeleton. But he never expected that it was Zhang Yuanbai who had touched the laws of the sword. I underestimated you before. I thought my sword skills were already very good, and when I compared them to yours, I realized that I was too rash. Yi Qingxian didn't stay long and turned around. Aside from Zhang Yuanbai and Feng Jiutian, no one noticed her arrival and departure, coming and going quickly. This invincible woman seems to be lost once again. Mu Wan'er entered some kind of strange state, with all the swords in front of her eyes. Heaven and earth are full of swords. Everything around it looks like swords. It was as if this place was a sea of swords. It's a world of swords. Swords that felt extraordinarily familiar to her. All that is a sword. A sword light flashed in an instant, illuminating the heavens and earth. Through the reflection of the sword next to her, she realized that she turned out to be a sword as well. The sword is me and I am the sword. In an instant, a sword sound came from Mu Wan'er's body and a sword appeared in her hand. The sword was 3 feet long, as thin as a cicada's wing, and all snow white and pure as bone. Born with a sword bone, the bone sword belonged to her innate divine weapon. As long as Mu Wan'er lived, this bone sword would not disappear. Even if it shatters, as long as she's still around, the bone sword will be able to remake itself and become stronger as she grows. This is sword power? Nope. This is sword intent. Feng Jiutian murmured from the side. The senior master only said one sentence. The senior sister had actually awakened the sword bone and also comprehended the sword intent. If someone had already understood sword intent before they even started practicing the sword, those swordsmen who had cultivated for hundreds of years and were still stuck in the sword momentum stage would probably be shamed into finding their way. Born with a sword bone, a supreme being of the sword way. My senior sister actually has the demeanor of a great emperor. As expected, Master Teacher's eye for selecting talents was very precise. In his place, I'm afraid he would have missed this diamond in the rough. Thanks to Master's guidance, Wan'er was able to gain some insights. I want to learn sword arts and become a sword cultivator. It's not an easy road. If it's hard, I can hold on. Mu Wan'er remembered that world of swords, where everything was so peaceful. She didn't want to be among these ordinary swordsmen. She wanted to excel and become the supreme among swords. Mu Wanwan, who was standing at the side, looked dumbfounded. Where did her gentle and kind sister Wan'er go? That familiar Wan'er sister. In this moment, the change of chi makes her a little confused. Since that's the case, Master will teach you the Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique. Seeing that Mu Wan'er had already made up her mind, Zhang Yuanbai clicked his fingers and imparted the Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique to Mu Wan'er. This was one of the important stunts of the Imperial Sky Sword sect, and he had always taught his disciples according to their talent. Gentle had also learned it, only at that time he had not yet arrived in this world and had not obtained the system. Chapter 38. Very satisfied. Even for later disciples, the system provides the appropriate supporting resources. The only thing he neglected to do was to provide no supporting resources here in Mu Wan'er. Giving away the Imperial Sword Technique, getting 9,000 times the feedback, and the Supreme Sword Scripture. Successful comprehension of the Taishang Sword Sutra. The corners of Zhang Yuanbai's mouth rose slightly. It was true that she was his lucky star, giving feedback so quickly. The current Mu Wan'er had already had enough after learning the Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, and the Supreme Sword Scripture would be taught to her later. Thank you, Master. Mu Wan'er's eyes were filled with gratitude. Master Teacher was really helping her wholeheartedly. The path of sword cultivation was difficult, and no matter how hard or tiring it was, she would persevere to the end. At this moment, the kind of invincible mentality of a sword cultivator, born to be a sword father, had been formed and had awakened. Aya, Sister Wan'er, where's that familiar and good sister of mine? Mu Wanwan's heart was sore. As a woman, she immediately understood Mu Wan'er's mind. On the surface, it looked like admiration, but in reality, Sister Wan'er's feelings for her master had long exceeded an ordinary teacher-disciple bond. He hadn't even managed to take care of a senior sister himself, and now there was another Sister Wan'er? It's a big loss. It's a big loss to Grandma's house. Mu Wanwan was so sad in her heart that her tears fell down like broken beads, and she felt like she couldn't breathe well. This grief is literally bigger than the sky. Wanwan. Zhang Yuanbai's voice involuntarily raised a few points when he saw Mu Wanwan frozen there. Master, what's wrong? Mu Wanwan immediately stood straight, like a javelin, holding out her high chest, but her eyes fluttered, obviously wandering off just now. What did you say? Master, I really don't know. Mu Wanwan's eyes widened as she told the lie. Her face piled up with a pleasing smile, living like a Shiba Inu. This one's for you. Jiang Yuanbai casually threw Mu Wanwan a palm-sized piece of turtle shell that was covered with golden lines and looked mysterious. Master, what's the point of giving me this turtle shell? It's not edible. What do you think? I really don't know. Mu Wanwan tilted her head and put on a cute expression, like a little lowly pouting. Did it work? Jiang Yuanbai didn't eat this. With a single point of his fingertips, he passed the creation technique to Mu Wanwan. This creation technique was a top-tier technique of the deduction category, containing the powerful power of the creation of heaven and earth, deducing heavenly chances, measuring earthly advantages, predicting life and death, and spying on reincarnation. If an ordinary person were to cultivate this technique, I'm afraid that they would be immediately revolted by the heavenly Tao, and only those with great fortune would be able to cultivate it. As long as Mu Wanwan's divine body of creation cultivated the skill of creation, the seal would naturally be lifted and the divine body would be activated. Master, is there a more powerful technique? I also want to sweep the world like a person with one sword. Mu Wanwan blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Yuanbai pitifully, thinking that the way of deduction was too mysterious, and she didn't want to become a magus. Yes, if you swing your sword 100,000 times a day, you will naturally be able to master the way of the sword. Jiang Yuanbai casually threw her a heavy sword that was taller than her, and the sword was stuck right in front of her, so that the little one had to tilt her head up to see the tip of the sword. Jiang Yuanbai wasn't joking. As long as Mu Wanwan was willing to suffer, learning to use a sword wasn't impossible. Mu Wanwan, who carried a great fortune, as long as she was willing to work hard, becoming a powerful sword cultivator was not impossible. Wouldn't that be practicing to be a muscle woman? Mu Wanwan's scalp tingled at the thought that she was covered in muscle and had no soft tissue at all. She was most proud of the fact that she was soft and sweet-smelling and especially good for being held. If you've practiced to become a King Kong Barbie, you won't have a chance to take advantage of others in the future. Forget it. I'll just practice this. Mu Wanwan immediately beat a retreat. There was some movement on the Nameless Peak side and all the other peaks were staring at it, but as a result, they didn't even see a big scene, which made everyone a bit puzzled. In the past, every time there was a heavenly vision and the scene was shocking, but this time, how come there was no movement at all? Did Jiang Yuanbai read it wrong? It shouldn't be. Jiang Yuanbai's picks have always been reliable and especially suitable for himself. It doesn't look like he's lost his eyes in any way. What's going on here? Usually always getting into things. Suddenly all of a sudden it's quiet, but it doesn't feel quite right. What tricks is Yuanbai playing? With his eyesight, I don't believe he'll miss. You ask me? I was going to ask you. Yuanbai's vision has always been spot on. He won't look away. Do you think he thinks he's been too flashy lately and wants to lay low for a while? Everyone nodded in agreement that this was a strong possibility. After all, low-profile wealth do not show the mountains. Everyone is waiting to see what happens next. Sending resources, transferring disciples, and going to falling Snow Peak. Jiang Yuanbai had been living quite nourishingly for a while. Mu Wanner and Mu Wanwan's cultivation progressed rapidly, rushing from the early stage of foundation establishment to the peak of foundation establishment in a month's time. When the Newcomer King Challenge began, Mu Wan Heir and Mu Wanwan's strength crushed their opponents and easily picked up the title of Newcomer King. It's simply too anticlimactic. The other disciples who had just arrived, there were not many who could break through to foundation establishment in a month, while Mu Wanner and Mu Wanwan had already reached the peak of foundation establishment, a disparity that made people cry out that it was unfair. The peak masters of all the major peaks all revealed expressions of, "I'm sure it's like this." Sure enough, Jiang Yuanbai was doing great things in silence again. You could question Jiang Yuanbai's strength, but you definitely couldn't question his vision. Luri had something to say. Jiang Yuanbai was too bullish, especially bullish. She could hardly hold her own. She can barely stand up since she got a taste of it. As Mu Wanner and Mu Wanwan reached the peak of foundation establishment, Jiang Yuanbai's cultivation had also made a small progress, reaching the peak of exhumation, only one step away from the harmonization realm. Once one enters the harmonization realm, only then is one considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of the mighty. Combined powers, quite impressive. Just one more step. Feng Jutian had also broken through and had suppressed it to the limit. The heavens and earth shook as the vermilion bird's shadow hung upside down in the sky, and such an aura once again attracted the attention of the entire Imperial Sky Sword sect. After a month of silence, Nameless Peak finally made another move. That was a relief for everyone. If Nameless Peak had been quiet, they would have felt strange instead. Congratulations to fellow Taoist on entering the Mahayana realm. The Mahayana realm powerhouses of the Imperial Sky Sword sect had all come, and although Zhang Yuanbai hadn't counted them in detail, he knew that the number was staggeringly high. The seldom seen Mahayana powerhouses outside were now gathered together like a food market. Everyone was congratulating Zhang Yuanbai for having a good disciple. As for the name, everyone is free to call it as they please anyway. They are all in the same realm, and the juniors are directly called Daoyu. Name calling doesn't matter. Zhang Yuanbai's skill was also at its peak, and although it looked flat, no one noticed. After some days, Feng Juqian excused herself. She planned to go to the Falling Phoenix Sea region and explore that mysterious place. She felt in her heart that there would be good luck for her there. Be careful on the road. If you run into trouble, crush the transmission jade talisman that Master gave you, and Master will help you. Thank you, Master. Feng Juqian accepted the jade talisman, grateful in his heart, and bowed towards Zhang Yuanbai before tearing through space and walking away. Chapter 39 Terrible Sound. Boom! Thunder struck the sky, and dark clouds rolled over the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect's ferry platform, like they were pressing down on the sky. It's the thunder of the transition. The frightening thunderbolt was revealed in front of them, and the cultivators for millions of miles around felt this pressure. Many curious cultivators wanted to get closer to take a look, but after seeing that this was the boundary of the Imperial Sky Sword sect, they immediately retreated and could only watch from afar. A transition master that was one of the top figures in the continent. Every cultivator who had reached the transition realm was powerful. The Imperial Heavenly Sword sect was worthy of being the #1 sect in the world, and in less than 100 years, another transition realm expert had emerged. But I don't know which senior was the one who crossed the threshold this time. The people outside were shocked, and the inside of the Imperial Sky Sword sect was of course even more lively. Oops, it's thundering. It's going to rain. Hurry up and collect your clothes. Mu Wanwan covered her ears and hid in Mu Wan Air's arms. Shivering, she was most afraid of thunder. It's just the transition, you'll go through it later. After Zhang Yuanbai finished speaking, he flew into the air, wanting to check out the action. As someone who didn't need to be struck by lightning to ascend the realm, he also wanted to see the power of the lightning tribulation. Most importantly, the aura of that ferryman felt familiar to him, and when he arrived at the scene, he saw that it was indeed the 10th Elder. After all, as a senior member of a super sect, the 10th Elder was already a top-notch figure of that era, and with the help of the Enlightenment Tea, who would be elevated if not him? Genpai, come here, stand here and watch. Yan Wuji had arrived a long time ago and was currently chatting with the other peak masters. Watching someone else transmigrate, that was a rare opportunity. Most of these peak masters were in the Mahayana realm and might be able to step into that realm in the future, so they would learn as much as they could. When Zhang Yuanbai walked over, everyone cast friendly glances. I didn't expect that out of the 10 great elders, the 10th elder would actually attract the transitional thunder first. The other 9 elders won't be jealous. Yan Wuji has a straightforward personality and says what he has to say, but it doesn't make him obnoxious. How do you choose between someone who is straight and someone who has a heart of gold and can't move without digging a hole in front of you, without even thinking about it? We're not so jealous. 9 figures appeared, 6 men and 3 women, joining the chatter. These were the other 9 elders, all at the peak of the Mahayana. As they chatted, the topic turned to Zhang Yuanbai. Yuanbai, I heard that old 10 was able to cross the threshold so quickly thanks to your help. The 9 elders' eyes glowed. In terms of talent, they were much stronger than the 10th elder, and their respective laws had some clue, only lacking a moment. Hearing the 10th elder say that he was instructed by Zhang Yuanbai to cross the tribulation, they were also moved. This is too evil. The surrounding Mahayana realm cultivators immediately surrounded Zhang Yuanbai, especially those experts who were at the peak of the Mahayana. Their eyes were bright as light bulbs, as if they were looking at their own beloved treasures, their eyes full of anticipation. In the sky, the hidden Taishang elder laughed softly. This Yuanbai brat, I'm afraid he's going to hemorrhage money this time. He was as confident as ever. This enlightenment tea is simply divine. I only drank a little bit of it, and I've risen a small realm, and my comprehension of the great Tao is much deeper. The several supreme elders were chatting happily, completely unaware of anyone approaching. In the 108 peaks of the Imperial Sky Sword sect, the supreme elders were not just the few of them. Zhang Yuanbai's heart was beating straight. This feeling of being watched made him a little afraid to deal with people. He walked past with both hands in his pockets, pretending as if nothing had happened. He used to have no idea what pressure meant when he had both hands in his pockets. What can I do to help? It's all the 10th Elder's skill. I'm just an ordinary harmonization realm. Jiang Yuanbai didn't hide his strength. The power of the harmonized realm was plainly laid out there. Che, a few days ago he was only in the late out-of-body stage. Don't you say it, last month he was still only at the transformation spirit realm. Men's words can't be relied on, Yuanbai. We can believe anything you say. It's your cultivation. Kill us and we don't believe it. A large group of people didn't believe it at all. Even if Jiang Yuanbai said that he was in the transition realm, they would still feel that they were bragging. Combined realm? You're kidding. You can never guess his true cultivation. Do you really think that cultivation is so simple, like taking an elevator and whooshing upwards? If it's really that easy, wouldn't everyone become immortal? Jiang Yuanbai has a bitter face. What's wrong with people nowadays? No one will believe me even if I tell the truth. I am just an ordinary harmonization realm. This is enlightenment tea, you guys watch it. Jiang Yuanbai casually flung out his hand, and each person was given a pot of enlightenment tea that could set off an uproar. He's got plenty of stuff like that. He would still be willing to take it out if it was used to promote the top experts in the clan. While others are careful with it, he enjoys it with a big grin. My goodness, enlightenment tea. So much? Wow. I've been around all my life and would like to call you Dad. One caddy of enlightenment tea for one person directly made everyone dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the enlightenment tea had disappeared from the continent and could only be found in some forbidden or secret places? Jiang Yuanbai took out something that looked like he was handing out benefits. They didn't suspect anything. They just felt it a little bit and understood the mystery. Genpai, what are you doing? In the sky, a group of old men and women walked out with kind smiles on their faces. As usual, Jiang Yuanbai divided a pound each. He had long known that those transition realm Taishang elders were peeking from the sky, and he didn't reveal them. Haha. Good, good. Yuanbai. These are some of the trinkets I saved when I was young. Take them and play with them. Yuanbai. This is a meteorite from the sky. I can't use it. Take it and play with it. Those supreme elders weren't taking benefits for nothing. Each of them took out something very valuable. The other peak masters immediately blushed when they took a look. Oh, we'll be freeloaders, won't we? No, absolutely not. After thinking left and right, they decided to find an excuse to make up the deficit next time. 1 or 2 cups of Gautama tea is expensive enough, let alone a whole kilogram. Everyone was casually gossiping next to Jiang Yuanbai, who had unconsciously become everyone's favorite. Oops. How did I become everyone's favorite? Boom! Lightning ripped through the sky, shattering the heavens and earth, and slammed down hard. The transition realm had to undergo 9,981 thunderbolts, and one thunder represented a difficult hurdle. The power of this thunder tribulation was extremely terrifying, testing both the strength accumulation of the tribulator and his means of preserving his life. The 10th Elder's strength was naturally very strong, and when the thunderbolt struck him, he didn't move at all, letting the lightning strike his entire body black. 1, 2, 10. After the first 10 thunderbolts had passed, the power of the thunderbolts behind them gradually increased. The 10th Elder had already stood up. The thunderbolt behind him could not be carried hard. The 9 ninth rank flying swords surrounded him, using their power to forcefully fight against the thunderbolt. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion after explosion. Chapter 40 stumbled on a nail. The 10th Elder's crossing of the tribulation looked easy, but in fact, everyone understood that it was just a superficial phenomenon. The Heavenly Tao's thunderbolt only targeted the 10th Elder alone, and the pressure didn't spread. None of them would have lasted if they were in their place. None of the people present below the transition realm were able to block a thunderbolt of this magnitude. To the 60th thunderbolt, the sword array has been unable to hold out. A variety of talismans, defensive artifacts are all taken out, constantly weakening the power of the thunderbolt. As long as the last heart demon tribulation is fine, there shouldn't be any problems with the 10th Elder's tribulation this time. Seeing the 10th Elder's life-preserving tactics come out one set after another, everyone felt that things were in order. As long as one survived the first 80 thunder tribulations, the last one would be the heart demon great tribulation. As long as one's heart is free of guilt, the heart robbery is not a big deal. If you don't make it through and are controlled by your mind's demons, you'll become a killing machine. The 10th Elder is a sword cultivator, and sword cultivators are most unafraid of heart demons, so this is stable. With a swishing sound at this time, A long spear pierced through the void, pointing straight at the 10th elder, killing him. A small elder of the harmonization realm suddenly snapped, catching the great powers present off guard. This is the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect. Everyone came here to watch the fun, and something happened in a place that shouldn't have happened. This lance was entwined with demonic chi, revealing that its strength was already in the transitional realm. It was impossible to reach the strength of the transition realm at the harmonization realm, and this was all premeditated. This was a conspiracy against the Imperial Sky Sword sect. The 10th elder was only at the Mahayana realm and was able to withstand the thunderbolt, but could not block the strike. Adding to the fact that the other party had used all of their cards, they had only crossed 78 thunder tribulations up to now, and there were still 2 more thunders yet to come. The fact that the other party chose this time to strike was completely unguardable. Thunderbolts could not be interfered with, or those who interfered would be targeted by the heavenly Tao. By then, the power of the lightning tribulation would increase exponentially, and it would be truly terrifying. Everyone's eyes were wide open. It happened so suddenly that there was no time to react. They couldn't intervene, they could only find a way to stop the person who did it. The other side had anticipated this and directly, damn demon race, to infiltrate our Imperial Sky Sword sect. Elder brother Yuanbai, calm down. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuanbai rushed to the center of the thunderbolt, his body glowing so brightly that he was practically invulnerable to swords and spears. It's a trick of the system that has been used once. As he clutched the lance, the demonic aura on the lance didn't make him shake at all. Elder brother Yuanbai, you alas? The 10th elder looked dumbfounded, surprised and angry. Surprised, Jiang Yuanbai actually came to his rescue regardless. Angry that Jiang Yuanbai came in, the thunderbolt might be on him, and it would be fine for him to die by himself, but if he dragged Jiang Yuanbai into it, he would not forgive himself even if he died. Everyone else thought so too. They couldn't care less about how Jiang Yuanbai had blocked a transitional level attack so easily. Relax. Jiang Yuanbai was particularly calm, and the thunderbolt didn't seem to notice him. Not only did it not get stronger, but it weakened by half. By the last 2 thunderbolts, they couldn't even catch up with the power of the first one. Everyone froze. Here were all old guys who had been practicing for years and had never seen anything like this. It's not supposed to be like this. Why didn't the heavenly thunderbolt get stronger? Does that make sense? However, everyone was finally relieved in their hearts. After all, Jiang Yuanbai was now their baby bump. If something happened to him, they didn't know who to cry to. Thank goodness. The 10th elder had closed his eyes at the moment, falling into his own heart demonic calamity, and the thunderclouds dispersed. The heart devil's tribulation was going to last for several hours, and for safety's sake, everyone stood guard here. Every transition realm expert was an important pillar of the clan. When it was over, everyone came back to their senses and stared at Jiang Yuanbai in unison. One looks like he's seen a ghost. Just now, did Yuanbai instantly catch the lance of that transition realm's full force strike? After you said that, I remember too. I was too nervous to pay attention. That's right, that strike just now had the strength of at least the middle stage of the transitional tribulation, and I don't even dare to say that I could catch it that easily. One of the Supreme Elders spoke. After receiving the approval of the Supreme Elder, everyone's gazes all changed. See? I told you this kid's cultivation couldn't be trusted at all. Yan Wuji laughed out loud. This kid's cultivation changed every day. Who could believe that he was only an out-of-body stage? No, it should be ensoulment. What's going on? Sure enough, cultivation changes every day. Instantly, Jiang Yuanbai became unfathomable in everyone's eyes. Many of the Supreme Elders had watched Jiang Yuanbai grow up, and he had become a ferrying realm at less than 100 years old. Who would believe it if I said it? It must be the reincarnation of an immortal. Only an immortal reincarnated can progress so fast. These transcendent means are a great source of confusion. Jiang Yuanbai felt everyone's fiery gazes and didn't even dare to look directly at them. No, if you have something to say, can you not be so blunt? Although there were many doubts in his mind, everyone tacitly did not ask. Everyone has their own hidden agenda, and it's not good to ask too many questions. As long as we know that Jiang Yuanbai has no bad intentions towards the clan. The group went back to their usual appearance, chatting away without a word, but their eyes glanced at Jiang Yuanbai from time to time. Yuanbai, what level have you cultivated to? We have such an iron relationship, you're still hiding it. Secretly tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone else. Yan Wuji wasn't as restrained as the others and directly approached Zhang Yuanbai to ask in a low voice. The guys present were at the very least starting at the harmonization stage, who couldn't hear him with this little muttering. Ears perked up. Just because you don't ask doesn't mean you're not interested. Would you believe me if I told you that I'm at the early stage of merging? If I believed it at first, I certainly don't believe it now. Yan Wuji also stopped pursuing the question. Although he was big-headed, he was not a cutie. Zhang Yuanbai didn't want to say, so he stopped asking. No one believes him when he tells the truth these days. He's too cautious. After 2 hours, a sword chi rose up to the sky, the purple chi spreading over 108,000 miles. The transition was successful. Those present arched their hands in salute in the direction of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Congratulations to fellow Taoist for successfully crossing the threshold. Congratulations to Senior for successfully crossing the threshold. Congratulations to the 10th Elder for successfully crossing the threshold. No, it's time to call him a Taishang Elder now. The Peak Masters of all the peaks came to congratulate them, and after reaching the transition realm, they would be able to enter the forbidden land of the Imperial Sky Sword sect and become a Supreme Elder. The 10th Elder was no longer a 10th Elder now, but a Taishang Elder. Haha. Well said. Go to the feast hall today and have a drink together. The 10th Elder waved his hand. In a good mood, he was the first of the 10 Elders to break through the transition realm, and he took this jackpot. Old 10. Just broke through the transition realm and you're getting carried away? The Grand Elder looked like a dried-up old man, as thin as a dry corpse. However, the chi and blood in his body was exuberant, as if it was a dragon's roar, and just by looking at it, he felt that it was not a person in front of him, but a large, tyrannical dragon. Boss, where would it be? The 10th Elder immediately softened. Chapter 41. It's all about being honorable. The boss still has the majesty of a boss. Although the Grand Elder had a weak appearance, it was not as if he had not fought the transitional hijacking stage when he made his move. The other party now also has Zhang Yuanbai's Enlightenment Tea. If it floats, after the other party breaks through, their own sword cultivator is not expected to be able to top it. Yuanbai, thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for you, I might have hung up. I know you have nothing to lose. So if you need anything in the future, call on me. My life, it's all yours. Finally, the 10th Elder walked to Zhang Yuanbai with a sincere attitude and bowed deeply. Yuanbai, this is something I found from underneath the heavenly abyss. It always felt unusual, and I couldn't figure it out even after pondering over it for half a day. With your outstanding talent and good luck, you might be able to unlock its secrets. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the 10th Elder seemed to suddenly remember something before leaving, handing Zhang Yuanbai half a jade pendant. Huh? Looks a little familiar. Zhang Yuanbai received the half of the jade pendant and only reacted on the way back to Nameless Peak. Wasn't this the jade pendant that had been snatched from Tang San's hands back in Tianyuan City? At that time, it was purely for the sake of being angry with Tang San. Half of the jade pendant was just a piece, and he didn't think to look for the other half. I didn't expect that. I didn't bother to look for that thing, but it came to meet me by itself. This fate is also too good, right? It's not a bad idea to be favored by heaven. Previously, I was planning to use my invincible shield to endure the heavenly punishment, but the heavenly Tao didn't give a damn about me at all. Manifest destiny blessing is awesome as hell. It's just awesome to be one of the lucky ones chosen. I'll mull it over later. When she returned to Nameless Peak, Heir was dancing with her sword. Practicing swordplay 100,000 times a day was her daily task. She looked particularly sharp in a plain, long dress with a tight belt and her hair up in a high bun. With each thrust of the sword, sweat ran down his neck in a different way. Sometimes I think Heir is really great and has her own set of styles at such a young age. There weren't many curves, but the way the sweat beads were falling down was quite flavorful. Next to her, Wan was talking to herself with a turtle shell and peeking at Heir from time to time. Wan. Zhang Yuanbai stood silently behind Wan, gently resting on her shoulder, smiling gently. This is a metaphysical world. Even if you're still double-minded in your cultivation, isn't that too much? Master. Wan's voice became stuttered all of a sudden, not even realizing when Zhang Yuanbai stood behind her. Her eyes were full of caution and unease. Her fate was all clutched in Zhang Yuanbai's hands, and she was afraid that if her master was unhappy, he would sacrifice her. You don't want Sister Wanner to soar into immortality while you yourself are still stuck where you are, do you? How sad it will be when the heavens are separated forever. With a little bit of cleverness, it's easy to take care of Miwanwen. This girl looks witty and quirky, but she's actually simple on the inside. Dealing with her was much easier than dealing with that kind of bratty little girl, Lou Meyer. Oh, I won't. Miwanwen was instantly taken. At the thought of that image, she brainstormed a big scene. Sister Wan Heir succeeded in her ascension and left without looking back, leaving her alone in the mortal world, crying her eyes out. Sensei is still pretty good sometimes, and if he hadn't warned me, I might have really cried. Another good guy card in the books. Seeing the two cultivating peacefully, Jiang Yuanbai then returned to his house and pulled out 2 jade pendants. These 2 jade pendants fit together just perfectly. When I first took them out, it felt like there was a force pulling between them that had to be glued together. Jiang Yuanbai casually helped, and the 2 jade pendants finally merged into one, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. The jade pendant was white and clean, with arcane energy flowing on its surface. Jiang Yuanbai engraved it with his own mark, and sure enough, the jade pendant recognized him as its master. He understood the origin of the jade pendant. It turned out to be the key to a certain forbidden place. As soon as he took out the jade pendant, he could feel a force guiding him somewhere. Interesting. Jiang Yuanbai was in no hurry to act, and there was nothing to do anyway. Disciples gentle round realm, hosts cultivation +1. Cultivation had reached the middle stage of harmonization, and he was in a super good mood. Jiang Yuanbai had recently grown in his cultivation, and he had heard that he had fought in the secret forest realm of the spectral forest, and now he was just waiting for her to come back. In less than a year, from Qi practicing stage to Yuanying stage, this speed was already considered very fast, and one could not ask for too much more. Yuanbai, come to Sword Peak. Yi Qingxuan's voice rang out. Jiang Yuanbai was a bit surprised and raised his head to look at the sky. It was still broad daylight, so there shouldn't be any major events. Male disciples who hang out have to learn to take care of themselves, too. Who knows if we'll run into a lurcher who doesn't play by the rules and just get rid of people. He pressed on with the leisure himself and really didn't want to get involved at all. Results. Still being forced to pull through. What's wrong? Jiang Yuanbai arrived at Sword Peak and found that besides himself, Lioli and another peak master were also present. It's like this, the annual 3-sect competition is about to begin, so let the 3 of you participate this year. Jiang Yuanbai froze for a moment before remembering that the sect did have such a rule. The 3-sect competition was jointly organized by the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect, Yaoqi Holy Land, and Floating Sacred Land, with each sect sending 3 disciples who had entered the harmonization stage to compete. It's time to believe that I'm at the harmonization stage, right? Jiang Yuanbai pointed at himself, a little helpless. He had already said today that he was at the harmonization stage, but no one believed him. It's fine. The clan's ancestors can't see your true strength, whatever realm you're in. Just act like you're at the harmonization stage. No one will be able to see the cracks anyway. You make so much sense that I can't even find a rebuttal. Jiang Yuanbai tugged at the corner of his mouth. Worthy of being our patriarch, his thoughts are really different. Then let's leave now, time is short. Get ready early. Prepare? What else is there to prepare? With only 7 days left, I'm afraid we'll spend half of them on the road. The holy land of Yaoqi. That was the territory of the female disciples, and the male disciples would definitely attract attention if they went in. This was the only chance to enter the Yaoqi Holy Land openly and honestly and still not be given a hard time. The 3 clan competitions are held annually with rotating locations. I'll watch you. Yi Qingxuan's transmission made Jiang Yuanbai a bit puzzled. Watch me? What do you see in me? Don't for heart, bro. What kind of trouble could I possibly get into by going to the holy land of Yaoqi? Pack up and leave first thing in the morning. Just say go? That's impossible. Since we're going, we have to organize things. Could be. Luri nodded in agreement. I'm okay with that. The one who spoke was the peak master of Tianlong Peak. Muscular, with his arms exposed, thicker than Jiang Yuanbai's thighs. Sky Dragon Peak was known for cultivating the physical body, and this guy was full of power like a violent dinosaur. His strength should not be underestimated. Then gather at my Nameless Peak tomorrow morning. Jiang Yuanbai returned to Nameless Peak, and the 2 female disciples were still practicing. And look at the whole Nameless Peak. It's alive and well. Regardless of whether they were miscellaneous disciples or outer disciples, they were all replenished after this disciple acceptance ceremony. Chapter 42 and the Masters. There are a few more people in the inner gate as well. In addition to Xiao Yan, Jiang Yuanbai later promoted a few more, Yifan, Chu Liangcheng, Gu Feng Yuan. They were all male disciples, and their talent was naturally not low. These can be disciples with a heavenly destiny. I can't take them, but I can't live without them. For these disciples, Zhang Yuanbai was not stingy at all, giving away a lot of goodies and giving a name of a named disciple. This one held them firmly in place. We still need to go and pull a few more elders back. There aren't enough experts in Nameless Peak. Zhang Yuanbai didn't consider going over to find Yi Qingxian to transfer manpower. Each elder had a fixed position and couldn't be moved. For everything else, it's better to find out for yourself. Early the next morning, Zhang Yuanbai finished arranging things and spent a lot of resources on his two disciples before summoning the nine-headed dragon. This nine-headed scaly dragon of Yuanbai is so majestic every time I look at it. Hung Feng spoke. He was cultivating the physical body, so he could naturally feel the power of the nine-headed augur dragon. He was at the peak of the harmonization stage, and so was the nine-headed augur. The nine-headed augur with dragon bloodline could fight with a Mahayana stage expert with a full strike. He can too. Cut the crap, you'll have your chance to strike when the time comes. Yokomine was a typical battle maniac, solving problems with strength and relying on brute force no matter what the situation was, either in a fight or on the way to one. How does this tournament feel? Lioli's long hair was blown back by the wind, and her white dress was swaying and hidden by the wind. As long as it moves. Zhang Yuanbai heard that it was his first time to participate. I heard that the Yaoqi side is full of beautiful women. The conversation suddenly turned to that classic question. Then I'll have to take a good look. The small hand has been on Zhang Yuanbai's waist. As a man, how can he bow down to the disciple and resolutely not change his words? That's what real men do. You shut up. Yokohama lamented as he was interrupted from casting the spell by Ruri and silently stepped aside. There was no longer any room for him to speak between the two. Sadness. Good big sadness. What is it, master? Taking out the sound transmission jade talisman, it was already the third day, and everyone had already left the boundaries of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect and was passing through a barren land. The ground was full of yellow sand. There were poisonous insects everywhere. Tumbleweeds were everywhere, and there was a sandstorm raging in the distance. Received word that the demon race is going to deal with you. Be more careful. Isn't there a Taishang elder following behind? Zhang Yuanbai glanced at the void. Ever since he left the clan had sent a Taishang elder to follow him all the way to protect his safety. Don't think he didn't know. You found out. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yi Qingxian didn't say anything else, and Zhang Yuanbai also put away the voice transmission jade talisman. 10th elder. Come out. Aren't you tired of draining your spiritual energy all the time? There was a fluctuation in the void, and it was the same 10 elders from before. Now that he had broken through to the transition realm, he had become a supreme elder, but Zhang Yuanbai was still accustomed to calling him the 10th elder. You boys realized I was following behind and wouldn't let me come over and sit down. The 10th elder sat next to him with a big grin, and when the patriarch sent the supreme elder to protect Zhang Yuanbai, he didn't hesitate to volunteer. His life was saved by Zhang Yuanbai, so he came to protect is really open-minded. From the beginning of time, no one dared to sneak up on the Imperial Sky Sword Sect's competition contestants. Just a precaution this time. As a result, some people were really not afraid to make a move. He's right here. The aura of the transitional stage radiates out. Who dares to move? It was also true that the demon race's sneak attack plan was stirred up by Zhang Yuanbai, and now Zhang Yuanbai had really become a target. I can't believe someone dared to make a move on us. Yokomine came over as well, having felt like a big glowing light bulb when he was alone earlier. He does look quite like a big light bulb with that big bald head of his. Now that the 10th elder had also come out with an additional light bulb, he was less embarrassed. He was also looking for a chance to move his muscles. I'm here. Who dares to try? Got balls. The 10th elder's face was smacked raw and snapped. The yellow sand in the sky condensed into a large hand that covered the sky and directly slapped down. The target was directly at Zhang Yuanbai. A sword tore through the void and split the giant palm of yellow sand. There was a distortion in space, and Zhang Yuanbai instantly disappeared as calm returned to the surroundings. The power of spatial laws. Damn it, it's the air demon ancestor. The 10th elder was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that no one would dare to touch Zhang Yuanbai and the others, but it turned out to be a mistake. The empty demon old ancestor was a transition realm expert, not considered the most powerful among the many transitioners, but he had mastered the laws of space and was very tricky. 10 experts at the peak of the transitional succession had teamed up to surround him, and all of them were escaped by him. I didn't realize that the one who struck out this time was the empty demon ancestor. Patriarch, Jiang Yuanbai, has been captured by the empty demon ancestor. The 10th elder's face was unsightly, twice protecting Jiang Yuanbai without success. This face hit really hurt. It's fine, you guys go to the Yao Qi Holy Land first. Yi Qingxian wasn't worried at all and was particularly calm. What? That's it. What else could it be? 10 elders. Glazed. Yokohama. Sovereign, you're not in league with the demonic cultivators, are you? With Yuan Bai's ability, how could it be so easy for the other party to capture him? This is obviously intentional. Yi Qingxian knew Jiang Yuanbai too well. He never did anything he wasn't sure of. If the other party had caught him that easily, it must be Jiang Yuanbai himself. The 10th elder thought about it and thought it made sense. Jiang Yuanbai's strength had always been a mystery. The heavenly Dao Thunder Tribulation couldn't even help him, and he could easily block the full force of a mid-transition realm strike. This strength of the empty demon ancestor was not worth mentioning in front of him. Liuli was a bit worried. Is Yuanbai really all right? Rest assured. I'm relieved my ass. That's my man, not yours. Jiang Yuanbai did mean it. He had the systematic divine eyes and had long since discovered the traces of the air demon ancestor. Green plum. Cultivation level. Early stage of the transition. Jutsu. Name and empty skill. Avatar. Space jump. Moro mimicry. God and demon true body.
Cualificación superior spiritual root.
Physique. Ethereal body. Characteristic solo. Fish and wild geese. Face value. 97. Empty demon ancestor. Where are you taking me? I still have to go to the 3 sect examination. The space was uncovered layer by layer, revealing the nothingness within, and Jiang Yuanbai watched with interest. He dared to be so arrogant because he recognized the other party's characteristic being a loner. A lone person, surely without a gang. It's just her. What's she afraid of? Stop talking. Believe it or not, I'll get you killed right now. Empty demon old ancestor's voice sounded like a small bird that was squawking. A blackened vine wrapped around Jiang Yuanbai, making him completely unable to move, but he was calm. He tilted his head and looked upwards, just enough to see the side of the air demon old man's face. She was photographed in a plain face with big eyes. Just by looking at the silhouette alone, you can tell it's a superb beauty. Chapter 43. This is the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, she wore a mess of smoky makeup that hardened her 97 points of stunning beauty down to a barely passable level. For some people, being too good-looking is rather a nuisance, and the only way to protect yourself is to cover up. Has anyone ever told you that you're really super pretty? The space suddenly shook and the two of them directly fell out. It seemed that Jiang Yuanbai's words had provoked Qing Mei to be a bit unbearable. Surrounded by a dense forest, the cries of various beasts rose and fell. This was the territory of demonic beasts. Do you want to get killed? Those black rattan canes bound Jiang Yuanbai, and as he locked eyes with Qing Mei, he could see the hatred in her eyes. At the same time, it allowed Jiang Yuanbai to see her full face. Aside from that face, Qing Mei's figure was really just right, not too fat or too thin, and pretty much in place where it needed to be plumped up. Her hair was short, shoulder-length hair in black and purple, particularly conspicuous amongst a bunch of cultivators with long, flowing hair. To describe her in one word, it would be Little Tai Mei. Do you dare to make a move? Jiang Yuanbai looked straight into her eyes and put on an air of disinterest. It was as if he was saying, if you have the guts, come and try. You! Qing Mei gritted her teeth. Do you know who I am? I'm a devil cultivator. Of course I know who you are. Isn't that the old green demon ancestor who runs the fastest in a fight, who doesn't recognize you? Jiang Yuanbai said with a smile. You think I really don't dare to kill you? Qing Mei's cane tightened a few more points, and a fierce expression appeared on her face, clearly being poked in the vitals. With a slight push, she could crush Jiang Yuanbai into crumbs. You dare? How could you not dare? Jiang Yuanbai sighed helplessly, his tone like he was coaxing a child. Obviously a great master of the transition realm, how could he act like a child with no heart? Humph. Count on you to know what you're doing. After confirming that no one was following her, Qing Mei led Jiang Yuanbai to a valley and dug a cave with her bare hands. Then, she took out more than 20 array discs and activated them one by one, looking especially careful. As expected of someone who escaped from 10 peak transitional ancestors, Zhang Yuanbai secretly admired in his heart. He himself had never been so cautious. Putting up more than 20 formations at once, even if another group of people surrounded her, she could easily get away by relying on spatial laws. When the array was finished, Qing Mei started installing detonation talismans everywhere again. These were fifth-order talismans, not particularly powerful, but powerful enough to wipe out all traces of this place. It was truly professional, very professional. I've captured Zhang Yuanbai. Are the things you guys promised ready? Qing Mei's gaze swept over Zhang Yuanbai as she took out her summoning talisman and began to contact the others. Zhang Yuanbai was shocked in his heart. Could there be helpers? But looking at her character, it didn't look like she had helpers. Really? That's for sure. Okay. I'll drop you off at your old stomping grounds and you can get it yourself. Is this because you don't believe me? Qing Mei directly snuffed out the transmission note, not wanting to chat anymore. Are you using me as a pawn? Zhang Yuanbai always felt that she wasn't quite brainy enough, and that air demon old man didn't look like a powerful character. What else? Do I just kill you? Qing Mei sneered. Now that everyone is clear that I'm the one who captured you, if anything happens to me, the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect will definitely not let you off the hook. Zhang Yuanbai reminded. They can't help me. Qing Mei looked proud. She was used to being ostracized, as if everyone treated her like an enemy. But what exactly did she do wrong? But after killing a sect for survival, she was kicked out of the house and carried the charge of being a devil. Thinking of this, her eyes moistened a little. But you can't enter Tian Yuan City either. Zhang Yuanbai said softly. Ha! What does Tian Yuan City have to do with you?
Qing Mei snorted.
She found a rock to sit on and casually flung her hand over it, and the campfire was lit. The firelight shone on her face, making her look a little lonely. Look at this. Zhang Yuanbai suddenly had an extra token in his hand, and the vines wrapped around it and handed it to her. Qing Mei took a look and instantly froze. A desperate fellow like you will probably only be able to stay alive in Heavenly Abyss City. If you don't have the protection of the Abyss Master, how many days can you hop around? Zhang Yuanbai smiled and teased. At the end of the auction, you wanted to get me killed too, didn't you? But in the end, you didn't do it. You. Qing Mei's heart tightened. Before she thought that Lord Profound was protecting Zhang Yuanbai because he was in the city. Now it turns out that they had a deal a long time ago. Luckily, she kept her eyes open at the time and didn't act rashly. The Abyss Master's order had never been given to anyone else, and she could still feel the terrifying power in the token. It was a strand of the Abyss Master's divine thought. Zhang Yuanbai could activate it just by thinking about it. But the other side didn't do that. This is bad. I thought that dealing with the Imperial Sky Sword Sect would be enough of a headache, but now I also had to defend against the Heavenly Abyss. You've simply dug a deep hole yourself. If he let Zhang Yuanbai go, he would definitely want to retaliate when he became stronger in the future. 1 peak, 3 divine bodies. As long as these 3 divine bodies didn't die in the middle of the process, one would have to be finished sooner or later. Unless one ascends to immortality, which can be. The road has gone out of its own way. I'm curious, who are you dealing with? And who is trying to harm me? Zhang Yuanbai continued to pursue the question, destroying her mental defense bit by bit. Kill and kill. Psychological tactics. From her steps, he understood what kind of person she was. So what? Facing a great power like the Imperial Sky Sword Sect, she was still afraid. Originally, there was still support from the Heavenly Abyss, but now that she had learned that the Abyssal Master was close to Zhang Yuanbai, she was even more panicked. You go! After tangling for a while, the vines that bound Zhang Yuanbai disappeared, and with a wobble in space, Zhang Yuanbai was teleported elsewhere. If something went wrong with Zhang Yuanbai, he would be completely screwed. Zhang Yuanbai was still alive, and she still had a little hope. Humph. You want me to just leave? I don't know how far away it was, but Zhang Yuanbai suddenly appeared. How could he just let go of something or someone he had his eye on? Although she was called a devil, there was nothing devilish about her except her blood aura. There must be a story here. There was still a chance. How could he miss the position of elder for nothing? A talisman suddenly appeared in Zhang Yuanbai's hand, and he had long ago found Qing Mei's scent. This was an immortal talisman called the God-Chasing Talisman. This talisman was his only treasure, or the feedback he got when he gave Gentle that life-saving talisman. As soon as the talisman lit up, space was torn open and the familiar cave was right in front of him. How did you? Jiang Yuanbai's arrival was so sudden that Qingmei was stunned. She knew the laws of space, even if it was just a little bit, and was particularly sensitive to spatial changes. For Jiang Yuanbai to appear in front of her like this, without a sound, was truly unexpected. She immediately prepared to use a space spell to get rid of him. The man does have some skills, and there shouldn't be many who can do that. Wait, if you dare to drive me away, I'll go back and have the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect and the Profound Lord join forces against you. Girl, you don't want to go to the end of your rope. Jiang Yuanbai's words were really effective, and as soon as the words left his mouth, the fluctuations around him stopped, and Qingmei looked at him coldly. Chapter 44. Another option. Do you think I really don't dare to kill you? After killing you, I'll go straight through the Endless Sea and hide in the Forbidden Land. The Endless Sea was a dangerous sea at the very edge of the continent, where crises abounded and the seabed harbored many ancient beasts of the Transition Realm and even more terrifying things. Legend has it that there is a forbidden land in the Endless Sea. Even when you were at your best, you couldn't cross the Endless Sea, not to mention you're injured now, it's simply impossible. A powerful pressure went straight to Jiang Yuanbai, and Qingmei's eyes became even colder. You're working with the others just to get some resources to heal your injuries, and it's not necessarily completely healed. How about I help you recover? What do you think? Jiang Yuanbai casually waved his hand and chipped a stone bench out of a large stone, sat down by the campfire, took out a piece of meat and began to roast it. The demon beast meat nourished and bubbled with oil, and although there was no seasoning, the aroma was already wafting out. I don't believe you. So you trust the people you deal with? Jiang Yuanbai looked subdued, not in a hurry at all, and took out a jar of honey and evenly applied it to the meat. The scent became even stronger, and Qingmei couldn't help but swallow. She hadn't eaten in a long time, relying solely on her aura to maintain her body. Suddenly smelled so fragrant barbecue. Really a little hold? Neither spoke, only the sound of roasting meat echoed in the air. Jiang Yuanbai wasn't in a hurry to say anything. Whoever opened his mouth first at this time would lose. The other party is also a sophisticated person. It is certainly not easy to live for so long, and the way she wants to speak, who can know that the truth is mixed with a few points? What are your demands? Eventually, Qingmei couldn't help but speak first. Jiang Yuanbai was right, she was indeed injured, and because of her injuries, her cultivation of several hundred years had stagnated and even started to regress. Be mine. No way. Elmaim balked without thinking. Men were really all the same, they all came for her body. You've got it wrong. I mean to join my Nameless Peak as a peak protector elder. Sure, I won't make it hard for you, just keep it for 100 years. 100 years was really nothing to people at their level. How can I trust you? Do you have a better choice of path? A pill flashed in Jiang Yuanbai's hand, and the strong medicinal fragrance immediately overpowered the aroma of the roasted meat. When the roasted meat was cooked, Jiang Yuanbai cut half of it and handed it to Qingmei. Taste. He handed her a piece. Qingmei didn't take it, and Jiang Yuanbai shook it again before she reached out and took it. Just take the initiative and things will work out. Control. Don't worry. It's not poisoned. Jiang Yuanbai took a large bite, squinting his eyes with a face of enjoyment. This food should definitely not be spoiled. Those who relied on spiritual energy to maintain their bodies, or even gave up their diets, were simply out of their minds. If he were in his place, he wouldn't be able to stand it. Elmaim relaxed a little inside. She had been living alone, and ever since she was called a demon, she didn't trust anyone or any group. She felt like she couldn't find a place to belong. Everything is ruined. The moment the roast was in her mouth, the feeling of satisfaction touched her heart a little. Maybe it's just a case of eating your fill of nonsense. Could also be that she had long wanted to find someone to talk to. As she looked at Jiang Yuanbai, the wariness in her heart unknowingly decreased quite a bit. Do you want to hear a story? I'll buy the drinks. Jiang Yuanbai took out 2 jugs of spirit wine and gave one to Qingmei, drinking directly into the spout himself. The spirit wine is spicy with a touch of comfort. Cozy. Elmaim followed his example and took a sip. I have a friend. Elmaim's eyes were filled with memories. She used to have a happy family with loving siblings. Jiang Yuanbai, while drinking and eating meat, listened to the familiar, I have a friend beginning, his heart like a mirror. He didn't say much, so he listened quietly to the other man's story. Roughly understood the story Elmaim was telling. Her friend is the daughter of the head of a small clan because her father got a treasure, was seen by a big clan, and in the end the whole clan was finished. But she was protected by everyone in the clan and managed to escape. With hatred in her heart, she joined that great sect, cultivated hard and fearlessly, and eventually became the only person in the sect to break through the Mahayana realm. When everyone thought she would lead the clan to new heights, she made her move. She cut her past enemies in 1,000 cuts and gave the meat to the dogs with extreme cruelty. The entire clan, all up and down, was killed by her, leaving only the outer disciples who had just entered the clan and knew nothing. In the end, she was disowned by the righteous. Do you think my friend did the right thing? Qingmei stared straight into Jiang Yuanbai's eyes, trying to find some clues in his eyes. No, big mistake. Omame's eyes flashed with a hint of loss. Surely, everyone thought she was wrong? Jiang Yuanbai's next words brightened Qingmei's originally low mood. He said, "Those people from the outer sect should have been completely resolved. Since they have laid their hands on them, they should be made to disappear forever. Your friend took care of the entire clan, then cleaned up the scene, then changed her identity and blamed all the charges on the devil cultivator. In a place as big as the cultivation world, who would still be able to recognize who she is? It's like a wildfire that burns out and grows back. Now that you've done it, you have to do it thoroughly and leave no loose ends. I think that the reason why this friend of yours exposed his identity must be because those people from the outer sect are talkative." Qingmei was a little confused by what she heard, and for a moment she couldn't tell who was the good guy and who was the bad guy. She muttered in her heart, "Is what you said reliable? Listening to you, it's as if you haven't said anything at all. Are you really serious? I think you're the devil cultivator." To be honest, if Jiang Yuanbai's plan had been followed, she indeed wouldn't have been found. No body could be found at the scene. Coupled with the contributions she had made to the sect, no one would even suspect her. Everyone would just assume that she had suffered a misfortune as well. It turned out to be so. Her eyes immediately changed, and when she looked at Jiang Yuanbai, she was filled with the feeling of regret that she hadn't met him earlier. Wish I had met him earlier. Even the roast felt better in my mouth. I feel the same way. My friend is just too honest. Once the topic opened up, the more they talked, the more they got along. It was almost like they had met their soulmate. Now where would she still have any animosity towards Jiang Yuanbai? For hundreds of years, everyone blamed her for everything that was wrong. She was careful and walked on thin ice, and it was not easy for her to reach the transition realm. However, during the breakthrough, the commotion was too great and he was besieged by the righteous people, and his injuries are still not healed to this day, leaving behind dark wounds. Your injury is damage to your divine soul. This is the divine spirit pill. You should recognize it. Jiang Yuanbai took out the elixir that had been carefully collected by him. The divine spirit pill was a treasure used to repair damaged divine souls. In the beginning, Feng Zhouqian couldn't use this elixir because he only had a divine soul without a physical body. Otherwise, the effect would have been much stronger than those spirit materials. To repair the damaged divine soul of a transitional soul realm powerhouse, only this long-lost divine spirit pill would do. The transition realm was completely different from all the previous realms. 500 years, and if I can be healed, I will follow you for 500 years. Chapter 45 Amazing Sword. It had been a long time since Aomame had felt such care, even if she hadn't promised anything. Originally desperate, she suddenly felt a little warmth in her heart. Her heart, it seems, beats for only one person. I'll do what I say, and after 100 years, you can leave any time you want. Jiang Yuanbai hadn't asked her to take any heavenly vows, and this unreserved trust made Qingmei's eyes moisten. This feeling of being trusted was so precious. Without hesitation, she took the elixir and began to recover. The current her was completely defenseless, and even a sudden attack by a harmonization realm cultivator would be able to easily re-injure her. Once upon a time, she didn't trust anyone. The current her gave all her trust to Jiang Yuanbai. If he betrays, he has no one to blame but himself for looking at the wrong person. If he could carry this expectation, what was it worth if he himself accompanied him for 100 or 1,000 years? There is no need to explicitly state the meaning of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring of water. Jiang Yuanbai didn't make a move because he pressed the other party as a target. Right at this moment, the formation shook violently, and the formation that Qingmei had set up was actually destroyed by several layers. Get well and I'll go check on. Outside the formation, several amazing forces suddenly descended. 2 were at the transition realm, and there were 7 others who had reached the Mahayana realm. The 20 or so formations set up by Qingmei had already broken 2 layers. This is really cunning. In order to catch her, I even activated the mark I left on her before. If I let her slip away this time, it'll be even harder to catch her in the future. Don't worry. The surrounding area has been sealed. She can't fly out even if she grows wings. 18 pitch black spikes were inserted into the void, blocking off the entire area and completely blocking Qingmei's path of retreat. Friend empty devil, it's better to hand over the person. The matters of the cultivation world are not something you can just get involved in. Those 9 people were all cloaked in black robes, their bodies exuding a strong demonic aura. They couldn't even see their faces, and their voices spoke in a cold and creepy voice, so it was clear at a glance that they were some unsuspecting characters. They heard that Jiang Yuanbai had been taken away by the empty devil and knew that the other party was telling the truth. Since the other party wasn't giving face, they could only go hard. In fact, they wanted to go dark from the start, only the other party didn't take the bait. Luckily, they were prepared beforehand. As powerful as you are, I have my own way of dealing with you. I'm not afraid of you running roughshod over me, because I have the seal in my hand and no one can get away. I'm out. And then what? Jiang Yuanbai walked out of the formation, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. He was born with a few charms of his own, especially attractive, and at this time, when those guys saw him, their eyes went straight, as if they had seen a supreme beauty. This made Jiang Yuanbai feel uncomfortable all over. Gotta get away from these guys in a hurry. Empty demon. You can still recognize the situation. Not bad. Jiang Yuanbai took the initiative to show up, and those people thought Qingmei had admitted defeat. But we can't leave you behind until you're dead and all the trouble may be dumped on you. The leading demonic cultivator let out a string of ear-piercing laughter, his body's demonic aura fluctuating and undulating, looking extremely arrogant. What a stupid woman. Jiang Yuanbai shook his head helplessly. Things in the cultivation world were unfathomable, and it was impossible to mix without some means. Aomame has survived this long thanks to her spatial laws and careful lifestyle. Now that she was being approached and space was blocked in advance, the power of her spatial laws was useless and she could not escape at all. I'm curious to know what exactly you guys want with me? Jiang Yuanbai thought about it. He didn't seem to have offended anyone, and these demons were fixated on him. Villains always died from talking too much, and from what he knew of this group, they certainly couldn't resist answering his questions. As expected, the leading transition realm demonic cultivator took a step forward, tilted his head 45 degrees to look at the sky, and put on an inscrutable appearance. Jiang Yuanbai, join our heavenly demon sect. As long as you're willing to join, the position of vice sect leader is yours. That's trolling. Jiang Yuanbai didn't show any emotions on the surface. Joining the heavenly demon sect requires a test, right? What exactly do you have to do? Hand over those 3 sacred objects, and then take out all the good things you have on you and return them to our sect to share. Finally, make a heavenly oath, and this will be over. The other party's face was so sure of himself that he could see Jiang Yuanbai's heart on fire, and he couldn't wait to slap him over. Hand over the treasure? No problem. Jiang Yuanbai gently waved his hand, and a small mountain piled up with top-grade spirit stones immediately appeared in front of him. There was also a 9th-ranked magic treasure floating beside him, and there were even some aura fluctuations that surpassed the 9th rank. Spirit elixirs and pills also floated in the air, and those rare treasures that were normally rare to see were now like roadside cabbages that could be found everywhere. Those 9 people were breathing heavily, their eyes wide. Just about any of them was something they could only dream of. These are but a small portion of my belongings, envious? A long knife slowly flew in front of that transitional demon cultivator. This was actually a half-immortal artifact, which had long since exceeded the range of a 9th-ranked magic treasure. Even amongst the powerhouses of the transitional succession realm, there were only a handful that could possess a half-immortal artifact. As expected, that demonic cultivator's breathing immediately became heavy, and the others also stared at the long blade, itching to take it for themselves immediately. They had long heard that Jiang Yuanbai's family was wealthy, that he was generous in giving money to his disciples, and that he was even more profligate at the auctions. But at that time, they only felt that he was rich, and they didn't have a clear idea of exactly how rich. Now the concept is finally clear. That demonic cultivator reached out his trembling hand to grip the long sword, his heart racing. One must know that even their sect master had never touched a half-immortal weapon. But in the next second, their faces suddenly changed. That long knife seemed to have become a hot potato, and before they could throw it out, a blinding light had already illuminated heaven and earth. Burial sword.
Imperial Sword Formation Burial Sword.
As the peak master of the Imperial Sky Sword sect, Zhang Yuanbai was naturally proficient in this technique. The original burial sword could only detonate his own flying sword, but now that he had comprehended the law of the sword, everything could be turned into a sword, so naturally he was not subject to this restriction. The power of that half-immortal artifact was comparable to the full force of a loose immortal strike. The dazzling light tore through space, and the earth collapsed layer by layer before being lifted up by the raging energy. This terrifying power lasted for only a few breaths before the ground was left with a deep, bottomless pit of lava, forming a lake of lava, and the space between heaven and earth was torn apart, revealing the nothingness behind it before slowly healing. Good thing I'm cautious enough. Zhang Yuanbai turned around to take a look. The power of the half-immortal artifact had rippled out over a 10,000-mile radius, and the entire mountain range had been leveled to the ground. Only this mountain, which had been set up by Qingmei with more than 20 layers of formations, was still struggling to hold on, and the formations were almost completely destroyed, with only a circle of residual formations barely holding on. Zhang Yuanbai! Zhang Yuanbai! In the lava lake, a figure rose up in the air, its demonic aura churning, its eyes filled with resentment. The man was drenched in blood. Not a single part of his body was intact. His arms and legs had been chopped off, living like a naked man. Chapter 46. Another good qualification. I didn't think you'd be able to hold out and not die. Zhang Yuanbai was a bit surprised. I'll kill you. Are you sure? Zhang Yuanbai smiled as he looked across the street, the surroundings already surrounded by ninth-order magic weapons. He was smiling, but he looked like a bad fox anyways. Oops, I'm wrong, you're generous. Let me go. Boo. A gust of wind brought the grass back up on the ground, and it will grow again if we don't get rid of the roots. Although Zhang Yuanbai had lost a bit of treasure, he wasn't distressed at all, but instead was particularly comfortable. It's just like art, it really gets better the more you look at it. Zhang Yuanbai returned to the cave. The noise outside was so bad that Qingmei was anxious, but she could not go out, and did not know what had happened, only knew that the fight was quite fierce. When Zhang Yuanbai returned, she happened to have finished refining pills and the injuries on her body were healed. Are you okay? Not hurt. She was especially anxious, and her hands were touching Zhang Yuanbai's body here and there. You're using this as an opportunity to take advantage of me, aren't you? Zhang Yuanbai grabbed her hand, which was neither soft nor hard, a bit of an intermediate state. How much has this woman suffered? Huh? Qingmei's face instantly red, hurriedly pulled back her hand. She is old. Where has she experienced this kind of thing? Momentarily unable to react, her speech is a little stuttering. I just wanted to see if you were hurt. I'll do what I say, and you'll be your man for the next 500 years. Really? So do I get to do whatever I want, whenever I want? Zhang Yuanbai said while sizing her up. Stop it, let's go. It's not very safe here. Just now, the commotion was so loud that it must have attracted quite a few strong people over. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave later. Qingmei also realized the gravity of the situation. Although she didn't know what Zhang Yuanbai had done, the previous commotion had already explained everything. Walking out of the cave, Qingmei's eyes widened and her mouth opened so wide that she could stuff a sausage into it. Oh my god! What about the mountain? What about that big mountain? The high mountains became a flat land, and the flat land became a lava lake. She looked over at Zhang Yuanbai, her head full of question marks. Even though she hadn't gone out, she felt that there were two experts of the transitional stage fighting against each other. Zhang Yuanbai is fine, but this place has become like this. How did he get this ancestor here? Or was she the target from the beginning? She gets it. Surprisingly, I'm a fool myself. Someone's coming. It was too late to ask more questions. She sensed the fluctuations in the void and immediately blew up the cave, taking Zhang Yuanbai with her to hide in the void and escape. She was indeed an expert at escaping. As for the void spike that was previously used to seal the void, it was destroyed by the shockwave when the half-immortal weapon exploded. This? Who did this? Why do I smell a trace of immortal aura? Immortal chi? Only a ninth-turn loose immortal can have a little bit of immortal chi. It wasn't long before the space began to shake, and many nearby powerhouses rushed over. And when they saw the changes that Zhang Yuanbai had wrought, they were all dumbstruck. An expert of this level making a move was simply not something they could casually discuss. This is for you to hold. Only when it was safe did Qingmei emerge from the void, and just as she stood still, she felt a coolness on her neck, and Zhang Yuanbai's voice came from her ears, making her ears itch. This thing is called divine concealment, and it's a powerful treasure that can block at least a number of attacks from powerful people and still allow one to remain undetected. Nowadays, many people in this place are paying special attention to you, and with this, you dare to strut around without having to sneak around. Qingmei stared at Jiang Yuanbai's face, her heart in a trance. This person could always give her a big surprise in places she didn't expect. Although she didn't understand what kind of sub-love and what kind of love, she knew that many people had thoughts about her that they shouldn't have, but right now, she felt a little move towards Jiang Yuanbai. Why are you staring at me like that? Thank you. She touched the chain around her neck and thanked him sincerely. I got used to the darkness a long time ago and probably wouldn't have thought so if I hadn't seen the light. Yes, she had lived a warlike life, marching alone. It was Jiang Yuanbai who saved her from that bottomless pit. Otherwise, she might not be able to climb out for the rest of her life and end up trapped there. How far away are we from the Yaoji Holy Land? After delaying for more than a day, there were only 2 days left until the day of the 3-clan competition, and Jiang Yuanbai realized the urgency of the situation. At the rate I'm going, I'll be there in about 2 days. Qingmei sized up the situation and hurried along with Jiang Yuanbai. Normally people who cultivated to the transition realm would need 3 days to reach it. She only needed 2 days. The beauty of the laws of space was that one could move several times faster in space. Outside of the Yaoqi Holy Land, there was a place dedicated to welcoming guests. Yaoqi Holy Land is full of female cultivators, known as the daughter country of the cultivation world. Countless men dream of going in to take a look. Unfortunately, even the heads of other holy places have no way to get in without an invitation. Why isn't Yuanbai back yet? There shouldn't be any sub-thing going on, right? Liuli was most worried about Jiang Yuanbai, and a man had to have his own heartache. Looking at the 10 elders and Yokohama who were playing chess next to her, she really wanted to smash their chessboard. How come you guys are so calm? Just relax and trust Genpai. The two of them were playing chess and drinking tea at the same time. I'll be there soon. Jiang Yuanbai counted the time. There was still enough time, and let out a sigh of relief. It would be a shame to be late. This is simply sorry for the Yoyogi Sanctuary. Luckily, it's almost here. But just at this time, a fierce wind suddenly blew in the space, and the entire space began to become unstable. A space storm is a chaotic upheaval in space, just like the sea is steady as a mountain when it is calm, but can't stand when the waves are rough. Jiang Yuanbai was thrown out by space without paying attention. Qingmei tried to pull him out, but was swept away by the spatial storm. In the blink of an eye in space, the two are miles apart. With a fluttering sound, Jiang Yuanbai fell into a pool. The water was just the right temperature. The water surface was floating with flower petals, and the scent of jasmine came to his nose. He raised his head and looked at the 4 eyes, seeing everything clearly, and suddenly his face changed drastically. The other party was about to shout out. He hurriedly covered her mouth and sealed her aura in the process. This series of actions is flowing smoothly, and it looks like an old man. Jiang Yuanbai then breathed a sigh of relief. Egu, I fell into someone else's bathtub. He held her down firmly while glancing at her profile card, and the whole thing was dumbfounded. Xia Shaowan. Realm Late Jindan. Technique Spirit Stream Secret Method.
Abilities 御水术, 水木天花, 冰晶凝霜.
Talent Water Attribute Spiritual Root. Physique The Body of Water. Charm Value 98. Xia Shaowan, the chief disciple of the Lingxi sect, a famous beauty in the cultivation world. Li Qingqing's heart was in turmoil, joyful and worried. He was happy that he had finally stepped into the territory of the Spirit Stream sect. The worry was that he had trespassed into the territory of the Spirit Stream sect. Chapter 47 I hope it's a Taoist couple. And it was still in the place where the patriarch was bathing, and to make matters worse, he had pressed the naked patriarch to the ground. If the news got out, one would definitely be envied by the whole world, right? Never look at it more than once. Never look at it more than once. Qingcheng Li hurriedly recited a few silent meditation incantations, which barely calmed him down. And what else didn't you see? Who can carry this? Don't talk. I'll let you up if you cooperate. Xia Shaowan gently nodded her head. Qingcheng Li released his hand. Xia Shaowan immediately covered her chest with both hands, and the other hand protected her lower body. Her face turned red and tears were coming out. I'm really not a bad person. Xia Shaowan had a look of, do you think I will believe it? She was restrained right after she entered the house. Her spiritual power was blocked. She couldn't even shout. And now she said she wasn't a bad person? Who could believe her? However, the guy was really good looking and his type. Blah blah blah. What are you rambling on about yourself? Trying to shake off the thoughts that shouldn't be there, but the more I try to shake them off, the more I can't control them. What the hell does he want to come to Spirit Stream Sect for? It couldn't be that he had any bad intentions for himself. Could it? It's already like this. It's really impossible to get married now. What if he gets tough? I hear the first time can be painful. The more I thought about it, the more scared I got, and the whole thing started shaking. On weekdays she is a lofty big sister, that is all pretend. In fact, she is just a little girl who has never seen the world. I'm really not a bad person. You put your clothes on first. Li Qingcheng mobilized his spiritual power to quickly bake the clothes dry, glanced at Xia Xiaowan's clothes drying next to him and casually handed them to her. Really not a bad guy? Xia Xiaowan took the clothes, a little confused. This plot is not right. She was one of the few great beauties in the cultivation world. How many people coveted her? This guy looked at himself all over and actually managed to hold back? She put on her clothes and went ashore, looking at Qingcheng Li with trepidation. Are you not able to? She suddenly blurted out and regretted it when she finished. What are you saying? The most taboo thing for a man is to be told that he can't. Is this not asking for trouble? The corner of Li Qingcheng's mouth curled up slightly and smiled before taking a step forward. As a man, being questioned by a woman about his line, of course he had to prove it. He grabbed Xia Xiaowan's wrist and she shrieked, exposed to the air again. Qingcheng Li stepped closer and looked down at her. Tell me, am I good? You can. Ji Yaoyao almost lost her breath. Her heart was tense. It's over. It's all over now. She's just been spoiled. What is written in the book is all a lie. How can a size 36 shoe fit into a size 42 foot? She reddened and put on her clothes, although she was ashamed and bashful in her heart. But it had already happened. To her surprise, the man actually did not go any further, which made her begin to wonder if she was not attractive enough, and even wondered if Zhang Yuanbai had any special quirks. However, all this was proved to be overthinking after close contact. The other party was indeed okay. You can talk normally now, right? Zhang Yuanbai's eyes brightened slightly when he saw that she was dressed. The white gauze skirt set her off even more softly and beautifully, and the light veil covering her was vaguely visible, revealing a bit of mysterious beauty. However, he quickly calmed down. This kind of scene was nothing to him at all. He secretly sighed, as expected of a divine beast's body. Who are you? How did you come to my Yaoi holy land? Returning to her senses, Qi Yaoyao was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. She was a hallowed holy maiden, but to be taken advantage of like this was truly a strange shame. Zhang Yuanbai confessed. He knew that he was in the wrong. A yellow flower girl was looked at by himself. How to say is also their own advantage, people at a disadvantage. Do wrong to admit, scolded to stand straight. Zhang Yuanbai is not the kind of person who did bad things and still want to deny. Zhang Yuanbai? Qi Yaoyao felt that the name was a bit familiar, and for a moment, she didn't remember who it was. Then, her eyes suddenly widened. What did you just say? You're Zhang Yuanbai? The Zhang Yuanbai from the Royal Sky Sword Sect's Nameless Peak. Holy Maiden, what happened? The two maids serving her daily routine outside the door heard the sound and hurriedly pushed the door in. It's fine, you guys go out first. Qi Yaoyao waved her hand, but a wild storm had already risen in her heart. Only when those two men walked away did Zhang Yuanbai peek out from behind the pillar and let out a long sigh of relief. It was obvious that he hadn't done anything, so why did he feel like he'd been caught red-handed? He waved his hand and unlocked the spiritual power seal in Qi Yaoyao's body. The fact that the other party was willing to help him keep his secret meant that she didn't have any ill will towards him. It wasn't his style to keep dragging his feet when he was at a disadvantage. Holy Maiden of the Pool, I was wrong this time. What compensation do you need? Just say it. Women in the cultivation world valued innocence, and Zhang Yuanbai had only accidentally seen the other party's privacy this time. If it was an ordinary person, he might have lost some money and that would be the end of it, but the other party was the only saintly daughter of the Yaohe Holy Land, and would definitely take over the position of the Holy Lord in the future. There was no shortage of resources or anything like that for her. Let's become Dao couples. Zhang Yuanbai was completely dumbfounded. My Lord Holy Maiden, are you serious about this? What's this about being directly married? If it were to be spread out, the entire cultivation world would still explode, and the backyard would still be on fire? I say, let's become Dao couples. Qi Yaoyao said in a serious manner. Her eyes seemed to have starlight shining in them, and that flawless face was still a bit shy and flushed. Jiang Yuanbai could understand every word, but how could he not understand it when it was put together? He reached out his hand and gently patted Ji Yaoyao's head, feeling that the temperature was normal and there was no fever. You let me touch your head, so that means yes, right? I'm gonna go talk to that one right now. Qi Yaoyao was so happy that she almost jumped up and turned around, wanting to run outside. Wait! Jiang Yuanbai's heart tightened. Although he had seen many big scenes, he was also a little flustered at this instant. Are we moving too fast with this? If it wasn't clear that her Yuan Yin was still there, Jiang Yuanbai felt that he might have been pitted. Why was he so eager to settle down? It's not fast. It's not fast. It's just two people in love. You don't. Are you trying to be negative? Do you want to back out afterward? Heartless man, you've made me lose face. If we are mates, isn't that an offense to you? Ji Yaoyao's eyes instantly turned red. Tears were about to fall. And those who didn't know the truth thought that she had suffered a great loss. Why exactly? Jiang Yuanbai was a bit baffled as to how things had turned out this way. 3 great beauties of the continent, and you already have 2 of them in your hands? If this were to spread, half of the cultivators on the continent would want to fight him. No, I'm happy to be mated to you. Jiang Yuanbai gently wiped away her tears. It's just that my career is the most important thing right now, and my cultivation hasn't reached its peak yet, so how dare I stop? This expression of his managed to calm Ji Yaoyao down. Since this is your choice, I support you. Jiang Yuanbai was secretly happy in his heart. Sometimes the words of the negative man really need to learn. The critical moment is quite useful.
Chapter 48 Definitely no regrets.
When the 2 of us have cultivated to the ferrying stage, then we will formally become mates and ascend together, holding your hand until we grow old, and you will be the only one in this life. Ji Yaoyao seems to have seen a beautiful scene in the future, her eyes shining brightly. Now, let's quietly deal with each other first, and then make it public when we are in the period of transition. Suddenly, she felt a warm, tender sensation, and her face instantly turned red as a tomato as she whispered down, "This is my first kiss. How did things get to this point?" Jiang Yuanbai sighed in his heart and could only agree first. Maybe this girl would not think so later. He had only come to take a test. How did he somehow get a partner? This is too unbelievable. Why don't we try again? Well, Jiang Yuanbai couldn't do anything about it. In the end, Qi Yaoyao personally sent him away using a small teleportation array. This teleportation array was something she usually got when she sneaked out to play, and it came in handy. Otherwise, if Jiang Yuanbai had walked out of the Yaoqi Holy Land with a big grin, he probably wouldn't have taken more than a few steps before the old monsters in the Forbidden Land would have chased him out to clean him up. Keep a low profile, always keep a low profile. Jiang Yuanbai's figure appeared in a hidden place near the Yaoqi Holy Land. The teleportation array is one way, only out, not back. Qi Yaoyao's rule is, go out to be sneaky, come back to be honorable. Jiang Yuanbai, who had escaped, breathed a sigh of relief. A beautiful woman took the initiative to send him to the door. Of course he didn't mind, but there had to be a reason, right? The other guy didn't look at him at first, but as soon as he heard his name, he immediately followed him. This whole thing is so annoying. It was at that moment that Aomame stepped out of the air with a slightly apologetic expression. Master, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to. As she spoke, she stared dead at Jiang Yuanbai. Don't call me master, just call the Peak Master. You are the Peak Protector Elder of Nameless Peak, not an underling. Okay, Peak Master. Aomame nodded. The name-calling thing didn't matter to her. What are you always staring at me for? Jiang Yuanbai looked confused. Aomame didn't answer and just flung a mirror at her. Jiang Yuanbai took a look and his face immediately darkened. There was a visible mark on his neck. When he thought of Qi Yaoyao, he felt a brain ache again. I thought the other woman was just lightly touching it, but I didn't realize she was actually using her tongue. It was bad enough that she ended up leaving a mark. It's true that when women get bold, men have to step aside. The yin qi of the Yaoqi Holy Land is heavy. If Mu Wanwan comes over, she is afraid that she will go crazy. Thinking of his little disciple, Jiang Yuanbai felt his head hurt even more again. One by one, what a worry. Come on. Let's go to the assembly together. Jiang Yuanbai sighed helplessly and followed Qing Mei. On the other hand, in the Holy Maiden Hall of the Yaoqi Holy Land, Qi Yaoyao was burying her head in her drawing, her brush speed flying as if she wanted to lock her beloved onto the paper forever. The person in the painting was none other than Jiang Yuanbai, painted in a lifelike and heroic manner. as if the real person was right in front of his eyes. Chi Yao Yao laughed her ass off, and the more she looked, the happier she got, and her laughter grew louder and louder. I've got a man, ha ha ha. Holy Maiden Sama, what's wrong with you? The door was pushed open and the two women were full of concern. Chi Yao Yao hurriedly put away the portrait and wiped off the drool at the corner of her mouth, pretending as if nothing had happened. It's okay, you guys go ahead and get out. The two left, but their eyes were full of doubt. When they left, Chi Yao Yao took out the portrait again and looked at it lovingly. There were many men after her, but none of them could make her move. Today, finally, she reached out with her fingers and gently touched the portrait. So, there really is that love at first sight thing, Jiang Yuanbai. No, it's his brother. Oh. Jiang Yuanbai sneezed, cold air coming straight from his back. Who was talking about himself behind his back again? Who is talking behind his back again? Tomorrow will be the meeting test. Yuanbai hasn't come back yet. No, I'm not practical, I have to go look for him. Outside the Yao Qi Holy Land, at the reception of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect, Lioli saw that those two were still playing chess with great vigor, and her heart was anxious. These two are so big-hearted. Aren't they worried about anything? Although she trusts Jiang Yuanbai, she can't help but worry. Other people's men don't feel sorry for her, but she can only worry about her own man. Lioli, calm down. Calm down. Yuanbai is absolutely fine, I promise. General. The 10th elder suddenly stood up in excitement and said with a bemused expression, relax, although I've dealt with Peak Master Jiang a few times. I think he's quite reliable. He's a person who always carries an indescribable, mysterious energy. I can believe it even if you just tell me that he had some involvement with the Holy Maiden of Yao Qi or that beauty sect's Holy Maiden. Hung Feng was dumbfounded and could only fling out a top-grade spirit stone to the 10th elder and said, Ruri, think for yourself how ridiculous what you're preaching is. Jiang Yuanbai hasn't even touched those two. How can there be a relationship? I was his first woman. Footsteps came from outside the door. Jiang Yuanbai felt something was wrong. This Yokohama guy knew too much. You can't be a foreteller. Can you? The door was half open, and as soon as Jiang Yuanbai's figure was revealed, the 10th elder and Hungfeng both stopped their hand movements, and Lioli directly rushed up to hug Jiang Yuanbai, confirming that he was fine before letting go. At that moment, she realized that there was a woman standing behind Jiang Yuanbai and immediately became alert. Why did you bring back a woman on this trip? Okay, I'm fine. Jiang Yuanbai patted Lioli's head and, noticing her eyes, introduced himself. This is the Peak Protector Elder, Qing Mei, who was found for Nameless Peak. This is Falling Snow Peak Master Lioli, Heavenly Dragon Peak Master Hungfeng, and the Supreme Elder. Jiang Yuanbai suddenly froze. Natsuki. Supreme Elder Xiaolu. Jiang Yuanbai was a little embarrassed. He had been with the other party for so long, but he actually didn't know what the person's name was. When he was about to check the information, the other party took the initiative to say it instead. Natsuru, that's a pretty good name. Jiang Yuanbai almost laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yuanbai didn't laugh, but the others couldn't help it. Hung Feng himself was a body system cultivator with a straightforward personality, and after laughing a bit and realizing that he was being stared at, he immediately put away his laughter. What's so funny? Elder Xia Lu stared at them with a serious expression, his face twitching. That name was indeed often flirted with. It's okay for you to laugh behind your backs, but I'm right next to you. Do you still want to be ashamed? Foreheads are sweating. After everyone recognized each other, they didn't say much. Jiang Yuanbai as the Peak Master. Looking for elders was his job. Reaching the fairy realm and still being a Taishang elder, actually only willing to be an ordinary elder, there must be hidden feelings between the two, but no one looked deeply into it. After all, Jiang Yuanbai came back on the line. Jiang Yuanbai informed Yi Qingxian through a summoning talisman that the increased elders needed to report to the patriarch. Yi Qingxian didn't ask too many questions and agreed painfully. Enhancing the strength of the entire clan, how could she as the patriarch refuse? The key thing was that this was the person Jiang Yuanbai had found, and she was very relieved. After Jiang Yuanbai returned, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Jiang Yuanbai was taken away by Lioli. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Yuanbai was pressed against the wall by Lioli, completely leaving him no chance to retort. Chapter 49. Some people don't know what's good for them. Ruri, what are you doing? Business is important. Jiang Yuanbai's forehead was sweating. It wasn't that he was worried about a weak kidney, it was that this was too fast. Confess and resist. Tell me, did you get me a sister? Liuli sniffed at Zhang Yuanbai and asked. You said Qing Mei. That's the peak protector elder I found for Nameless Peak. You know, I'm not talking about her. That's probably what pussies are born with, a keen sense of smell. Even the marks on their necks were cleaned up, but they still missed a trick. Do you think it's possible for me to tell you that this was purely accidental? Zhang Yuanbai briefly told the story of his relationship with the Holy Maiden, and Liuli had that go ahead and blow it up expression on her face. Hey, Zhang Yuanbai, who is impatient in this nature, has to correct his husband's right today. There's a saying that goes something like this: don't reason with a woman because she won't even listen to your reasoning. The most direct way to convince a woman is to make her convince. Casually cloth a soundproof cover. Zhang Yuanbai with practical action to show what is called shouting through the throat, also no one cares. The next day, Zhang Yuanbai went out in high spirits, and the weather was especially good, with clear skies, birds singing happily, and cranes flying in flocks. Elder Xiaolu was already drinking tea, and Yokohama was practicing boxing in the courtyard. This was his daily habit. Each punch and move looked ordinary, but Zhang Yuanbai could see quite a lot of doors from it. Returning to the basics, simplifying the complexity into simplicity, a unique flavor is hidden in a seemingly unusual move. Fistful of ideas. It was unimaginable just how fierce the fighting power of a physical cultivator who had mastered fist intent could be. Zhang Yuanbai's heart itched to even go over and compete with the other party. Why don't we spar when we're free? Can. The other party took the initiative and Zhang Yuanbai immediately agreed. The path of the body cultivator was straightforward, relying on brute force to fight the world, and didn't need all those fancy things. The body was their strongest equipment. Leave when you're ready. The Yaoqi messenger is already waiting outside. Your guests can only live outside. The entire continent is afraid that the Yaoqi Holy Land dare to do so. However, everyone can understand, after all, Yaoqi Holy Land are all women. In case you come in an ill-intentioned guy, it will be a big trouble. There used to be a flower picker who disguised himself as a woman and tried to blend in, but his tools of the trade were confiscated, and he was hung outside for public display, which made people look at him in a cold sweat. What do you think would happen if someone dared to touch their saintly daughter? Zhang Yuanbai was just curious and didn't mean anything else. I guess the tools of the trade will have to be hung on the doorstep and smashed. What's the matter? You've got a crush on a saintly woman. That's also true. Qi Yao Yao is one of the 3 greatest beauties in the continent, who could not be moved. Luri suddenly spoke like a tea ceremony master, with a bit of sourness in her tone. Women, occasionally a little jealousy is normal, coaxing the past. Is it not natural that men who love beauty love heroes, and that beauty loves heroes? Coaxing? It doesn't exist. How can we live if we have to coax every time? This is the time to be a man. What I say is right. Liuli was just saying it casually, and she wasn't thinking of monopolizing Zhang Yuanbai, as long as he kept a place for himself in his heart. Really no ideas? If you have an idea, I can help you. I'm quite close to Qi Yao Yao. Liuli secretly whispered the latter words to Zhang Yuanbai. After all, there was still Yao Qi's people leading the way in front. If the bystanders heard them talking about the Holy Maiden behind her back, it would be quite embarrassing. Well, I'll wait and see tonight. Zhang Yuanbai grinned with a bit of teasing. At the entrance of Yao Qi's mountain gate, quite a number of people had already gathered there, and the road leading to the sect gate was filled with women wearing white dresses, each one of them not bad looking, all of them having at least 80% of their face value, sandwiching the road to welcome them. The scene was quite lively. Zhang Yuanbai also saw the people from the floating slaughter Holy Land. The one leading the group was an old granny at the transition realm. That was their supreme elder. Following her were the 3 great saints of the floating slaughter Holy Land: Lu Rulong, Flowerless, and Shangtu. Zhang Yuanbai had seen these 3 people before after his cheap master. As soon as there are more saints, there is competition. The Royal Heavenly Sword sect is quite good. There are not so many saints and saints, those who have the ability to directly become the peak masters. The cultivation is up to the old peak master. As long as the old peak master is willing to give up, then it is the new peak master. The atmosphere of the entire clan could be said to be very amicable. You're Zhang Yuanbai? The gazes of the 3 sacred sons were all focused on Zhang Yuanbai. The first one to open his mouth was the great sacred son, Lu Rulong. He was the shut-in disciple of the Holy Lord of the floating slaughter Holy Land, and he was not bad looking. But the top-grade cloud robe he was wearing was particularly striking. The robe was embroidered with fiery red patterns, indicating his honorable status in the floating slaughter Holy Land. Ryu Rulon. Cultivation level. Late harmonization.
Secret technique, faustu sacred technique.
Avatar, the great Faustian breaking art. Faustian dream. Qualification excellent thunder spirit root. Physique. Faustus sacred body. Characteristics. Narrow-minded, greedy for beauty. This guy's stats and physical qualities were good, and as the first place of the three great saints, he really deserved it, except that all of his character tags were villainous attributes, and at a glance it was clear that he was not easy to deal with. In comparison, Flowerless and Sagittarius were much more normal, and although their stats were about the same, their personalities leaned towards the positive side. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Are you Zhang Yuanbai or not? Lu Rulong usually didn't have a good temper, and Zhang Yuanbai's silence made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Out of the three holy sons, he was the most ordinary looking, and he was already a bit unbalanced, and when he saw how handsome Zhang Yuanbai was, his little mind immediately bubbled up, and his heart became even more uncomfortable. I don't care to talk to dogs, thank you. Zhang Yuanbai coldly glanced at him. Knowing that it was him, he still had to pretend he didn't know. It was really ridiculous. If the other party could talk properly, Zhang Yuanbai wouldn't mind communicating properly. But since he put up this attitude, Zhang Yuanbai didn't want to give him a good face. Brother Hannah, Brother Xiang. It's been a long time. Zhang Yuanbai turned around to greet Hua Wui and Xiang Tu, directly leaving Lu Rulong out to dry, infuriating him. Good. Good. Zhang Yuanbai, just wait and see. Lu Rulong gritted his teeth. He had never seen anyone dare to humiliate him in front of his face like this, especially in front of so many women. Zhang Yuanbai's behavior was simply slapping him in the face. Brother Zhang, if you run into Lu Rulong during the competition, you have to be careful. This person holds grudges to a fault. You made him lose face today. He definitely won't let it go. Flowerless and Xiang Tu quietly muttered in Zhang Yuanbai's ear, reminding him to be careful. These two were the top people in the same mountain sect as Zhang Yuanbai, and they knew Lu Rulong's character too well. Zhang Yuanbai gently hooked up the corner of his mouth and thought in his heart, if Lu Rulong really dares to be bad, let him taste what is called warm heart experience. It didn't take long for everyone to be brought to the hall of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and with people escorting them all the way, it was quite awkward to have no time to look around at all. Welcome to all of you who have traveled so far. Greetings to Holy Lord Yaoqi. In the main hall, Yaoqi Holy Lord Ji Yao opened her mouth to speak, her gaze sweeping back and forth over the crowd, glancing a few more times at Zhang Yuanbai. Zhang Yuanbai also returned a salute. After all, he was in someone else's territory. Politeness was still necessary. Besides, his relationship with the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi was a bit vague, and his heart was still a bit apprehensive. Our Yaoqi's place is special. That's why we let you guys wait outside. Don't mind. This phrase Ji Yao spoke every time they met, and everyone was used to Yaoqi's rules, so they didn't take it too personally. Theo. Realm, late stage of the transition.
Secret Ariao Chimain technique.
Ability, Heavenly Maiden. Talent excellent wind spirit root. Physique. 100 flowers divine body. Features. Skin like curdled fat, beautiful as a painting out of the people. Simply the fairy down from heaven. There is no one who can compare. The ability is also quite powerful. Beauty index. 98. Ji Yao was wearing a white dress, but unlike the others, her dress was particularly gorgeous with numerous decorations. Her hair was coiled up high with a ruby embedded in her brow. Her lips were red and teeth were white. Her eyes were bright, and looking at her made her want to get closer. She also wore a long ribbon around her waist, which made her look extraordinarily ethereal. Zhang Yuanbai didn't pay much attention to these outward appearances, but instead scrutinized her features. Superb skill. Wow. It seems that this Holy Lord of Yaoji is also a technical bull. It's not surprising. The Yaoji Holy Land is heavy with yin qi. Only those who know their craft can stay there for a long time. He looked around and realized that the elders also had this extraordinary skill quality. Compared to this, Ji Yao Yao is like a small white flower that has not yet been stained with dust. Yuan Bai, the younger generation, is fearful. Such an achievement at such a young age. 3 divine bodies in 1 peak. After everyone chatted for a while, Ji Yao suddenly complimented Zhang Yuanbai, causing Zhang Yuanbai to be a bit embarrassed, especially with Lu Rulong's jealous eyes. The corner of Zhang Yuanbai's mouth curled up slightly as he smiled. Sage Lord Ji overpraised me. I'm just lucky. The 3 divine bodies of the first peak have long since become history, and now there are 5 divine bodies in the first peak. Ji Yao nodded. Luck is also considered a kind of strength, right? What did you say? 5 divine bodies. Ji Yao had a look of disbelief on her face, and it wasn't just her. The surrounding elders were all gazing at Zhang Yuanbai as well. That's right, when I recently accepted disciples, I took in 2 new disciples. One born with a sword bone and one with a creation god body. Zhang Yuanbai brought up the divine body as if he were talking about cabbages, completely ignoring the shock of the people around him. Since he had said it, he had to let everyone see it. Traveling far away, he was representing the entire Imperial Sky Sword sect, so he must earn face for the sect. What luck! Good luck! The conversation became awkward all of a sudden, and Lu Rulong's face was barely hanging on, his pettiness kicking in again. Just at this moment, Qi Yaoyao came slowly, followed by 2 girls about her age, both of them at the peak of harmonization and also candidates for this meeting test. As soon as Ji Yaoyao arrived, the men's eyes were glued to her. Who doesn't like to look at beauty? Especially Lu Rulong, who couldn't wait to stick his eyes on her, with drool dripping from the corners of his mouth and his gaze full of yearning. However, Ji Yaoyao didn't even glance at him, but instead threw a wink at Zhang Yuanbai as he passed by. In an instant, Lu Rulong felt like the sky had collapsed. The winks were so conspicuous that everyone noticed and started glancing between her and Zhang Yuanbai, confused. Especially Ji Yao. Her heart was as hard as if her own cabbage had been arched by a pig. She has always treated Qi Yaoyao as her own daughter. Now she is watching her daughter flirting with another man in front of her. Can she be happy? Yao Yao has met all the senior brothers and sisters, and has met the 2 elders. Ji Yaoyao's demeanor was calm and modest, and she didn't put on airs at all. Beautiful and cultured. Isn't this the perfect goddess for everyone? Senior Sister Qi, I'm Lu Rulong, the holy son of the floating slaughter holy land. I've heard that Senior Sister Qi looks like a heavenly fairy, and today when I see her, I realize that what is said outside is still too low profile. Lu Rulong took the initiative to climb into the conversation, unable to hide the longing in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen Ji Yaoyao, and he was immediately mesmerized. Oh, beauty is only a superficial thing. Senior brother Yuanbai, don't you think so? The difference in Qi Yaoyao's attitude towards Lu Rulong and Zhang Yuanbai was so great that Lu Rulong was so jealous that his heart was smoking. On what grounds? What exactly was Zhang Yuanbai's basis? Isn't it just good looking? What's with the good looks? Without that face, you're nothing. Still talking about 5 divine bodies in 1 peak, bragging about you. Lu Rulong didn't believe Zhang Yuanbai's words at all, thinking that he was speculating and didn't give a damn. Mixing in the jungle is based on skill, not face. He was about to continue the conversation when the next Taishang elder stopped him, and the Taishang elder shook his head, telling him not to be too flashy. Everyone understood that Lu Rulong shouldn't go too far on such occasions. After all, this wasn't his territory. Besides, that look in his eyes was too obvious. It's not like he's never seen a woman before. Why did he act so out of character? The floating slaughter Holy Land's supreme elder was also distressed. He didn't like Lu Rulong either, but Lu Rulong had the floating slaughter holy body, which was just right for the floating slaughter sect's inheritance. Moreover, he also knew that Lu Rulong was ostensibly the personal disciple of the Holy Lord, but was actually the illegitimate son of the Holy Lord left outside. A good-looking skin is 1 in 1,000, and an interesting soul is 1 in 1,000,000, the Akari sage is right. In the face of Ji Yaoyao's frowning eyes, Zhang Yuanbai could only smile and didn't say much. There was nothing he could do but laugh. All right, Yao Yao, don't make a scene. Knowing Qi Yaoyao's temperament, Ji Yao laughed bitterly in her heart and hurriedly interrupted the nonsense she might be about to say. This was the 3-sect examination, so it had to be taken seriously. She could also see that there was a bit of ambiguity between Qi Yaoyao and Zhang Yuanbai, but on second thought, she might have been overly concerned. The disciples of the Yao Qi rarely find a partner because once they find a partner, they have to leave the Yao Qi, unless the other party has a particularly hard background. Zhang Yuanbai is said to be a very influential figure with so many resources that it is scary, and the things given are not ordinary goods. However, Ji Yao quickly felt that she was worrying blindly again. Yao Qi only had 1 holy maiden, and once Qi Yaoyao reached the transition stage, she would become the Holy Lord, ranking first in the line of succession. Compared to those resources of Zhang Yuanbai, Ji Yaoyao would be able to control the resources of the entire Yao Qi in the future. Not to mention Zhang Yuanbai, even the most powerful characters would never want to take her away, absolutely secure. Ji Yao's heart was in disarray, absent-mindedly finished explaining things. The meeting test was not a simple 2-man duel, there was also a comprehensive test using a point system. The sound of thunder was deafening. Only thunder echoed in the Grand Canyon, and lightning scurried around like snakes. The steps break off 1 section at a time and extend into the distance. This is the first level of the meeting test. The key is speed. This was the unwritten rule of the test. The first level was to take out your skills. Qi Yaoyao was a top-level wind spirit root, and her speed was unrivaled. The rules are simple. Whoever crosses the canyon first wins, as long as no lives are harmed. Sounds easy, but it's actually very difficult. Not only do you have to watch out for tricks, but you also have to keep an eye out for thunder overhead. Thunder doesn't hurt, but if you're struck, you'll be thrown back to the starting point if you're not prepared. The race can only be done on your own, not with the help of external objects. There is also a gravity formation. The closer you get to the finish line, the more terrible the gravity becomes. Points for this round: 10 points for first place, 8 points for second place, 7 points for third place, 6 points for fourth place, 1 point for ninth place. Under the point system, it was no longer a team battle, but an individual battle, and even fellow disciples had to be on the defensive. It's an individual match, not a team match. Quite interesting. Thunder rumbled, and there was no set pattern to the falling thunder. In addition to strength, one must also rely on luck. This first place, Lu Rulong, am determined to win. Lu Rulong glared provocatively at Zhang Yuanbai and snorted coldly. He was a thunder spirit root, naturally sensitive to thunder. He could sense the general location of falling thunder. Even his thunder control technique wasn't learned for nothing. Zhang Yuanbai, right? A peak of 3 divine bodies? I'll let you learn a lesson today and remember today's humiliation. Senior Sister Qi, I heard that you're the fastest. Today senior brother came to chase after you. If I catch up, how about you accompany me to the drunken immortal house for dinner? No way. Qi Yaoyao directly rolled her eyes. This person made her sick to her stomach. Her tone of voice was naturally bad. Lu Rulong's expression froze and his breath caught. Directly rejected, in front of so many people, not giving any face at all. A hint of sinister flashed under his eyes. All right, then we're welcome. Small eyes. Screwed up again. Eldest brother, are you okay? All 9 of them started from the same place, with Lili standing on Zhang Yuanbai's left side and Ji Yaoyao on his right. Ji Yaoyao spoke. Zhang Yuanbai had a helpless face. I think you are driving. I really have some evidence. What kind of god? It's none of your business if I'm good or not. Men, it's not nice to say no. Lioli straightened her mouth at the side. How did it feel that before they even made a move? It seemed like the people on their side had already suffered a loss. Yao Yao, are you familiar with Yuanbai? She couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yuanbai basically hadn't left the sect much since the old peak master left, and had only been to the Yaoqi Holy Land once, so it was reasonable to say that the two didn't have much of a friendship. Even if it was a bit, it was a chance encounter. Qi Yaoyao was hitting on Zhang Yuanbai from the beginning, and now she's joking. There must be something wrong. 80% of it is not right. No, Zhenpai and I met at first sight. Oh yeah, Lioli thought in her heart. What relationship can the two of them have? Maybe the Yin Qi of the Yaoqi Holy Land is too heavy. This girl, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, had personally arranged this match, and she was very confident that this was their strong point. The guys that were picked out were not only fast runners, they were also good. Begin! As a gust of wind blew through the canyon, all the prohibitions in the canyon were activated, and Lu Rulong was the first to rush out. His whole body flashing with electricity, striding forward along with the sound of thunder. The steps rise and fall, moving with no pattern at all, and at the bottom of the steps is a minefield, which is not pleasant to fall into. Senior brother Zhang, I'll leave first. Qi Yaoyao was also like a gust of wind. Her body was light, and she quickly surpassed Lu Rulong, leaving behind only a touch of fragrance. The other 2 Yaoqi disciples were not shy either, and their speed was about the same as Lu Rulong. Everyone had yet to act. Lioli waved her hand. An ice bridge was immediately erected between the steps. She flicked her toes. Her body was as flexible as a swallow, swaying around. It was simply too smooth. Zhang Yuanbai, however, did not move at all, allowing the others to walk further and further away. Hey, Yuanbai! What's going on with you? The Yaoi Sacred Lord and the girls were bewildered. Was this an outright abandonment? It's all about the beginning if you can get first place. Everyone else rushed out right away, and you're the only one still lounging around? It's okay. Let them fly for a while. Zhang Yuanbai took out a bunch of sugar gourds and took a bite. The steps are high and low, you can't see the head at a glance. It is estimated that there must be hundreds of thousands of layers. In between are the obstacles of gravity formations and falling thunder. As long as you're happy. People didn't say much. Everyone had their own plans. They were just responsible for supervising and watching. They couldn't intervene. They had to remain fair and impartial. Too soon. Lu Rulong looked at the back of the front, smelling the wafting aroma, full of enjoyment, all too embarrassed to go over. Looking back, Jiang Yuanbai was still in the same place, and he sneered, "Still a genius? Oh, even if I pretend to be one, you're still just an ordinary person. Two losers." He took another glance at the position of the other two saint sons of his clan, his face full of contempt. People only remember first place, who cares about second place? "Sister, I'm sorry." Thunder light flashed chaotically in his hand. The dark clouds in the sky, as if they heard the order, immediately dropped a large thunderstorm. Ji Yaoyao in front of him couldn't even dodge. The surrounding aura gathered a protective shield, but he was still bombarded back to the original point. "You, all of you, return to the starting point." As if looking in a mirror, others were sent back to their teammates. Ryu Rulon smiled smugly. "Guys, I'm gonna go ahead and play my solo this time." In this round, Lu Rulong sat firmly in first place, easily crushing the field. "It's too much. Shame on you. It's just not human." Everyone was talking and accusing. Ji Yaoyao didn't expect that she would be planted here. This was the place where they practiced. Although every time they completed their tasks with ease, they had never gone wrong. "I didn't realize that Lu Rulong could actually control lightning. So what if you manipulate lightning?" Muttering, she charged once more, much faster. Others have done so. Sagatu and Flowerless had grim faces, beating their own companions. "Yuanbai, I'm leaving first." Yokozuna shook his head. His neck made a clicking sound, and his fists clenched so tightly that his clothes simply fell apart, revealing his bulging muscles. "Seriously, why don't you move?" Liuli didn't rush off, but stood next to Jiang Yuanbai. "I like to see you move. It's so unreliable." She blushed and whispered a message. "Go back, you must go back." Any plans yet? She didn't believe that Jiang Yuanbai had given up just like that. According to her understanding of Jiang Yuanbai, this guy had a lot of ideas. Now that Lu Rulong was running fast, the distance between the two was still a bit large. The race says it's a race for speed. It doesn't seem to say you can't do anything with your hands besides not being allowed to use foreign objects. Jiang Yuanbai said with a smile, and Liuli instantly understood. One is too honest, and since it is a practice, it has to be made more difficult. Fingers grasped in the void. A cold ice bow and arrow appeared, drawing the bow and shooting the arrow in one go. Target Lu Rulong. The arrow with light cut through the air. Lu Rulong felt a coldness behind him, just about to jump out of the way. There was no way to avoid it. The arrow exploded and the cold ice covered his feet, directly freezing him in place. It just so happened that a thunderbolt fell, and Lu Rulong's face changed as he used his lightning control technique to deflect the thunderbolt so that he wasn't sent straight back to the starting point. Hey, so that's how it works." Chi Yaoyao's eyes lit up. They were all senior sisters when they were cultivating, and they were too familiar to get acquainted, so they didn't think of making a move. It's true that the rules don't say you can't get your hands dirty. Glancing at each other with the two senior sisters, the three of them launched an attack on Lu Rulong together. A match is a match, and it's time to teach Rulong Lu a lesson. 10 years is not too late for women to take revenge. They have their grievances on the spot. Lu Rulong was surrounded by long-range spells, resisting and advancing at the same time. His speed immediately slowed down. Everyone's strength was about the same. It was hard to defeat four hands with two fists. Holy Lord Ji, is this considered a foul? His arm was cut out by the wind blade and blood flowed out. Lu Rulong was furious to the extreme. The rule is that you can't harm people's lives or rely on outside forces. Jiao said plainly, you brought this on yourself, don't blame others. Jiang Yuanbai is indeed powerful. One sentence made the match more exciting. Before, everyone was competing to see who could run faster, and they all thought it was the default rule, but now the rules had changed, and the difficulty had directly doubled several times. Chapter 50 never counts the gains or losses. Lu Rulong doesn't play by the rules and deserves to be targeted. Lo and behold, the body practicing Yokohama was desperately swinging his fists, and a ferocious gust of wind rushed straight at Lu Rulong. Are you two losers faking it? Can't you see I'm being beaten? Quickly block for me. We're from the same sect. Are you trying to rebel by standing by here? Lu Rulong was annoyed. His thunder control technique was now tightly defended by the other party, and every time he sneak attacked, he was left with a hand that was useless. He himself was so beaten up that he couldn't even use his thunder control technique under the distraction. Looking at Shangtu and Hua Wui, he directly threw a big hat over. Though they didn't make a move, he was nonchalant. The faces of Shangtu and Hua Wui were hard to see. You damn well know that you're in a gang now? When you sent us back just now, weren't you quite arrogant? Unfortunately, Lu Rulong's background was placed there, and as the same saint's son, the gap was still there. No matter how upset he was in his heart, he could only strike now. Okay, it's time for us to get on the field. Zhang Yuanbai looked at the scene has become a pot of porridge, pulling Liuli hurriedly follow. Why don't you deal with Rulon Lu? Liuli's mind can be fine, small to the point where she is still thinking about Lu Rulong and wants to drag Zhang Yuanbai along. Liuli's mind was also big enough, so big that as long as Zhang Yuanbai had a piece of her in his heart, it was enough to satisfy her. There's no rush. Let him bounce around for a while longer. Zhang Yuanbai didn't take Lu Rulong seriously from start to finish. Just a clown. Not worth caring about at all. Nothing complicated, just a simple jump. The steps spanned dozens of meters, and with their cultivation, a dozen meters was no big deal at all. You go first. The bridge Liuli built with cold ice was fast. The only thing that made her wonder was that Zhang Yuanbai was also an expert on ice, so why didn't he use this method? It's faster that way. For Zhang Yuanbai's decision, Liuli didn't object, since revitalizing her husband, she was even more devoted to Zhang Yuanbai. One's back just can't hold out, it really can't. Originally felt that she was the boss, but it turned out to be just a minion. Zhang Yuanbai slightly force. She can only hold the wall out. The heart cannot be said to be lost. Zhen Pai is up to something. Elder Xiaolu was invited to come and naturally had his own seat, and next to him sat Qingmei. These strong people all feel that Qingmei looks a little familiar, but just can't recall where they have seen, only think that recently is not too much cultivation to fix the brain confused. How to look at people are like acquaintances. He's got a mind of his own, I suppose. Qingmei was also confused. If she were to be on the scene, she would definitely rip through space directly and take a step. The meeting test was also that only by reaching the Mahayana stage could one tear through the void, and the harmonization stage was just right. This Zhang Yuanbai brat is just useless. Resign yourself to your fate. The floating slaughter Holy Land's supreme elder listened from the sidelines, and the corner of his mouth lifted, revealing a trace of a contemptuous smile. He had always disliked the kind of goods like Lu Rulong. This guy pitched his teammates against each other without any ambiguity, making him very unhappy. On the surface he could still give some face, after all it was about the face of the clan. Hey, Zhang Yuanbai can't? That cheeky holy son of yours can. Who are you calling cheeky? Says you. The atmosphere between the two sides immediately became tinged with gunpowder. The relationship between the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect and the floating slaughter Holy Land was already cold, and there was no need to leave the other side any mercy. The strength of the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect was a real fight for first place. Yo, wanna make a move? I've reached the transition stage, and the Imperial Heavenly Sword formation hasn't been used to its full strength yet. The 10th Elder rubbed his fists. Sword cultivators are never merciful. The other party has been provoking. Disobedient? Then do it, don't nag. I'll come along for the ride. Qingmei spent some time with these people and found that they were quite compatible. Usually used to being on my own, I actually felt an inexplicable sense of security now. Especially when the other party is provoking Zhang Yuanbai, that's her master. Although her combat strength might not be as good as her opponent's, her bundling skills were definitely not bad. You guys. The face of the floating slaughter Holy Land's Supreme Elder was as dark as the bottom of a pot. His realm was higher than both of these two, being in the middle stage of the transition, and at this moment, he was also silent. Sword cultivators are originally good at fighting over the level. These two people fight to win and lose, and there is an unidentified woman next to them. Practice more if you're a vegetable. Elder Xiaolu's strength was still very strong. The previous loss was just an accident, and this was his true caliber. The floating sacred land's supreme elder directly softened. Out of sight, out of mind, and now Lu Rulong was still far ahead. With the help of Shangliu and Hua Wui, he was under less pressure, and had been interfering with his thunder control technique, and the distance was gradually being closed. Zhang Yuanbai. Still walking leisurely and relaxed. Walking a few steps and still stopping, he casually put his hand into the thunder pool. Thunder rattling around in his hand but not working on him at all. Ji Yao's eyes jumped. The power of the thunder was controlled at the level of the late stage of harmonization. Such an attack was equivalent to the full force of the late stage of harmonization. The peak of harmonization would be injured if it took a hit, but Zhang Yuanbai was unharmed. This body. So it is. Zhang Yuanbai raised his head and grinned as he happened to meet the gaze of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. Sage Lord Ji, the rules are only up to the end of the line. There's no restriction on anything other than not being able to use external forces, right? Indeed. That's good. Receiving a clear answer, Jiang Yuanbai jumped into the thunder pool without saying a word, and the thunder pool instantly boiled and thunder rattled.
Y'ao.
Crowd. Now, when a cultivator's cultivation level reaches the peak of merging, his body is not so strong. Is your body made of iron? They couldn't see the specifics of what was going on underneath the thunder pool, and could only tell that Jiang Yuanbai was fine through his breath. At the bottom of the thunder pool, Jiang Yuanbai felt tingling all over his body, and this full body massage felt too good. As soon as he opened his mouth, the thunder was swallowed by him. A true full body massage. Not bad. Jiang Yuanbai hit from the beginning did not think of a good match. Since there is an opening to drill, why must be regular fight? Below the thunder pool, Jiang Yuanbai walked as steadily as if he were stepping on cotton, and the effect of that gravity seemed to be useless here. He used his divine sense to observe the situation above him, and in one go, he crossed a distance of hundreds of feet, catching up with the others in a few breaths of air, so fast that people broke into a cold sweat. Brother Hannah and Brother Sang, I'm sorry. In the thunder pool, Jiang Yuanbai made a violent leap, like a carp jumping through the dragon gate, and just before the two of them, Hua Wui and Shangliu, could react, a rope made of aura wrapped around their feet. Puff! With a flash of lightning, the two men shouted twice and lost their voices, and were directly electrocuted to the point where they rolled their eyes. Not everyone can stand the constant onslaught of Thunderpool. This power was equivalent to a late stage of harmonization striking with full force, not to mention their little flesh and skin. Even those experts who cultivated their bodies wouldn't be able to hold out for too long. The two were thrown back to their starting point and froze a bit when they saw Jiang Yuanbai jump into the thunder pool again. Is it harmless under the thunder pool? Did we just get punked? The two of them looked at each other and made a bold decision to try for their lives. Then the thunder flashed again, once more electrifying them to the point of rolling their eyes. What a talent, worthy of coming out of your floating holy land. Elder Xiaolu wouldn't miss any opportunity to drop a stone and gave a thumbs up. The floating Holy Land's Supreme Elder's face was on fire. He really wanted to go up and split Jiang Yuanbai's head with his hand to see if this guy's brain was in the water. Can your bodies withstand such a blow? Jiang Yuanbai's physical condition is really a bit scary. A chill flashed in his eyes. Holy Lord, isn't this a bit against the rules? Jiang Yuanbai's behavior also confused the people of Yaoqi, who would normally play like this. Unless one was an expert of the Mahayana realm, no one would dare to say that they were tossing around in the thunder pool like that. Before the match, he had deliberately used a cultivation test stone to check that Jiang Yuanbai's cultivation was only in the middle stage of harmonization, and he hadn't even reached the peak of harmonization. But now, is it someone else's fault for being physically strong? Jiao had no choice but to wait and see what would happen next. But she still passed a look and told the elder controlling the gravity formation to adjust it slightly so that the gravity formation would go deeper into the bottom of the thunder pool. At least this will keep Jiang Yuanbai a little constrained. Jiang Yuanbai didn't make a move against the three people from the Yaoqi Holy Land, but that didn't mean that the others wouldn't make a move against them as well. After his two teammates were eliminated, Lu Rulong was under a lot of pressure. He cursed trash while bombarding the crowd with his lightning control technique, intending to just slow everyone down. But as a result, Yaoqi's two girls were sent back to the starting point because of their improper positioning, which was an unexpected gain. Right now, the first-ranked person was Lu Rulong, the second was Qi Yaoyao, the third was Hengfeng, and the fourth was Liuli. Halfway through the match, the gravity felt on his body was getting heavier and heavier. Lu Rulong and Qi Yaoyao's speed slowed down a bit, but Hengfeng was still charging around. Gravity was nothing in his eyes. He was swinging his fists and shouting, "Ola la, muda muda," purely because he was upset with Lu Rulong. Even though these people had been dragging their feet, Lu Rulong still firmly occupied the top spot. He was filled with smugness as he sneered, "Humph, compete with me? What qualifications do you have to compete with me?" Before his words fell, his feet were entangled by a rope formed by aura, and with a tug, his entire body lost its balance and fell into the thunder pool with a thud. The water of the thunder pool rippled, and Lu Rulong cried out in pain. Although he had a thunder spirit root and had a certain resistance to lightning and didn't pass out, he was also covered in tingling pain. Jiang Yuanbai, lousy. Lu Rulong cursed very nonchalantly, and Jiang Yuanbai flung his hand without saying a word and slapped him directly on his face. Jiang Yuanbai had long wanted to teach this guy a lesson, now finally out of a mouthful of bad breath. Lu Rulong's eyes glared and he was about to counterattack, but all the spiritual energy around him was suddenly cut off. Without the spiritual power to protect his body, Lu Rulong's eyes rolled back in his head and he was directly sent back. This move was just too ruthless. In order to figure out the situation underneath the thunder pool, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi had gotten a light screen in the air, keeping an eye on Zhang Yunbai's every move the entire time. As a result, Zhang Yunbai's maneuvers had caused the people of the Yaoqi Holy Land to break out in a cold sweat. Since your thunder spirit root isn't afraid of thunder and lightning, I'll seal your spiritual energy and let you try something else. Sacred Lord Ji, is this considered a foul? The floating slaughter Holy Land's supreme elder's face turned blue. He hadn't seen anything like this even 3 years ago when he led his team in the competition. This year, there was just one more Zhang Yuanbai, so how did this competition become so chaotic? Did Zhang Yuanbai use some foreign substance? Ji Yao was secretly happy in her heart. She had long been tired of seeing Lu Rulong's cocky look. If she wasn't concerned about her status, she would have wanted to stand up and praise Zhang Yuanbai for a job well done. Foul play? Completely reasonable and lawful, where is the foul play? The face of the floating Holy Land's supreme elder grew even darker. Did Zhang Yuanbai use some external object? There wasn't. He had just sealed Lu Rulong's meridians with his spiritual power. Lu Rulong was furious. His own strength at the peak of the harmonization stage had been counted by a mid-harmonization stage kid. If this matter spread out, how would he still be able to mix in the Jianghu? What Zhang Yuanbai had done was simply pissing in his face, or that particularly disgusting kind of piss. It's a waste of food to keep you two. Lu Rulong coldly looked at Hua Wui and Xiang Tu in front of him, and without saying a word, he directly used his thunder control technique, and a bolt of lightning struck at the two of them. The two were completely unprepared. After all, they had just helped to slow down their opponents. After being struck by the lightning, they still couldn't believe that Lu Rulong would lay hands on their companion. You guys, you're worthy of running errands after me. Lu Rulong didn't care at all about how ugly the two people looked. Instead, he felt much more relaxed. His eyes locked onto the throbbing thunder pool, and with a clench of his teeth, he jumped in. Lightning immediately wrapped around his body. Fortunately, he was born with a thunder spirit root, and although his body tingled all over, he was still able to hold on. Zhang Yuanbai will see. Look at you. Zhang Yuanbai's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and the aura chains from the depths of the thunder pool instantly bound Lu Rulong. Zhang Yuanbai slammed his fist on his face, then sealed his spiritual energy. His movements were smooth and uninterrupted. It's a trick that's just smooth. Sitting in the bleachers. That's just mean. Just left and came back. Gravity? That's nothing. You can't run an obstacle course fast enough to keep up with him on flat ground. Can you? Be as comfortable as a fish in water and let the bullets fly a little longer. Lu Rulong's face was crooked with anger when he was thrown back. Zhang Yuanbai, I curse your ancestor. Have the guts to go one-on-one. Come on. Lu Rulong was completely fuming. Since childhood he had bullied others. No one had dared to contradict him like this. Zhang Yuanbai was trying to challenge his position. The invisible aura chains wrapped around Lu Rulong once again, not even giving him a chance to speak. Zhang Yuanbai had returned to the starting point and sent Lu Rulong flying out with a single punch. Zhang Yuanbai's strength was so strong that he himself didn't even know how powerful it was. The opponents he usually encountered were all in the transition realm, and he estimated that he could deal with even a Mahayana realm opponent, let alone a small minion like Lu Rulong in the harmonization realm. It's good to be young and say you're going to sleep. Lu Rulong directly fainted. Zhang Yuanbai made just the right amount of force. It is estimated that when he wakes up, the match will be over long ago. Holy Lord Ji, this is too unfair. The old predecessor of the floating sacred land was so angry that he was bouncing around, and he had just finished bragging when he was snapped in the face. It hurts too much. Does it say in the rules that you're not allowed to get your hands dirty? Ji Yao coldly replied back, looking at Zhang Yuanbai with a more satisfied look. Team battles could be lost, but Lu Rulong had to die. Now that the competition was in the second half, Qi Yao Yao was temporarily in first place, Yokohama was second, and Liuli was third. Qi Yao Yao glanced back at Yokohama, and in her heart, she realized that her number 1 position was secure. Sister Qi, I'm sorry. At the sprint stage, everyone pulled out their best. The blood qi surged from Hung Feng's body, and he struck a palm at the thunder pool, and thunder light erupted around Qi Yao Yao. Just like a star's fire can start a prairie fire, so did the thunder light. Qi Yao Yao didn't dare to take these bursts of lightning hard, and began to perform body techniques. The difference in strength between the 3 and the others was obvious, and the top 3 positions were already set. Qi Yaoyao only needed to keep her advantage now. But at this very moment, her feet suddenly stopped and she couldn't move. Crap, she had actually ignored Lioli. Sister Lioli, you even took a shot at me, how chilling. Qi Yaoyao put on a pitiful look, seeing that she was being surpassed by Hung Feng and was powerless to do anything about it. However, at least the other party didn't take advantage of the opportunity to attack her. It was still a bit benevolent to make a move at this time. Sister Yaoyao, a brother is a good friend, Lioli said while following Qi Yaoyao closely. The two of them had equal speeds. No one overtook anyone. The scene was quite harmonious. Only Hung Feng was far ahead. Facing a situation where two were fighting one, Qi Yaoyao no longer struggled. Anyway, the position of the top three had been stabilized, and now was the time to sprint. As for those at the back, forget it, the gap was too big, unless they made a fool of themselves and took the initiative to get struck by lightning. First place, Zhang Yuanbai. Hung Feng had already seen the finish line, and the gravity was causing him to feel a bit of pressure. He was about to sprint with all his might when he saw Zhang Yuanbai leap out of the thunder pool, flip and land in the air, and steadily stand on the finish line. Hung Feng was dumbfounded at that time. He felt that his body was so strong that it could be comparable to a magic treasure, but he couldn't hold out in the thunder pool for a few seconds, and he couldn't carry it at all with all the power he kept generating. But what about Zhang Yuanbai just like going home, playing that happy? Coach, I feel like someone is cheating. This match was fought really hard. When everyone else reached the finish line, Zhang Yuanbai spoke with a smile. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him with a bit of strangeness in their eyes. Intense? You're enjoying yourself quite a bit, but everyone else is almost exhausted. Can this be called vigor? Even Holy Lord Ji Yao was a bit shaken. How is this guy so powerful? But on second thought it was right, this place of cultivation would definitely have new tricks in the future, and it would definitely be more lively in the future after everyone knew the secret. The final ranking came out. The first place is undoubtedly Zhang Yuanbai, the second place Hung Feng, the third place Qi Yaoyao, the fourth place Liuli, the fifth and sixth place are all Yaoqi Holy Land, and the floating Holy Land all bottom. Especially say, Ji Yaoyao's third place is actually Liuli let out. Originally they can be tied, but Liuli understand human feelings to the host to leave some face. After all, sister's a heart, husband is closer. After waking up, Lu Rulong was completely devastated that he had become the bottom of the list. Zhang Yuanbai, remember this. Lu Rulong was furious, but he could only be dryly angry. You too, why don't you bring me along for the race? On what grounds did you arrive before me? Lu Rulong's expression changed, but the result was already set, so it was useless to say anything. This kind of mentality really makes people laugh and cry. Practicing cultivation without cultivating one's body and nature, if one stumbles upon a test of the heart, it would be too dangerous. Everyone could see that Zhang Yuanbai was already Lu Rulong's heart demon. Lu Rulong, go for it, we support you. Qi Yaoyao walked over and poked him in his sore spot in passing. Lu Rulong was so angry that his face turned green and he could only muffle his words. He knew he would be targeted, but none of that was anything as long as he could easily take first place. But reality slapped him in the face. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is bony. He won, but it was a countdown. Humph, this point is no big deal, just get it back in the next game. Day 2 was the team competition. Points now.
Sort sect. 10 plus 8 plus 6 równa się 3D 3D24.
Yoyogi Sanctuary. 7 plus 5 plus 4 equals 3D 3D16. Faustus Sanctuary. 3 plus 2 plus 1 equals 3D 3D6. The first individual score was Zhang Yuanbai, and the first team score was the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Everyone was quite happy when they returned to the quarters outside the Yaoqi Holy Land. Everyone got a ground fire going in the yard and sat around it to roast the meat. Mind if we join in? Qi Yaoyao walked over with elegant steps, the white veil on her body fluttering in the wind, and with her extraordinary temperament, she was like a fairy who had descended to the earth. Two other girls who had been racing together came along, bending slightly in a ladle-like salute. Come, sit together. Luri moved over and invited the three women to sit down. Roasted meat was paired with spirit wine, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Yuanbai, you're really something today. How did you remember to break into the thunder pool? Ji Yaoyao drank some wine. Her cheeks flushed as she talked about today's match. Nothing hard, what about figuring out how hard Thunderpool is at the beginning? Zhang Yuanbai didn't take it seriously. This was a routine operation in his eyes. Nothing to make a fuss about. Lu Rulong, that small-minded person, surely will not just let it go. The next game he will have to make bad, you have to be careful. At the mention of Lu Rulong, the faces of the crowd didn't look too good. Weirdos come and go every year, but this year is extraordinarily common. The floating sacred land has a holy sun, and sooner or later, something is going to happen. The moon was hanging in the sky, and everyone had had about enough fun, so they each went back to bed. Lioli went back to her room with Zhang Yuanbai, intending to talk about life streams. Wait here, I'm gonna go outside. Going out this late, are you going to meet some girl? Lioli drew circles on Zhang Yuanbai's chest, exhaling breath with heat and a bit of ambiguity in her eyes. She'd found this gem long ago, and now it was all about spoiling her. A little tired but recovered pretty quickly. As the old saying goes, there are only tired old cows, and no fields that can't be turned over. Despite saying that, she let Zhang Yuanbai go. Whatever he goes and does, it's out of her hands, right? Aomame, Peak Master. Qingmei stood next to Zhang Yuanbai silently, not making a sound at all. Her injuries had healed, and her cultivation had risen quite a bit. Although she hadn't reached the middle stage of the transitional tribulation yet, she was almost there, and her comprehension of space was also deeper. The two of us. Zhang Yuanbai approached Qingmei's ear and whispered a few words. Qingmei nodded her head, her eyes filled with the meaning of, "You are really bad. I like it. That's a great operation." Sure enough, it's the Peak Master style. The space shifted and the two of them instantly disappeared. The next day, it was the same main hall and the same people. The second round of assessment, then the strength. The mission was to enter the secret realm of the Yaoqi Holy Land and hunt the ferocious beasts inside. These ferocious beasts were captured from the Forbidden Land, each of them powerful, and scattered all over the secret realm. 100 peak harmonized fierce beasts, 1 point for each kill, 100 points in total. In addition, there is also an early Mahayana Beast King. Killing it will get you 10 points. The rules of this round of examinations were that one could not use external objects that were too heaven-defying, like 9th Order talismans, 9th Order array discs, or a transmutation strike given by the elders or something like that. These were too disruptive to the balance, and one had to rely on one's own skills to put up a fight. Everyone could only use their own abilities with things like magic treasures, pills, or 7th-ranked talismans and formations. One couldn't use external items that exceeded one's strength by too much. The time limit was 3 days, and both individual and team points counted, so the competition was pretty fair and equitable and quite reasonable. Zhang Yuanbai. You wait and see. Lu Rulong's eyes were gloomy, and his resentment towards Zhang Yuanbai was about to materialize. Yesterday's disgrace was bad enough that it was impossible to watch. Come on. I'll wait for you at the countdown. Zhang Yuanbai gave a thumbs up, mocking with full marks. Fierce beasts were different from demonic beasts. While demonic beasts knew how to think and could change shape, fierce beasts acted completely by nature. They also have a name called the race left over from the ancient times. These guys were particularly fierce in power, and almost no one at the same level could beat them. Ordinary peak harmonization cultivators alone would most likely not be a match for them, but they were geniuses, the invincible kind at the same level, and one-on-one was still possible. After understanding these rules, Ji Yao gently waved her hand, and a large luxurious ship appeared before her eyes. Chapter 51, Completely Helpless. The ship was oversized, like an ancient city floating in the air, and could easily fit tens of thousands of people. There were so many luxurious palaces built on top of it, with dozens of top-notch formations spread across it. It's so luxurious. This ship alone is worth tens of billions of spirit stones. Come with me. Everyone boarded the boat, which swayed slightly, then tore through the void, and when it reappeared, it was already among a mountain range. Space jump. Zhang Yuanbai realized that he had still underestimated the ship's ability. It was indeed powerful. The ninjas are cool on the outside, but they're still short on flavor. If all 9 augur dragons could reach the Mahayana realm and pull him through the void, that feeling would come. Begin. Holy Lord Ji Yao recited a mantra in a low voice. Then with a wave of her hand, a black vortex emerged out of thin air. 9 people did not hesitate to put one foot in. This time around, it's definitely more exciting than the previous ones. Outside the secret boundary, the 9 Yaoqi's transition realm elders were already ready. This competition wasn't going to be easy, and it might be life-threatening. So once someone was in trouble, the elders would have to step in and help immediately. As soon as they did, the game was over. The people outside weren't sure what was happening in the secret realm and could only wait for everyone to come out and judge the results based on the number of ferocious beasts brought out. Inside the secret realm, the space was exceptionally large, with the heavens and earth rotating, and one could not see the end of it. To find 101 ferocious beasts in such a large place was, to be honest, quite difficult. The 9 supreme elders were invisible in the void, holding recording stones and monitoring the entire match to ensure that it was fair and just. Jiang Yuanbai, just wait. This time I will definitely trample you under my feet. 9 people landed on the top of a mountain at the same time, and just as they stood still, Lu Rulong began to threaten. 30 years of wind and water. Today I'm going to get back what belongs to me. His eyes were full of anger and fighting spirit. Oops, the wind is too strong. I'm blown away. Flowerless suddenly cried out as his body leaned back and flew straight out. What kind of demon wind is this? Xiangtu followed suit and flew out. The 2 people were instantly blown dozens of feet away, unable to stop at all. Lu Rulong was puzzled, but didn't think much about it. Fighting, he was never afraid of, he was good enough on his own. His teammates would only slow down the speed of his hunt. It's not right. Suddenly, his eyes snapped shut before he realized he was surrounded by 6 men. What do you want? The aura around him instantly erupted, surrounded by thunder and lightning, as if the thunder god had descended to earth. Go! Jiang Yuanbai's 6 men showed no mercy and directly exerted their full power, controlling Lu Rulong in an instant. Everyone was so powerful that no one lost by much. One-on-one, Lu Rulong might still be able to take advantage, but the 6 guys had long since discussed this and directly held him down. This was Jiang Yuanbai's idea. Instead of waiting for Lu Rulong to make trouble, he should take a step ahead and nip the trouble in the bud. Is it a foul if they do that? In the void, those supreme elders were a bit speechless as they looked at the move below. Every year there are some weirdos, but this year these guys are just a crying shame. They were in charge of every Yaoqi Holy Land tournament, so what kind of battle hadn't they seen before? But this is really the first time something like today has happened. The 2 teammates had slipped away early, obviously colluding beforehand. Jiang Yuanbai and the Sacred Maiden's cooperation with them was simply perfect. If they said that there was nothing inside between them, it would be something they wouldn't believe even if they were beaten to death. Is that in the rules? I don't think so. Since there isn't, it's fine. Although Lu Rulong had no fear for his life, his mouth was stuffed with a piece of strange stuff. His clothes were all stripped down to his pants. His mana was sealed, and then he hung on a tree on the edge of the cliff. It's funny to say the least. The elders in charge of videotaping also gave a close-up shot. Fantastic, that's a fantastic move. They especially wanted to know how bad that screaming feeling would be when Lu Rulong woke up. With a bit of luck, the rope tying him up broke and he fell off and was eliminated outright. A bit of bad luck, encountering a ferocious beast and being forced out. In the worst-case scenario, hang around for 3 days and get eliminated as usual. Lu Rulong was really planted through and through this time. Unless he could unseal his mana, all efforts would be in vain. Genpai, you're really something. I've always been pretty good at it. The 6 of them were very satisfied with their results, especially the 3 girls from the Yaoqi Holy Land, who originally didn't have much goodwill towards Lu Rulong, and had even been pitted by him once in the first round. Now that I've gotten my revenge, I can't tell you how relieved I am. Jiang Yuanbai's approach was not too bright and honorable, but it did work. If it wasn't for the help of Flowerless and Xiangtu, this wouldn't have been possible at all, mainly because Lu Rulong's character was so bad that it caused everyone to dislike him. As long as he had 2 teammates, this plan was sure to go down the drain. Jiaoyao secretly gave Jiang Yuanbai a wink and gestured. Jiang Yuanbai had a bitter smile on his face. Why are all the girls so bold? Are you 2 really okay? Luri always felt that there was something strange between the 2 of them. Women's intuition is sometimes spot on. How could we possibly be related? Jiang Yuanbai smiled with a sincere face. Sometimes one had to admire a woman's 6th sense. How did you come up with this law? After getting acquainted with Jiang Yuanbai, Liuli's words grew more and more. Before she was a high and cold goddess. She's still a goddess, but with the added word, psycho. That night Jiang Yuanbai went out and came back and started plotting the scheme, and everyone immediately agreed. Lu Rulong, this person is really annoying, is simply the type of everyone shouting type, a talk of remediation him, even hesitation is too polite to him. Bad guys have their own bad guys to deal with, right? Jiang Yuanbai looked up at the sky, as if he was thinking about something, or as if he was in a daze. Being alone is also a kind of trouble. He decided to choose funny over powerful. I'll go first. Yokomine left alone. He felt that he was a bit redundant in this group, too eye-catching. it was still important to be self-aware when venturing outside. He was also afraid that Jiang Yuanbai would suddenly say something that would embarrass him. Even tough guys have moments of vulnerability. What about you? Jiang Yuanbai turned his head to ask Liuli. Me, of course I'm going on my own adventure. And I want to try my hand at it too. Liuli had wanted to go with Jiang Yuanbai, but in the end, she decided to act on her own. Jiang Yuanbai might not be able to exert himself if she was beside him. She had complete faith in Jiang Yuanbai's ability. Okay. Call me if you need anything. Everyone had a transmitting note, and communication was easy. After Liuli left, Jiang Yuanbai was left alone. Ugh. Who made me soft all the time? Jiang Yuanbai was a little helpless when he saw Lu Rulong hanging from that strange tree on the edge of the cliff. He pulled out 3 7th-order array discs from his bosom. One was used to hide his breath and prevent the ferocious beasts from discovering Lu Rulong. The other 2 were ice and fire arrays, which were meant to give Lu Rulong a taste of ice and fire, ensuring that he would be happy. For the next 2 days, Lu Rulong's life would definitely not be boring. Is this guy crazy? He's still smiling at us. It's so hard to figure out what's going on in a man's mind. A few Supreme Elders felt their scalps tingle as they watched Jiang Yuanbai's approach. This wasn't worrying that Lu Rulong didn't die a bad enough death. It was simply wanting him dead. A saintly maiden, but just a little girl trying to get attention. That's right, the holy maiden suitors can all circle the globe. What kind of men haven't seen? Would she still agree easily? If Jiang Yuanbai had known what these elders were thinking, he would have chortled. Your vision is really poisonous. 9 people would have to go against 101 ferocious beasts, and they wouldn't necessarily be able to find all the targets. In the last few years, there had been formations that interfered with the scent, and relying on divine sense alone wasn't much use. Fighting for strength? It doesn't exist. Sometimes you have to use your head when you're out in the world. As the day passed, everyone was exhausted. The efficiency was too low. Finding 101 ferocious beasts in such a large area was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. If it was a one-on-one fight, they would have been able to defeat the ferocious beasts. The current highest scorer was Ji Yaoyao. After all, it was on her own turf, more or less an advantage, scoring 4 points. Everyone else had 2 points. Lu Rulong woke up in the middle of the day, so angry that he shouted, but unfortunately no one cares about him. He had had enough of this kind of enjoyment of both fire and ice. Jiang Yuanbai. I hate you. At this time, Jiang Yuanbai was standing at the edge of a lake, easily slashing the python in the lake with a sword, and the blood dyed the lake water red. This place is quite suitable for cultivation. At the end of the day, he had only barely gotten 1 point, and even the Supreme Elder keeping score in the void wondered if there was a problem with his judgment. Even though he showed his ability by slashing that ferocious beast of the highest realm with a sword, this lazy look, simply too unserious. While communicating with the others through the transmission note, she suddenly noticed that Jiang Yuanbai had moved. Jiang Yuanbai cut off the snake's head and pulled out the small beads inside. This was good stuff, whether it was used to build magic treasures or make medicine, it was great. What's this guy up to? The Supreme Elder in the sky blinked as he watched, only to see Jiang Yuanbai take out a 40-meter-long machete and slice at the snake's corpse. 1 slice at a time, easily breaking through the giant snake's armor. After that, he dumped the snake meat into the lake piece by piece. Immediately after that, all sorts of ordinary medicinal herbs were also thrown into the lake, and the entire surface of the lake was floating with medicinal herbs and snake meat. Start. Jiang Yuanbai used his aura to control the lake water, then casually waved his hand, and heat waves instantly covered the entire lake, which churned up. He used his hand to stir it vigorously in the air, and the scent wafted around. This kid's okay. The Supreme Elder finally realized it, which was why he was too surprised to speak. The scent that spread out in all directions made him swallow his saliva, not to mention those ferocious beasts that acted purely on instinct. What a talent. That should be enough. Whistling. A gale swept through 100,000 miles, carrying a strong aroma, and the entire secret realm was suddenly in an uproar. The ferocious beasts that were originally lying still seemed to have received some sort of instruction, all staring in one direction and then running frantically towards the source of the aroma. What smells so good? Qi Yao Yao sniffed her nose, and the fragrance in the air caused her to swallow a mouthful of saliva as well. The others were just as fascinated by the smell. Feral beasts. Just at this time, the ferocious beasts walked by the side. Everyone's eyes lit up. It can really be said that they have been searching hard for it, but it suddenly arrived. The prey that they had been looking for a long time but hadn't found actually came to the door by itself, and they were about to strike. But they found that there was more than one. Scared. It's okay to deal with one, it's okay to deal with two, but there are 7 or 8 of them here, so what's the point? All of these ferocious beasts ran towards the scent, and the crowd didn't make a move, but followed them. They also wanted to know what it was that made these ferocious beasts run so happily. Secret treasure present? But this secret land has long been worthless. Here, the ground began to shake, and the stones on the ground shook. Zhang Yuanbai sensed that this set had attracted at least 40 ferocious beasts. This kid, he's kind of awesome. The Supreme Elder in the sky was on standby, ready to save Zhang Yuanbai. With over 40 ferocious beasts that had reached the highest level, anyone had to be nervous. Zhang Yuanbai originally wanted to poison and directly stun these ferocious beasts, then make up the final blow. But after thinking about it, he gave it up. The rules didn't allow it, this method wouldn't work. Then we're on our own. He also wanted to see how strong he really was. Right at this moment, 100 feet tall giant ape rushed over, lava flowing over its body, its black fur standing up as it roared at Zhang Yuanbai. These ferocious beasts all recognized the truth. Whoever occupies the territory is whoever owns it. When Zhang Yuanbai stood here, his domineering aura was clearly a challenge to them. That gorilla swung up its palm-sized fist and smashed it over. Zhang Yuanbai was as small as an ant in front of it. Quite interesting. Zhang Yuanbai stomped his feet and rose into the air, also throwing out a punch. This punch against that punch resulted in that gorilla's big fist shattering right into pieces. Ow! The gorilla was enraged, his eyes glaring red, 2 flames coming out of his eyeballs, and a heat wave rolling out to pounce on Zhang Yuanbai. Zhang Yuanbai not only didn't hide, but also rushed up to meet that fire, directly blocking the pillar of fire with his body, and then all of a sudden popped up to the top of the gorilla's head and reached out for a pop. Bang! There was a loud bang and the air exploded, knocking the gorilla's brains right out of his head. This is too powerful, he's only at the harmonization stage. The Supreme Elders in midair looked dumbfounded. Zhang Yuanbai's strength was nothing like the level of the harmonization stage. He was only in the middle stage of harmonization. Even if he was a genius, he couldn't be this fierce, right? If he hadn't seen everyone's cultivation with his own eyes, he would have wanted to ask Zhang Yuanbai if he was hiding any secrets. That's awesome. The few guys hiding in the shadows were also too shocked to say a word. Hung Feng touched his practiced abs and silently compared them. He was a body practitioner, and he didn't even dare to take on this lava gorilla for a bit of guts. But Zhang Yuanbai had beaten his opponent to death with a hard hit. He couldn't help but wonder if he had practiced for so many years for nothing. True to form, my man. True to form, I picked the right man. The more she thought about it, the more she liked him. Zhang Yuanbai had just finished off a gorilla and hadn't even taken a break when he felt something open its mouth towards him. It was a 30-foot-long blue crocodile with sharp, pointy spines on its back. At the same time, a large bird with a cold aura descended from the sky. Its beak lit up and it spat out a mouthful of 10,000 years of frost. Zhang Yuanbai wasn't scared at all. He casually drew out a sword with a sheath and used the heavenly sword drawing technique. The sword chi with sword intent directly split the blue crocodile into 2 halves. The residual energy has not yet disappeared, and by the way, also cut down the 2 beasts behind. Afterward, he casually grabbed his hand, and a lance condensed from cold ice appeared in his hand and violently threw it forward. The lance passed through the frost and directly pierced through the big bird's head. This big bird that played with ice now turned into an ice sculpture. Sword intent complete. Ice intent complete. The Supreme Elder had been dumbfounded. This guy simply had emperor-level potential. An ensemble stage beast was like cutting vegetables in his hands. The rest of the beasts, spurred into a frenzy by the smell of their own kind's blood, wailed and rushed forward, more than 30 of them. Those flying in the sky, those running on the ground, everything. Sword! With a wave of Zhang Yuanbai's hand, the sky was filled with sword chi. Countless swords condensed from spiritual energy with sword intent fell down like rain, densely packed without a single dead end. More than 30 beasts, all hanging in the blink of an eye. Is this still a person? How else is this going to be fun? It's the same harmonization stage. Why are you so powerful? Xiang Tu and Hua Wui glanced at each other and silently gave Lu Rulong a moment of silence. You can't go against anyone but him. If he doesn't die, we'll all be sorry that we're in this business. Thinking back to last night when Zhang Yuanbai had discussed countermeasures with them, They had agreed without saying a word. Only now did they realize that Zhang Yuanbai hadn't come to discuss with them at all, but to inform them. With or without them, the outcome was the same. What a lesson this is. Play the hell out of it. Shangtu was completely convinced, and Hua Wui conceded. Zhang Yuanbai's hand directly made them completely lose their mind for the match. The strength was too outrageous. It was simply impossible to compare. Are we still playing? The three from the Yaoqi Holy Land looked at each other, you looking at me and I looking at you. Still competing my ass. There's no hope at all. Zhang Yuanbai's strength was already so high that it was despairing. They couldn't fight at all. And all that was left in their hearts was a sense of powerlessness. It was Zhang Yuanbai's fault for not taking them seriously at all. That's right. The three women simply stopped struggling and just swung for the fences. Peak Master Zhang, can you leave us a way out? Lioli and Yokohama helped clean up the battlefield, and this meeting test was considered a complete fiasco, completely turning into Zhang Yuanbai's performance time alone. Half of the ferocious beasts within the secret territory were killed by Zhang Yuanbai alone. He was alone with a sword, killing fast and cool. The others were simply too far behind compared to him. Forget it. Let's give you guys a try next? Zhang Yuanbai looked at them, his tone casual. He did detract from everyone's enjoyment. He had taken almost half of the results himself, and with all the meat, he should at least leave some soup for others. Come on, who can be as good as you? Yokomine spread his hands in helplessness. Listen to that, is that a good thing to say? Their strength was not bad. They could still hold up if they dealt with two ferocious beasts alone, but if they were to deal with a group of them alone like Zhang Yuanbai, absolutely no chance. Tell you what then, let's work together in the back. Zhang Yuanbai suggested, after all, the competition was all about participation, so he couldn't go too far himself. The three of them quickly cleaned up the battlefield, with so many ferocious beasts piled up together. The smell of blood was so thick that it choked their noses, and every ferocious beast that smelled the smell and rushed here became more frantic. The three of them teamed up. Lioli and Hungfing were in charge of control and assistance, and with a little bit of effort, Zhang Yuanbai was able to take care of everything. Simply an invincible existence. Ouch! The few remaining ferocious beasts were so frightened that they screamed and turned around to run. Zhang Yuanbai told Lioli and Hungfing to go after them, and stayed where he was. Unsurprisingly, the next opponent would be that fierce beast king of the Mahayana realm. A golden lion with 3 heads roared and rushed in, so fast that it looked like it was transforming into countless residual shadows, and its huge claws smashed down like small mountains. Zhang Yuanbai didn't receive it head-on. His body was flexible and backed up against the ground. His spiritual energy gathered in his fist and punched out through the air. The golden lion was shaken to the point that it tumbled round and finally stood steadily, its 3 heads simultaneously condensing spiritual energy in preparation for a counterattack. The heads on the left and right each emitted a cold or hot pillar of light, while the one in the center summoned thunderbolts that cracked the earth and sent lightning bolts scurrying in all directions that made people tremble with fear. Awesome! A 3-headed king lion from the ancient times, with 3 heads, capable of manipulating the power of frost, flames and lightning, with superb combat power. Among demonic beasts of this level, it could hardly find an opponent. At least that's what it seems like right now. Zhang Yuanbai's attacks came in waves after waves, flowing so smoothly that even he wasn't sure if he could get away easily. This guy's got some skills. The lightning surrounded his entire body, and Zhang Yuanbai felt like his bones were corroded by the lightning, as if countless ants were biting him. He shouldn't really be able to pack up the 3 king lions by himself, right? Even though that guy is only in the early stage of Mahayana, it has a very special bloodline, and the power that erupts out of it doesn't lose out to some of the late-stage Mahayana greats. Let's wait and see. If Yuanbai can't hold out, we'll strike immediately. That's right, to be able to use the harmonization realm against a Mahayana, that's the genius of the moment, isn't it? Us old guys are considered outdated. In the air, several supreme elders exchanged words through voice transmission. The other contestants had stopped struggling and didn't need to record their images anymore, and now they were all gathering together to gossip and stare at the battle between Zhang Yuanbai and the 3-headed king lion. Ouch! The roar turned into a wave of sound that shook one's ears. It was a lion's roar. Cultivators below the harmonized realm would be torn to pieces in front of this kind of roar, and even those in the harmonized realm would have to be careful about going deaf. Compare who's louder? Zhang Yuanbai took a deep breath and shouted. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. He knew so many things now, many of which he hadn't even had the chance to utilize yet. These three-headed king lions were top-tier ferocious beasts with a variety of moves, so it was just the right time for him to try his hand. He now had a clear judgment of his strength. After crossing a large realm, he was no worse than a late Mahayana. The two voices collided, and Jiang Yuanbai's voice prevailed, pushing the three-headed king lion back 30 feet and cutting 2 deep traces in the ground. A frontal hard fight, it's too powerful. If Yuanbai reaches the transition realm, wouldn't that make him unrivaled under the immortals? The eye is too narrow. Invincible under immortals. One-on-one above immortals. Such high praise. Jiang Yuanbai was in a good mood, and when the 3 king lions came barreling over, he dodged and started fighting straight away. The 2 men fought to a standstill. The battle on this side attracted those few people who had given up hope, and from afar, Xiang Tu and Hua Wui exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. Such a huge difference in battle power at the same realm. That idiot Lu Rulong has no idea what he's gotten himself into, but maybe it gives us both a chance too. Xiang Tu and Hua Wui pondered. Not bad for a man I've had my eye on, handsome and powerful. Ji Yaoyao watched mesmerized. What woman doesn't love a hero? Jiang Yuanbai's strength completely conquered her. No wonder he was defenseless in the first place. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Sister. The one in your family? The 2 senior sisters looked at Ji Yaoyao with wide eyes, wondering in their hearts if there was something wrong with their ears. Pool Yaoyao well is the only holy woman of Yaoqi, the status of that called a stable, so there is no identity pressure. These 2 girls were earlier than her before entering the door, so naturally they were her senior sisters. Agu, senior sister, you guys are mistaken. How would I say that kind of thing? Ji Yaoyao joked on her lips, but then, it wasn't convenient to publicize their relationship for the time being. After all, she was a holy maiden, and she didn't have the ability to unveil this thin veil, and she was worried that Ji Yaoyao would rush out to find Jiang Yuanbai and cause trouble. Alas, being a saintly woman is also quite a kink. Ji Yaoyao herself felt so helpless. Chapter 52 came to ask for the sword. At this time, on the crooked neck tree, Lu Rulong was experiencing the torment of ice and fire, with tears brushing down his face. Jiang Yuanbai were not done here. Huffing and puffing, Jiang Yuanbai gasped for air, and so did the 3-headed lion king on the opposite side. The 2 of them had been fighting since yesterday. Lioli and Hungfing, who had gone to catch the other beasts, had returned long ago, wanting to help but were stopped. Although they were geniuses, their strength was only around the harmonization realm, so dealing with the Mahayana realm was a dream. If they intervened, they might get hurt by the aftermath and distract Jiang Yuanbai. It's almost time to close. A brilliant light flashed in Jiang Yuanbai's eyes as he raised one hand, and the clouds in the sky began to tumble as a vortex was revealed. The 3-headed Lion King also did not give in. The 3 heads roared up to the sky, the dark clouds were dense, and the 3-colored divine mountain coalesced and took shape, pressing down aggressively. Covering hand. A giant hand reached out from the vortex and grabbed the tricolor divine mountain. The 2 forces collided. The rumbling sound was deafening, and the surrounding ground for 100 miles directly emptied out. It's over. Jiang Yuanbai closed his eyes and pointed his finger to the sky, and in an instant, the sky and earth changed color. A huge sword crossed the sky and earth, and the power to destroy everything followed. A sword opens the gates of heaven. The sword that split the heavenly abyss back then was somewhat similar to this sword of yours. These supreme elders had lived for hundreds of years. What great storms had they not seen before? But a hint of fear still flashed in their eyes. They had originally thought that Jiang Yuanbai was strong, but now they realized that not only was this kid powerful, there might be an even bigger secret behind him. Just thinking about it makes you cringe. Jiang Yuanbai had already been put on the blacklist of people they should never mess with. Can the game be over now? Only 2 days had passed in 3 days, and all 101 beasts had been taken care of by him. In addition to the ones given to Hungfing and Liuli, Jiang Yuanbai had taken 60 of them himself, and was so far ahead in points that no one could catch up. Could be. This conference test has been held for countless sessions, and each time it has scored points sporadically. This is the first time it's been a total loss, and it's only been 2 days. It's the same harmonization realm. Why are you so special? Several of the Supreme Elders looked at Jiang Yuanbai differently. The Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect, truly unfathomable. Finally, it's over. It's boring as hell. Qi Yao Yao and the girls had completely given up resistance. We'll try. With Jiang Yuanbai, The Imperial Heavenly Sword sect was like an unattainable mountain that no one dared to challenge. Why don't they just give Zhang Yuanbai the champion medal directly? That's right, Brother Zhang's strength makes us all feel ashamed. We can't compare to him at all, we really can't. Hua Wui and Xiang Tu were both relieved as well. Looking at Zhang Yuanbai juggling all by himself, they were both a bit numb and even suspected that something was wrong with their cultivation. If they continued like this, their Taoist hearts would collapse. The people around them were either pretending to be gods or showing off, and only Lu Rulong was beaten to death. As the group of people left the secret realm, Lu Rulong was also dragged back. Zhang Yuanbai, I will definitely kill you. The ones who made the move were 6 people, and Lu Rulong was partial to hating Zhang Yuanbai. It's all because of him. It's all because of him. It must be his bad idea. I didn't mess with anyone, but I got in trouble with him. Flowerless, Xiang Tu, join me in teaching this guy a lesson. Ryu started looking for help. Rulon, listen to me. There are some things you can't handle. Flowerless and Xiang Tu didn't even bother with him. Before, because of fear of his background, now hey, they are no longer afraid of offending Lu Rulong. You guys, good. Lu Rulong said 3 good in a row, so angry that his face turned green. Have these people eaten the guts of a bear? He was the #1 heir of the floating sacred land, the future sacred lord. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he memorized these 2. The 2 of them had a look of contempt. A person who was about to be finished was just a person who didn't listen to a well-intentioned reminder, so they could only fend for themselves. The 2 turned and walked away without even looking back. They were all from the same clan, but the relationship had gotten to such a state, sometimes it was really sad. Humph, Zhang Yuanbai, I'm gonna have to make you suffer in the last match. Lu Rulong was so angry that he stomped his feet, and the 6 pairs of eyes stared at him dead on, making him feel uncomfortable. If it was 1-on-6, he knew he wouldn't be able to last, but if it was 1-on-1, he was confident that he could easily crush Zhang Yuanbai. But some paths get narrower and narrower. Laughing to death, if Lu Rulong had watched your fight, he would never say such words. Qi Yao Yao happily watched the hilarity as the crowd rowed the flying boat back to the Yao Qi Holy Land, and Lu Rulong hurriedly complained as soon as he got off the boat. Sage Lord Ji, I want to report them for violating the rules. On the way, Lu Rulong had held a belly full of fire, and now he finally had the chance to vent it. He gritted his teeth and accused everyone of their faults as Ji Yao sat up with no surprise on her face. She had known and expected them to do this. Is there anything in the rules that says you can't put your hands on people? Sage Lord Ji, you're favoring them. Lu Rulong was completely dumbfounded. It was too unfair. Really too unfair. That's not a violation. He just hung around for 2 days for nothing. It was also tortured for 2 days by an ice and fire formation. Pissed him off to no end. Everyone looked at him with that look of a clown. If he had just a little bit of brains, he wouldn't have gotten his relationship into such a state that he was targeted in the first place. The evidence is overwhelming. Holy Lord, we withdraw from the 3rd round. Qi Yao Yao spoke up. This meeting test was supposed to be used to compare who was stronger, and now that Zhang Yuanbai had already left the others far behind, there was no need to compare anymore. Let's not compare the 2 of us either. Xiang Tu and Hua Wui agreed without saying a word. The focus of this meeting test was to let everyone see the gap between themselves and those geniuses. Nothing else mattered. It was just a competition for the false name of the first person of the younger generation. Now that they were certain that they definitely couldn't beat Zhang Yuanbai, what else was there to compete with, so they simply withdrew. We quit too. Ruri and Yokomine also decided to withdraw. With this, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Yuanbai and Lu Rulong. Treading through iron shoes and finding no place, it took no effort at all to get here. Zhang Yuanbai, do you dare to duel with me and split the difference between life and death? Lu Rulong's eyes flashed with a hint of complacency. Everyone had withdrawn. Only he and Zhang Yuanbai remained. If he won against Zhang Yuanbai, wouldn't he be the #1 person of this generation? Sacred Lord, this is the image stone of this meeting test. In addition to the 60 ferocious beasts on his hands, junior friend Zhang Yuanbai also took out a Mahayana realm beast king. This is a complete video of the battle. It's completely based on strength. It's not adulterated. The Supreme Elder at this time inserted a sentence but also looked at Lu Rulong, although he does not like this guy, but can help to this can only help so much. Life and death battle cannot die in our Yaoqi. Just kidding. Zhang Yuanbai can beat a beast king of the Mahayana realm? Haha, how much did Zhang Yuanbai pay you guys to let him accompany you in the play? I'll pay double. Lu Rulong listened to the scalp numbness, the heart straight to mutter, What are you guys talking about? Zhang Yuanbai could single-handedly take on a Mahayana realm beast king, taking nearly half of the points by himself?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
This is what's going on. Lu Rulong, are you insulting our Yao Qi Holy Land? Ji Yao was on fire. As a leader, she carried a sense of majesty all over her body, and at this moment this pressure rose directly to the sky, pressurizing Lu Rulong to the point where he couldn't breathe. How could she not know what her own supreme elder was thinking? If you're given the chance, you'll admit your mistake, so don't stomp on it. She didn't care if Lu Rulong died or lived, but he must not die in her territory. Sage Lord Ji, I really didn't mean that. Lu Rulong broke out in a cold sweat before realizing that he might have said the wrong thing. But he still didn't believe it. Zhang Yuanbai could really kill the Beast King? That was too much of an exaggeration. Then what do you mean now? Ji Yao was not angry. Her aura was so overwhelming that Lu Rulong's legs went soft, and he almost knelt on the ground. This kind of terrifying pressure, he hadn't even felt it in front of his father. Could it be that Ji Yao was even stronger than the Faustian Saint Lord? It couldn't be. There wasn't much of a difference in the strength of the holy lords of the various holy lands, except for Yi Qingxian, that invincible sword cultivator woman. Everyone else was more or less the same. Why do I think she's so great? Holy Lord Ji, you are magnanimous. This child is young and doesn't know any better. Then watch him. Old Senior Xia Lu added another fire to the fire from the side, and the Grand Elder of the floating Holy Land was so angry that his face turned green. He was already in a bad mood, and when he heard about some of the ridiculous things that Lu Rulong had done, his mood simply hit rock bottom. Now that he was being added to, he was immediately enraged. What do you mean, you Imperial Sky Sword sect? Playing tricks and not letting people talk. You? Which one of you saw us cheating? Xia Lu old-timer is not to be messed with. The sword cultivator has always been straight to the point. What to say, never beat around the bush. You, Xia Lu, were also the best among your peers back then, but you were able to take out dozens of harmonization stage beasts by yourself? Be able to exterminate a Mahayana stage beast king. The two ferrying realm powerhouses quarreled on the spot, and the scene was a mess. The original solemn atmosphere had instantly turned into a village gate boss fight, with no one letting anyone in. All right, can't you two great powers of the transition realm have a little bit of the demeanor of a master? Ji Yao was about to collapse. How did today's scene become so outrageous? Zhang Yuanbai felt that things weren't quite right. Why was Ji Yao's eyes so strange when she looked at him? People who didn't understand the situation thought that he had done something wrong to her. True or false is easy to judge. Ji Yao directly played out the image from the projection stone. Zhang Yuanbai cut down his enemies like a melon or a vegetable, watching the crowd gasp in astonishment. Especially when Zhang Yuanbai dealt with those three king lions, those various moves, they were dumbfounded. The last move, a sword opens the gate of heaven, was even more brilliant, bringing the battle to a perfect conclusion. What else do you want to say? Yao Ji was shaken to the core after reading it, and so were the other elders. All of them had a thought bubbling up in their minds. This man is certainly not ordinary behind the scenes. One sword opens the gate of heaven. This move is too familiar. Only the legendary top swordsman who split the heavenly abyss can do it. What was the connection between Zhang Yuanbai and that legendary swordsman? That's what everyone wants to know.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
How could he be so powerful? Cheating, he must have cheated. There's absolutely no way he's only at the harmonization realm. Your hallowed Yao Qi Holy Land actually cheated with them. Where's the face? Don't you all want your faces? After Lu Rulong read it, his first reaction was disbelief. In terms of realm, Zhang Yuanbai was the weakest among them. He was able to understand when the other party's battle power was so strong that it was barely on par with theirs, but in the video, the other party was killing the beasts as easily as chopping vegetables. That's absolutely impossible. Zhang Yuanbai, what exactly did you use? You definitely used irregularities. Rayuran continued to question. You're reckless. Ji Yao fiercely stood up, her entire body exuding a terrifying aura, instantly causing Lu Rulong to fall to his knees in a sorry state. Holy Lord Ji, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Rulong was right to question, have you ever seen such a powerful harmonization realm? Perhaps Zhang Yuanbai used some offending secret technique to boost his strength. The great elder of the floating holy land screamed in his heart. This pig teammate is really pitiful. With such a holy son, sooner or later, the clan will be finished. That would be you questioning us. The faces of several old-timers immediately sank. In one sentence, he had offended 9 great men of the transition realm. Fellow Taoists, that's not what I meant. The old seniors of the floating pit sacred ground were drumming straight in their hearts, and this time they were definitely blacklisted by the Yaoqi sacred ground. You say it's not that, but we're inclined to think it is. Of course you have to be tough on your own turf. How can you not fight back when others are already strutting their stuff over your head? The more you explain it, the worse it gets. Lu Rulong, haven't you always disbelieved that he has the strength? I've agreed to the idea that you want to fight him to the death. Ji Yao's eyes were as cold as frost. If she could, she would have wanted to personally clean up this guy. Zhang Yuanbai, do you dare to answer the battle? Lu Rulong's eyes penetrated with ruthlessness. Things have developed to this point. Can only give up. He simply didn't believe that Zhang Yuanbai was really that powerful. He wanted to beat his opponent fair and square and put those falsehoods to rest once and for all. It's over, it's finished. Qi Yao Yao and the few of them looked at him as if they were looking at a fool, truly an unreliable teammate. Obviously there are steps to go down, he still wants to rush upwards, really hopeless. The two of them, Xiangtu and Hua Wui, were ecstatic. They had been looking forward to this day for a long time, and they didn't expect it to come true so soon. Once Lu Rulong collapsed, the big mountain above their heads was gone, and they would definitely be more comfortable in their future days. From the moment Lu Rulong proposed to fight Zhang Yuanbai, they felt that Lu Rulong was already a dead man. Time to eat and drink. Get ready to hit the road. Originally, they had only come to take the exam, but it turned out that they actually encountered such a good thing. The way they looked at Zhang Yuanbai was different, their hearts celebrating. Zhang Yuanbai was also quite helpless. He was also quite devastated. How did this person survive? Everyone says that the stomach can hold a boat, but Lu Rulong's mind is so small that it's almost scary. Other than being careful, he didn't seem to have much else. Some people want to die, they can't be stopped. Don't think about waking up someone who is pretending to be asleep. It's useless to do so. Zhang Yuanbai, do you dare to answer the battle or not? Lu Rulong had a provocative look. Today he was determined to play with Zhang Yuanbai. Just compare. What are you afraid of? Zhang Yuanbai sneered. Since you have to send yourself to death, don't blame me for not being polite. When you can't reason, fists are the best way. When you can't make sense, use your fists to open the way. Since you've all decided, then come with us. Holy Lord Ji Yao was also furious with Lu Rulong. This kind of person living was a waste of oxygen. Simply let Zhang Yuanbai dispose of it. One more second was superfluous. She waved her hand and space shook as everyone was instantly transported to a huge island in the sky. This island was protected by countless formations. Even if a transition realm expert attacked it with all their might, they wouldn't be able to hurt it in the slightest. This was the battlefield of the Yaoqi Holy Land, usually a place for the elders to spar, as well as a semi-immortal artifact-level treasure of great power. Bringing them here was obviously because he was worried that Zhang Yuanbai hadn't managed to thoroughly clean up Lu Rulong. Aya, Rulong, you're really confused. The highest elders of the Floating Slaughter Holy Land couldn't stand to watch anymore, and hurriedly sneaked a message to the Floating Slaughter Holy Land, hoping that their leader would come over quickly, or else Rulong Lu would have to toss himself to death here today. That guy called Zhang Yuanbai hadn't even used his other skills except for that sword that split the heavenly gate just now, and that hand alone was enough to impress people. The Supreme Elder could feel the might of that sword through the screen. In this realm, Lu Rulong was definitely no match for Zhang Yuanbai. Sage Lord Ji, I would like to re-measure Zhang Yuanbai's cultivation with our floating life stone unique to the floating holy land again. The Supreme Elder wanted to stall for time and took out a floating life stone from his nascent sacred ring. This piece of floating life stone was black and purple all over. It was a unique ore of the floating holy land, and could only be found in the secret realm of the sect. Even an expert who had reached the level of a ninth happening loose immortal couldn't hide his true cultivation in front of the floating life stone. It was very powerful. Yuanbai, want to try? Ji Yao said faintly, with little expression on her face. Having detected each other's cultivation at the beginning, she didn't believe there would be any problems with this quiz. As for Zhang Yuanbai, although she couldn't see through it, the previous test results had already shown everything. Can. Zhang Yuanbai smiled. Since the other party wasn't dead in the water yet, it would be better to just shut them up. He didn't hesitate to input his spiritual energy into the testing instrument, and the results came out immediately mid-harmonization, exactly the same as the previous test results from the Yaoqi Holy Land. What else is there to say? Zhang Yuanbai raised his eyebrows. There is indeed no need to say anything. The floating slaughter Holy Land's supreme elder could only shake his head helplessly. The facts were right in front of him and had to be admitted. Zhang Yuanbai was indeed in the middle stage of harmonization. There was nothing to argue about. Since this is a life and death duel, let's not set any rules. We've all gone out on a limb, so why worry about so much? At this time, a voice came from the distance, only to see a middle-aged man with a few old men with very powerful auras arrive outside of the Yao Qi Holy Land's grand formation. Holy Lord Ji, sorry for the disturbance. The man arched his hand. Never mind. Ji Yao nodded slightly, not expecting the leader of the floating slaughter Holy Land, Lu Mingsheng, to come in person, followed by a few supreme elders. She waved her hand and opened the formation, and several people instantly entered the Yaoqi battlefield. Are you sure about this? Zhang Yuanbai asked rhetorically, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. If there weren't any restrictions, then he'd just let go. His own strength was already enough to crush his opponents if he didn't set any limits. Even if an old monster from the transitional succession stage came, he wouldn't necessarily be able to take advantage, not to mention a small character like Lu Rulong from the harmonization stage. I have no opinion. Lu Rulong was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't expect his dad to be so powerful. If he could really let go, he would be invincible. Even if Zhang Yuanbai was really as powerful as what was displayed in the shadow retaining stone, he wasn't afraid. Since you all are fine with it, let's get started. Ji Yao looked at Zhang Yuanbai's disinterested face, and her heart was much more solid. If Lu Mingxing dared to say that he must have a bottom line, but Zhang Yuanbai obviously had his own bottom line as well. From a personal emotional point of view, she preferred Zhang Yuanbai to win. Yuanbai, wait for your return. Liuli led a group of people to leave the Yao Qi battlefield, her eyes cold as ice, and she silently swore in her heart. So what if I'm a floating Saint Lord? When my cultivation level arrives, I will have to trample you under my feet. Zhang Yuanbai, I didn't expect you to dare to fight me. Lu Rulong had a smug look on his face and said condescendingly, now I'll give you the chance to admit defeat. Admit that you've made a bad move, and say that you're no match for me, Lu Rulong, and I'll let you live. How's that? Humph. Zhang Yuanbai sneered. His figure instantly turned into a stump, directly arriving in front of Lu Rulong. Waving his hand and slapping him, the air exploded. Boo! Lu Rulong was struck by a golden light. His entire body flew far out like a kicked ball. The golden light wrapped around him like a rolling turtle shell, woefully out of shape. What the hell? Lu Mingxing's eyes were glazed over as Lu Rulong's protective Dharma treasure was automatically activated. A life-saving skill that was only triggered when his life was on the line. As a result, Zhang Yuanbai had taken care of it with a single slap. If there wasn't this layer of protection, wouldn't Lu Rulong have been directly slapped to death? This was too fierce. Even though everyone had already prepared themselves mentally, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. It was too scary. At the same time, everyone expressed their admiration for Zhang Yuanbai's decisiveness. This guy was truly ruthless, and he was never ambiguous when it was time to make a move. Zhang Yuanbai's blow failed and immediately chased after him. Before Lu Rulong could stand still, Zhang Yuanbai had already flashed behind him, holding a sheathed sword in his hand.
Anti-sword drawing technique.
A stern sword light slashed at Lu Rulong's golden shield with a heaven-destroying aura. A small bell appeared above Lu Rulong's head. It was a 9th-ranked protective magic treasure. The sword light split on the shield. Lu Rulong was shocked and flew into the sky. Zhang Yuanbai was faster and instantly appeared above him. The sword in his hand was replaced with a black sword with a sheath. Half-immortal weapon. The face of the floating Saint Lord instantly turned iron blue. Although the 9th-rank protective treasure was powerful, the half-immortal weapon was even better. Having the word immortal in its name meant that this thing was not simple.
Anti-sword drawing technique.
Zhang Yuanbai once again used the same move, his sword light slashing down. The same moves, the same opponent, the difference was the sword. Clank, clank, clank. The two forces collided, and cracks had already appeared on the small clock, which obviously couldn't hold up. Lu Rulong smashed onto the ground like a cannonball, spitting blood out of his mouth with dull eyes. What's going on? He hadn't even realized it yet. The protective magic treasure was struck out, followed by a series of attacks. He didn't even have a chance to counterattack. He was directly seriously injured? Was Zhang Yuanbai really this strong? Lu Rulong didn't believe it. He even more didn't believe that Zhang Yuanbai was this strong. It must be that this guy knew that he couldn't beat him and used a secret technique the moment he came up. Jiang Yuanbai, lazy nonsense, already stood in front of Lu Rulong. The black sword in his hand pointed straight to his head. Boom! Air waves swept around, and the black sword was blocked by a burning talisman. Jiang Yuanbai was a bit helpless as he was pushed by the air waves and slid out dozens of feet. Worthy of being the holy son of the sect, there are really a lot of tricks in his hands. Even if a big brother of the transitional succession realm came and faced with so many tactics, it is estimated that he wouldn't be able to defeat him, or at least he would be able to run away. Jiang Yuanbai, so what if you're powerful? The Holy Son's family background is not something you can figure out. Lu Rulong's body was wrapped in thunder light and his figure turned into an elemental body, looking like a god in the sky descending to earth. I'll show you how fierce I am when I'm at full power. The wind stopped, the rain stopped, and Lu Rulong felt that he had regained his confidence. At this moment, he felt like he was an immortal, a god, controlling everything. This is just playing smart and forcing his cultivation to the transition realm. Jiang Yuanbai laughed in his heart. Where did this guy get the guts?
Secret technique?
It wasn't like he hadn't learned them before. The instant a sword mark surfaced on Jiang Yuanbai's forehead, a violent aura violently erupted, ancient and desolate power gushing out from his body with an astonishing aura. His realm also soared to the transition realm. This is the 9 stripes sword secret.
Sword come.
Chapter 53. Really want to go against the sky. He let out a low gulp, and the cultivators of the Yaoqi sect were scared enough to realize that their flying swords unexpectedly flew uncontrollably towards Jiang Yuanbai, even the swords hidden in their storage rings, all surrounding him in a dense mass that they couldn't even count. This is the law of the sword? What level of law is this? Could it be that he's already an incarnation of the law of the sword? Too frightening. Jiang Yuanbai's strength has actually reached this level? The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. It seems that we old guys are really getting old. The two men dueled at the peak, causing those supreme elders to be ashamed of themselves. Were the youngsters nowadays too strong, or were they old bones no longer able to keep up with the times? The power of laws? You must be in the transition realm. You must have used a crooked way. Lu Rulong's eyes were filled with jealousy. He was dead set against believing that Jiang Yuanbai could understand such profound sword Dao laws without reaching the transition realm. Getting him to admit that he's no better than anyone else is not going to happen. Jiang Yuanbai gently raised his finger, and with a point of his fingertip, tens of thousands of flying swords instantly coalesced into a hideous dragon, letting out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, and opened its bloody mouth, lunging towards Lu Rulong. If he was bitten by this sword dragon, Lu Rulong would have to be crushed by countless flying swords. Break me! Lu Rulong's eyes were crimson as a ball of thunder gathered between his palms and violently merged together, instantly turning into a huge ball of thunder. The sword dragon swallowed the thunder ball in one gulp, and the lightning rushed across the sword dragon's body, and countless flying swords crumbled on the spot. You can't. Jiang Yuanbai shook his head. The power of the thunder ball was weakened, but the sword dragon was still wrapped around the thunder light. Its momentum did not decrease at all, and it continued to charge towards Lu Rulong. No way! Lu Rulong panicked and coalesced a wall of thunder in front of his body, trying to block the sword dragon's onslaught. But the sword dragon instantly diverged, bypassing the thunder wall and turning into a sky full of sword rain, completely blocking Lu Rulong's path of retreat. Lu Rulong was in a desperate situation, and could only keep dispersing his strength, barely resisting the sword rain's attack. Everyone could see that Lu Rulong's defeat was assured. He had originally relied on evil ways to hard pull up his cultivation level, and with such attrition, where could he stand up to the endless onslaught? Sooner or later, you're bound to lose. Little brother Jiang, when it's time to forgive, let's forgive. There's still a chance to meet in the future. Lu Mingxing's face was dark and scary. He originally thought that Jiang Yuanbai shouldn't be considered powerful, and was sure that Lu Rulong wouldn't lose. After all, ordinary transitional stage cultivators were no match for Lu Rulong. But who could have expected that Jiang Yuanbai had so many tricks up his sleeve? Could this really be a peak leader of the Imperial Sky Sword sect? The mountain peak leader of the Imperial Sky Sword sect was even this powerful? The big picture had been lost, and Lu Rulong was clearly no longer Jiang Yuanbai's enemy. Back when he proposed a life and death fight, I gave him a chance. Today's loss is mine. In his place, would he be merciful? Jiang Yuanbai snorted coldly, and the flying sword in his hand attacked even more vigorously. Hurry to save Lu Rulong. Lu Ming was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Zhang Yuanbai didn't give him any face at all. He was the Grand Master of the floating Holy Land, while Zhang Yuanbai was nothing more than a rising star, yet he was so arrogant. One must know that a rising star would only be feared if it truly rose to prominence. He had come late to the party and had only this one son, and Lu Rulong's character was completely spoiled by him. Unbridled. Is the Yao Qi Holy Land not a place where you can just spread your wildness? Ji Yao was furious. Zhang Yuanbai's behavior like this didn't even put the Yao Qi Holy Land in his eyes. Allowing outsiders like them to enter was already a great favor, and he actually dared to make a move. The Yaohe Holy Land's protector formation immediately opened, and the terrifying oppression made one's heart skip a beat, so that even a powerful person at the transitional stage would not dare to fight against it head-on. Lu Mingsheng quickly rushed into the fray as a golden light phantom surfaced, blocking Zhang Yuanbai's flying sword. Withdraw! A long black spike tore through space, and Yao Qi's protector formation was torn open as Lu Mingsheng led Lu Rulong to withdraw in a hurry. The other supreme elders followed suit. After reaching the transition stage, everyone's strength is about the same, and people in this realm are pursuing the path to immortality, and no one is willing to lay down their lives unless it's necessary. Do you really think that my Yao Qi is a place where you can come and go as you please? That supreme elder of the floating slaughter Holy Land who had come with Lu Rulong froze at that moment. The Grand Master and the others had all run away, and he was the only one left here. Yao Qi's protector formation directly hit him, and the terrifying force caused him to instantly collapse. Just stay. Holy Lord Ji, have mercy. That supreme elder had a bitter face and hurriedly begged, inwardly wishing to curse Lu Mingsheng and Lu Rulong. Yao Qi's protector formation plus dozens of Taishang elders attacked together. He didn't even have the chance to cry out in pain. He was destroyed on the spot and his soul was crushed. It's true that piggybacking gets people killed. Zhang Yuanbai put away his divine ability, his eyes cold. There was only one outcome for the person he, Zhang Yuanbai, wanted to kill: death. Lu Rulong couldn't escape. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile, and a villain identical to Lu Rulong suddenly appeared in his hand. Divine Artifact Death Curse. As long as a drop of the opponent's blood, it could be activated, no matter who it was. If they were hit by this heavenly immortal spell, they would definitely be lifeless. Lu Rulong had been bruised by Zhang Yuanbai earlier and had lost a lot of blood. Zhang Yuanbai had guessed that things had changed and had prepared in advance. Yao Qi Holy Land, Royal Sky Sword Sect. We, Faust Holy Land, despise mixing with you. Lu Mingsheng's teeth gnashed when he saw that Ji Yao really dared to kill his family's supreme elder. Now, the relationship between the three families was completely broken. Heh, small sects in the district, sooner or later, you holy places will be finished. Lu Mingsheng sneered, looking down at the pale Lu Rulong in his arms, his eyes full of resentment. Injuring my son, Zhang Yuanbai, you have sought death! Exclamation point. Lu Rulong's miserable scream came out as the flesh on his body began to rot away, turning into white bones in the blink of an eye, and even his soul was swallowed by a strange force, dying a clean death. Lu Mingsheng froze. Where did his son of such a big age go? He was fine just now. This scene caused the Taishang elders present to tremble all over in fear. In front of the eyes of so many experts of the transition realm, Lu Rulong just disappeared without a sound. If this kind of move was used against them, it was simply unthinkable. My son! Lu Mingsheng cupped the pile of white bones, his heart aching. Although his relationship with Lu Rulong was privately known to everyone, on the surface it was still master and disciple. Everyone in the sect actually knew very well that Lu Rulong was too ostentatious a person and didn't care about the consequences. His father is the Holy Lord, so what? If you don't want to obey, just try. With this shout, Lu Mingsheng was considered to have acknowledged the relationship. It's you. Did you do it, Zhang Yuanbai? I want you to die. I want you to die with my son. Tears of blood dripped from the corners of Lu Mingsheng's eyes, the pain on his face exposed. The sky was instantly dyed blood red. A blood lotus flower bloomed in the air, each one filled with terrifying energy that seemed to be about to explode. Lu Mingsheng, you've gone too far. A long green-colored sword descended from the sky, its light illuminating the entire sky. Countless spaces were shattered by this sword, revealing an abyss in the depths of the void. One sword frost cold 14 states. This was the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect's greatest skill, the one sword of heaven destruction. The blood lotus flower was cut off and the sky returned to tranquility. A woman in green stood proudly in mid-air, her eyes displaying a domineering spirit that looked down on the world. Michelle Ye. Cultivation level, peak Mahayana. Skill, sword art of the royal sky. Stunts, one sword to destroy the sky, sword twilight, sword abyss. Talent excellent golden spirit root. Physique, sword spirit body. Face value, 95. Patriarch Yi Qingxian had arrived. Jiang Yuanbai glanced at Yi Qingxuan's stats again, and they were the same as what he had seen before, unchanged. However, that sword of hers just now had shaken him to the core. The power of this sword was enough to kill an expert of the transitional juncture realm. Don't look at the other Holy Land's holy lords who were all at the transition realm, but this patriarch of my family's strength was not inferior at all. As expected, the woman in the cultivation world was known as the strongest Mahayana. Once she entered the transition realm, I'm afraid that no one at the transition realm would be able to fight against her. Jiang Yuanbai silently sighed in his heart. Even if he had a plug-in, he could only fight Yi Qingxian on the same level. It was true that one couldn't underestimate any genius. Even those who had a system boost would run into a true expert. The person was an extreme spiritual root coupled with the body of a sword spirit, and could actually be powerful to this extent. Was his own patriarch also this bullish? Jiang Yuanbai had no idea in his heart. Yi Qingxian, killing to repay a debt? Jiang Yuanbai killed my son. How can he not pay for his life? In a fight to the death, success or failure is up to heaven. Does your floating slaughter holy land not even have the temperament to lose? Yi Qingxian was wearing a green shirt, her clothes were windless, and the tip of her sword was pointed straight at Lu Mingsheng. Old man, come on if you want to fight. Our royal heavenly sword sect isn't afraid of your floating slaughter holy land. The Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect was the #1 sect in the 10 Great Sacred Grounds. And as the current sect leader, Yi Qingxian didn't put anyone in her eyes at all. Yi Qingxian, do you really want to protect him? Lu Mingsheng's face was dark as black as could be, and his voice was as cold as ice when he spoke. Bail me out if you want to. What can you do about it? Jiang Yuanbai's heart was somewhat touched. From Yi Qingxian, he seemed to see the old Peak Master who had passed away. Back then, when he himself was chosen as the Peak Master's personal disciple, it was also because the old Peak Master supported him despite the pressure. Thinking of what happened to the old Peak Master, a cold light flashed in Jiang Yuanbai's eyes. In the past, he didn't have the ability to track down the truth, but now that he did, he naturally wanted to seek justice for the old Peak Master. Imperial Sky Sword Sect, you'll see. Lu Mingsheng crushed Lu Rulong's skeleton, his eyes filled with resentment. He couldn't wait to kill Jiang Yuanbai on the spot, but this was the territory of the Imperial Sky Sword Sect, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Humph, when we have no one from the Imperial Sky Sword Sect. Do you want to fight a Holy Land level battle? Yi Qingxian had no fear. The path of a sword cultivator was to be courageous. Only then could one reach the top of the Great Tao. Once the life and death duel between the Holy Land started, it would be a situation of death for you and death for me. You! I remember you. Let's go. The several transition realm powerhouses from the floating slaughter Holy Land turned around and disappeared into the void. The situation was extremely unfavorable for their side. They were simply no match for their opponents. This matter had to be figured out slowly. Acting blindly would only bring about their own demise. Sacred Lord Ji, I'm sorry. This is something that we in the Imperial Sky Sword Sect can just resolve on our own. Ye Sacred Lord needn't be polite. The Faustus Sacred Land can't afford to lose. The truth lies in the hearts of the people. After today, the Faustus Holy Land will only be despised by other holy lands. Ji Yao and Yi Qingxian talked while Jiang Yuanbai's gaze lingered in the crowd. A moment seems like an eternity. The atmosphere was steeply tense. Why are you two still standing here? Beck. These two people were no other than the holy sons of the floating slaughter Holy Land, Flower Imperishable and Xiang Tuesday. They were surrounded in a circle with helplessness written all over their faces. The heart is aggravated, but there is no way to talk about it. It was bad luck that the Holy Lord didn't take them with him when he ran away. It seems you are in a somewhat awkward position. The corners of Jiang Yuanbai's mouth twitched slightly. The same saint's son, why was the difference so great? Lu Rulong was the real protagonist, and the two of them were just supporting characters. Yuanbai, what are you going to do about it? Ji Yao left this decision to Jiang Yuanbai. She didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters. Near and far, high and low, leave us alone, will you? Xiang Tu and Hua Wui had a humble face. We have no grievances. so don't turn your back on them. Jiang Yuanbai waved his hand and said, "Let them go. This has nothing to do with them." He and those two had done things together in the secret realm before, and although they might have had selfish motives, they weren't always as much of a headache as Lu Rulong. Jiang Yuanbai felt that he could let them go. The two of them clasped their fists and thanked. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. In the future, even if the world changes, we will still be good friends. Heaven and earth can see that." With Lu Rulong pressing on top, the two of them didn't have much of a chance to stand out at all. Also being saint sons, in the eyes of others, they were nothing more than Lu Rulong's little brothers. Now that Jiang Yuanbai had helped them remove the big obstacle, the road ahead was suddenly clear. "I hope so." No one stopped the two as they left. Jiang Yuanbai is so atmospheric, but Lu Rulong is small-minded. The two are simply worlds apart. Jiang Yuanbai cast the spell, his heart inexplicably throbbing a little. This man is a real man. Jiao watched from the side and sighed. This man is really sinful. This exam was particularly interesting, and the results immediately spread, and Jiang Yuanbai became a figure in the limelight again. The Faust sacred body was looked down upon by other cultivators, and losing made the disciples of the Faust sacred ground go out shorter. Everyone complained that their boss was biased. Flowerless and Sang-tu were also enlisting people at this time, but that was later. The Yaoqi Hall is full of songs and dances, and the party ends with eating and drinking, so Jiang Yuanbai and Hengfeng are considered to have made a trip to visit the Daughter Kingdom, and they really didn't come for nothing. Liuli was on the side with a fake smile and chatting with Qi Yaoyao. The two of them had the same expression as if they wanted to eat Jiang Yuanbai alive. Ugh! Negative. Jiang Yuanbai was surrounded by a group of warblers and swallows to persuade them to drink, drunk and confused. Help. Many thanks to Sage Lord Ji for her hospitality. Jiang Yuanbai's group of people left Yaoqi without delaying for too long. "Remember to miss me." Qi Yaoyao pretended to be pure as she transmitted her voice to Jiang Yuanbai. "What's going on here? Have you been having peach blossom luck lately? You can attract women just by walking around. It's too hard. Pain. Why should I be made to suffer this pain? Since I can't refuse, I have to endure it and let the bitter days come harder. You look like you haven't had enough to drink." Liuli pinched the flesh around Jiang Yuanbai's waist, her tone tinged with jealousy. "I know I'm not as good-looking as Yo-Yo. She's an absolute beauty. I'm just a minor character. You can talk. Say less of this in the future." How did Jiang Yuanbai not realize that Liuli was so good at talking? Look, the once icy beauty has now become a chatterbox. Falling in love can really change people. This law is the same everywhere. Don't show off, you two. Showmanship dies fast. Elder Xiaolu leisurely sipped tea. The flying boat traveled through heaven and earth. The 9 dragons surrounded and guarded it. And Yi Qingxian looked into the distance while holding her green sword. Qingmei's matter, she had arranged it all long ago, and even that token from the elder had been brought along as a piece. "What have you done before? I don't want to ask. From now on, you are under my Imperial Sky Sword Sect's control. Those crooked ideas in your head, hurry up and put them away, otherwise don't blame me for being unsympathetic." What Yi Qingxian said sent a chill down Qingmei's spine. Although her own cultivation level was much higher than hers, that feeling of being stared at by a fierce beast had not diminished at all. She didn't mean what she said. She really had that against herself. Even if you hide yourself in space, it's useless. Got it. When one is under the roof, one has to bow one's head. Yi Qingxian, what a frightening woman. Aha! Jiang Yuanbai's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous aura, and a spatial passage appeared in front of him. The end of the passage led to a dimly lit place, where a soft figure could be vaguely seen. "Dare to hurt my disciple. Looking for death." Jiang Yuanbai walked into the spatial channel and instantly disappeared into the flying boat. It all happened so fast that, by the time everyone came back to their senses, Jiang Yuanbai had already disappeared. This spatial passage could only pass in one direction, and they had left themselves a back way, only using it when it was very dangerous. "Sovereign." Liuli looked at Yi Qingxian with worry in her eyes. "Do you think that anyone will be able to stop him?" Indeed, with Jiang Yuanbai's ability, unless he himself didn't want to live, no one could do anything about him. In the Valley of Souls, that girl's face was pale, and there were still blood traces at the corners of her mouth, as countless chills condensed into a ball of ice, protecting her tightly. Around her stood a dozen people, the leader of which was a woman with lime-green eyes, pupils erect like cat eyes, and brightly colored lips. She licked her lips, and her snake-like eyes were particularly attractive. "Little girl, hand over the baby and I'll make your death more comfortable." The woman had a contemptuous smile on her face. Humph. The girl sneered, not caring at all. My master is Zhang Yuanbai of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Her tone was full of pride, and her eyes sparkled when she mentioned her master's name. She had used up all her tricks in the secret world of the spectral forest, not realizing that this secret world was so dangerous. Everyone who went in was pretty much wiped out except for her and a few lucky ones who escaped. As a result, everyone thought that there was a treasure hidden in the secret realm, and the others were in a terrible mess. Only she seemed as if nothing had happened, so everyone thought that the treasure was in her hands. There is such a thing as robbing things everywhere. Cultivation is supposed to be against heaven. If you don't rob, others will. Zhang Yuanbai of the Imperial Sky Sword sect? I'm so scared, oh. The woman pretended to be surprised, but in reality her eyes were filled with scorn. You need to find a believable reason to brag, right? If you're from the Imperial Sky Sword sect, how come there are no elders following you? That's Zhang Yuanbai's personal disciple. That woman had already reached the out-of-body stage, and the others were all at the transformation realm. Gentle could hold out until now. There must be something good on his body. If he could get his hands on it, his strength would definitely increase a lot. Everyone's attacks were getting more and more vicious, and Gentle's protection was about to be unable to withstand it. Hurry up and do it. She's just a Yuaning stage, but she hasn't taken it down until now. That thing must be special. Everyone's hearts were hot with fire. To them, killing a Yuaning was as simple as crushing an ant. But Gentle had been running hard in front of them for days, and the desire in their eyes grew stronger. Master! With a cruel heart, Gentle directly crushed the jade pendant given by his master. This jade pendant was given to me by my master. I didn't want to use it, but these people are too much. A red light flashed in her eyes, and a space door suddenly cracked open in the sky. Whoever dares to touch my Zhang Yuanbai's disciple. Taking one step, his white clothes fluttered in the wind and his black hair danced about in an indescribably arrogant manner. Zhang Yuanbai's eyes were cold as ice, as if he was looking at a pile of corpses. Master! When Ro bit her lip, the red light in her eyes slowly disappeared, and now she only had Zhang Yuanbai's figure in her eyes. A green light wrapped around Gentle, and her nearly exhausted mana immediately recovered, and the injuries on her body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Yuanbai, you're Zhang Yuanbai. Fear flashed in the eyes of the out-of-body stage woman, completely unable to see through Zhang Yuanbai's strength. What? It doesn't look like it? Zhang Yuanbai's voice was cold and piercing. A sense of oppression descended. To those with low cultivation, this was crushing. A dozen or so people slumped to the ground without a doubt, their whole body shivering. Even speaking became a problem. Good boy, apprentice. How do you want to deal with these people? Zhang Yuanbai didn't bother to ask what was going on. His own disciples hurt themselves. Since the other party was bullying people, he came as he was. They killed so many innocent people. Zhang Yuanbai stepped in. The sense of oppression became even stronger. A dozen people instantly turned into blood mist. Only the woman at the out-of-body stage was left behind by him. Elder Zhang, please let me live. I really know I'm wrong. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. The woman couldn't hide the panic in her eyes. Her whole body was shaking and the floor was wet. Simply pissed. Now that's what I call a real smartass. Zhang Yuanbai coldly swept her a glance, uninterested in those snake-like eyes. People who practiced this kind of gongfu were truly speechless. Want to live? Think! A strand of Zhang Yuanbai's aura struck into the woman's body, and her cultivation directly fell from the out-of-body stage to the peak of the Yuaning stage. How about if you can defeat her, you live today? What? Both women froze, and Gentle quickly realized that Master was testing her skills. That woman also realized that she had become a stepping stone, and instead of dissatisfaction, there was excitement in her eyes. Although her cultivation was suppressed, she still had the power of a peak Yuaning. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, she's going to go all out for it. You do it first. The spiritual energy within the woman's body erupted violently, and a bizarre green-colored mist lingered around her, making her look eerie and terrifying. Gentle was not willing to lag behind. His spiritual energy instantly exploded, but his breath was hidden as if it was unfathomable. Zhang Yuanbai watched quietly from the sidelines with some curiosity in his eyes. Gentle had only just stepped into the Yuaning realm, but the strength of her spiritual energy could already be compared to that of a peak Yuaning. Geniuses can really challenge each other over the levels. The snake woman wasn't a vegetarian either. Originally an expert at the outbreathing stage, even if her strength was suppressed, she wasn't in the least bit weaker than a top expert at the yuaning stage. Moreover, her moves were versatile and her fighting power was very impressive. This duel was just the right time for Gentle to use his full strength, and Jiang Yuanbai could take the opportunity to instruct him. Gentle preempted the attack. Countless ice cones surged out around her body and attacked fiercely towards the snake woman. The snake woman snorted coldly as the green mist condensed into an arrow, shattering the ice cone in the blink of an eye, and the two forces collided in the air, finally disappearing between heaven and earth. It was just a small taste of what was to come in the opening rounds, and both men had it in their minds. In the next second, the cold ice quickly spread over the entire space. The snowflakes carried the power of extreme cold, and each one was powerful, like a wild bombardment coming. The snake woman was calm and collected. The green smoke turned into a green snake that hovered around her. The ice and snow couldn't even get close. It seems that this little girl is just like that. The snake woman snickered in her heart. Before, Gentle could only run for his life, relying on his treasure to barely hold them off. Now that they were fighting one-on-one, although the other party had good talent, they were still almost on fire. Even if he was suppressed to the peak of Yuaning, he was still an invincible existence in the Yuaning realm. How could he be dealt with so easily by a girl? The green snake roared, and green smoke erupted from its mouth, which spread rapidly and soon formed a smoky area around it. When one sensed that the situation was not right, the aura in her body was actually eroded with her breath, rapidly decreasing. If he didn't care, his spiritual power would soon be exhausted and he would lose his ability to fight. Chapter 54. Keep taking her down. Jiang Yuanbai nodded. The snake woman's experience was indeed old, finding a way to deal with it so quickly. The other party didn't dare to kill Gentle and wanted to exhaust her spiritual energy. Unfortunately, dreams are beautiful but reality is cruel. The ability to be gentle is not that simple. She's getting serious. Infinite frost emanated from Gentle's body, and the green smoke was forced to retreat, forming a vacuum zone of ice and snow around Gentle. A snowflake seal appeared on his forehead, and Gentle no longer hid his strength as the power of the ice spirit god body was completely unleashed. Her hair gradually turned white, her pupils became ice blue, and her temperament became transcendent. The current gentleness was like a fairy in the 9 heavens, clean and flawless. This is the first time I've gone all out. With a wave of her hand, an ice spear appeared in her hand. With the help of the ice field to resist the green mist, instead of retreating, Gentle attacked, and the ice lance swept across, splitting the mist and revealing the snake woman's figure. The ice lance turned into an ice sword. The sword light flashed continuously. The green snake screamed miserably and disappeared, and the green smoke field broke with it. Clank! The ice sword was pointed at the snake woman, and a set of soft armor emerged from the snake woman's body. And even though the ice sword was gently made with spiritual energy, it was still directly shattered by the soft armor. The snake woman was shocked in her heart, realizing that she had taken Gentle a little lightly before, and that a little carelessness could result in a loss. She no longer showed any mercy and directly turned into a huge green python, rushing towards Gentle with a sky full of poison. The ground underneath Gentle's feet instantly cracked, and a large hand condensed from ice and snow suddenly grabbed the snake's body, followed by a wave of her one hand, and an ice will flew out, striking directly at the snake woman's vitals. Snake woman's attack was cracked and her entire body was sent flying. She didn't expect that her movements had actually been guessed by Gentle in advance. Damn it! The snake woman was so angry that she jumped to her feet. She had cultivated to the out-of-body stage and her means were not just these. She hurriedly took out a small flag, and with a wave, countless ghostly shadows roared out. This was her precious magic weapon, the 10,000 ghost streamer, which held 10,000 stern ghosts, the strongest one of which had reached the out-of-body level. The other party had already used their crushing magic weapon, and there was no way to change the situation. Even though her cultivation was sealed, Jiang Yuanbai didn't stop her from using her innate magic weapon. When Ro felt the terrifying aura of the liege and could only show her hands to show that she could do nothing about it, she understood that she had already lost, and there was no point in fighting any longer. If she still had the means to pay the trick level, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Elder Jiang, I won. The snake girl said excitedly, feeling that she could finally save her life. Master, I'm sorry to disappoint you. When Ro sighed, she still had a lot of stunts left to use, but it turned out that the other party was forced by her to directly use their own life magic weapon. Although she was powerful, in the end, she was only at the yuaning stage. It's fine, you've already done a good job. Jiang Yuanbai gently patted Gentle's head, and Gentle's strength unleashed at full strength was not inferior at all to that of an ordinary spirit transformation stage cultivator. One could only say that the snake woman had too many tricks and Gentle was too strong, directly pushing her to the edge. This story was really helpless. Senior, can I go now? The snake woman asked warily. Go? Did I say you could leave? Jiang Yuanbai smiled faintly. The snake woman's eyes widened and her heart was shocked. Could it be that Jiang Yuanbai was going to back out? I only said you could live. I didn't say how, right? Jiang Yuanbai looked at her with a smiling but serious look, a gaze that immediately reminded the snake girl of how terrifying he was. You tricked me. You tricked me. The snake woman was so angry that she couldn't say complete words. Jiang Yuanbai also had an additional small flag in his hand, which was shining with golden light and positive energy. Your Excellency, please enter my human emperor streamer. Jiang Yuanbai said gently. The snake woman was instantly sucked into the human emperor streamer and her soul was completely erased. Although she was still alive, she was no longer conscious. Wanting to harm his disciple and still wanting to leave peacefully? How could Jiang Yuanbai just let her go? This human emperor streamer was really a good thing. It was also called the 10,000 Devil Streamer, and was accidentally obtained by Mu Wanwan, a lucky star, while brushing monsters. It was an immortal emperor-level artifact, but unfortunately it was still missing an immortal emperor-level main soul, and the current human emperor streamer looked a bit chickenish. Master, Rower misses you to death. Ro flung herself into Jiang Yuanbai's arms. A day without seeing her was like months apart. Who knew how she had survived all this time? If she hadn't relied on her master's personal belongings and smelled the familiar scent, she wasn't sure she could have lasted in this secret realm. Okay, let's get the hell out of here. The Valley of Ghosts is a gloomy place. Jiang Yuanbai dislikes it very much. From time to time there are ghosts floating around. This is a paradise for ghost cultivators. I don't know how tenderness came here. This child really suffers. After the two left, peace was restored here. Why is this secret realm so evil? Jiang Yuanbai frowned. The ghost secret realm was nothing more than a place suitable for Jindan cultivators to enter. Don't even think about taking a step below Yuaning, but you can directly break through to the Yuaning realm here. This made a lot of cultivators who were about to reach the peak of Jindan treat it as a blessed place to break through to Yuaning and also take their chances. But this time, demons actually emerged from the secret realm. The evil aura emanating from those demons was particularly strong, more powerful than all the demonic cultivators he had ever seen. In particular, the appearance of these demons was so distorted that it was impossible to tell what they were. What the is this? Jiang Yuanbai's brows knitted tighter, feeling that it wasn't that simple. Let's go back and ask Master first. Master, there seems to be a small town up ahead. Gentle pointed to a bit of light in the distance. Okay, it's dark now. Let's go there and rest for a while. Jiang Yuanbai glanced at the sky and agreed to Gentle's suggestion. Hey. The night was quiet and late, and I just couldn't sleep. Gentle pouted so much it could have hung a small frying pan. Twin beds in a single room. How in the world can there be such a strange design? Go to bed early. Jiang Yuanbai glared at Gentle, knowing exactly what was going on in his disciple's head. Instead of rambling, he should hurry up and cultivate. Master, I can't sleep. Gentle and pathetic, like a lost kitten. Cultivate if you can't sleep, and come back to me about something else one day when you can catch up with your senior sister's cultivation. Jiang Yuanbai closed his eyes. Early the next morning, Jiang Yuanbai stretched, then turned around and gave Gentle a pop. You're going to scare people to death like that. Gentle covered his head and crouched down with tears in his eyes. How did Master become like this? He wasn't like this before. Don't hurry up and cultivate. Your senior sisters are catching up. You're the eldest senior sister. Jiang Yuanbai pulled out a few life-preserving magic treasures and handed them to Wenro. She had consumed too much in the secret realm this time before letting Snake Woman and the others take advantage of it. If a big man of the transitional stage came, Gentle would be able to run as fast as he could. It also proved that the secret realm was particularly dangerous. Master did love me the most. The gentle heart was beautiful after receiving a slap and a candy. Put a filter on your own master. Jiang Yuanbai sighed. The previous gentleness was not like this. It was all because of his own improper education. Jiang Yuanbai noticed that there seemed to be a bit of anticipation in the other party's eyes, but he pretended not to see it. Forget it. There's no use teaching him to respect his teachers. It's not necessary. That's a benefit, my friend. Moon Float City. Zhang Yuanbai and Gentle walked down the street. This small cultivation city was not large, the highest cultivators were at the Jindan level, and it was under the control of the floating slaughter Holy Land. Zhang Yuanbai was about to bring Gentle back to the Imperial Sky Sword sect when he was stopped again. This little friend brother has his eye on you. Follow me and I'll give you money. A Cockney man approached with a few minions, and with that lustful look in his eyes, he looked like an old man. Humph! A gentle finger flicked, and several people immediately turned into ice sculptures. These guys with their heads filled with nothing but lower body thoughts run into this every time they go out. Zhang Yuanbai was very satisfied with this and solved the problem cleanly. Against this kind of people who don't know the rules, there is absolutely no need to talk more nonsense. If you can do it, just do it, don't nag. Huh? Zhang Yuanbai seemed to sense something as his gaze looked into the distance. Zwar. Wait here for Master Teacher for 2 days. Master Teacher has some things to take care of. Master, I want to go with you. Having just met his master and having to part ways, Gentle was very unhappy. Behave yourself, good boy. Zhang Yuanbai reached out and touched Gentle's head. If you're by Master's side, Master might not be able to take care of you, and you don't want to put Master in danger because of yourself, do you? The skill of controlling this little fellow, Gentle, Zhang Yuanbai had mastered quite skillfully. As expected, the moment those words left her mouth, Gentle stopped speaking. She didn't know what Master Teacher was going to do, but it looked like it might be dangerous. She trusted her master's ability, and she was too weak to help now, and she didn't want to be a burden. All right, I'll wait here until Master returns. She's so big and she's not afraid of any danger. She'll stay put. Zhang Yuanbai nodded in satisfaction and his figure instantly disappeared. Damn! Running so fast. As long as we catch her, Lord Demon Sun will surely reward us. I really didn't expect to be so lucky to catch the little witch here. Dozens of figures descended from the sky with heavy auras, looking extra cautious. They all wore long black robes, and their faces were covered by the robes, which blocked divine sense, making it impossible to probe their true identities. A dozen or so Mahayana experts, really looking down on me. The woman in a set of yellow dresses muttered. Upset. She had a veil over her face, but from the outline you could tell she was very beautiful. The waist is so slender that you can grab it in one hand with a pinch. It can't be helped. Who doesn't know that Holy Maiden Lu's seduction technique is unrivaled? If there weren't enough of us, I'm afraid we would have fallen into your trap long ago. Someone spoke up, obviously very familiar with the woman. There is no hatred between us. Do you have to do this? Hee, we have a grudge, and it's a big one. And those who dare to count on our demon son are just asking for death. How can you call something a reckoning when it's a willingness to fight? Cut the nagging and come with us to meet Lord Demon Sun. A man flung a golden rope in his hand, which tore through the air and flew toward the woman. The woman's figure flickered and turned into a cloud of mist to avoid it. But with this delay, she was already surrounded by a dozen people. Holy Maiden Lu, you have no way to escape now. Obediently come with us. A dozen people had smug faces and were laughing wildly. Good disciple. It seems like you're in trouble. Do you need help from Master? Zhang Yuanbai sat on an old tree, stoned on melon seeds, looking like he was watching the fun and relaxed. Master, help, they're bullying me. The girl suddenly became sweet and cloying, her eyes like curved silk threads. But in fact, she had already cursed the other person in her heart. Asshole. Stinking hooligans. Pervert who specializes in picking on little girls. Go to hell. Yo, that sounds pretty mean to me. This girl is not someone else. It is the clan's saint daughter Lu Meier. Zhang Yuanbai cheated to the third disciple. Master, you are really a great person who is extremely smart, powerful, loved by everyone. Flowers blossom when they see you, and ghosts turn and run when they see you. Lu Meier's eyes were filled with sincerity, and those who didn't know her well might have been fooled by her. Friend, are you getting involved? Lu Meier didn't have a master, and the two of them acted like they were acting, and to outsiders they were just acting, trying to scare each other off. After all, those who could be Lu Meier's masters had to be at least old monsters of the transitional juncture realm, and also those seniors who had been famous for many years. The guy in front of me looks so young. If he really has that kind of strength, what's the point of babbling? Just do it directly. Can I not care if you lay hands on my disciples? Your Excellency is planning to manage to the end? A guy in a black robe made a direct move, and a hideous ghost head suddenly appeared behind Zhang Yuanbai, opening its mouth and swallowing him in one gulp. I thought it was some kind of powerful character, but it turned out to be like this, purely pretending. This pervert isn't just going to end up like this, is he? Isn't he rumored to be able to single-handedly challenge Lu Rulong? Lu Meier's heart trembled, and although her mouth cursed, she was flustered to see Zhang Yuanbai being swallowed. Brush. A sword was stuck in the ground, and the Mahayana cultivator who had just attacked Zhang Yuanbai had his brow penetrated and his soul torn apart, dying on the spot. I told you that your master won't die. Good people don't live long, but bad people live 1,000 years. Worthy of being my master, master is too powerful. I'll leave this place to you. My disciple will withdraw first. Lu Meier instantly disappeared, her voice coming from the distance. We'll both go after the girl, and you can come back to the rendezvous after you've cleaned up this guy. Zhang Yuanbai had killed their fellow disciples, so of course they wouldn't let it go. 11 Mahayana cultivators surrounded Zhang Yuanbai. Kid, you're asking for your own death. The boy is so disobedient. Zhang Yuanbai wasn't surprised at all when Lu Meier ran away. After all, this disciple was abducted by him, and it was normal for her to be a bit rebellious by nature. Watching that girl run as fast as she could, completely disregarding her master's safety, he cried and laughed a little in his heart. If we catch her, we'll have to get her a respect the teacher package. Besides, he had a craving for the ability to change size at will. Think about it, who could refuse such an ability? I'd like to ask, what kind of deep hatred do you have with this girl? Surrounded by a group of people, Zhang Yuanbai wasn't nervous at all. After all, these people were just some Mahayana stage cultivators, and the strongest was just a late Mahayana stage. He stood straight with one hand behind his back, as if he was the only one in the whole world who mattered most. You're not entitled to know. The other party didn't have that much nonsense and went straight for it. Zhang Yuanbai gave them an unfathomable feeling, so in order to avoid a long night's sleep, it was the safest way for everyone to go together. Are you guys really going to do it? The 9 spirit swords instantly rotated around Zhang Yuanbai, and the sword chi filled the surroundings, encircling everyone in the blink of an eye. Half immortal weapons. There are also 8 9th rank spirit swords. People shouted out in surprise, their eyes full of eagerness. This guy's outburst was too generous. It would be a great treasure to catch him. I'll give you guys a chance. Hand over those spirit swords and leave your storage ring. We can let you live. The group's breath caught and their eyes were filled with longing. As people from the devil sect, they didn't care where Zhang Yuanbai came from. As long as there was wealth, everything else was just floating clouds. Ridiculous. Zhang Yuanbai laughed coldly as the Imperial Heavenly Sword formation was immediately activated. His strength was already very strong, and with the help of the laws of the Sword Dao, every ounce of wind in the sword domain was like a sharp blade. Miserable screams continued to ring out, and wherever the sword wind swept through, people fell to the ground. The Mid-Heaven Sword Formation. This is the Imperial Sky Sword Formation of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Who are you? A man in black was in shock. The one with the lowest cultivation level had already had his throat pierced by a flying sword, and his soul began to dissipate. Zhang Yuanbai. Zhang Yuanbai stood tall and proud, and in the center of the sword domain, a huge sword slowly stretched out from the vortex, and where the blade pointed, space was cut into nothingness. Chop! The giant sword fell, sword intent swept across the 4 directions, and a figure was destroyed by the sword intent and turned into dust. Even the black-clothed man whose cultivation had reached the late Mahayana stage had not been able to escape. Now, can you tell me what kind of grudge you have against Lu Meier? Zhang Yuanbai left the last of them behind with an icy gaze. Peak Master Zhang, we were wrong. We didn't know that you and Saintess Lu still had this relationship, so please forgive me. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. The woman shuddered, her figure clearly outstanding under her black robe. Zhang Yuanbai couldn't help but glance at it, speechless in his heart. Are people so exaggerated nowadays? There was no more Yuan-yin left in the woman, but she was just a broken shoe, and he couldn't look at her at all. I ask, you answer. The black sword was pressed against the woman's neck, his face expressionless, his voice cold. I say all. At the moment of life and death, the woman did not dare to hide a single thing and told everything she knew. Zhang Yuanbai almost laughed out loud as he listened. This was all trouble caused by Lu Meier, The girl had pitted herself in such a way that she had pitted that demon sect disciple to the point of losing her bottom. That demon sect disciple hadn't even touched a single finger of Lu Meier. Endure for a while. The more you think about it, the more you think about it, the more you lose. As a result, this devil disciple hated Lu Meier to the bone. Those of them stumbled upon Lu Meier alone, and that's why they went down together. But they didn't expect to bump into Zhang Yuanbai. Zhang Yuanbai understood everything that followed. This girl. Zhang Yuanbai shook his head helplessly. It wasn't enough to roll over on his own. He actually punked others. It's embarrassing to walk by the river all the time and not get your shoes wet. In your own hands, you'll be tired at best, not life-threatening. If it fell into the hands of these desperados, it would really be impossible to survive, and then there would be no place to cry even if you wanted to. Peak Master Zhang, can I leave now? The woman asked softly, feeling like her life depended on the hands of another, which tasted awful. Want to leave? Can you walk away? Did? The woman swallowed, terrified. This brother. Please come into the streamer. The woman was instantly sucked into the human emperor's streamer, and before she died, she kept wondering if Zhang Yuanbai was trying to harm her. Just hung up and died for nothing. It's a big loss. Looking at the streamer in his hand, Zhang Yuanbai regretted a bit. So many Mahayana-level experts just now. If they were all loaded into the streamers, the next time you run into this kind of thing, you can summon a dozen or so fighters with just a wave of the streamers. Wouldn't that be so much easier? He casually collected a few people's storage rings. The people were dead and the seals on the rings were useless. Zhang Yuanbai glanced at it and sked. Really poor, too poor. The amount of money saved by these few Mahayana experts wasn't as much as a random old man of the harmonization stage at Nameless Peak. The devil's sect is like this. What face is there to call themselves a devil's sect? Can cultivate to the Mahayana, have this ability to go to do something else, cannot have to be everyone shouted at the rat. With a thought, Zhang Yuanbai immediately sensed the direction of Lu Meier. It was just two people. Zhang Yuanbai wasn't worried about anything happening to Lu Meier. After becoming his disciples, they were bound by the system, so he could easily find their location. This was the reason why Zhang Yuanbai knew that Lu Meier was nearby from thousands of miles away. Big bad. Big rascal, pervert. Deserved what you got for bullying me before. Lu Meier fled through the void as fast as she could. The two Mahayana experts chasing her had already been taken care of by her. She cursed as she ran, but then she stopped. What if this disciple is really bullied? Humph. Dead is dead. Who made him so arrogant before? No, have to go back and take a look. After all, we know each other for a while. We always have to collect a corpse for him. This guy is so rich, there must be quite a lot of good things in his nascent sack. Can't be cheap to others. Baby, I'm coming. Lu Meier just turned around. Her face immediately changed and she ran away in fear. It's really evil. Unconscionable. I helped you, but you're good. You directly betrayed your teammates, right? See if I don't clean you up. The trick of honoring the teacher was especially effective for Lu Meier. Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. Master, I love you the most. Please don't be angry. Lu Meier had never felt so scared. Even if she faced a dozen or so Mahayana experts, she could still handle herself. To be honest, she wasn't afraid of these people at all, but she was just having fun. Now that she had also broken through to the Mahayana, she was frighteningly strong. She just didn't want to be exposed. Dealing with so many people at once, her bottom card wouldn't last. You run, he chases. There's no escape. Then the bottom card? Zhang Yuanbai was never afraid. This girl does run fast, with a full outburst plus a secret technique. No one below the threshold can catch up with her. But Zhang Yuanbai can.
呜，师尊，我错了，再也不敢了，求放过。
Lu Meier shrunk into a small ball in front of Zhang Yuanbai. It's too much. This demon, it's so mean. This life is hopeless. I can't fight at all. A few minutes ago, she had arrogantly made a move on Zhang Yuanbai. Last time, it was because she was trapped by a formation that she fell into Zhang Yuanbai's hands and ended up pouncing. Now that she was in a full-blooded state, her strength had only increased from before. But when the results came out, when the 9 immortal swords surrounded Zhang Yuanbai and formed the Imperial Heavenly Sword formation, she directly knelt down. Kneel in submission. Dignity? Isn't that what dignity is for? Anyway, she didn't have much privacy left in front of Zhang Yuanbai, and some of her face was completely dispensable. I'm an asshole, a freak, a lullicon. No. You're heavenly, omnipotent, everyone's favorite, and everything goes right. Shut up and don't bull me. Zhang Yuanbai directly interrupted her. Lu Meier's mouth, specialized in deceiving people. Half of what she said could not be trusted. It's hard to catch her. She needs to be made to understand what it means to honor her teacher. Zhang Yuanbai waved his hand, making a cave and taking out a dozen sets of formations. Be careful. Thank you, Master. Master is so kind. Lu Meier laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't close. This old man was really rich. The gold coins dropped so much. Looking at the storage ring that Zhang Yuanbai handed her, Lu Meier instantly turned into a little money junkie. Poor. The beauty sect looked quite imposing, but in front of a true holy land, it was not worth mentioning at all. The competition in the sect was fierce, and although Lu Meier was called the Holy Maiden, she was, to put it bluntly, a poseur, and apart from looking pretty, she was just a facade. In terms of resources, a little bit more than others, and just a little bit. The days were hard, and Lu Meier could only rely on her strength to make a living. Suddenly, he thought that this weird master teacher was quite good. At least he was generous with his money. Of course, you can't help but spit a few words in your mind. Shameless scoundrel. That's all the treasure in one night. It's not enough, you have to add more money. Chapter 55, Asking the Way to the Heart. Master, I haven't practiced enough lately. Can you give me some more, please? Lu Meier pouted, her big eyes blinking. Kinda cute. That's not what you said when you scolded me. Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Don't use that accent, talk properly. Lu Meier used a sweet, shrill voice and paired it with her stunning beauty. People with slightly less will would have been mesmerized. Zhang Yuanbai knows this girl too well, is a white-eyed wolf that cannot be fed. Have to take their time. First hang her appetite. All right. Leave the beauty sect and return to the Imperial Sky Sword sect with me. See you later, Master. Willowmire twisted her head and slipped away. Stand still. Master, I'm exhausted. Willowmire. Take this, and if you run into anything you can't solve, feel free to call me. Zhang Yuanbai handed the transmission jade token to Lu Meier. After all, she was his own disciple. The beauty sect was also a place that ate people without spitting out bones, and it might be dangerous, so he was relieved to have the jade token by his side. Master is so nice. I've been so good to you, and you've got nothing to show for it? Goodbye, Master. Lu Meier pulled her legs and ran, not hesitating at all. These are her hard-earned money. This disciple, what a worry. She suddenly felt heartbroken for those few senior sisters and brothers who cultivated the divine body, feeling that they were too pitiful. The boy. Zhang Yuanbai shook his head. With his jade tags and resources, an ordinary Faring Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to deal with the other party. Unless an old ancestor-level expert stepped in, there would never be a problem with Lu Meier's ability. Calculating the time, more than a day had passed since he left, and this girl Wenro must have waited impatiently. Removing the formation and blowing up the cave, Zhang Yuanbai also tore through space and left. The Mahayana stage can cross the void. His body stage can also open the void channel. This is very normal. Aha! Returning to Moon Floating City, Zhang Yuanbai's face instantly changed. His divine sense covered the entire city, but there was no aura of gentleness. And Moonfloat City was littered with scars, clearly having fought a hard battle. Through the system sensing, Gentle had already run 100 million miles away. Something's wrong. Zhang Yuanbai's first thought was that Gentle usually looked unreliable, but she would usually tell me if there was something going on. But now she's gone, and this place has obviously been through a vicious battle. What the hell happened? Zhang Yuanbai returned to the place where the two were staying, which had already been repaired. He saw the shopkeeper who had checked in earlier. Who are you? Don't bother me if you don't stay at the store. It's really bad luck to run into such a calamity. The shopkeeper was full of complaints. It was easy for a cultivator to restore an ordinary building like this. But the formations here hadn't been fully restored, and it was clear that the previous battle had been very tragic. I'm asking you a question. Zhang Yuanbai's tone carried unquestionable power. Heaven! The shopkeeper was a slightly chubby fellow whose cultivation had just reached the foundation establishment stage, and he was unable to move by the pressure, his face full of panic. He finally looked up at Zhang Yuanbai, his eyes all fear. Isn't that the man next to Calamity? Elder, spare your life. I'll say it all. I'll say it all. The shopkeeper reacted quickly, immediately understanding what Zhang Yuanbai wanted to ask, and hurriedly explained the cause and effect of the matter. It turned out that after Zhang Yuanbai left, the family of a certain gentry who had been cleaned up by Gentle came looking for trouble. Gentle educated them a bit, but didn't take their lives. I didn't realize that these family members went back and found a backstage to take revenge. As a result, those people were gently dealt with as well. One of them recognized Gentle and hurriedly begged for mercy. In this way, it became clear to everyone that this talented young girl turned out to be Jiang Yuanbai's eldest disciple. When Ro originally wanted to finish these people off completely, but considering that the other party should not dare to make another move since they knew the identity of her master. After all, no one would want to mess with the Imperial Sky Sword sect. When you're out there walking in the jungle, you also have to maintain your master's reputation. The bias thing made a big fuss. The floating sacred land directly sent an expert over and strongly suppressed the gentleness. Although Zoe had quite a few tricks up her sleeve, her cultivation was only up to the Yuaning realm in the end, and the other party had prepared for it, and the disparity in strength was too great, so she had already been captured before she could react. After listening to the words of the shopkeeper, Jiang Yuanbai's gaze immediately turned cold. A piercing coldness permeated the surroundings, and the air trembled with that ferocious killing intent. Faust Holy Land, you guys are really good at this. Lu Mingsheng, since you seek death, I'll give you a ride. Jiang Yuanbai's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Too terrifying, is this Jiang Yuanbai? The seniors of the Holy Land were right, he's really here. The shopkeeper was just about to take out a transmitting note when a sword in the void directly penetrated his throat, and the transmitting note was crushed into tiny pieces by an unseen force. Jiang Yuanbai stood in the sky above Moon Floating City and slapped down. The huge palm imprint left the ground with a blazing aura. A vicious aura suddenly surrounded him, but it was then washed away by a golden light. There are many beings in the city, and good and evil are only a matter of thought. Jiang Yuanbai's entire body is haunted by karmic obstacles, and the heavenly blessings shut him out. The killing intent subsided and the pontoon was overthrown. Faustus Holy Land, I hope you can carry my wrath. The night was thick and the surrounding area was frighteningly quiet, as if an invisible force had torn a crack in space. In the sky above the floating Holy Land, the originally clear sky suddenly became pitch black, as if it had been swallowed up by a huge mouth of the void. Jiang Yuanbai's figure stopped in mid-air, like a heavenly god with an imposing aura. Lu Mingsheng, hand over my disciple. His voice was icy cold and carried an uncontestable majesty. The array disc in Jiang Yuanbai's hand instantly ruptured, and where it would have taken him a day to arrive, he directly activated the transfer array, instantly locking the Gentle location. Who's this? Quite handsome. Is this guy looking for death? How dare he challenge our Holy Lord? Our Holy Lord has captured his disciple? Who is his disciple? The people of the floating sacred land were full of doubts and whispers. Recently, the Sacred Lord's reputation had been very bad, and there were always people pointing at them when they went out, causing them to feel resentment in their hearts. Now there was actually someone who dared to come to the door to provoke, simply asking for trouble. Peak Master Jiang, why are you so angry? Come down for tea and let's talk slowly. Lu Mingsheng wore a smile on his face, and beside him stood more than a dozen transitional stage Taishang elders. One of the supreme elders was holding a small blue sword in his hand, the very same 9th rank flying sword that Jiang Yuanbai had given to Gentle earlier. The fact that this sword appeared in their hands already explained everything. Where is my disciple? Jiang Yuanbai asked coldly. He could sense that tenderness was inside the floating sacred ground, but the light of the patriarchal formation blocked him out. Don't worry. She's fine. How could a holy place like ours treat her poorly? Lu Mingsheng was in an excellent mood. His own son died in his arms. He also wanted Jiang Yuanbai to experience the feeling of pain in his heart. Master, I'm fine. Just now Miss Flower and Miss Yang saved me out. Now quite safe, is surrounded by too many experts. We have to be careful. A soft voice came from the transmitting note, and Jiang Yuanbai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it. The good roots planted earlier had finally yielded good results. Sang Tu and Hua Wu's life is getting better and better. In that case, it's not impossible to give them some blessings. Since you admit that it was my disciple who took it away, then according to the old rules, there will be no end to death. Jiang Yuanbai's voice was cold and icy, and the sky overhead immediately darkened as lightning flashed in the dark clouds. The heavenly Tao helped. The scene in the sky was as bad as Jiang Yuanbai's mood. Jiang Yuanbai, just by yourself, you dare to challenge our floating slaughter Holy Land? I have to slaughter you here today. What can the Imperial Sky Sword sect do to me? Lu Mingsheng was bottoming out here. One of the supreme elders next to him had already made his move, the old senior with the gentle Dharma sword. Today, let you die under your own disciple's sword. This supreme elder's face was full of smugness and pleasure, the shame of being pressed and bullied by Yi Qingxian and the others last time. Today he was finally able to get out a mouthful of bad anger. Then you go to hell. Zhang Yuanbai sneered and took out a small tower. A star-like light flowed from the tower, and starlight gathered at the bottom of the tower, instantly erupting into a terrifying force. Before that Taishang elder who had just reached the transition stage could react, he was directly beaten into ashes. This is an immortal weapon. It's definitely an immortal weapon. How is this possible? How can there be complete immortal weapons in the lower realms? This guy is already almost out of strength from making this immortal weapon. If we, the floating slaughter Holy Land, get this treasure, we'll still be afraid of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. No wonder he's so powerful, so lucky. The eyes of Lu Mingshang and the other supreme elders lit up, and those ordinary elders didn't even dare to breathe a single breath. Immortal weapon. That was a treasure that only immortals could have. How could someone like Zhang Yuanbai have it? Wait, this kid seems to want to break into our clan protection formation. Let's just let him consume his spiritual energy first and enjoy the benefits then. Lu Mingsheng stopped the supreme elder who wanted to make a move and kept sneering. Zhang Yuanbai mobilized his entire body, and the starlight from the small tower slammed into the sect protector formation like a waterfall. The formation shook violently, and the entire floating slave Holy Land shook. Zhang Yuanbai, you can't break this formation. Unless a 9 revolutions scattered immortal steps in. No one on earth can break it. Lu Mingsheng laughed out loud. Seeing Zhang Yuanbai's anxious appearance made him especially happy in his heart. He just wanted to see others feel bad, and when he caught Zhang Yuanbai, he would kill gentle in front of him so that he could also taste what it was like to have his heart torn out. The starlight continued to fall, and Zhang Yuanbai's spiritual energy was about to be unable to support it. After all, it was an immortal weapon, and even if Zhang Yuanbai was able to exert the power of a peak ferryman, he still couldn't break the formation. He had a lot of cards, but there was nothing he could do about it now. With a sure-fire technique, this kind of trash Lu Rulong is not yet worthy. You can't handle this immortal weapon. It's better to let me keep it for you. Suddenly, a giant hand reached out in the void and clutched that immortal artifact small tower. An old man in a blood-red robe emerged beside Lu Mingsheng. His head was bare, but his beard dragged all the way down to his waist. The small tower of immortal weapons slowly spun around in his palm. Wonderful thing. Truly a treasure. After I refine it, who else in this cultivation world can be my enemy? The blood-robed old man laughed wildly up to the sky, his eyes filled with smugness. See you, old ancestor. The disciples in the floating Holy Land fell to their knees in unison, with only the Holy Lord and the Supreme Elder bowing their heads slightly. Akio, well done. The blood-robed old man patted Lu Mingsheng on the shoulder, in a good mood after obtaining the immortal weapon. Old ancestor is flattered. Lu Mingsheng twisted his head to glare at Zhang Yuanbai and let out a cold laugh. Peak Master Zhang. Admit defeat. This is the old ancestor of our Faudu Holy Land, the Faudu Taoist who is known to be invincible below immortals. Just as the words left his mouth, 2 more blood-robed old women appeared. This was the strength of the Holy Land. All of them were at least loose immortal level experts. Zhang Yuanbai glanced at them and realized that the 2 old women's cultivation level was that of a first turning loose immortal, while the old man was an 8th turning loose immortal. Invincible under immortals? But an 8th turn loose immortal? How dare you boast? Zhang Yuanbai shook his head, thinking that it was too extravagant to use a spike card against them, and that it would be more cost-effective to call out to someone. He casually crushed a jade talisman, and space instantly cracked open as a sword chi descended from the sky and directly split down. Click bang. It was said that even the 9 revolutions loose immortals had difficulty cracking the clan protection formation, but it was instantly crushed, and the powerful shockwave shook the floating slave holy ground so much that even the mountain peaks tilted. Luckily, the Faustian Taoist was able to support himself with all his might, and only then did he not allow the Faustian Holy Land to completely collapse. Who says the world is invincible? One foot stepped out into the void first, the long purple dress still flowing and moving, and the long black hair then danced with the wind. Master Profound, are you getting involved in my feud with this brat? When Taoist Faustus saw the visitor, his face became darker than the bottom of a pot, and Lu Mingsheng was even more frightened and trembling all over. How did Master Yuchi get involved with this kid? He even went to bat for him? That's right. The one Jiang Yuanbai had summoned was none other than Abyssal Master Yi Ningxuan. These people weren't really worth his spike card. Stinky brother, the jade talisman I gave you isn't for you to act as a battering ram. Yi Ningxuan glanced at Jiang Yuanbai. The purple clothes were indeed very tasteful. It was worthy of being picked by his sister. 3 immortal pills. 5 plants. Deal. Jiang Yuanbai answered painfully, but Yi Ningxuan felt that she suffered a loss. Jiang Yuanbai, what I'm protecting, do you understand? Yi Ningxuan stood tall, and although there was no breath exposed on her body, she naturally exuded an unrivaled might. This feeling felt familiar to Jiang Yuanbai. It was exactly the same as the self-same patriarch.
Ye Ningguan, Ye Vingguan.
They're both surnamed Yi, there shouldn't be any connection here, right? Master Profound, do you really want to go against our Faust Holy Land? The Faustian Taoist's eyes were overflowing with killing intent. Brother Jiang is so powerful. Rumor has it that Lord Profound is a peak powerhouse in the cultivation world. And the poise of that sword just now made me feel as if I was facing a heavenly god. Listen to me, if we really start fighting, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep the Faustian Holy Land, and we'll lose our position as the Holy Master. The two of them are sad. Alas, this Holy Lord is not inappropriate, is just a matter of time. Really cannot defect to Jiang Yuanbai, go to his Nameless Peak to be an ordinary elder is also good. They felt that the atmosphere of the Imperial Sky Sword sect was quite good. If it's true that I have this kind of strength, it's time for me to go and protect my master. Gentle listening to Yi Ningxuan so speak, this is really hard to say. If I change my words, I will be able to charm the master. Then it's just like a game to take down the master? Have to cultivate well. The only way to not become a burden to the master is to be strong enough. Then I'll come and learn how powerful this so-called ceiling really is. Draw your sword. The small tower has returned to Jiang Yuanbai's body when the big formation was broken. The spiritual weapon is psychic. Jiang Yuanbai has signed a contract with it. You want to run away from something produced by the system? Want to hurt me? It's not enough to qualify for my sword. Yi Ningxuan raised her hand. A small grass appeared in her palm and casually flung it. The move fell flat, like a child fooling around. How is that possible? The Faustian Taoist transformed into a sea of blood and used the Faustian secret technique. If the sea of blood does not die, if the sea of blood does not disappear, the person will not die. However, under this strike, he actually felt a pressure as if the heavens were crumbling. The sword chi invaded the sea of blood, and immediately waves of blood rolled over. The endless blood chi was shattered by the sword chi, and the miserable screams echoed in the floating slaughter holy ground, making one's legs go weak from hearing them. Lord Abyss, spare my life. I know I'm wrong, and I won't dare to offend you anymore. Please let me live. I'm willing to serve you. I don't want to die. How arrogant he was earlier, how pathetic he was now. The sea of blood in the incarnation of Taoist Faustus was almost vaporized dry by the sword chi. Long-winded, the sea of blood fluctuated violently, and the Faustian Taoist was killed on the spot. Spiritual rain fell from the sky, announcing the fall of the scattered immortals and the return of all things to heaven and earth. The old ancestor is gone. No, it can't be. Old ancestor is an 8th turn loose immortal, a top figure in the immortal cultivation world. How is Lord Abyss so powerful? Jiang Yuanbai gave a thumbs up and snickered in his heart. I'll give 99 points for this operation, and the difference of 1 point is because I'm afraid she's too proud. As expected of a woman who has created a neutral force between the 3 holy places, killing the old ancestor is as simple as slaughtering a chicken. I was feeling pressurized before in front of the sea of blood, but it turned out that she took care of it in one move. Nope. She didn't even use her sword. She settled for a blade of grass. You too? Who goes first? Yi Ningxuan shook the small grass in her hand and pointed at the other 2 loose immortals. It's you. Or are you? The 2 loose immortals hurriedly bent down and arched their hands. Lord Abyssal Master, we did not participate in the fight between the juniors, and did not make a move from start to finish. Even Taoist Faustus was killed in one move, so we're not sending him to his death. We can't afford it. We really can't. What do you think? Yi Ningxuan threw the question to Jiang Yuanbai. After all, he was the protagonist. If you take the money, you have to do something. Thanks. Jiang Yuanbai threw Yi Ningxuan a storage ring containing the previously negotiated payment. It was quite a pleasure to work together. Yi Ningxuan was in a superb mood, although she was super curious to know where Jiang Yuanbai had gotten the elixir from. But apparently everyone has their own little secrets that they hide away. Sacred Lord Lu, do you particularly want to get me killed? That smirking expression of Jiang Yuanbai's made Lu Mingxing's face darken like the bottom of a pot. Running back to his family's holy land, destroying the mountain protection formation, and slaughtering the supreme elder, even teaming up with outsiders to take out the old ancestor as well. Jiang Yuanbai, you are too arrogant. If you do this today, aren't you afraid that the whole world will laugh at you? Your Excellency, Lord Profound, aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation by helping Jiang Yuanbai like this? As soon as Lu Mingsheng opened his mouth, he uttered many classic lines about little fairies everywhere and little fairy men, never feeling like there was anything wrong with him. As soon as he opened his mouth, he put all the fault on Jiang Yuanbai and Lord Yuan, which made Jiang Yuanbai wonder if there was something wrong with this person's brain. Brother, do you really not understand the current situation? Where did you get the courage to say such words? Not only did Jiang Yuanbai think that Lu Mingxing's brain might have gone into the water, the entire floating holy land thought so. The two old ancestors and the other supreme elders all hid far away, fearing that they would be caught up in this storm. Fame? You think I care about that kind of stuff? Yi Ningxuan exuded a lofty and domineering aura. All the questioning is because you're not strong enough. Standing at the apex, looking down on the world, only I can decimate all the gods. Jiang Yuanbai felt inexplicably familiar when he heard this, worthy of being an immortal elder. He spoke with an air of power. Jiang Yuanbai, your disciple is here with me. Do you want her to die? But she has such trust in you as her master. Lu Mingsheng still had the same unhurried look, a look of being certain of Jiang Yuanbai. Humph. It seems that if I don't destroy your floating sacred land today, this matter definitely won't be resolved. As soon as Jiang Yuanbai opened his mouth, Yi Ningxuan immediately cooperated with a wave of her hand, and the sky was instantly covered by a terrifying aura. As long as she moved in her heart, disaster would strike. Lu Mingsheng, don't drag us down if you die. From today onwards, you're no longer the sacred lord of the floating sacred land. You've been expelled from the sacred land. The two loose immortal ancestors made a direct move and forcefully kicked Lu Mingxing out. Peak Master Jiang, he's no longer a member of our holy land now. We don't care about the grudges between you. A powerful loose immortal was now looking pleasing to the eye, and those who didn't understand the situation would have thought that he was a pimp. No problem, since he's no longer a member of your holy land, then I certainly won't implicate you. Old ancestor, I'm the holy lord of the floating holy land. Why are we afraid of them? Don't we still have a backhand? Lu Mingsheng was kicked out, disbelief all over his eyes. He didn't understand at all how things could have turned out this way, when everything was going in a good direction. Obviously, they have so many more tricks up their sleeve. Obviously, they are able to kill the gods. Shut up. Lu Mingsheng, you are a holy lord. But we were once holy lords as well. The voices of the two old ancestors were icy cold. How did they choose Lu Mingsheng to be the holy lord in the first place? How does this kind of mentality deserve to be a holy lord? The three of them walked out from their hiding place, and this reveal was simply a loud slap in the face of Lu Mingsheng. You guys. Lu Mingsheng was so angry that his face turned blue. Now he was stabbed in the back by his own saint son. Lord, sacred lord. We're all doing this for the sake of the holy land. Who wants to see the holy land fall into a crisis? Hua Wui and Xiangtu stood tall with an air of righteousness, making Lu Mingsheng want to get angry, but there was nothing he could do. Lu Mingsheng had now become a laughingstock. Something that had never happened in a million years had now happened. I didn't treat you guys badly? Why are you doing this to me? Lu Mingsheng's eyes were bloodshot, itching to bite these two betrayers to death. Do you believe that yourself? Everyone knows how biased Lu Mingsheng is towards Lu Rulong, and all those previous favors were because of him. Now that this family is all planted, it's useless to say anything. Master, I'm sorry. It was because I was too weak that I was caught. When Rose stood beside Jiang Yuanbai with her head lowered, like a little rabbit that had done something wrong. Of course Jiang Yuanbai wouldn't blame her. This was originally because of him. It's good that you're fine. Jiang Yuanbai rubbed Gentle's head. She especially liked this feeling. Only her master could touch her like this. Peak Master Jiang, we have already abolished Lu Mingsheng's cultivation and expelled him from the Holy Land. The two loose immortals struck without mercy, directly nullifying his cultivation. The once spirited middle-aged man instantly lost his luster, looking old and breathless. Just let it go. A little impatience leads to a big plan. When it's time to let go, it's time to let go. Yi Ningxuan felt that to deal with the enemy you have to kill them all, and leave no loose ends. Otherwise, sooner or later something will go wrong. With the two saint sons, Xiangtu and Hua Wui, do you think Lu Mingsheng will still be able to walk out of the Faust sacred land alive? Zhang Yuanbai was giving the two people a little bit of mercy. Other things first, just the fact that they helped out this time, it was meaningful enough. Fast and furious. A favor must be returned. Have a grudge and kill. Going around and around is not enjoyable at all. When a sword cultivator, you have to go straight. You can't be tripped up by anything. And those that stand in the way have to be cleaved away with the sword so that you can go a long way. I could be a fake sword cultivator. You're touching the door of kendo. So, I am indeed a fake sword cultivator. Zhang Yuanbai is telling the truth. His sword skills are relying on the system to send good things to hold up, so a calculation, he is not an imposter. Chapter 56 has been picking up the slack. Asshole. Yi Ningxuan was simply going to collapse. She had never seen such a shameless guy in her life. This one's for you. It's the last one left. She pulled out a jade talisman, identical to the one Zhang Yuanbai had crushed earlier. Hey, is it hard to believe that you care about me? Zhang Yuanbai smiled and joked. Humph. Yi Ningxuan let out a cold snort and directly tore through the space, her breath instantly out of shadow. Master, there's still me without her. When Ro pouted her lips and put on a look of jealousy and petulance. Lord Profound is really good looking, with fair skin, a superb body, a unique temperament, and strength. This road of chasing the teacher is a long and difficult one. Cultivation. Gotta work harder than that. Now the cultivation level of my senior sister is higher than mine, plus a profound lord. Only when I'm stronger than everyone, master, won't they all have to listen to me. Wake up. Zhang Yuanbai knocked a chestnut on her head. This girl is imagining things again. Her eyes are fluttering. It looks like she doesn't have a good heart. This time she has to hurry to interrupt. The two of them returned to the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect peacefully without any accidents. At the entrance of the Imperial Sky Sword Sect, the two disciples looked at Zhang Yuanbai adoringly, as if they were looking at a god. Do it right. Zhang Yuanbai casually threw the two of them a magic treasure, and he knew very well in his heart what had happened. Nowadays, in this world, news traveled faster than people could run, and the matter of the floating sacred land had long spread throughout the entire continent. Zhang Yuanbai stood up for his disciples, broke into the holy land of Fausto alone, 7 in and 7 out, and slaughtered Lu Mingsheng in front of the hall. As the rumor spreads, it gets more and more outrageous, and there are all sorts of versions. Sure enough, that's how rumors are made. You say one thing, I say another, and it ends up being completely different. This disciple, he's too fierce. Isn't he? The lowly control is still so powerful? The pink mist was tangled and permeated with a misty feeling. Lu Meier stared at the jade talisman Zhang Yuanbai had given her and fell into deep thought. He said that if he was ever in danger or wanted to leave the beauty sect, he could go to him. Peak Master Zhang? Awesome. One person broke into someone's holy land. A fragrant wind blew by, and Lioli had already pinched the flesh around Zhang Yuanbai's waist. She was almost scared out of her wits when she heard about it. But luckily Zhang Yuanbai was strong. You've broken into someone's holy land, and you didn't even call for a helper. It wasn't as if she, Falling Snow Peak, didn't have an immortal legacy. Hey, how come the Lioli Peak Master and the Master are so close, looking like a pair? Gentle's heart was in turmoil. There had always been rumors in the sect that the relationship between Master Teacher and the Lioli Peak Master was a bit ambiguous, but Gentle never believed this. Master Teacher and the Lioli Peak Master had met so few times. How could there be any sparks? Used to get into fights about myself. If they really had anything, Gentle would not believe it. But now, looking at them like that, they seem really kind of gooey. Yuan Bai, come over to Sword Peak. Yi Qingxian had also transmitted a voice to call him, and Zhang Yuanbai knew it very well in his heart. Zoeer, you go back first. Master has to go to the Patriarch's place. After Zhang Yuanbai left, only when Ro and Lioli were left glaring at each other. Zoe is already so powerful, La. If there's anything you don't understand in cultivation, I'll teach you. Lioli spoke quite gently. After all, this was the Master's disciple, and was considered half a disciple. It's not right, it's very wrong. This woman doesn't have something against Master, does she? Gentle heart pondered open, just slightly slower reaction. Zhang Yuanbai, you can do it. Yi Qingxian was the only one in the Patriarch's hall, her back facing Zhang Yuanbai, her body carrying an aura of self-exclusivity. Patriarch is joking, it's still you who are great. Zhang Yuanbai knew that he had made a lot of trouble this time, Originally the Yaoqi Holy Land was scenic enough, but he also ran to the floating slaughter Holy Land to cause trouble, and even teamed up with the Abyssal Lord to kill the other person's old ancestor. This was great, they had become the target of everyone, especially since the Abyssal Lord had originally remained neutral, and now that he was so engaged with Zhang Yuanbai, those who were interested would definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. 9 Turn loose immortals. True immortals don't show up. That's a top-notch existence. Who dares not to be afraid? It could be said that he alone had stirred up the order of the entire Tianxian continent cultivation world. If you make a scene like this, the various holy lands were already afraid of Lord Profound, and now it's the same as telling everyone that Lord Profound is from our Imperial Sky Sword sect. Oh dear. Yi Qingxian sighed, looking at Zhang Yuanbai with eyes full of helplessness. Originally, Yi Zhu was one of our Royal Sky Sword sect's killer mace, and now you've exposed it all. Zhang Yuanbai felt a little dizzy in his head. What the hell? Did you hear me right? Yitsu? The secret weapon of the Mid-Heaven Sword sect. Yi Ningxuan really has a connection with the Mid-Heaven Sword sect. Lord Abyss counts my sister. What? Good lord, playing this big? The original confused brain got even more confused. Lord Profound emerged hundreds of years ago. Yi Qingxian has only been cultivating for over 100 years, and you're saying she's your sister? There are too many doors in this to bother going into detail with you. The sky is about to cha. Enji, you should pay more attention when you go out. All the forces are watching you now. Yi Qingxian turned her words around and stopped mentioning this, and Zhang Yuanbai wasn't someone who liked to ask questions, so the matter was shelved. You're worried about me. Bah. Even if you die out there, I won't drop an eyebrow. It's just my duty as patriarch to ask a couple questions. Yi Qingxian glared at Zhang Yuanbai with a few moments of petulant-like dissatisfaction in those eyes, and when combined with her usual high-cool paradigm, it instead made people's hearts flutter, always thinking that they would have to coax her to be happy in order to do so. Forget it. That's about it. Oops. Almost forgot to tell you something. Zhang Yuanbai told a stream of the strange and bizarre things he had stumbled upon in the secret realm. What's wrong? Yi Qingxuan's face sank, and Zhang Yuanbai's heart thumped, wondering if he had said something wrong and stepped on someone's landmine. He had never seen Yi Qingxian show such a serious expression. Things are much more serious than I expected. Since you already know, I'll be blunt and come with me. Zhang Yuanbai also realized that something was very wrong, and the expression on his face followed suit. Yi Qingxian walked ahead to lead the way, and it wasn't long before she led Zhang Yuanbai into the forbidden area of Sword Peak. She pinched a complicated spell, and the two of them were instantly teleported in. Originally, I wanted to show you this place after you reached the transition realm. This was the forbidden land of the Imperial Sky Sword sect, and it was also the place where the most powerful old seniors of the entire sect and those treasures of the sect were hidden. This piece of rolling mountains, which stretched for millions of miles, was simply a small universe, completely isolated from the outside world. There was a huge divine sword stretched across the air, the runes on its body glittering, the power emanating from it sending shivers down one's spine. A true immortal weapon, complete and intact. The Imperial Heavenly Sword sect was actually hiding such a big card. The divine sword spanned heaven and earth, and the runes on its body flashed brightly and darkly, as if it was suppressing something. Zhang Yuanbai tried sensing it and was shocked in his heart. The strength of the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect was much more unfathomable than he had imagined. On the surface there were only a dozen or so old-timers of the transitional succession realm sitting around, but the aura of this area showed that there were probably more than 100 experts of the transitional succession realm. Surprised? Well, kind of. Every generation of our Imperial Sky Sword sect will have 108 experts of the transition realm enter the Forbidden Land and become supreme elders. Zhang Yuanbai sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder the Imperial Sky Sword sect had 108 peaks, each with a unique inheritance. Back then, our Imperial Sky Sword sect only had 2 peaks, Sword Peak and Nameless Peak, and the 2 founding ancestors relied on their virtues to bring the world back together, and finally unified the 100 regions, which led to the current Imperial Sky Sword sect. Boy, this is just awesome. The peak leaders of other forces were just peak leaders, but each peak leader of the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect represented a party's inheritance. Picking any mountain peak at random, it could be on the list with those holy lands. The strength, it's terrifying. In that case, my Nameless Peak's old ancestor is also quite powerful. The founder of the Royal Heavenly Sword sect, the Royal Heavenly Sword Emperor, that was a superpower that dominated an era. As for the Nameless Peak's old ancestor, he was not famous in the eyes of outsiders, but his strength was absolutely awesome. Nameless Peak has always been low profile and doesn't like to make a fuss, but the old ancestor's strength is even stronger than that of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Emperor back in the day, so we can't talk about this much for the time being, you'll understand later. Zhang Yuanbai pondered in his heart. The words were vague and ambiguous, really making people scratch their ears in a hurry. This is too torturous, and I'm afraid I'll be beaten when I go out. The current Imperial Sky Sword sect master, Yi Qingxian, has come to pay respects to the Sword Peak's old ancestor. Yi Qingxuan's face was filled with respect as she bowed towards the air with her hands clasped. Little Qingxian, come as you are. Why are you going through all this useless red tape? Suddenly, an old man emerged with white hair, wrinkled face, goatee on his chin hanging down to his chest, wearing a green-colored robe, carrying a sword box full of rust on his back, with absolutely no trace of aura fluctuation on his body. If not for the fact that he was staring at them with a smile on his face, one would have really thought that he was a dead man. Zhang Yuanbai's eyes stared at his eyes that looked empty. Was he blind? You are little friend Yuanbai, right? The old man twisted his head to look at Zhang Yuanbai. Leafy horizon. Cultivation level. 9 turn loose immortal.
Technique sword technique.
Avatar 10,000 swords. Sword domain Imperial Heavenly Sword formation.
Qualificação inferior spiritual roots.
Body type mortal body. Zhang Yuanbai was shocked to his core after listening to the old guy's information. Lower grade spiritual roots, mortal body, 9 revolutions scattered immortal. It seemed that one really couldn't underestimate anyone. Anyone could be hiding a dragon and crouching tiger. This old brother might have been a big shot in the past. Kid Zhang Yuanbai, meet old senior. Meowie, haven't you always wanted to meet your own juniors? People are here, why don't you come out and take a look? A scented breeze brushed by, and a beauty slowly wandered by. This is beautiful. This was Zhang Yuanbai's first reaction. Skinny face, but so beautiful that the heart trembles. That kind of extraordinary temperament, Zhang Yuanbai has only seen in Yining Xuan. Xuan Miao clothes. Cultivation level. 9 turn loose immortal. Technique nameless record of heaven.
Avatawan Yao Uming, Tong Tian Yan, Divine Punisen.
Qualification. Immortal spirit root. Physique. Ethereal immortal body. Face value, 99 plus. Super good looking, this face value is even 99 plus. This is the first time Zhang Yuanbai saw the system hit such a high score. This score was afraid that it had already been capped, and there was absolutely no need to worry about pride. A peerless beauty like Shen Miaoi. Even Lu Meier and Qi Yaoyao couldn't compare. It was true that there were pleasing beauties everywhere. The way you look, you remind me of my bad disciple. Too much of a coincidence. Zhang Yuanbai scratched his nose, a little embarrassed, not realizing that there had been bad disciples under the old ancestor of Nameless Peak. It seemed that this old ancestor did have some skills. This visit is for business. Yi Qingxian recounted in detail what Zhang Yuanbai had recently encountered, as well as Gentle's experience in the secret realm. In that case, the seal has begun to become looser, and it's not far from breaking completely. Zhang Yuanbai listened in confusion, his head full of question marks. Yuanbai, do you know what that thing is? Guess why I'm here. Yi Tianwu was choked speechless. Young people nowadays, they really don't know how to respect their elders. They don't show any mercy at all. That's the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Yi Tianyao also no longer covered up. With a wave of his hand, a thick cloud of demonic gas immediately appeared before Zhang Yuanbai's eyes, and in the midst of the demonic gas, a pair of blood-red eyes flickered and disappeared, and there was also a gust of beastly roaring sounds mixed in. Extraterrestrial heavenly demons. There is no fixed look, only twisted shapes. They can take on any appearance. He gently swung his hand, and the view before him turned into a deserted city, filled with insane crowds of people with red eyes, destroying and attacking each other haphazardly, with no rules at all. Those extraterrestrial heavenly devils are very powerful, and once they are tainted with their filth, a person will become a cold-hearted killing tool. Although the demonic cultivator has become a demon and can still remember who he is, those who have been eroded are like walking corpses with their souls worn away. We're not sure where they come from, but whenever they appear, they're bound to bring bloody disaster. Anger flashed in Yi Tianwu's eyes. The extraterrestrial heavenly demons are so terrifying, but didn't we still manage to clean them up? Zhang Yuanbai spoke. He had never heard of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil before. It wasn't even recorded in the books, which meant that it had been going on for a long, long time. Packing up. Shen Miaoi shook her head. It's really just temporary custody. She waved her hand again, and the forbidden land of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect was immediately covered with various symbols. Those symbols were like a school of small fish swimming around in abundance. Back then, these heavenly demons emerged from here, and were sealed here by a generation of Nameless Peak's old ancestors who put their best foot forward. After so many years have passed, I'm afraid that many people have forgotten how frightening the heavenly demons are. There was a hint of mockery in Shen Miaoi's eyes. We thought that we would be able to sleep in peace after sealing the exit, but in the past 100 years, we realized that there are still heavenly demons in the secret realm from time to time. Although these heavenly demons aren't very strong, they aren't something that ordinary people can deal with. The most troublesome thing is that these heavenly demons are very much their own, unlike those heavenly demons at the beginning who did as they pleased, but knew how to hide themselves. This place is the gateway to the heavenly devils, and in the future, these hidden heavenly devils will surely rush out in a rush. At that time, it will be a big trouble for our clan. Zhang Yuanbai opened his mouth in surprise when he heard it. Not that he was afraid. The Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect had so many transitional sinking stage experts and loose immortals, and they were still so wary of the heavenly devil, so it was obvious how powerful the heavenly devil was. Now that the heavenly demons are getting more and more arrogant, I'm afraid the world is about to become unpeaceful. Shen Miaoi sighed. When you were first brought back, you carried an air of mystery about you, and while you were clearly desperate, you seemed to harbor hope. Genpai, maybe you're the one who can help us break out of this mess. Myrtle, are you really sure? Yi Tianwu's face became grave. Old ancestor said that the root of all the problems lies in Nameless Peak, but he didn't explicitly say who exactly. Why don't you try it? This riddle-like dialogue is a real pain in the ass. Zhang Yuanbai frowned straight away as he listened. The two of you are playing riddles here, completely disregarding other people's moods. Yuanbai, come with us. The two of them gently waved their hands, and the surrounding space immediately twisted and distorted. And in the blink of an eye, the crowd was already standing on the edge of a cliff. The entire cliff was surrounded by a powerful formation, which was even more powerful than the protector formation of the floating slaughter Holy Land. Shen Miaoi gently waved her hand, and the scene in the formation gradually revealed itself. A little girl in a short black dress lay there silently with golden chains wrapped around her body, sealing everything about her. She opened her eyes, her gaze dull and cold as a stone. She has a black clover birthmark in the center of her forehead. The clover is supposed to be a symbol of good luck, but the black color represents bad luck. What's going on here? None. Ability, bad luck. May be taken as a disciple. The first time the system appeared like this, all the content is blank. Nothing outside the only characteristic is bad luck. This girl is very good looking. Wheat-colored skin, healthy and proportional. Perfect body, lips red and teeth neat. But her eyes are empty and lifeless. Can I take her as a disciple? Even though she didn't have half of her aura fluctuating, Zhang Yuanbai still felt an indescribably eerie feeling about her. This is the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Didn't they say that the extraterrestrial heavenly demon doesn't have a physical body? She clearly has a body. Although he couldn't see through her, Zhang Yuanbai was certain that this was her true form. We can't figure out why. She appeared when the heavenly demon broke through the space barrier. She carries the aura of a heavenly demon, and we suspected that she came from a great source, so we've been keeping her locked up here. We've asked her questions many times, and she doesn't have any memories at all. You guys didn't do anything to her, did you? Of course not. The Imperial Sky Sword Sect had always been thunderous, but this girl hadn't brought any trouble to the sect, so they just kept her locked up for an unknown number of years. This girl has a destiny with me. I want to take her as a disciple. As soon as Zhang Yuanbai's words left his mouth, 3 lines of sight immediately threw themselves at him. No, her position is still unclear. It's too early to jump to conclusions. As you know, there is a terrifying power hidden within her, and once it explodes, the consequences are unimaginable. Yi Tianwu stroked his beard and shook his head no. Wouldn't it be better if this power was under our control? Zhang Yuanbai looked confident. Are you serious? Shen Miaoi stared intently into Zhang Yuanbai's eyes, trying to pick up some clues. Unfortunately, nothing was found. Zhang Yuanbai was like an old fox. The bottom of his eyes were as calm as water, and he couldn't see any emotional fluctuations. Perhaps, it's really possible for Yuanbai to give it a try. Yi Qingxian opened her mouth. You can question Yuanbai's ability, but don't question his vision. Since he started accepting disciples, Every disciple he has picked has been extraordinary. Maybe it's like Yuanbai said, this girl does have a destiny with him. The two seniors were silent for a moment, actually communicating in secret. What do you think of this myriad girl? Whatever. I think we can give it a try. Since it's been decided that he's the key figure in solving the problem, why don't we put all our hopes on him? And there might be unexpected results. Let's try it then. Yuanbai, we're willing to give it a try, but it's up to you whether or not you can succeed. Well, in that case, I'll do my best. What are you looking at? Within the seal, Zhang Yuanbai gazed at the young girl and opened his mouth to ask, are you one of their helpers? Yes. Zhang Yuanbai nodded his head. Although Yi Tianwei and the others didn't hurt the girl, they kept hanging around, and after a long time, the girl recognized them. I don't know anything. I know. Has the world always been this gray? The girl opened her mouth, probably because she felt that Zhang Yuanbai wasn't quite the same as the others, and she wanted to talk. The world can be beautiful, with mountains, rivers, flowers, and the sea. Zhang Yuanbai waved his hand, and that grayness around him was gone, and all sorts of sights emerged before the girl's eyes. This is the outside world? The girl closed her eyes, unwilling to look again. She didn't know how long she had been in this dark place. Time didn't even seem to mean anything to her. Nothing but black or black. How can I see light in the darkness? Do you have a name? Everyone calls me bad luck. No, from now on you're called good luck. Someone who brings good luck to people. Zhang Yuanbai held out his hand. I am Zhang Yuanbai, your master. What's a master? It's the one who leads you over 1,000 hills and teaches you things you haven't learned before. The expression on the girl's face didn't change, and her empty eyes were full of doubt, obviously not understanding what that meant. Master. Yes, it's the master. Congratulations to the master on the success of his apprenticeship. He has received the Sutra of the Way of Good and Evil. His cultivation level has been increased by 1, and the 6 paths reincarnation technique. The system really didn't let Zhang Yuan be happy for nothing. The Taoist scripture of good and evil was the highest manifestation of good and evil. Good was rewarded with good and evil with evil. One thought became an immortal and one thought became a devil, which was just right for good luck to cultivate and control those powers in her body. Master Zhang Yuanbai. Realm, late harmonization.
Technique, Cloud Shadow Sword Technique, Création Ice Demon Technique, Taishang Sword Sutra.
Aptitude, Jintian sword drawing technique. 1 sword opens the gate of heaven. 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Special ability, Heavenly Tao Mighty Pressure, Sword Intent Perfection. Laws, Law of the Sword. Special item, 1 strike kill card x3, Absolute Defense card x3. Senior Disciple, Gentle Peak Yuaning. Second Disciple, Feng Jutian Peak Mahayana. Third Disciple, Lu Mayer Early Mahayana. Fourth Disciple, Mu Wan Air Peak Foundation Establishment. Fifth Disciple, Mu Wan Wan Peak Foundation. Sixth Disciple, Good Luck Silence. Zhang Yuanbai looked at the word silence, and his brain buzzed, completely puzzled. System, what is this silence? He asked casually. Silence, the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, is immensely powerful and can be weak. It is the end and the beginning. Zhang Yuanbai was a bit surprised that the system actually answered. This was the first time yet. In that case, luck is a really awesome being, strong or weak depending on what situation she's facing. It's simply awesome. It's simply monster level. Let's go, master will take you out. With the system by his side, Zhang Yuanbai wasn't afraid of luck going crazy. He was just about to ask Yi Tianyao and the others to turn off the formation when he saw a terrifying silent power suddenly emerge from Luck's body, tearing the formation apart in one go. Sunlight poured into the room and Lucky raised a hand to shield his eyes. Yi Tianwu felt his scalp tighten. That power just now seemed to have brought with it the aura of death. Xian Miaoyi and Yi Qingshuan's expressions were serious. This power was too terrifying. It was a treasure when used well, but a scourge when used poorly. Obviously grasping such power, Lucky had willingly been imprisoned here for an unknown number of years. Perhaps, as Zhang Yuanbai said, luck was with him. The purpose of her staying here was to meet Zhang Yuanbai. This is my new disciple called Lucky. Zhang Yuanbai led Lucky to the 3 of them and reintroduced them. Lucky hadn't had much of an expression on his face, dumbfounded as if he didn't understand anything. Other than talking to Zhang Yuanbai, she didn't say a word to the others, which was heartbreaking to watch. Lucky girl, we did wrong before. This is a little token of appreciation, don't mind. Yi Tianyao smiled and handed over a storage ring. His heart was slightly at ease. Finally Jiang Yuanbai had agreed. After Lucky received it, a black light flashed on his hand, and that destructive force quickly invaded, and the storage ring was instantly turned into flying ash. Yi Tianwu rubbed his nose. A little embarrassed, it seemed to have pissed her off. Chapter 57, taking in the best of the world's beauty. Jiang Yuanbai glanced at him and smiled without saying anything. Jiang Yuanbai left with Lucky. This girl doesn't know anything. He just gently pointed, then carved the good and evil Taoist scriptures into her mind, and took out many magic treasures to teach her to use. Lucky learned quickly, and it didn't take long for him to master everything Jiang Yuanbai had taught him. Jiang Yuanbai also took advantage of this opportunity to reap a lot of benefits. The probability of obtaining treasures was extremely high. It was simply too good to be true. Master, I miss you to death. At the top of the Nameless Peak, gentleness violently rushed over, like a hungry tiger, straight into Jiang Yuanbai's arms. Before Jiang Yuanbai could react, Lucky was already standing in front of him, and that destructive power around him was slowly released. Although that black energy was not evil, it carried a might and fear that destroyed everything. Stop! Jiang Yuanbai waved his hand, and the two women immediately stopped moving. Lucky, this is your senior sister and my disciple. You can't harm her, understand? Jiang Yuanbai patiently explained the relationship between senior sister and disciple, and specially emphasized that fellow disciples of the Imperial Sky Sword sect should protect each other. If someone makes a move against you, don't hesitate, just counterattack. Jiang Yuanbai continued. Lucky nodded ignorantly, his empty eyes seeming to be thinking about something. Master, this Gentle has guessed a few points. This is the disciple that Master just took in, your sixth senior sister. Jiang Yuanbai said calmly. When Ro's eyes were moist, this new senior sister was incredibly strong, even more so than the pressure Feng Jiutian put on her, and she was afraid that she would not be able to keep her position as a senior sister. She secretly vowed to cultivate hard and must work twice as hard. Not long after, Mu Wan'er brought Mu Wanwan with her. When Mu Wanwan saw Lucky, her brows unconsciously furrowed. When Lucky saw Mu Wanwan, the destructive power around her body began to surge uncontrollably again. The same kind of people are attracted to each other, but different kinds of people are repulsed by each other. Mu Wanwan is the kind of person who brings her own good luck, while Lucky, like a little messenger of bad luck. The two of them together always seem to have an unseen strength in the top. Jiang Yuanbai was tossed around by these two little girls, and in the end, he could only harden his heart and ask them to get along. Just pick any cave here and stay. Jiang Yuanbai said to Lucky. I want to stay with Master. Lucky's voice was dripping with pettiness. Only by Jiang Yuanbai's side did she feel solid. Jiang Yuanbai, a little helpless, and began to give her the reason for the difference between men and women, but Lucky seems to have not listened to it at all. He also cannot take her. This girl is like a blank sheet of paper. How to teach all rely on his own heart. Can only slowly guide to come. When one was anxious to hear it. Is this new senior sister crazy? She just entered the door and wants to monopolize her master? No. Senior sister. Senior's cave is small. You'd better stay with senior sister. When Ro took the unprecedented initiative to invite, her voice so sweet that it was cloying. I'm about to talk to Master Chief. Lucky still refused to budge. Master, I also want to follow you. When Ro was about to cry, tears welling up in her eyes as she pouted and made a scene. She was so aggrieved. Why was it that her junior sister could follow her master, but not herself? Had she fallen out of favor? Her mind was filled with images of Lucky being rude to her senior, and she even imagined Lucky sneering at her and saying, Senior sister, senior will be mine from now on, so don't even think about it. No way. Just thinking about this, tenderness felt her heart clogging up. Your senior sister doesn't know anything right now. I'll teach her for just a few days. Jiang Yuanbai comforted her. Goodness, Master, did you hear what you just said clearly? When one was about to explode in her heart. After a few days, this belly was probably already noticeably bulging. Despite the tears sliding over their gentle faces, Jiang Yuanbai and Lucky went back to their respective residences. How can I live without you, Master? The acting, it's just great. Days went by and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Under Jiang Yuanbai's guidance, Lucky was now able to live independently and had her own place. but she still pestered Jiang Yuanbai all day long, unwilling to part. Under Jiang Yuanbai's guidance, Mu Wan'er and Mu Wanwan had raised their cultivation to the Jindan realm, and Gentle had even broken through to the harmonized God realm. Jiang Yuanbai's cultivation had also risen to the mid-Diana stage. Feng Jiutian hadn't heard from him since he left, but he shouldn't have encountered any danger to his life. Yuanbai, another secret realm is about to open up. I'm planning to let my disciples go for some training. Do Wan'er and Wanwan want to go together? Liuli brought Nightly to Nameless Peak. She heard that there was a low-level secret realm that was going to open. She was going to bring her disciples there. Would it be too much trouble for you? Going alone is going, so are two. Do we need to be polite to each other? Mu Wan'er and Mu Wanwan followed Liuli. Gentle was still in seclusion and didn't come out. Only Lucky had been following Jiang Yuanbai, and she didn't have to work hard to cultivate because she was naturally special, and the good and evil Taoist scriptures were just icing on the cake for her. This bout of time, the inner sect was also quite scenic. 8 of the top 10 in the sect came from Nameless Peak. The first one is Xiao Yan. No one can beat him. The second was Yi Fan with superb strength. The third was Yi Liangchen with endless tricks and tricks. Nameless Peak had once again become a place where the major peak masters often gathered. Ever since the rise of Nameless Peak, they had truly been crushed to death by Jiang Yuanbai. Yan Wuji brought Jiang Yuanbai a spiritual weapon. It was a long sword like the green dragon crescent blade, black all over, with no special attributes, belonging to the 9th rank lower grade spiritual weapon. Thanks. Why are we still polite? It's my turn to thank you. My disciple is much better than me. Within 100 years, he will definitely surpass my achievements. There was a divine body disciple, and now Yan Wuji walked with his head raised at a 45-degree angle to look at the sky, complacent. This bowl made him blow it smoothly. Then this foreign fire will be given to your disciple. How can you refine weapons without a foreign fire? Swift crystal flame. The holy flame of refining. Yan Wuji's face immediately became serious. Although the Taiku crystal flame was not considered the top in the foreign flames, it was most suitable for refining weapons. The key was that it was too rare and only appeared in ancient books. He also found a foreign fire for his disciple, but unfortunately it was too ordinary and not much stronger than a normal earth fire. It's too precious for me to take. In that case, next time I want a 9th rank spirit weapon, you pay for the materials. If Brother Jiang says so, then I will respectfully follow your order. Yan Wuji happily accepted it. His heart was happy. With the swift crystal flame, the disciple's achievements in the future would definitely be more than what was in front of him. As for the 9th order spirit weapon materials mentioned by Jiang Yuanbai, not to mention a handful of them, 10 of them would not matter. This is a good thing that all refiners dream of. Lucky, come here. Jiang Yuanbai handed Lucky the crescent moon blade. The crescent moon blade was covered in black and silver, with a dragon wrapped around the hilt, the dragon's head opening its mouth wide, and the blade sticking out of the dragon's mouth. This was something Jiang Yuanbai had recently discovered. This girl could exert the most power with this spirit weapon. Giving a disciple a 9th order spiritual weapon, the black dragon crescent blade, and receiving 10,000 times the feedback of the immortal breaking crescent blade. Good. Lucky's expression is a little more expressive and less stilted than it used to be these days, but it's not a big change. The black dragon crescent blade swung in her hand, wide open. The best defense was offense. Try infusing your silent power into it. This was the reason why Jiang Yuanbai had let Lucky try it. The destructive power of the silence was too strong, and many spiritual weapons had been destroyed into pieces by it.
4.
The spirit weapon shattered. Jiang Yuanbai. Try this one. He took out the immortal breaking crescent blade, which was a complete immortal weapon, and despite its ordinary appearance, its power was not small. Luckily, he tried to infuse the power of destruction into the broken immortal crescent blade, and the blade immediately flashed out a blinding black light. Stop! Seeing that the girl was ready to take a swing, Jiang Yuanbai hurriedly shouted to stop. If this blade fell, the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect might have to lose a large portion of its population. The blade should only be directed at the enemy, not at your own people, understand? Got it. Lucky nods. The boy is finally listening. Heck, it's good to change the name to Lucky. It's not doom and gloom after all. Yuanbai, there's a pile of business you should take care of. Yi Qingxian showed up with a somewhat serious expression. After Jiang Yuanbai figured out the situation, he learned that the northernmost part of the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect seemed to have the shadow of an extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Right now, he was the only one in the sect who had free time, and since he had many cards in his hand, Yi Qingxian wasn't too worried about his safety. Okay. Just in time to take the little girl out for a little stroll. Zhang Yuanbai didn't push back and agreed painfully. The northernmost part of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect was a large glacier area, and over there across the glacier was the extreme Heavenly Demon Sect, one of the 10 great sacred grounds. Although it was called a Devil Sect, the extreme Heavenly Devil Sect was particularly decent internally, the top and bottom were united, and the relationship between the affiliated clans was also very harmonious, and there was rarely any major chaos. Even though it was a demonic sect, it had another name, Hao Ran Zheng Qi Sect, a group of people who practiced magic, but with an aura of righteousness. Can you believe it? If you find that the situation is not right, crush this. This talisman can directly contact the Forbidden Land, and the Supreme Elders and Elder Ancestors there will be able to rush to help. And to say you're not worried about me. You! Yi Qingxian instantly disappeared, not saying another word. What arrogance! Come with me, Master will show you around. Qingmei. I'll leave Nameless Peak to you to guard while I'm away. Qingmei suddenly appeared next to Zhang Yuanbai, her eyes full of helplessness, feeling that she was just a tool person running errands. Good. After spending more than a month in the Imperial Sky Sword Sect, Qingmei had already grown attached to the place. Everyone in the clan is pretty good and speaks well. 500 years was too short a time for her to even want to live here all the time. Zhang Yuanbai brought Lucky to the Imperial Sky City and used the teleportation array to directly reach his destination. Cold shivering chills came over me, and tall icy peaks rose straight up into the sky. Frost City, a subsidiary city of the Imperial Sky Sword Sect. This is the glacier. Lucky stood in her new surroundings, and although her eyes were blind, she felt the majesty of the glacier and its mesmerizing beauty. Although Frost City was small, the strength of the cultivators here was not to be underestimated, with the lowest cultivation at the Yuaning stage, and there was also a peak Mahayana elder as the city lord. The temperature of the polar ice plains was frighteningly low, and cultivators below the Yuaning stage simply couldn't withstand such cold. Dangerous places often hold opportunities, and in the ice fields there are both opportunities and crises. Zhang Yuanbai first went to the city lord's mansion, looking for that elder to inquire whether there was anything strange in the ice field recently. When the other party looked confused, Zhang Yuanbai knew that he had made a trip for nothing. Also yes, the city lord is just a virtual position, usually nothing to personally worry about him, are the bottom of the people to deal with, he is here to sit in the town mainly for deterrence. Zhang Yuanbai smiled faintly and didn't rush to speak, but slowly took a sip of spirit wine. This news was spreading really wickedly. He himself hadn't even figured out the situation yet, but he had actually become some mysterious big shot. Hey, since fellow Taoist refuses to say, let's just keep guessing. Someone from the side laughed and joked. Zhang Yuanbai put down his wine glass and pretended to look thoughtful. Actually, I'm not deliberately hiding it. It's just that there are some things that I'm not quite sure about. But he paused for a moment and deliberately sold a secret. I'm afraid it's not that simple behind this devil. The surroundings immediately exploded, and everyone gathered around, asking questions. Zhang Yuanbai wasn't in a hurry either, letting them surround him, nodding his head and agreeing with a few sentences every now and then. He knew that this would instead allow the information to converge more fully to him. Lucky was dumbfounded at the side, thinking, so Master Teacher is so powerful that he even knows about such a big event. She secretly tugged on Zhang Yuanbai's sleeve. Master, are you really acquainted with that big devil? Zhang Yuanbai touched her head, his eyes hiding a bit of cunning. Silly girl. I'm just keeping an eye out more than others. If your strength hasn't reached the Mahayana realm yet, it's best not to run outside lately, and it's not too late to wait for that scourge to be cleaned up before you go out to look for a chance. I'm not a bodhisattva. These people don't have any deep grudges against me, so I can't let them get killed for nothing. Zhang Yuanbai thought this in his heart, but his face didn't show it. What? The surrounding people were bewildered. None of the cultivators who came here were at the Mahayana level. They still wanted to pursue the matter, but Zhang Yuanbai had already pulled Lucky away. Master, why did they all stop clinging just now? Why is this? Lucky's little head was about to spin, completely puzzled. Times have changed and hearts have become complicated. This human heart may be like this 1 second, but it may change the next. So, whether it's good or bad, you have to judge for yourself. Zhang Yuanbai didn't explain much. Lucky is a smart kid, has his own ideas, he just needs to nudge them once in a while. After all, he can't be with her all the time. Lucky nodded, seemingly understanding. Did you guys think that person just now looked a bit familiar? It feels very similar to the one in the legend. You mean the peak master of the Nameless Peak? It's kind of funny after you remind me of that. Everyone looked at each other. If it was Zhang Yuanbai, should his advice be listened to or not? Zhang Yuanbai didn't stop and took Lucky out of the city. In the sky, a red fire phoenix was hovering and flying. This was the spirit beast that the system had rewarded him with the bloodline of a phoenix. The Nine Dragons car is simply unusable in this polar ice field. The fire phoenix spread its wings and flew higher, dragging a long tail of light. That peak Mahayana aura swept past the heads of the crowd without any concealment, and everyone couldn't help but raise their heads to look. Seeing Zhang Yuanbai and Lucky sitting on the back of the fire phoenix, people were speculating which senior had gone out. Zhang Yuanbai went straight to the ice spirit lake. The polar ice field was so big. If he looked around, he didn't know when he would have to find it. Master, that man. Is there something wrong with him? On the back of the fire phoenix, Lucky pulled Zhang Yuanbai's sleeve and pointed to a person in the crowd below. The men wore black robes with golden patterns that looked like a beam of light in the darkness. This is someone from the Extreme Sky Demon sect. There were 4 Harmonization Realm ones in this group and a dozen or so out-of-body realm ones. Their strengths were quite good, and they were obviously the elites of the sect. Zhang Yuanbai's gaze was locked on a man from the out-of-body realm, an ordinary-looking man who was not conspicuous in the crowd, as if he was invisible. Is this the demonized kind? Zhang Yuanbai looked serious. Yi Qingxian had said that demonized people should have no self-consciousness. They were simply killing tools. But the person in front of me was no different from an ordinary person. Things were more problematic than expected. The fire phoenix swooped down, but the blazing temperatures didn't melt even a trace of the polar ice sheet. The hot wind blew, causing the people of the Extreme Sky Demon sect to block their eyes with their hands. Senior, I'm Situ Chanqian, the holy daughter of the Extreme Sky Demon sect. I wonder what Senior's intentions are for this trip? A young woman stood in front of the crowd, looking at Zhang Yuanbai with a serious expression, ready to make a move at any time.
Exceto sin.
Cultivation level, peak harmony.
Skill, extrême avant-lit démon technique.
Face value, 98. Zhang Yuanbai casually glanced at it and didn't bother to look at it again, thinking that those descriptions were nothing more than some vain words. If the other side of the body has not dissipated the yin qi, according to this, I am afraid that it can be 3 feet off the ground with a little bit of water-sucking function. Situ Chanqian was feeling pressurized right now. Zhang Yuanbai's icy cold eyes made her feel like she was transparent. Even wrapped up tightly, she still didn't feel half as warm. Everyone else also put on an appearance of being on guard, as their mounts were all peak Mahayana fire phoenixes, which indicated that the opponent's strength was definitely deep. Saint Situ, don't need to be nervous. I don't have any malicious intentions. It's just that in this group of people, there's one person I have to settle. Zhang Yuanbai released a pressure that was at the heavenly Dao level. The heavenly Dao pressure was like a huge mountain pressing down, carrying the power to destroy everything. Elder, you'll have to explain this to us.
I'm Zhang Yuanbai.
When these words came out, everyone was too scared to make a sound. Everyone had long heard of Zhang Yuanbai's great name, and one by one, they sized him up, thinking, is this the legendary character? Most importantly, the demonic aura on Zhang Yuanbai's body was completely different from the kind of righteous demonic aura of the extreme heavenly demon sect. His demonic aura was pure and incomparable, with no impurities at all. After being suppressed by Zhang Yuanbai, the man began to struggle violently, his eyes glowing red as his entire body fell into a state of madness. At the end of the day, this is just demonized waste, and the consciousness is still too weak. The fire phoenix spat out a ball of flame and directly burned that person into ashes. Many thanks to Peak Master Zhang for stepping in to help. Saintess Situ Chanqian arched her hand in thanks. This time she didn't call him senior. The two were of equal status in their respective sects and belonged to the same generation, so they didn't need to be so formal. At this moment, her face was hard to see, not realizing that someone on her side had actually been infiltrated. This news must be reported to the clan as soon as possible. The extreme heavenly demon sect was most sensitive to demonic qi, but this time, they unexpectedly did not notice it at all. Little things. Zhang Yuanbai simply said a few words and left, and the fire phoenix rose up into the air, turning into a ray of light that disappeared into the sky. Come back to the clan with me at once. Situ Chanqian broke through the air and flew towards the extreme sky demon sect at full speed. It had already been infiltrated, and there might still be undiscovered spies in the clan, so it was necessary to prepare in advance to prevent problems before they occurred. Lucky, keep an extra eye out for me again. And if you find that scent from earlier, let me know immediately. Jiang Yuanbai instructed Lucky. He didn't even notice it himself, but Lucky immediately sensed the difference. Thinking about Lucky's unique ability, maybe this matter could be solved by her. Although his divine eyes could also detect, they were not efficient and it was impossible to scrutinize them one by one. Okay. Lucky's empty eyes seemed to flash with a hint of hidden joy. She was naturally happy in her heart to be able to help her master. This girl is becoming more and more expressive. Jiang Yuanbai keenly noticed her momentary mood swings, and the corner of his mouth gently curled up, revealing a smile if nothing else. The fire phoenix flew quickly as night fell. The polar ice field at night was breathtakingly beautiful, and Jiang Yuanbai was in no hurry to hurry. He set up a position on a high mountain, used the strange flames as a fire, took out the demonic beast meat and started grilling it. Master, it's beautiful. The aurora borealis spanned heaven and earth, and white mist filled the surroundings, as if it were a fairyland on earth. Lucky, who had never seen such a view before, looked dumbfounded. In the future, no matter how far you go, Master will accompany you to see all the lands and mountains. Jiang Yuanbai was a little heartbroken for this little girl. She didn't do anything wrong, and just because she came at the wrong time, she could only be trapped in the darkness, unable to even see the sky. Good. You are very kind, Master. Lucky looked up at the stunningly beautiful face illuminated by the campfire. That otherwise expressionless face seemed to be vaguely smiling. Smile, smile like this. Jiang Yuanbai reached out and gently lifted the corner of her mouth, making her smile even more obviously. Smile to look good. Good looking. The little girl suddenly stretched her neck. Jiang Yuanbai. He looked at the girl with a confused look on his face. Where did you learn this? Little People. Jiang Yuanbai was completely speechless. Little People's books were really harmful. From the gentle to the fortunate, one and all have been misled by the Little People. No more of this. Why? Lucky cocked his head, completely confused as to why Jiang Yuanbai wouldn't allow this. Why? No way. Because only those with the closest relationship can do that. Master, you are the person closest to me. Jiang Yuanbai was momentarily speechless. In the future, this is not allowed. And when will that be? When you grow up. Lucky drifted off and tried it. It's grown up. Jiang Yuanbai had a black line on his face. Sometimes he really didn't know how to communicate with this girl. You say there's something wrong with her. She doesn't know anything. You say there's nothing wrong with her. And she's always speechless. It's not easy being a master teacher. Early the next morning, Jiang Yuanbai looked at Lucky, who was sleeping sweetly against himself, and didn't have the heart to wake her up until noon, when the two of them then resumed their journey. The blue lake stood out from the endless glacier. The lake's water was crystal clear, yet unfathomably deep, so that not even divine sense could penetrate it. Icy Lake. It was said to be a lake formed after an ancient ice dragon sat down, and the lake water was so cold that it pierced the bones, and those who were not in the harmonized realm could not get through it at all. The lake was huge, and the fire phoenix hovered overhead, looking very small. Is there something wrong? Lucky shook his head. Nothing but calm as a mirror. Sure is hiding deep. Jiang Yuanbai was thoughtful. Lakes, glaciers, nothing else. Finding it this way is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Jiang Daoyu. Space was torn apart and a figure walked out. The long black dress was tightly wrapped but hugged her figure and made her look curvy. Long black hair fell to her waist and her dark eyes were like deep pools. You know me? Looking at this dress, it should be someone from the extreme sky demon sect. Although nothing was revealed, it was permeated with a unique flavor. Not that skinny look, but that muscular, taut, sturdy, powerful look. Who doesn't know the great name of fellow Taoist Jiang? Yesterday, thanks to you, you helped our sect's holy maiden get out of trouble. I am the Grand Elder of the Extreme Sky Demon Sect, Demon Qingqing. Qingqing, you really look too pretty. Jiang Yuanbai casually complimented. Who would reject such a plump and charming Qingqing? Don't joke, Peak Master Jiang. Who doesn't know that every one of your disciples is beautiful beyond words? It's truly coveted. Chapter 58, Heavenly Resonance. Just say I'm an old pervert. Don't get all mushy. Of course Jiang Yuanbai could hear the barbs in the other party's words. But was this the impression he gave people outside? Can he be blamed for this? The system has to take the blame for this. The topic was interrupted, and Demon Tilting City cut straight to the chase. Peak Master Jiang seems to be able to tell if those devils are mixed in the crowd. I wonder if Peak Master Jiang is willing to make a trip to our Extreme Sky Devil sect. There will surely be generous gifts. Hey, that's what you're really after, isn't it? Jiang Yuanbai's gaze was too direct, and Devil's Pouring City's face instantly reddened. It's not impossible to cut a deal. The Extreme Sky Demon sect was located in a quiet valley, and the spiritual energy was trapped inside the valley by the spirit gathering formation, which was so thick that it could barely dissolve. Every disciple wore uniform black clothes with gold edges, and the black demonic aura surprisingly carried a positive aura, which seemed particularly strange. I really don't know how these two mutually exclusive forces got mixed together. Many people were looking at Jiang Yuanbai. There were so many rumors about him recently. Who didn't know Jiang Yuanbai's great name? Hearing that the Grand Elder had invited Jiang Yuanbai, everyone ran out, enthusiastic. Well, did you find anything? Demon Qingqing had originally wanted Jiang Yuanbai to help see if there were any demonized believers hiding inside. The Extreme Sky Demon sect's followers all had a demonic aura on their bodies, and it was impossible to tell who was contaminated without getting their hands dirty. It's worse than expected. As soon as these words were uttered, Demon Tilting City's heart thumped. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? It means what you think it means. Devil Qingqing no longer asked more questions, but her footsteps were much faster. The matter was much more serious than she had anticipated. The sect had actually been infiltrated by the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, and they surprisingly did not know anything about it. Fortunately, Jiang Yuanbai was invited here today, or then the fruit was really unimaginable. Fellow Taoist Jiang, I've heard a lot about you. A middle-aged man walked over, with a country face, a serious and resolute expression, and his whole body exuded a vast and righteous aura. He was the current patriarch of the Extreme Sky Demon sect, Demon Wuji, and the only old ancestor-level figure who hadn't abdicated. While other sects' saint lords and patriarchs were at most at the Mahayana or transition realm, the patriarch of the Extreme Heavenly Demon sect was already at the 9th order scattered immortal level. It's really high up. It is said that this patriarch has 3 daughters, all of whom look like fairies. Jiang Yuanbai glanced at Devil Wuji and then looked at Devil Qingqing, obviously father and daughter, but they didn't look alike at all. Peak Master Jiang's face is so long that it's beyond words. Why don't you just go back and stay in our Extreme Heavenly Demon sect for a few more days? 2 women who looked a bit like Devil's Pouring City walked out, a large and a small one. If you say that the magic Pouring City is like a ripe peach, what about these 2? One looks like a ripe apple, and the other is a budding blossom. Big, medium, and small, the 3 come together for triple the fun. Heh. This is my younger sister, Devil Pouring Love and Devil Pouring Love, and the 2nd and 3rd elders of our Extreme Heavenly Devil sect. Devil Tilting introduced, a bit of admiration hiding in her eyes. Those people outside would definitely have other thoughts in their hearts when they saw the 3 sisters. But in Jiang Yuanbai's eyes, she only felt that they were no different than usual, no fluctuations at all. Jiang Yuanbai had experienced too many things, and these 3 disciples were just that to him. Hello, 2 seniors. Oops, don't call me senior, just call me by my name, Love or Love. The 2 sisters talk together and are incredibly affectionate. Little brother Jiang, come in first. The corner of Jiang Yuanbai's mouth gently lifted. You guys changed your name quite quickly. Just now, he was called Jiang Senior, but now he directly became Jiang Little Brother. How many generations is this? The 4 of them walked together, Lucky silently following Jiang Yuanbai without saying a word. These people didn't seem like they should be able to harm anyone, right? Little brother Jiang, what do you think of my 3 daughters? Devil Wuji raised his head with a smug look on his face. With such 3 outstanding daughters, who wouldn't die of envy when they went out and chatted with their peers? The higher you go on the path of immortal cultivation, the harder it is to have offspring. Cultivation is supposed to be hard, and people who are bent on moving up the ladder usually don't think about finding a date. Devil Wuji himself has not looked for. It is said that these 3 daughters he slept with a great beauty at the level of a saint girl who was about to ascend that year, and as a result, the girl became pregnant. After giving birth to 3 daughters, the girl left. Because of this, Devil Wuji became famous and was nicknamed Canon King. The 3 fairies are each beautiful in their own way. Little brother Jiang has a good eye. There are quite a few people who want to hit on my daughters. If I say I'll betroth one to you, what do you think? What? Jiang Yuanbai was a bit bewildered. This was too straightforward, right? But then, as long as you bring your disciples over to join the family law. Jiang Yuanbai's face is expressionless. You have this mind all laid out. Was the glaze not fragrant enough? Or was the patriarch bad? Or was there no energy on Yizu's side? Kids pick and choose. I want it all. You're joking, demon patriarch. The three fairies are so beautiful that Jiang, don't have that fortune. Jiang Yuanbai arched his hand and politely declined. Haha. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. Devil Wuji hurriedly sidetracked the topic. He had already felt the eyes of his three daughters. Aren't you the ones who've always had a crush on them? You've been given the chance, why don't you fight for it? For other people, Devil Wuji was always worried about others abducting his precious daughter. But to Jiang Yuanbai he was especially approving. Rarely found in centuries, a genius among geniuses. If his daughter can follow him, she might be able to see a bigger world in the future. In the great hall of the patriarch, Jiang Yuanbai sat in the second seat, and Lucky sat next to him like heir, not saying a word. The person Jiang Yuanbai was following around was really something. This is my disciple with the rather auspicious name of Lucky. Jiang Yuanbai gently stroked Lucky's little head and introduced it in passing. Worthy of being the legendary imperial master, the disciples you've brought with you are also formidable. Devil Wuji sensed an aura in Lucky that made his heart tremble. It looked normal and uninteresting. How could it be so powerful? Elder brother Jiang, I wonder if you're willing to let this little girl come to my extreme sky demon sect to cultivate? I see that the position of the sect's holy maiden is none other than her. Don't joke about it, demon sovereign, haha. Jiang Yuanbai's eyelids fluttered, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This guy is really good at messing things up. It's just a matter of hitting on me, not even my disciples. Your extreme sky demon sect is not without people. Why do you have to rob my disciples? Besides, the holy son and holy daughter of the extreme heavenly devil sect exists in name, but in reality it is of little use. Even if you really want to abdicate, it is also your three daughters who are fighting for the position of the patriarch. Alas, I'm afraid this is not going to work out. No, not at all. Demon sovereign, do you know about the matter of the extraterrestrial heavenly demon? Jiang Yuanbai was a bit curious. He had never even heard of this before. Of course I know, young people nowadays may not remember. It's been too long after all. Our extreme heavenly demon sect exists to address the extraterrestrial heavenly demons. We practice devilry and know the most about devils. We cultivate the vast and righteous chi just to suppress the extraterrestrial heavenly devils. You understand the status quo then? Devil Wuji was silent for a while, looking a bit intimidated. It was precisely because he knew the terror of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil that he was extra careful. If the extraterrestrial heavenly devil was still like in the records, with only thoughts of crazy killing and destruction, it would be okay to deal with. The problem was that nowadays, these heavenly demons had learned to hide themselves and quietly blend into the crowd. This was also the reason why he had sent Devil's Pouring City to invite Jiang Yuanbai immediately after Situ Chanshan reported this. Now it looks like things are worse than expected. There are quite a few of them. Devil Wuji was in deep thought. Jiang Yuanbai and Lucky checked the situation as they walked. The other party seemed to be gathering information as well, and quite a few people had already been affected. At a rough estimate, there have been dozens of them. Gather everyone in the playground. Jiang Yuanbai suggested. Don't be afraid they'll go crazy and fight back. I've got it covered.
Około.
Devil Wuji had left his three daughters to deal with this, leaving him, Jiang Yuanbai, and Lucky in the Great Hall. Things are a lot more troublesome than I expected. Actually, there's no need to be too nervous. The cultivation levels of those affected are generally not high. They should all be below the Mahayana realm. This shows that the power of the extraterrestrial heavenly demons isn't particularly strong. Otherwise, they would have long ago directly targeted the experts of the Mahayana realm. Jiang Yuanbai calmly analyzed. The main channel was controlled by the Imperial Sky Sword sect, and it would be quite costly for these extraterrestrial heavenly demons to come in from somewhere else. The stronger the strength, the higher the cost, so they could only develop slowly. That makes sense. I was overthinking it. The three of them stepped into that place together. The efficiency of the extreme heavenly demon sect was indeed bullish, and it didn't take long for the team to be assembled. Lucky quietly transmitted his voice to Jiang Yuanbai, and the two of them cooperated well. Devil Wuji took cover while casually chatting about things, and incidentally praised Jiang Yuanbai twice, telling everyone to look up to him and so on. Demon Sovereign, just leave the rest to me, and you can deal with that transition realm in the far corner. Jiang Yuanbai didn't expect that these people's cultivation didn't look high, but he didn't expect to actually mix in a fairy realm. What? A hint of surprise flashed through Devil Wuji's eyes. The situation was much more serious than expected. The heavenly Dao pressure. Jiang Yuanbai immediately made his move, and the powerful pressure instantly covered the entire field, and those who had already been eroded immediately slumped to the ground, unable to move. Devil Wuji also acted immediately and grabbed a transitional succession realm Taishang Elder. It happened exceptionally fast, in the blink of an eye, and the two men moved swiftly and without mercy. Help out! Those who were hit by Jiang Yuanbai immediately appeared in their original forms, their eyes red as rabbits, and their consciousness instantly disappeared. After being eroded, there was still some consciousness, but not much, as if he was being controlled from behind. It was indeed quite troublesome to control so many people at once. The patriarch had spoken, and the disciples understood that the matter was serious, and their scalps went numb as they looked at their fellow disciples' current appearance. The few that were close by, in particular, felt like they just slipped back from a ghostly journey. Nothing had moved before, and suddenly it blew up, catching people off guard. Sovereign, what do you mean by that? That transition realm Taishang Elder who had been targeted was dumbfounded. The other transition realm Taishang Elders beside them also gathered around. The patriarch had made a move, so of course they wouldn't be idle. It seems that you are not an ordinary person. Genpai. Devil Wuji is called Jiang Yuanbai. This guy hides it pretty well. He had great trust in Jiang Yuanbai, and the two of them didn't have any grudges against each other. So it wouldn't be enough to get his own Taishang Elder killed. Patriarch, I've shed blood for the clan. I've blocked knives for the clan. You can't just listen to someone else's side of the story and think that there's something wrong with me. That Taishang Elder was crying with snot and tears, as if he had suffered a great grievance, and those who were unfamiliar with the situation thought that someone else was bullying him. And I didn't say you had a problem. That Supreme Elder's face froze for a moment, and Jiang Yuanbai also felt speechless. Why was this person so unenlightened? He hadn't even made a move yet, and he revealed himself. Straw mud horse. It's really a straw horse. Jiang Yuanbai, go to hell. That Taishang Elder suddenly stormed up and tried to kill Jiang Yuanbai. Devil Wuji sneered. Really think he's a cutie? A 9 revolutions scattered immortal dealing with the transition realm was as simple as an adult teaching a child a lesson. Destroying our clan's great event. Jiang Yuanbai, you seek death. The power of a transition realm bigwig was enough to make the extreme sky demon sect disappear from the world, and everyone's faces changed in fear. No way. He flicked a finger and the man deflated like a deflated ball of leather, leaving only a layer of skin. The scene sent chills down the spines of those supreme elders. It looks like he wasn't mesmerized by the extraterrestrial heavenly demon, but was directly occupied by the extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Devil Wuji understood, when he had sent the supreme elder to assassinate an extraterrestrial heavenly demon, that elder came back injured and had been in seclusion since then. Being able to kill an elder at the transitional succession realm and borrowing his shell to set up a trap. That extraterrestrial heavenly demon behind this is definitely not ordinary. We've only destroyed a part of his incarnation. We can't hurt his root, which is presumably still in the polar ice plains. The faces of the supreme elders were all a bit ugly. Having something so dangerous staring in the shadows all the time would upset anyone. Yuanbai, did you find something when you went to the polar ice field? I think I probably know where he is. Jiang Yuanbai thought of the icy lake. There must be something strange about the situation being abnormal, and the icy lake was too quiet, so quiet that it was panic-inducing. Where? Devil Wuji's eyes lit up. A transition stage extraterrestrial heavenly demon was like a knife on their necks that could fall at any time. He himself was not afraid, but the others in the sect might not necessarily be able to carry it. Beneath the bottom of Lake Icebreath. Go! Devil Wuji didn't hesitate and hurriedly saved the 2 supreme elders and gathered all the loose immortals in the Forbidden Land who had reached the level of elder ancestor. 1/5 turn loose immortal, for first turn loose immortals. The extreme sky demon sect was surprisingly so much stronger than the floating slaughter holy land. Yuanbai will go with you, while the others stay in the sect just in case. Watch out! Jiang Yuanbai had just spoken when that 5th turn loose immortal moved. An old woman. She choked Demon Qingqing's neck with one hand, while her other hand instantly pierced through the chest of a first-turn loose immortal. Demon Sovereign, you shouldn't want to see anything happen to your daughter either, right? Demon Qingqing had become a hostage, and although that first-turn loose immortal was not dead, He was also seriously injured and could not be slowed down for a while. Things came too fast, and Devil Wuji's most trusted loose immortal powerhouse had gone wrong. Father, don't worry about me. Do it. Demon Qingcheng was about to counterattack, but the old woman sealed all her auras. Sister. Devil Qingcheng and Devil Qingcheng AI were in a hurry. There was a sense between the sisters. They felt as if Devil Qingcheng was in pain. She's invading her sister. Devil Wuji was so angry that his face turned red. His daughter was the person he cared about the most. But now that Devil Qingcheng was in the other party's hands, he couldn't act at all. Badass. A lotus seal suddenly appeared on Lucky's forehead, and a black light instantly covered that fifth turn loose immortal. Huh? Zhang Yuanbai froze for a moment, and the old woman was surprisingly not in the least bit. The old woman and the others are all at a loss. What are you playing at? I'm not doing anything here. In the blink of an eye, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from the old woman. Her breath immediately disorganized, and Devil Wuji took the opportunity to save Devil Qingcheng. This luck, what's going on? The old woman's luck was taken hard and unlucky things came crashing down one after another. Spells backfire, bloodlines in disarray, bad luck, falling from the sky. Watching the old woman throw up and have diarrhea made everyone's heart grow fuzzy. Devil Qingcheng seized the moment and scattered his legs. Devil Wuji gently waved his hand and slapped his hand to his opponent's chest, directly slapping that person to the point where he lost his breath. Oops, that's a great move, isn't it? In fact, even if Devil Wuji didn't make up for the final blow, that unlucky spell would still be able to kill the other party. This is horrible. This is horrible. It doesn't matter how good you are or how lucky you are. I'll just take away your good fortune and leave you in trouble as soon as I strike. You can choke on water. Brother Jiang, this disciple of yours is extraordinary. Devil Wuji had already felt that this kid Lucky was not simple, and now he felt even more terrifying. Cultivation originally fights against heaven's destiny. Everyone has a fixed number. Once the chi is lost, then don't want to go against heaven to change their destiny. If something else can't kill you, the thunderbolt will kill you all at once. So did everyone else. Previously, when he sold his daughter, he called others Jiang brothers. But when he saw Lucky out, he changed his name to Jiang Daoyu. If you're in the jungle, you really have to pay your debts. He has escaped, but the bad luck is still with him. Let's hurry to him now. Zhang Yuanbai took Lucky with him and followed Devil Wuji as they flew over the Ice Spirit Lake. A formation fell from the sky and the entire lake was immediately covered. Fellow Taoist Zhang, your tactics are really good. I'm afraid this formation will trap even a loose immortal for a while. Devil Wuji looked at the ceiling formation that Zhang Yuanbai had casually thrown out and marveled in his heart. How powerful a formation master would have to be to make a formation disc of this level. Was the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect so powerful now? A small thing. With more and more good things in his hand, this kind of array disc was just an everyday item not worth mentioning. Sure enough, it's underneath the bottom of the icy lake. Below the originally calm Ice Spirit Lake began to boil. A stream of black gas rose up, as if something was stirring. This aura, it's an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Lucky's unlucky spell affects the main body through a sliver of his soul, and now there's hilarity. The strength has actually reached an 8th turn loose immortal. All of you back off and let me deal with it. Devil Wuji ordered everyone to retreat. The extraterrestrial heavenly devils were too aggressive, and if they were not careful, the whole army would be wiped out. Devil Sovereign, be careful. We'll help you defend the formation. Zhang Yuanbai and the others withdrew from the range of the formation, leaving the battlefield to Devil Wuji. Also a 9 revolutions loose immortal, Devil Wuji's strength was still inferior compared to Yi Ningxuan's, and the gap could be seen from his aura alone. It was just the right time to see how powerful a 9 revolutions scattered immortal was at full strength. An ear-piercing roar suddenly came from the Ice Spirit Lake, shocking the ears to the point of pain, and the penetrating power of the sound wave was displayed to the fullest at this time. A pair of huge bull horns lifted up a large amount of water, and a mountain like behemoth rushed out of the lake. It was pitch black all over, its shape was twisted beyond recognition, and other than the pair of bull horns, it was impossible to tell what it was. Boom! Thunder exploded. A thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and a huge eye snapped open in the sky. The lightning instantly destroyed Zhang Yuanbai's array plate and then struck that extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Zhang Yuanbai! That extraterrestrial heavenly demon roared angrily, then locked eyes with Zhang Yuanbai. What's going on here? Zhang Yuanbai was dumbfounded. Devil Wuji was also dumbfounded. Everyone was all dumbfounded. I was expecting to see a superb battle, but they all took their pants off and the fight was straight up over? What the hell is this? The twitching corners of everyone's mouths said it all. And the big eye in the sky was even more frightening. The Eye of Heaven. Legend had it that when the Eye of Heaven's Tao came out, it meant that an existence that Heaven's Tao did not approve of had appeared, and there would be Heaven's punishment descending and destroying everything. Now that the Eye of the Heavenly Way has destroyed that extraterrestrial heavenly devil, it has not disappeared. It is hard to. Everyone was staring at Lucky. That ability of Lucky to snatch luck and bring bad luck just now was simply provoking the heavenly Tao. Zhang Yuanbai clearly felt the Lucky around him shaking slightly, obviously under tremendous pressure. Don't be afraid, Master is here. Zhang Yuanbai stood in front of Lucky and stared at the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Tendo, back off. He stretched out one finger to point at the Eye of the Heavenly Tao without flinching. Fogweed. Dare to threaten the Heavenly Tao? The Heavenly Tao was a huge mountain above all cultivators that could not be surpassed. The road is relentless, but it will give some hope. The Heavenly Tao, however, is merciless and acts only according to instinct. To threaten it is simply to seek death. It's over. An awesome character is going to hang. A powerful force pressed down on the crowd, and it was clear that the Heavenly Tao was angry. Hey, oppression from the heavens? I could do with some of that whole thing. A sense of oppression also bubbled up around Zhang Yuanbai, surprisingly comparable to the oppression of the Heavenly Tao. Big brother, put away your skills. Devil Wuji felt like he had lived this life, the same cultivator. How could Zhang Yuanbai be so fierce, actually daring to fight the Heavenly Tao? You're so cool. Does your mom know? If Zhang Yuanbai survives today, you can have all 3 of his daughters. Son-in-law dares to fight hard with the Heavenly Tao. How honorable it is to say so. But obviously, no. Zhang Yuanbai and Lucky are definitely not alive today. Brother Zhang, if anything really happens to you, I'll raise all those disciples of yours as my daughters. Devil Wuji spoke with sincerity. Zhang Yuanbai had a helpless face and was too lazy to care about him. At this moment, he felt the corner of his coat being gently tugged by Lucky. He looked down, and Lucky's eyes were full of reluctance. Master, thank you. When Lucky finished, he stepped forward as if ready to meet his death. She wondered silently in her mind. Why had she come to this world? How in the world was she born? From the time she became conscious, her world was dark. It wasn't until that man appeared that she was shown the light and taught her so many things. Enough, really enough, she was content. Suddenly, a dusty memory surfaced in her mind. My master said that I would take you on a tour of the mountains and teach you to understand the world and feel the goodness of this world. Zhang Yuanbai's voice was icy cold, and a mysterious power flowed from his fingertips, as if the rules of heaven and earth were in his grasp. Eye of Heaven, stand down, he droned in a low voice. Since you're not leaving, don't blame me for being rude. With a flick of his hand, the behemoth-like Eye of the Heavenly Tao shattered into countless points of light that drifted down in the air. The surrounding heaven and earth aura instantly rose wildly, and everything looked like it had sucked up nutrients. This is too evil, isn't it? Devil Wuji watched with his mouth wide open as Zhang Yuanbai actually shattered the Eye of Heavenly Tao with a shout. This matter was completely beyond his imagination. 3 one-hit kill cards, 2 to go. Zhang Yuanbai spoke calmly, as if he didn't care about the one he had used up earlier. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. He said it with a particularly strong voice, carrying a power that made it impossible to refute. Just then, another super-large eye emerged from the sky, but this one was completely different from the previous Eye of the Heavenly Tao. It radiated a holy light, and that gaze was filled with all sorts of emotions: indifference, pity, friendliness, anger. This is the Eye of the Great Tao. Devil Wuji and the others almost didn't cry out, their voices shaking. How could this be a scene that an ordinary person could see? They were considered to have seen the legendary images with their own eyes. That's the end of it? Zhang Yuanbai frowned. That strike just now only targeted the Eye of Heavenly Tao and didn't actually affect the Great Tao of this heaven and earth. I didn't expect the Great Tao to personally show up to protect it. Chapter 59, Mantis catching cicada. He slowly raised his hand, his gaze sharp. If there's no road, then we'll make our own road. Road blocked? Then use your fists to smash it open. If you can't break it open, you can only say that your fists aren't hard enough. Haha. Slipped away pretty fast. The Eye of the Great Tao looked twice and disappeared, leaving a group of people looking at each other, completely puzzled. The Eye of the Great Tao had only been written about in ancient books, and no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. And although the Eye of the Heavenly Tao was rare, it had still appeared quite a few times in history. Brother Bai, you're too good, aren't you? Devil Wuji's name changed again, this time directly called Brother White. There's no way the Eye of the Heavenly Tao was shattered by Zhang Yuanbai, and the Eye of the Great Tao also ran away. What kind of background does this guy have? Is he the son of the Great Tao? He suddenly felt as if it wasn't a bad thing even if all three of his daughters went with Zhang Yuanbai. Zhang Yuanbai thought that Devil Wuji was quite an interesting person, with good looks and a speech that was comfortable to listen to. Now, the threat of heavenly demons from beyond the domain was growing. There were clearly heavenly demons of the scattered immortal realm lurking in the shadows, but they had been secretly accumulating power. Zhang Yuanbai was most worried about such hidden opponents, not afraid of them charging head-on, but afraid of them suddenly stabbing him in the back. There's nothing to fear from punks per se, it's the fact that they're smart, for all the same reasons. Everyone walked together deeper into the ice spirit lake. This cold was nothing to them, and they soon found a hidden formation. There were still a few heavenly demons in the formation, but their strength was average and they were quickly cleaned up. Thanks to Brother Zhang's help this time, or else our extreme sky demon sect would be in trouble, Devil Wuji said to Zhang Yuanbai. Zhang Yuanbai didn't care much about the title Brother Zhang. It didn't matter what he called himself. After things are done, we still have to go and talk to Yi Qingxian about the recent events. Those loose immortal level extraterrestrial heavenly demons are indeed quite troublesome. What exactly they are up to is beyond anyone's comprehension at the moment. We have to be careful and on guard. Brother Zhang, I have something I want to trouble you with. Devil Wuji asked Zhang Yuanbai to go to the extreme heavenly devil sect, and after being rejected, he pondered for a moment and spoke. Go ahead. If I were to be gone one day, could I ask you to help look after my 3 daughters? I only had children when I was older, and I'm most uneasy about them. Brother Zhang, you have great skills and a good character. I trust you. If that day really comes, they can always come to the Imperial Sky Sword sect to find me. Zhang Yuanbai nodded his head as a promise. He didn't say anything more as he summoned the fire phoenix and turned into a bright light and left. Too scary. Originally thought it was just a legend. After seeing it with my own eyes, I can't forget it in this life. Yeah, is this the strength of Nameless Peak Zhang Yuanbai? I'm afraid no one would believe it if this were to spread out. So how do we explain this now? The Eye of the Heavenly Tao was in this place, as long as people who practice cultivation could feel it, and those who were close could still see the image of the Eye of the Heavenly Tao exploding. Later, even the Eye of the Great Tao emerged, at this time to tell them the truth. Surely no one will believe, it is better to think of a way first. Is there still a need to explain? Just directly put the blame on the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Devil Wuji looked at the direction Zhang Yuanbai had gone and turned his head back. Senior, I have a headache. Lucky sat on the back of the fire phoenix, his face white and his lips bloodless, looking especially weak. She was lying in Zhang Yuanbai's arms, her brows furrowed tightly, obviously in real pain. What's going on? Wasn't it fine just now? Zhang Yuanbai's face sank all of a sudden. Could it be that the Eye of the Great Tao had messed up something when it left? Damn it. Master memories. So many memories. So painful. They are so painful. Lucky had already started to get confused. Zhang Yuanbai was relieved instead. According to Lucky, it seems to have awakened some memories, not a backlash from the heavenly Tao. In the future, she should never be allowed to use that kind of spell again, although the Doomfall is very powerful, but it will really attract the heavenly Tao. The card in her hand is only the last chance, so she must make good use of it. The Fire Phoenix returned to Frost City, and Zhang Yuanbai went straight to the teleportation array with Lucky in his arms. Peak Master Zhang, over there in the polar ice field. Now that everyone knew Zhang Yuanbai, they listened to him and stayed in the city. No one dared to run around. Now that they saw him return, everyone gathered around to ask about the situation. It's about their opportunities. It's okay, but be careful out there. Zhang Yuanbai didn't delay much and went straight away. Master, you're back. Back at Nameless Peak. Zhang Yuanbai happened to run into Wenro. With a happy smile on her face, Wenro jumped up and ran towards him, ready to replenish her master's energy. As a result, the next second, the smile on her face froze. Master, what's wrong with you? She pointed at Lucky in Zhang Yuanbai's arms with a trembling hand, and her speech stuttered a little. The color of his face became as white as frost. Could it be that junior sister took advantage of her absence and insisted on competing with her master, only to be beaten and bloodied all over her body? It's over, it's a big deal. When one was angry and hateful in her heart, and she only blamed herself for not being strong enough. If she was strong enough, she wouldn't be a big sister. She would have been a proper senior lady. Each lived his own life. They called the master mother, she called the master apprentice. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cold. Gentle was suddenly like a deflated ball. Jiang Yuanbai was too familiar with gentleness. This girl was starting to direct herself again. Aren't you tired? He sighed helplessly. His own disciple. He still had to hurt himself. Your little sister is just having a headache. She'll be fine in a couple days. Lucky hummed appropriately as well. Really? You didn't get injured in a competition with master? When Ro's eyes stared straight at Jiang Yuanbai, full of skepticism. What's in your little brain all day? Jiang Yuanbai emptied one of his hands and gave her a brain boom. Why don't you go and cultivate? You're the eldest senior sister. You have to set an example for the senior sisters. Master thinks highly of you. After saying that, he stroked her head in passing. He had a way of dealing with disciples. A little knock, a little sweetener, and finally a few words of encouragement. Done. Simple as that. Master thinks highly of me. Master expects so much from me. Master really likes me. It always felt like something wasn't quite right, but she reassured herself. As long as it's what the master said, then it must be right. Right, absolutely right. Cultivate and strive to be able to betray the master sooner. Gentle's vigor was immediately ignited, and without saying a word, he plunged headlong into the retreat room again. Jiang Yuanbai sighed in relief. Disciples are good, but they are really worrying. If he really let Gentle have the chance to betray his master, he would probably have to be exhausted. It is often said that there are many tired oxen and little plowed land. After bringing Lucky back to the cave and tucking her in, Jiang Yuanbai didn't leave. He knew that Yi Qingxian would definitely come to his door to look for him. As expected, it wasn't long before Yi Qingxuan's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Come in. Yi Qingxian steps into the cave. What's wrong with this girl? Yi Qingxian couldn't help but ask as she looked at Lucky, who was blushing and frowning. As one of the few people who understood how terrifying Lucky was, she was particularly concerned about Lucky. It wasn't just for herself, but also for the entire Imperial Sky Sword sect. Jiang Yuanbai told the story in detail, and Yi Qingxuan's frown deepened. The situation is even worse than I expected. I'm afraid that it's not just the extreme heavenly demon sect that's being eroded. Other holy lands and small sects might not be able to escape. They infiltrated slowly and planned well. There must be someone high up behind the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. You think so? Jiang Yuanbai nodded. He also felt that things were not simple. The connection behind this was too tight, and if it wasn't for Lucky, even he wouldn't have been able to see it. Perhaps Lucky existed to fight against the extraterrestrial heavenly demons. There seemed to be a special connection between Jiang Yuanbai and Lucky. However, it's best to stop using this girl's curse ability. I don't know why this time, but the eye of the heavenly Tao suddenly exploded and the eye of the great Tao was withdrawn. But I always felt that things weren't simple. Jiang Yuanbai didn't say that the eye of the heavenly Tao was broken by him. No one would believe this kind of thing even if he said it. The life-saving things are taken out only at critical moments. I've warned her, but the way she's acting, I guess she remembered something. Maybe when she comes to her senses, things will be clear. It can only be like this.
Ye Vingguan nodded.
No matter what happens, you can trust the Imperial Sky Sword sect and trust me. After sending Yi Qingxian away, Jiang Yuanbai had been accompanying Lucky in the cave. Lucky slept for 2 days before waking up. Master, I am. Jiang Yuanbai gently stroked Lucky's hair, soft and smooth. Master, I've done so many bad things and caused so many people to hold a grudge against me. Lucky's voice was full of guilt. I think of the old days, when I had nothing but darkness in my eyes and so many beings fell before me. People called me doom and said I was unlucky, that heaven and earth would not allow me. Actually, I'm just following my feelings. Master, I was wrong. Jiang Yuanbai's voice was like magic, and the shadows in Lucky's heart gradually dispersed. You're right, because you're not the tool you once were. You're now uniquely lucky to be the real you. In the future, if someone asks you to do something you don't want to do, you need to learn to say no. The past is the past. You are now starting fresh with a promising future. A bright light flashed in Lucky's eyes as she hugged Jiang Yuanbai's neck tightly and said, "Master, thank you." "Master, I have a question to ask." Gentle encountered a difficult problem while practicing and was about to go ask her master for advice when she saw Lucky hugging Jiang Yuanbai. She was furious, her fists clenched. "Senior sister, Senior is mine." She tried to pull Lucky away, but found that she couldn't pull at all, the power differential obvious. "I'm sorry, Senior sister, but Senior is mine too." Lucky doesn't budge in the slightest. Once haunted by her past, now that the knot is out of her heart, all she can think about is her master. She was completely captured by her master. Yes, once she dared not disobey. The only person she couldn't refuse now was her master. This little man is particularly amusing. Jiang Yuanbai's head was killing him. This was a request to die for. "Do you two really think I'm transparent?" He didn't even want to wash that face. "Kneel there for me." Gentle and Lucky crouched on the floor in unison, glaring at each other. Jiang Yuanbai made them understand what it meant to honor their teacher, and that their master's authority should never be lost. "Master, I was wrong. I just like you too much." Gentle's eyes were wet, and the tears in his eyes were straight up heartbreaking. Lucky sticks his neck out and puts on an "I'm right" face. "Lucky, you tell me?" Jiang Yuanbai stared at Lucky, and as long as she bowed her head a little and admitted her mistake, he gave the opportunity to step down. "Master, you taught me to say no to what I don't want. It's a fact that I like you. I admit it." Jiang Yuanbai covered his forehead, feeling that he was asking for trouble. "When I first taught her, I never thought that the brick I threw out would end up hitting my own foot. Sinners, all of them. There just aren't many of them that you can save yourself from. At least Mu Wan Heir and Mu Wan Wan were a bit more normal. Feng Jutian and Lu Meyer. Thank God. Thank God. I'm punishing you all for a month's seclusion. Stay properly in the cave and cut out the fancy stuff. Master, spare my life." Gentle and pitiful. "A day without seeing Master is like months apart. How can I live without you, Master?" "Lucky will listen." Lucky nodded his head in agreement. A month of seclusion was nothing to her. It was over in the blink of an eye after a nap. She didn't even know how many years she had slept. Jiang Yuanbai turned around and left without even looking back. Only when he got out of the cave did he suddenly realize, "This is my cave, what else is there to run out for? Forget it, let them be. Master's bed, it's mine law." Lucky didn't say a word and directly lay on Jiang Yuanbai's bed, deciding that no one would touch her this month. Not even if the sky fell, her mind was made up. "Go, go, go, Master's bed is mine." Gentle wanted to pounce and grab it, but was stopped by an invisible wall. Lucky's strength is super powerful. She is the incarnation of the law. Gentle is no match at all. What's the point of being strong? Sooner or later I'll surpass you all, and let you know that the master can only be mine. When Ro was so angry that she grinded her teeth. So she sat down cross-legged and turned all her grievances into cultivation motivation. How on earth did Jiang Yuanbai take in disciples? Each and every one of them is so strange. There was Feng Jutian in front of him who was too strong to be true. Another Lucky popped up in the background with even more unfathomable strength. It would be hilarious if they were surpassed by Mu Wan Heir and Mu Wan Wan one day. Cultivate. Cultivate. I super love Cultivate. Cultivate loves me too. After leaving the cave, Jiang Yuanbai actually didn't know what to do for a moment. He found his days particularly uninteresting, going through the motions and doing nothing. Why did you take disciples in the first place? Is it to get stronger? What about after you get stronger? When one is alone, his heart is like growing grass, and all the things that Jiang Yuanbai hadn't given much thought to before are now bubbling up. He had only one thing to ask. Why? Yuanbai. Something big has happened. Come and help. Liuli's panicked voice came from the transmission note. Jiang Yuanbai was originally sitting in the gazebo, sipping tea from spirit bubbles while flipping through an ancient book. This was the 6th day that he had locked Gentle and Lucky in the small dark room. Everyone has their own way of life. During this period of time, he also didn't bother to brush up on the daily quests. The rewards weren't even that high, but as soon as he paused for a while, the rewards would immediately shoot up to thousands of times. A smart person learns to take advantage of the loopholes in the game. Again, the card system rewards can't be missed. Right now, he had no shortage of ordinary resources, and if he wanted high-level resources he would have to have a higher reward percentage. In that case, might as well take a break and wait for the multiplier to go up. What's the situation? We were attacked on our way back, and while fleeing we accidentally broke into the forbidden forest of Sumeru, and now I can transmit sound to you, but we can't find north at all. The forbidden land of Sumeru's forest was within the boundaries of the Holy Spirit Mountain. The 10 Holy Lands were the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect, the Floating Slaughter Holy Land, the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Extreme Heavenly Devil Sect, the Silent Ghost Sect, the Spirit Mountain, the Extreme Dao Weaponry Sect, the Eternal Dan Sect, the Misty Holy Land, and the 10,000 Paths Sect, which had long since announced that it would no longer show its face. Zhang Yuanbai has nothing good to say about the Spirit Mountain. Those monks talk all day long. In fact, they are all a look of hypocrisy. Aomame, come with me. Qingmei was proficient in spatial laws. The space in the forest of Sumeru was so chaotic that even a profoundly cultivated transitional stage expert would get lost. And at this time, Qingmei's spatial laws would definitely come in handy. I thought you had forgotten all about her. A scent wafted in, and Aomame was wearing a dress with a little grumble in her eyes. Hello. But Zhang Yuanbai didn't say anything. The situation is urgent. Now follow me to the forest of Sumeru. Zhang Yuanbai took out a bunch of talismans from the system's warehouse, all of which were 9th-order reversal talismans. With their cultivation, even if they rushed over there with all their might, with the help of the spatial teleportation array, it would still take them several days to arrive. By that time, the yellow flowers will be cold. The reversal talisman can reverse space and cross 1,000,000 miles in a single step, making it a life-saving artifact among talismans. Zhang Yuanbai actually didn't want to use it at all this time. You're really putting up a fight. Qingmei put away her playful expression and her face became serious. Zhang Yuanbai was so serious. Things were definitely not simple. Tell me on the way. Zhang Yuanbai activated the talisman without saying a word, and space seemed to overlap, and although they appeared to still be in the same place, they had actually crossed 1,000,000 miles. Their figures slowly disappeared as space returned to normal. It's too fast. The man doesn't leave the house without a word in advance. Yi Qingxian happened to see this scene and was a bit helpless. Every time Zhang Yuanbai went out, he would cause big problems, as if trouble was always chasing him. Or you could say that he always ran into trouble without realizing it. This time, without mentioning a specific place, he let those Taishang elders quietly stand guard, ready to help. They've 80% gone to the forest of Sumeru. A bright light flashed in Shen Miaoi's eyes. Zhenzhou, I go to. Well, this forest of Sumeru, even old monsters of the transition realm would get lost when they go in. I think there's something not quite right about this. Qingmei listened to Zhang Yuanbai's explanation, and in her heart, she always felt that there was something strange somewhere. There's no time to figure out what's right or wrong now. We'll talk about it when we get there. Zhang Yuanbai had a backstroke in his hand and wasn't afraid to suffer. Besides, this Sumeru no Mori. There was an unexplained glint in his eye, and a bit of viciousness. The peak master of the last generation of Nameless Peak, that is, his master, once broke through the forest of Sumeru, and as a result, the soul jade plate was broken, indicating that the person was gone. Master died in the forest of Sumeru, and he didn't want his disciple to follow in his footsteps. Before the strength is poor, now it is the right opportunity to take this opportunity to figure out how the master died. The talismans were burned one by one, and in less than half a day's work, Zhang Yuanbai and Qingmei entered the boundaries of Spirit Mountain. The temples here are standing majestically. There is no fighting, only peace and tranquility. The people live without worry, as if it is a heaven on earth. The sounds of chanting and saluting the Buddha rose and fell, and the sound and conviction entwined together, coalescing into a solemn phantom of a kindly-eyed Buddha above Spirit Mountain. These monks are netting some falsehoods. Qingmei bristled with contempt. The world knows that Spirit Mountain is pretending, and that these believers are nothing more than puppets of others. Amitabha Buddha, the two monks have a destiny with our Buddha. How about joining Spirit Mountain and believing in our Buddha? A big, chubby monk held a Zen staff, half smiling with a smile on his face. Sure enough, the moment I entered the Spirit Mountain, I was targeted by you guys. Zhang Yuanbai's tone was cold. The Spirit Mountain was fully covered by the power of faith, and every movement they made was in the eyes of others. Secrets? In this Spirit Mountain, where is there any secret to hide? The world belongs to our Buddha, and there is no hiding in the Buddha's land. Two monks, why are you so stubborn? Quickly convert to our Buddha. The fat monk spoke with seduction and began to chant on his lips. A bunch of phony, hypocritical liars. Without saying a word, Qingmei slammed her fist over. But before her fist could reach the fat monk, the other party turned into a cloud of blood mist and exploded. A peak Mahayana expert was so easily lost. Sure enough, There's a problem. The fat monk had just blown up when the Buddha statue silhouette in the distance over the spirit mountain suddenly opened its eyes permeated with pity. Entering my spirit mountain and killing my Buddhist disciples. Demons must be removed. The sky darkened violently, and a large golden palm covered the sky, leaving nowhere to escape. The entire spirit mountain was someone else's territory, on someone else's home turf. They were completely unable to run away. Qing Mei's spatial laws didn't work. All space was sealed by this giant palm. A slap to the face. With Spirit Mountain at the center, they had no way out. Zhang Yuanbai had already guessed in his heart. But what was going on had to be tried by himself to be sure. It was reasonable that the forest of Sumeru should stop all outsiders outside, but it was a bit strange that Luri could still contact with a sound transmission note. When he arrived at the Spirit Mountain, Zhang Yuanbai could clearly sense the location of Mu Waner and Mu Wanwan. The two of them seemed to be separated, but they were both in the forest of Sumeru. This must be a conspiracy. It's the Spirit Mountain that's behind this. Zhang Yuanbai extended his hand, intending to make a move. Monk, it's been years since I've seen you, and you're still the same, no progress at all. A lotus flower emerged above Zhang Yuanbai and Qingmei's heads, and that incredibly powerful hand was gently blocked. A figure slowly walked out from the void, first revealing a slender, straight thigh with smooth skin like beautiful jade, as if it had walked out of a painting. Zhen Pai, leave this to me. Sure show. Go do what you want to do. Zhang Yuanbai nodded, and with a wave of the Xian Miao clothes, the previously sealed space immediately unraveled. Qing Mei flashed into the void with Zhang Yuanbai. Monk, tell me, why do you want to deal with Yuanbai? Your clan's relationship is quite good. In this void, Qing Mei couldn't help but lament that everywhere else was all hook and line, using every trick in the book for the sake of profit. The old ancestor of the Imperial Sky Sword sect had personally stepped in to protect Zhang Yuanbai. When Zhang Yuanbai went out, no one knew about it except her. This shows how important Zhang Yuanbai is. It's our clan. Zhang Yuanbai changed his statement. To be honest, he himself didn't expect Shen Miaoi to follow him all the way. He was so fast with the talisman that the other party was actually able to keep up. It seems that this master ancestor isn't a savior either. She wasn't worried about the other side at all. We're being watched. After all, it wasn't their own territory, and Qing Mei quickly sensed that several scents had locked onto them. These people should all be experts from Spirit Mountain. Don't worry. They can't get through. Just head in this direction. Zhang Yuanbai pulled out a small ball, which released a ray of light that wrapped the two of them inside. This hidden god bead can block the detection of the immortals, so we're not afraid of anything in the mortal world. Since the Spirit Mountain's people could find them, he would simply make it so that they could never find themselves again. Spirit Mountain, if I know you're up to something bad, I'll have to skin you. It was obvious that the other party didn't have good intentions, and Zhang Yuanbai wasn't a cutie pie. With a little thought, I realized that the other party was playing fishing law enforcement. In that case, let's see who is the real fishing master. Chapter 60, The Master of Picking Up. The Forest of Sumeru, a forest with no visible edges, with a white mist shrouding it, forming a natural barrier that could keep all divine scents out. The trees were so tall that they blocked out the sky, and with only the occasional ghostly light leaking through, the place was eerily quiet. This place was known as the Forbidden Land because it was so dangerous that not even a loose immortal could necessarily come out alive. Are we really going in? Qing Mei looked at the white blanket in front of her. Even she didn't dare to guarantee that she would be able to come out of the forest of Sumeru safely. This place was like an abyss, burying everyone who recklessly trespassed in. What's scared? If you're not afraid, what am I afraid of? After the two of them walked out of the space, Zhang Yuanbai also turned off the effect of the hidden god bead, so he just walked into the fog of the forest of Sumeru with a big grin. They really broke into the Forbidden Land. I guess it's not coming back. Feeling those two's aura disappear in the forest of Sumeru, a few powerful characters appeared where they stood before. What should we do? Should we go in? Take it easy. This crazy person really dares to break into the forest of Sumeru. Send some men to look around the perimeter. Maybe it's just a bluff. The leaves were sparse overhead and some sunlight filtered down. It wasn't dark in the forest of Sumeru. Rather, it was quite bright, and the small flowers and grasses on the ground were glowing, illuminating the surroundings. Divine sense was of no use at all, so I could only rely on my eyes to see. There are old trees everywhere blocking the view, so it's too limiting just to see by eye. Whoosh! Suddenly there was a sharp sound, and the short knife in Qingmei's hand appeared all at once, and in a flash of cold light, a pink tongue was cut off. Immediately afterward, the short blade turned into a ray of light and accurately passed through a chameleon-like beast in a tree not far away. This is a camouflage lizard of the Mahayana realm. Even without using divine sense to probe, an ordinary transition realm expert might be successful in its sneak attack. The camouflaged lizard is about the size of an ordinary dog or cat, but don't think that just because it's small it's not much of a threat. You'd be wrong. Its tongue is highly poisonous, and as long as a cultivator of the Mahayana realm touches it a little bit, his whole body will immediately lose energy and be slaughtered. Why did those 2 disciples of yours come to the forest of Sumeru? I can sense their location. It really is in the forest of Sumeru. These 2 disciples, one was at the heavenly fate level and the other was even at the heavenly Tao's own level. Both were super lucky people. Zhang Yuanbai wasn't really too worried about their safety. But the key is the glaze. After all, she was a partner, and Zhang Yuanbai couldn't find out where she was through the system, so he could only find the 2 disciples first. Just keep your eyes peeled and I'll try to protect you. Don't worry about me. The space here is particularly chaotic. See if you can find a peaceful place, and then we can find our way out through that location. Zhang Yuanbai's plan was well thought out. There were endless tree trunks all around and a green foliage overhead. It was dangerous to fly through the air here, and there was no telling what horrors lurked in the fog overhead. The safest way is still to walk. This is an 8th order falling cloud fruit. Under a tree, a small tree glowing with a shimmering light, 2 small white fruits hanging from it were particularly conspicuous. The falling cloud fruit was a key material for refining the 8 orifices Linglong Dan, and was worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Although the forbidden land was dangerous, there were many opportunities. Be careful. Elixirs have guardian beasts. Zhang Yuanbai reminded as he looked around, and just as Qingmei reached out to pick the fruit, he immediately grabbed her hand and pulled it back forcefully. Exclamation point! Qingmei's face instantly reddened, and when she looked up, she could only see Zhang Yuanbai's chin and side face. Didn't you used to be quite careful? Why are you so adventurous now? Zhang Yuanbai was speechless. He had just reminded her to be careful, but it turned out that she was planning to pick the fruit with her empty hands. This was a forbidden place. I still remember the first time I met her. She set a dozen traps in the cave and had to blow up the entire cave before she left. What a careful man. How did he become like this now? Humph. Qingmei struggled out of Zhang Yuanbai's arms, the blush on her face still fresh. She wasn't too young to have experienced this, and she was shy and annoyed. Being single and surrounded by silence, it's hard not to get carried away. What do you use your aura for? Zhang Yuanbai flicked his fingers and his aura transformed into an invisible hand, easily picking 2 falling cloud fruits. Just then, a green spider the size of a fingernail poked its head out from behind a leaf, its little eyes full of doubt. Where's my big fruit? Why is it gone? Streaming cloud spiders. Qingmei was a bit embarrassed. After coming to the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect for a few days, she had completely relaxed and her entire being was mesmerized by Zhang Yuanbai's charm. Indeed, it was her own carelessness. The flowing cloud spider usually didn't actively attack people, but if it accidentally touched it, the terrifying toxicity couldn't even be withstood by a great cultivator of the ferrying stage, and it would directly fall to the ground. The forest of Sumeru was truly a forbidden place, with dangers everywhere, and the slightest inattention would lead to a trap. Be careful. I don't want you to die like that. Is he concerned about me?
青梅的脸又红了，心里偷笑，嘿嘿，嘿嘿嘿，除了修炼还是修炼，道侣之间的小浪漫，他倒是听说过的。
How many nights have it been difficult to sleep alone? It's a long night and I can't sleep, so I have to find my own fun. Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Yuanbai really wanted to give her a slap on the head. Ever since he took in Lu Meier as a disciple and had the skill of being born with a charming bone, he couldn't move without mesmerizing people. There was nothing he could do about it. He didn't want to just seduce anyone, but he couldn't hide this seductive attribute, so he could only let go completely. We've been tossing and turning for half a day now, and we don't even have a clear direction. It feels like we've been going in circles. Another terrifying aspect of the forest of Sumeru was that the scenery in front of him was too familiar. Without divine sense to show the way, staring at the same scenery all the time would make one feel like they had been marching in the same place and hadn't gone far at all. Once caught in this deadly cycle, consciousness will also slowly become fuzzy. After spending time in such a high-pressure environment, an ordinary person would have collapsed long ago. Don't be careless. Watch your surroundings. Jiang Yuanbai knocked Qingmei's head again, realizing that he had recently become addicted to knocking his head. The effect is marvelous, especially on one's own disciples, who are simply killed in a single blow. Touchdown reward? Let's change it to a head knock. Crisp-sounding head at first listen. Jiang Yuanbai also felt that this environment was a bit boring, and he encountered quite a few problems along the way, but they were all easily solved by them, giving the impression that the Forbidden Land was no big deal. Precisely because of this feeling, it was all the more important to be vigilant. Mu Wan heir, who was close to him. Jiang Yuanbai is most relieved that Mu Wan, this girl always loves to follow her senior sister. I have to say that she is so lucky that people are jealous. So lucky that even the law of bad luck has to give way. A little Lilicon fighting a teenage girl? Seems interesting. Jiang Yuanbai suddenly understood why when Lucky and Mu Wan first met. The two of them were like angry kittens. These two were born enemies. Could they not be angry? What are you laughing at? Qingmei stared at Jiang Yuanbai suspiciously. He was already handsome. His sword brows and starry eyes? Handsome. The corners of his mouth were simply killing him. Qingmei felt a little giddy. No, why is it that I have no fixation in front of him, and I'm always attracted to him? Could it be that I really like him? They hadn't spent much time together, and it hadn't produced a day-to-day relationship. Ouch! Qingmei ran headlong into Jiang Yuanbai's back and rubbed her nose, thinking to herself that she was walking properly. Why did she suddenly stop? Something's wrong. What's wrong? This isn't quite normal. I haven't seen any demonic beasts hiding nearby. Qingmei looked around. By the way, in the thigh hard pinch a hand. The heart muttered. What is going on? People become confused. In the end, who let me become this? Stop it. Isn't it always like this? Qingmei's brows furrowed as she carefully sensed it. Indeed, it's too quiet. There were birds chirping before, but now there's no sound whatsoever. There's definitely something wrong with that. We may have stepped into the territory of someone powerful. Those awesome characters usually don't have much living around them. The fact that it was so quiet now only meant that they might have strayed into some powerful territory. I can't sense the breath at all. Qingmei's face was grave. She was already in the middle stage of the ferrying cultivation, and she also knew the laws of space. Even if the loose immortals came, she could still escape. But the space of the Sumeru forest was chaotic, and if she tore through the space indiscriminately, she might be ripped to pieces by the turbulence. Dum 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 dum. In this silent place, the only thing audible was the sound of each other's heartbeats. Keep an eye out for that tree up ahead. Jiang Yuanbai cruised around with his divine eyes and quickly locked onto an old tree. The old tree of the forest of Sumeru had survived for hundreds of millions of years and was full of vitality, and its body was sturdy, so even an all-out strike from the harmonization stage would be difficult to injure it. But one of the old trees looked particularly odd to him while the others were full of vigor. It was full of blood and was obviously camouflaged. Qingmei heard the reminder and also felt that the tree was not right. Although the blood chi was not exposed, several skeletons were scattered around. She gathered a spirit blade and swung it down without hesitation. The spirit blade broke through the air and was about to hit the old tree when countless vines suddenly appeared on the ground, instantly crushing the spirit blade. Vines emerged from the dirt like tiny snakes and wrapped themselves around them in circles. Wow! 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 Jiang Yuanbai quickly threw out 2 shiny golden dragon talismans, and 2 strands of dragon chi blocked in front of them like shields, as if there were really dragons screaming. This guy! It's hilarious. Surrounded by the vines of large trees, densely packed, if someone with a dense phobia saw it, he or she would probably pass out directly from fear. The large tree didn't attack right away, obviously trying out their skills. Through the gaps between the vines, they could see clearly that a face slowly appeared above the large tree, with 1,000 strange expressions, looking particularly frightening. A monster from ancient times, the Thousand Faces ghost tree, or the kind that had just begun to transmute, the guy who stayed in its territory, even an expert who was about to succeed in transmuting wouldn't dare to mess around. This is bad. I can't beat it at all. They were now surrounded by the forces of the Thousand Faces ghost tree, and the vines had wrapped around the golden dragon protective shield, and had been slowly eroding it, and couldn't hold on much longer. The Thousand Faces ghost tree can't move. I'll split a path for you and you deal with it. Jiang Yuanbai took out a large axe that was as green in color as the lake water, cutting down trees of course with this kind of tool. This feels like something from the immortal world. Qingmei was surprised at how many secrets Jiang Yuanbai was hiding. He seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of treasures. Cultivation spells out these good things. Jiang Yuanbai is like a pot of treasure that never fills up. Never seen him depleted. Is it proper to let me use this great axe? Even though it was something from the immortal world, Qingmei still didn't feel too comfortable. You want a gentle girl to take such a big guy, it's too much, right? Use this great axe or become a sustenance for the 1,000-faced ghost tree. Your choice. Now at a time like this, you still care about the image. Jiang Yuanbai's eyes are strange. You would not be like this before. Why are you staring at me all the time? Can't I just not use it? Say no, but be honest in your actions. Eomaim began to refine the large amber-colored axe into her own weapon. And with the shield holding up for the time being, she wasn't nervous at all. Done. Get ready. I'm going to do it. Come on, head to head. Looking at Jiang Yuanbai's eyes that looked like he was looking at a fool, Qingmei lightly coughed. What, are you not satisfied? I just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Don't they let people liven things up anymore? Jiang Yuanbai didn't say anything and pulled out a golden bow and arrow from his arms, which was surrounded by immortal qi as if it was a golden rock spreading its wings. Watch your chances. Jiang Yuanbai pulled the bowstring full and shot an arrow out, pointing straight at the vitals. A golden rock spread its wings and flew out, charging forward, and the vines were instantly torn apart and turned into wood chips. Although Jiang Yuanbai couldn't fully utilize the power of an immortal weapon, it wasn't something that the 1,000 Faces ghost tree could easily resist. Layer upon layer of vines were torn apart by Jin Peng, and the various faces of the 1,000 Faces ghost tree showed expressions of anger as countless vines surrounded it, forming a wooden wall, trying to block all attacks. Whoops! The golden rock let out a roar and slammed into the 1,000 Faces ghost tree's defense. It's now. A hole was opened, revealing the trunk of the 1,000 Faces ghost tree. Qingmei followed closely behind, swinging his giant axe and spinning it down. The immortal axe landed on that 1,000 Faces ghost tree, and the thousands of human faces instantly let out ear-piercing screams, and blood gushed out from their mouths and noses like a river breaking the dike, which couldn't be stopped. Break me! Qingmei shouted, his entire body bursting out from his arms as his immortal axe slashed horizontally, completely slicing apart the trunk and roots of the tree. The 1,000-faced ghost tree, dead. Qingmei pulled out a blood-red spirit stone from its center and handed it to Jiang Yuanbai. Here. This is the blood crystal of the 1,000 Faces ghost tree. You keep it. Jiang Yuanbai waved his hand, unconcerned. All the essence of the 1,000 Faces ghost tree was concentrated in this blood crystal. Whether it was used to make pills or weapons, it was a very valuable material. The most coveted thing was the life force in the blood crystal. As long as someone below the transitional juncture realm absorbed it, they could immediately extend their lifespan by 1,000 years. It doesn't sound like a particularly large amount, but for those old monsters who are about to live to the end of their lives, it's a dream come true. As for alternatives, Jiang Yuanbai casually took a look at the stock in his warehouse. Piled as high as a small mountain, there was no shortage at all. This place even has the existence of the species of the ancient remnant. It really is a forbidden land, true to its name. Qingmei couldn't help but lament. No wonder it was said that even a loose immortal would be at a disadvantage if he came. If it weren't for Jiang Yuanbai beside her, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold her own. Jiang Yuanbai smiled and didn't say anything. This kind of small matter wasn't even worth mentioning in his eyes. It looks dangerous, but in reality it's no big deal. After all, he came with heavenly good fortune, and his luck was so outrageous that many dangers went around him, and he was able to stumble upon something as rare as a 1,000-year-old ghost wood. The two of them continued their journey, and although Qingmei was occasionally attracted to Jiang Yuanbai, she spent most of her time vigilantly observing her surroundings. She wouldn't dare take it lightly now. It was just that the man beside her was so conspicuous. It's been 2 days since we left and we're still not there? After 2 days of seeing the same scenery, Qingmei felt that she could hardly stand it. It should be soon. Jiang Yuanbai estimated Mu Wanner's location and felt that it wouldn't take long to arrive. They were already rushing at full speed, and all the troubles on the road were easily solved by him. There were Transition Realm wolves in front of them and Transition Realm evil spirits behind them. Jiang Yuanbai picked up his immortal bow and solved them easily with one arrow. The Forbidden Land is dangerous? I'm sorry, but I'm a Euro King plus Kryptonian bigot, so who are you to fight me? Qingmei looked at Jiang Yuanbai's side face, and a bold idea suddenly popped up in her heart. Perhaps it was really possible to follow this man to break through the forest of Sumeru. It's just up ahead. Jiang Yuanbai sensed that Mu Wanner's breath was nearby, but what was in front of him was still a wooded meadow, completely invisible. Does it feel wrong? Qingmei looked around and didn't find anything strange, but she reached out with her fingers and lightly touched the air in front of her. There seems to be something strange about the space here. Qingmei closed her eyes and felt it carefully. She was very knowledgeable about the laws of space and soon discovered the anomaly. A light flashed in Zhang Yuanbai's eyes and he also sensed the secret. This space is an illusion, but there's another layer of space covering it. Qingmei looked at Zhang Yuanbai, waiting for him to make a decision. Broken. Zhang Yuanbai saw through the truth of this place with a glance, and after determining that there was no danger, Qingmei immediately made her move and tore open a crack with the power of space. As soon as the two of them entered, the scenery around them immediately became completely different. There was a bronze tower in front of him, with sword energy rising straight up into the sky and countless flying swords rotating around it. Below the tower, a young girl sat cross-legged, eyes closed in concentration. The whole person was like a sharp sword unsheathed, sharp and incomparable. The sound of them tearing through space shook her ears, and that young girl suddenly opened her eyes, a sharp sword aura erupting from her eyes, her white skirt windless. Master, what brings you here? This young girl was Mu Wanner, who was filled with shock, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She stayed here for an unknown period of time, and time passed exceptionally fast. Zhang Yuanbai licked his lips with his tongue, realizing that the terrifying sword intent within Mu Wanner's body had obviously initially grasped the laws of the sword. A natural sword bone was truly different. She didn't pursue realms and only focused on sword arts. The current Mu Wanner was so strong that it was frightening. Worthy of being the heroine of destiny, everyone else entered the Forbidden Land to die 9 deaths, while she was here to rapidly improve her strength. I heard you were in danger, so I came looking for you specifically. Zhang Yuanbai gently touched Mu Wanner's head, a hint of heartache in his tone. It must be lonely to stay here alone. Mastermind. Mu Wanner's heart was filled with thoughts. Before she met Zhang Yuanbai, her life was full of malice, and only Mu Wanwan stayed by her side. At that time, there was only Mu Wanwan in her heart. But now, that figure was becoming clearer and clearer. While Ilya is making a big splash in the Central Plains, between Mu Wanner and Mu Wanwan, Zhang Yuanbai appears to be at ease. Heir, what's going on? Master teacher. Here's the thing. Mu Wanner began to recount their experiences during this time. After they participated in the 10-sect assembly, when they were passing through Spirit Mountain, they were suddenly attacked by a devil cultivator at the transitional stage. Their flying boat was destroyed, and Lili forcefully tore open the space to take them to escape. In the end, the 3 of them separated after entering the Sumeru secret realm, and she came here by chance, but she could never return. She sensed the extraordinary nature of the sword tower, so she stayed here to cultivate, convinced that as long as she was strong enough, she would be able to get out. In the process of sensing, she suddenly realized that sword cultivators should go forward, so why should they pursue realms? Why couldn't they just cultivate sword arts? Heaven and earth are swords, all things are swords, and I am the sword. Zhang Yuanbai frowned as he looked at Qingmei. The words Spirit Mountain and Devil Cultivator seemed strange when put together. He knew everything within the boundaries of the Spirit Mountain, and once a demonic cultivator entered the Spirit Mountain, he would immediately be discovered and would not be able to do anything at all. Devil cultivators at the transitional stage were indeed very strong, but Spirit Mountain was guarded by a Buddha of the 9 revolutions of the scattered immortals, and a devil cultivator at the transitional stage coming in would be a dead end. However, Spirit Mountain did not act, and even laid a heavy hand on Zhang Yuanbai after he arrived. There was definitely a problem here. Master, this sword tower is extraordinary. I can't take it away, but with your ability you can definitely take it away. Mu Wanner opened her mouth and said that she had tried to refine the sword tower many times but failed. Although the sword tower didn't harm her, she couldn't get close to it easily. The corners of Zhang Yuanbai's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, "You really think highly of me. This is an immortal artifact, not just any immortal artifact. It's an immortal emperor-level artifact on the same level as the human emperor streamer." Zhang Yuanbai didn't say much, only that the pressure of the heavenly Tao around him was immediately released. He reached out and grabbed, the rules of the sword Tao flowing between his palms, directly driving the entire sword tower. "Hurry over!" Clang, clang, clang. The flying swords around the sword tower began to vibrate crazily, and the tower shook with them. Interesting. Zhang Yuanbai was just trying it out, but he didn't expect it to really have an effect. He increased his strength, and the flying swords around the sword tower flew into the tower, and the sword tower began to slowly become smaller, and finally shrunk to the size of a palm, floating in his hand. This is too good. Qingmei looked dumbfounded. Jiang Yuanbai was like an endless abyss in her eyes, refreshing her thoughts again and again. The power of this sword tower was simply astonishing, and the wafting immortal aura alone was proof of how special it was. Worthy of being a forbidden place, it was surprising that it hid a complete immortal weapon, and it even let this little girl stumble upon it. Her luck was too good to be true. Master, I knew you could definitely do it. Mu Wanner's eyes shone brightly, filled with admiration. Worthy of being her master teacher. Too powerful. Simply love it. Master. A happy voice, indistinguishable from a male or female, came from the sword tower. The sword tower has a spirit. I'm not your master, she is. Immortal emperor weapons are powerful? Jiang Yuanbai smiled contemptuously and casually threw the sword tower to Mu Wanner, as if the immortal emperor artifact was a waste in his eyes. Big bang, big bang. The host gifted his disciple the sword emperor pagoda and received a 10,000-fold return of the holy weapon, the immortal Punisher sword. Jiang Yuanbai was calm on the surface, but he was smiling in his heart. A sacred artifact. This was an existence more powerful than an immortal artifact. The immortal Punisher sword was suspended in Jiang Yuanbai's sea of consciousness, nourished by the power of the sword Dao rules. The immortal execution sword, I wonder if it has any relation to the legendary Taoist Tong Tian. If he could really gather all 4 immortal execution swords, he might be able to try that legendary immortal execution sword formation that only 4 saints could break. Another undercard. Although he could only utilize less than 1/10,000th of the power of the immortal Punisher sword right now, it was already enough. Senior, this is too precious. I can't take it. Mu Wan'er had spent so much time with the sword tower that she naturally knew how good it was. Master teacher had treated her so well and was the one who showed her hope. So of course such a treasure should be reserved for master teacher. Look at that. What a know-it-all kid. That's what a normal master-disciple relationship is all about. Jiang Yuanbai couldn't help but think of gentleness and luck. Alas, sinners, truly sinners. Have you ever seen me take back anything I gave away? Since you're the one who found it, it's meant to be with you. Little tower, still not recognizing the master. Jiang Yuanbai looked at Xiaota with a threat in his eyes. I am an immortal emperor artifact, the pinnacle of the sword Dao, with billions of swords hidden in my body. A treasure that all sword cultivators can only dream of. And you don't even want me. I'm the strongest sword cultivator treasure in the world. The small tower hummed. Jiang Yuanbai had realized the perfect sword Dao rules at a young age, and only by following him could the small tower exert its maximum power. So what's the most powerful magic treasure? Jiang Yuanbai almost laughed out loud when he heard that. It might have been just now, but it's long gone now. Chapter 61. So master is so powerful. As he thought in his heart, a small bronze sword appeared in front of him, which was only the shadow of the Punisher sword. The real Punisher sword could not be easily impersonated. But even if it was just a shadow, it made Kenta shiver straight away. What did you say? I don't hear very well. Jiang Yuanbai pulled out his ears and spoke with a bit of flirtation. Boss, I was too loud just now. The little tower floated on Mu Wan'er's head and instantly recognized the master, especially obedient. What is this? Scared Tar enough. Just now, when the immortal punishing sword showed a little bit of might, the small tower was shaken to the point that it couldn't move, and that was just the shadow. A complete immortal Punisher sword. TSK. I wonder how terrifying it is. Xiaota shivered straight away. Having thought he was number 1 in the world. Mu Wan'er, that's my senior sister. Qingmei. Do you need anything else hanging on your thigh? She wasn't sure what level the immortal emperor weapon was, but with the word emperor in its name, it was definitely not ordinary. Although Jiang Yuanbai's shadow of the immortal execution sword didn't come at them, just looking at it like that made their eyes go blind. It was too scary. This area was originally separated because of the sword tower. Now that the sword tower had recognized its owner, the power that separated the space around it was gone with it. The scene in front of the 3 of them turned into the forest of Sumeru again. Just at this time, a Mahayana stage leopard demon pounced down. Mu Wan'er took a sword in her hand and casually swung it. The sword energy shot out in all directions. The leopard demon was directly sliced into 2 halves, and the sword energy's aftermath didn't diminish, and even a couple of old trees were cleaved into 2 pieces. Nothing fancy, just an ordinary sword. Mu Wan'er scratched her head and turned back a little embarrassed. Master, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? It's like I became strong all of a sudden. What the? Did you not realize what you were saying? What do you mean by becoming strong all of a sudden? The corner of Jiang Yuanbai's mouth twitched. Mu Wan'er only practiced her sword and not her realm, directly becoming a big bug. Anyone she felt she could cut, she could kill. If you think you can't cut it, you're scratching an itch. Is the god of concepts you? Jiang Yuanbai knew that this was only Mu Wan'er's feelings. She hadn't cultivated to the peak yet, and although it was strong, it was still within the conceptual range. Throw your sword at me, Jiang Yuanbai said. Master, no, it will hurt you. I said. Throw your sword at me. Mu Wan'er gritted her teeth and swung her sword. Jiang Yuanbai just reached out and gently grabbed it, and it looked like something in the air was crushed by him. People have the audacity to say they are the best in the world. Wan'er, no one dares to say that they are the best in the world. Wait until you can split heaven and earth with a single sword and cut off the long river of time with a single sword before you say that. Jiang Yuanbai patted Mu Wan'er's head. When you break through the limitations of heaven and earth and are no longer bound by those invisible rules, nothing in the world will be able to stop you, and it is then that you will truly be number one in the world. Master, I understand. Mu Wan'er's eyes were full of determination. She was indeed a bit too conceited. The knife in his hand always felt like it was strapped to quite a few things. System. Where's my reward? Mu Wan'er's strength had now risen to the top level. But the reward was delayed. Had it been swallowed? Disciple's strength hasn't been upgraded. Realm hasn't changed. The system replied coldly, as if everything was stated plainly. Snap. The reward is gone. Jiang Yuanbai was completely speechless. Qing Mei was silent on the sidelines, suddenly feeling as if her weakness was a bit exaggerated. Always losing fights and dragging your feet when you go out, not useful at all. Is he really the legendary pit teammate? The days were hard, and Qing Mei's heart was especially hard. Let's go find Wan'er now. She's in the deepest part of the forest of Sumeru. You two need to be alert and keep an eye on your surroundings. Jiang Yuanbai admonished. He was especially calm now. The danger was all an illusion, with two powerful partners by his side. He was still afraid of not being able to handle a small place. It's a piece of cake. 3 days had passed. Nothing had changed in their surroundings. The dangers were there, but none of them were a big deal to the three of them. All sorts of dangers only found in ancient books come one after another, and the slightest carelessness can put your life in danger. A group of fireflies suddenly flew in front of Jiang Yuanbai, the tiny bugs fluttering in the dimly lit forest, looking quite pretty. But the prettier something is, the more dangerous it is. These little bugs, even a loose immortal would have to give in when they see them. They were man-eating bugs, and each one of them could easily deal with experts at the transition level. There's a frightening amount of them here. Qing Mei immediately felt a chill. Mu Wan'er grabbed the knife in her hand. Jiang Yuanbai was still so calm, with no waves on his face. There's actually an eerie serenity between the two sides. What now? Go around. With so many man-eating insects gathered together in a dense mass, even a ninth-turn loose immortal would not necessarily be able to escape when they came. The three of them, not enough to look at. Mu Wan'er also stared at Jiang Yuanbai. Her blade could cut, but it couldn't finish. There are too many. A little carelessness and you're in a desperate situation. I think Wainer is in there. Jiang Yuanbai pondered for a while. It was indeed quite troublesome. These man-eaters don't actively attack people, like they're guarding something. The depths of the forest of Sumeru were largely unvisited. Even if someone had been here, I'm afraid they'd all be dead. How is that possible? With so many man-eating insects, even a loose immortal would have to kneel if he came. Qing Mei instinctively felt that it was impossible, but immediately stopped talking. Other people's words might not be allowed, but Jiang Yuanbai's words were definitely fine. To Jiang Yuanbai, she was 100% convinced. What's the point of arguing when you're firmly in control of your opponent? Why don't we try shouting a few times? Mu Wan'er suggested. Seeing Jiang Yuanbai and Qing Mei's eyes, she lowered her head, her face slightly reddening. Did you just go out of your mind? Why did you say such words? There are so many man-eaters here. Wouldn't you be asking for trouble if you shouted? I think so. Jiang Yuanbai nodded. Mu Wanwan, that girl loves to follow Mu Wan'er, called others may not work, but Mu Wan'er shout, maybe there is a play. Let me try. Mu Wan'er pointed at herself and asked a little hesitantly. Who else could it be? Then I'll shout la, really shout. Mu Wan'er swallowed her saliva. Her heart straightened up. The densely packed stuff made her a bit unable to carry it. Gritting my teeth, I'm gonna give it a go, who cares, I'll say it after I've shouted. Jiang Yuanbai had already started fiddling with his baby. It's a real pain in the ass to deal with such seasoned man-eaters, but it's still more than enough to run away. Wan Wan. Mu Wan Heir took a deep breath and shouted with all her strength. The man eating insects in front of them immediately fled in all directions, as if they were frightened by something, and all gathered together, forming a wall of insects near the three. Countless small bright spots gathered together like a sky full of stars.
Sister waren
The voice came from the distance, getting closer and closer as the wall of insects was broken through and the countless small bright spots turned into a golden heart-shaped promenade. Muwanwin stood in the heart-shaped gallery, striding gracefully, topping the less than glamorous matter with a leap. Mu Wan Heir reached out and caught her. The scene was too beautiful to look directly at, and Jiang Yuanbai didn't even bother to take a second look. A master of acting, Mu Wanwan is still the same little genius who loves to perform. I was just going to try it, but it actually worked. Let Mu Wan Heir be the bait to catch Mu Wanwan in the future. Surely it will work 100 times. Sister Wan Heir, how did you find this place? I've been searching for you for a long time with no news at all. I'm in a hurry. Mu Wanwan was like a follower, clinging to Mu Wan Heir without letting go. Oops, Master Teacher is also here. After getting bored enough, she noticed Jiang Yuanbai and Qing Mei standing next to her. Sister Qing Mei. Jiang Yuanbai. Okay. Although this girl was not the kind of ungrateful disciple, this nature was really a headache. This is clearly stealing someone in front of him. She needs to be taught a lesson about honoring her teacher. Princess Wanwan, is this the person you're looking for? Just at this time, two silhouettes appeared. Blonde hair, pointed ears, transparent but glowing wings. A man, a woman. The two looked as if they were painted, the man handsome and the woman beautiful. Elves. Jiang Yuanbai recognized them at once. With looks like that, and an aura like that, who else but a legendary elf could it be? It was said that the elf clan had disappeared a long time ago, and I never expected to run into them here. He had just wondered what these bugs were guarding. Turns out it's guarding the elves. It seems that all those claims about the extinction of the elves were false. They were just hiding. Perhaps that so-called forbidden land, the forest of Sumeru, was their secret base. Human, you do have some vision, but you don't deserve to be Princess Wanwan's master. So I advise you to be sensible and get lost. The male elf spoke, contempt in his tone. Mu Wan Heir and Qing Mei's faces immediately turned ugly, especially Mu Wan Heir, who shook off Mu Wanwan's hand and turned around to draw her sword. It's a death sentence to insult the dignity of a beauty. Ike, give an apology. The female elf next to her couldn't look away and directly slapped the male elf. Sister, we're high and mighty elves. Why should we bow down and admit our mistakes? I won't. Ike's face was full of defiance, and his eyes were full of hostility as he glared at Jiang Yuanbai. My human friend, I'm sorry. I'm Aaron, and I apologize for my brother's offense. We are now Princess Wanwan's retainers. Aaron spoke with a sincere attitude and an exceptionally nice voice. Princess Wanwan? Mu Wan Heir turned her head and pinched Mu Wanwan's little face. You're actually an elf too? They grew up together. How come they didn't realize it before? The girl doesn't look like an elf in any way. I'm not sure yet. Ever since I entered the forest of Sumeru, I came here in a haphazard manner, and then they held me up as a princess, and I've been looking for you guys ever since. I didn't expect that this time around you guys would take the initiative to come to me. Mu Wanwan told the whole story. Let's just say that it's worthy of being the chosen daughter of destiny. That's too much luck. When others entered the forest of Sumeru, they were either fighting for their lives or on their way to fight for their lives. As a result, Mu Wanwan was good, directly broke into the deepest part, that almost certain death, froze, let her find a way to live. And it's a spacious avenue. It's really a human comparison. Since you are the princess's master, please come with me to meet our queen. Aaron extended an invitation. Jiang Yuanbai nodded and didn't say anything against it. Master, do you think I'm very powerful? Mu Wanwan looked like she was waiting for praise, and her pride was about to float up. Her cultivation level was still at the Jindan stage without much change. Should have gained a lot of weight though. Look at her chubby ass. Is that a reasonable head-to-body ratio? Don't you get tired of carrying such a heavy body around every day? Master Teacher, H. Mu Wanwan hid into Mu Wan Heir's arms, her eyes all wary. This is naked provocation. Jiang Yuanbai's face didn't change color, and in his heart, He had already started to think about how to teach Mu Wanwan a lesson. Wan heir, come here for a moment. Jiang Yuanbai waved at Mu Wan'er, signaling her to come closer. You've chosen a path that no one has tried until now. Master has some ideas that we can talk about. If you're good, you're good. I have my own way to deal with you. Mu Wanwan, this disciple, is too unsettling. Jiang Yuanbai understands in his heart that he has a way to discipline her. Little girl, you still want to fight me? You're not even close. Jiang Yuanbai followed Aaron's group of people to break through the siege of poisonous insects, and the scene in front of him instantly became clear. It was the same dense forest, but it was completely different from the outside. Green hills and green water, surrounded by tall old trees, houses built on trees, very interesting. Many people watched from the trees with curiosity in their eyes. This place hasn't been visited by outsiders for a long time, and if there are outsiders coming in, they are few and far between, and the ones that are still alive are even fewer. Mu Wanwan's appearance used to surprise everyone, but now they are used to it. Still, everyone was curious about her arrival. I looked at this scene and was uncomfortable. People who aren't from our clan must think differently. How come these people aren't scared at all? No wonder the elves are in such a state of decline. There was a large lake in this part of the country, and an ancient tree towering above the clouds was particularly conspicuous. The Tree of Life. Jiang Yuanbai recognized the tree's origin at a glance. The Tree of Life, full of powerful life force. The ancient books said that this kind of tree was only found in the immortal realm, and even in the immortal realm it was extremely rare. A leaf from the Tree of Life is equivalent to an elixir, and the leaves are inexhaustible. Human, I suggest you stop hitting on it or I won't mind gouging your eyes out. Ike continued to flirt, feeling that no one could resist the lure of the Tree of Life. In ancient times, it was due to human greed that the elves had to move here. Ike! Aaron gave her brother a hard stare. They both knew the value of the Tree of Life. It was the basis of their existence and their birthplace. From birth, they guarded the Tree of Life. Every elf exists to guard the Tree of Life of their clan. The Tree of Life? My master doesn't even look at it.
Mu Wan'er fought for Jiang Yuanbai.
Master teacher lacked nothing but resources. Taking about the Tree of Life is ridiculous. Humans love to brag. That's who doesn't. I still can't control his tongue. Is my sister Wan heir also something you can casually discuss? Muanwen lands a leg kick. Talking about this cheap master teacher of hers, she could still pretend she didn't hear it. But if you talk about her sister Wan heir, that's absolutely not okay. Princess Wan Wan. Ike then remembered that there was Muanwen next to him and hurriedly shut his mouth. Mu Wanwan didn't have much of a reaction when she satirized Jiang Yuanbai before, but the moment she mentioned Mu Wan'er, she was on fire. Ike seemed to understand something. I'm afraid the princess was deceived when she worshipped him. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Ike's eyes. Since this was the case, it was up to him to solve this trouble for the princess. It didn't take long for their group to arrive under the Tree of Life. A dazzling beam of light spilled down from the treetops, like the Milky Way upside down. Please come in, honored guest from afar. A majestic woman's voice came from the top of the Tree of Life, carrying a strong queenly aura. Jiang Yuanbai stepped onto the beam of light that looked like the Milky Way, accompanied by countless silver butterflies dancing, as if he had entered a fairyland. It's a ritual full 10. It's a row that's pretty well loaded. Galaxy led the crowd slowly upward, reaching the top of the Tree of Life in the blink of an eye. The life force here was so thick that it was almost overflowing, and just taking a breath made one feel refreshed. If an ordinary person stayed here all the time, they would probably live for thousands of years. A tall palace stood firmly in place, and in front of it stood two elven women. Jiang Yuanbai glanced at them and realized that they were actually at the level of 9 revolutions loose immortals. The elves are so powerful, yet they stay hidden in the deep woods and don't come out. Without revealing himself, he followed the guide into the Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, there was a woman with long blonde hair that fell to the floor. Her golden eyes reflected everyone. She's so beautiful to look at. She's just out of this world. She wore a green cutout dress that showed off her slim waist. Underneath was a sheer tulle skirt that vaguely showed her legs. She wore a crown and held a glowing staff. Alisa. Strength. True immortal. Skill. Life origin. Face value, 99. True immortal. There are actually immortals in this world. Jiang Yuanbai lowered his head slightly, his brows furrowing gently. The heavenly Tao originally did not allow immortals to exist. By all rights, No one from the immortal realm should appear in the immortal cultivation realm because the heavenly Tao would reject the existence of the immortal realm. The situation at hand was clearly not right. You can tell my realm. Elisa spoke up, a scrutinizing look in her beautiful eyes. The moment her words left her mouth, all the elves present were shocked. The strength of their family's queen was something they knew only too well. It was beyond the capabilities of this world. In their eyes, the queen is an unclimbable mountain. Not to mention exceeding, they couldn't even fathom her depths. But now, the queen even said that this person could see through her cultivation. Doesn't that mean that this person is also very powerful? Qingmei and Mu Weiner weren't surprised by this in their opinion. Zhang Yuanbai was already particularly powerful. Mu Wanwan, on the other hand, was at a loss. Her own cheap master was actually so powerful? No way. Is this guy really that strong? It doesn't look like it in any way. Is the queen looking at this the wrong way? Immortal? Count on it. Zhang Yuanbai's eyes looked to the sky with 7 parts contempt and 3 parts disinterest. He's always been one of those people who treats him a little bit better and he doubles back. His opponent tried to use his aura to overwhelm him at the beginning, only to have it easily defused. So, there's nothing good about what he says. In his eyes, the so-called elf queen was just that. Daring. Is the queen someone you can question? If you don't know the rules, I'll kill you today. The power of Ike's entire body erupted out, and his strength at the peak of the ferryman's journey was revealed. Ike, stand down. The elf queen waved her hand, and Ike was immediately immobilized, unable to move. Sure enough, the other party has good strength. The queen is afraid. Ike was just testing the queen's reaction, and seeing the queen like this, he immediately understood that he had guessed correctly. Zhang Yuanbai is really good. He had intended to create some trouble for Zhang Yuanbai, but he hadn't expected to become a clown himself instead. He still wanted to stand up for Mu Wanwan, but he ended up in trouble before he could fight for his life. I am Elisa, queen of the elves of the lower world. Zhang Yuanbai. After the two briefly introduced themselves, Elisa waved her hand, and a group of elf maidens briskly walked over, carrying various delicacies in their hands. In front of Zhang Yuanbai and the others was a table of already prepared meals. Come, please sit down, your guest, and I'll start by toasting you and apologizing to you for our friend Ike's recklessness. Elisa gently clinked her glass. The blood-red liquid in the glass she drained in one gulp with a particularly graceful movement. Zhang Yuanbai also picked up a cup and drank it in one gulp. He followed his opponent's rhythm, wondering what kind of drugs this elf queen had in her gourd. Brother Zhang, what do you think of our elf clan? A strange light flashed in Elisa's eyes as she suddenly opened her mouth to ask. This feeling reminded Zhang Yuanbai of Lu Meier, the first time that girl drugged him. Something went terribly wrong. Is this Elisa like that? He didn't find anything wrong with the wine either. He took another drink from the cup of the humongous red wine. The elves are very powerful, and with your strength, queen, you are completely capable of surpassing any holy land on the continent right now. But Zhang Yuanbai didn't continue. Just as a little elf girl refilled his wine, he gently took a sip. This wine tasted really good, and the medicinal herbs in it were also very special. At the very least, they were 9th-order spirit medicines. With just one bite, he felt his body's chi and blood roll over. He didn't move to suppress it, not revealing anything out of the ordinary. This cup of wine was not simple, and it was obvious that the other party was testing him. Is Brother Zhang trying to ask why we're so strong that we're still harboring in this Sumeru forest for the rest of our lives? A complex emotion flashed in Elisa's eyes, and with a wave of her hand, she let the others exit, leaving only Zhang Yuanbai and the 4 of them behind. Zhang Yuanbai is a bit dazed. This unfolds in the wrong way. What big news is this going to break? Since you've reached this level, you should be able to sense that the path to the immortal realm in this world is broken. Zhang Yuanbai nodded, but in his heart he was thinking, what does he know? Now of course he has to go along with what she said. The immortal path is broken? But in these recent years, although there were a lot fewer people who had ascended in the transition realm, there were still some. She had lived from ancient times until now, and the path to immortality had been broken then, so how did those who had ascended fly? It was as if he had inadvertently stumbled upon some marvelous secret. A long time ago, when alien creatures descended and massacred the earth, a supreme expert cut down a sword chi from the immortal realm, which not only separated heaven and earth, but also cut off the path to the immortal realm, leaving behind the current abyss. Elisa stared at Zhang Yuanbai's eyes, trying to find some clues in his eyes, but unfortunately, Zhang Yuanbai's face stayed the same, calm as if he was listening to a story. So that's how the abyss came to be. Everyone knew that the abyss was split out by a sword chi, but they didn't realize that there was such a hidden agenda behind it. The heavenly devil from beyond the domain had actually come so early. After the immortal path was broken, it was basically impossible to ascend in the transition realm, and I just happened to have reached the 9 turns of disperse immortal realm at that time, and I relied on the immortal chi in that sword chi to break through to this realm. I know that the peerless powerhouse who slashed out a shocking sword seems to be related to your royal sky sword sect. What are you trying to say? Zhang Yuanbai thought of Yi Ningxuan, the body of an immortal dignitary, the immortal dignitary of the upper realm. Is she really involved in this? There's an aura about you that's quite similar to that sword aura. That's for sure. She works for me. Zhang Yuanbai looked calm and collected, and had to take firm control of the situation at the moment. The other party had babbled on for half a day but never got to the point. This kind of person who played guessing games was the most annoying. Mu Wan'er and the girls looked at Zhang Yuanbai in unison. What was the origin of his own master? Chapter 62. None shall be left behind. Mu Wanwan swallowed her saliva. Why did she feel as if this cheap master teacher was a bit scary? I jump in front of him every day, and I'm always pissing him off, so he's not going to secretly fix me, is he? Mu Wanwan secretly glanced at Zhang Yuanbai, her eyes filled with uneasiness. It's over. It's over. What can I do? Help. This guy. How could Zhang Yuanbai not see the little plan in Mu Wanwan's heart? One thinks about controlling the situation and ends up tranquilizing her in the process. Neither are you with this little destiny girl. He. Are you really involved with him? Zhang Yuanbai didn't say anything and directly pulled out a token. A stern sword intent immediately filled the surroundings. That's what it feels like. Yes, that's what it feels like. I didn't misjudge. Elisa laughed, her eyes wet with laughter. Zhang Yuanbai looked dumbfounded. Hey, sister. As to be so excited? When you talk like that, I wonder if you're not a little out of your mind. Did Yi Ningxuan leave you with such a big shadow back then? Please, my lord, help us lower world elves. Eliza lost her previous condescending energy and bowed to Zhang Yuanbai. This reversal was too fast, wasn't it? Mu Wan'er and the girls didn't react at all. What's all this? Just now they were blowing each other off. Now how did they suddenly become like this? Sister Queen, the master is definitely willing to help save the elf clan. However, the elves are so powerful. What else could threaten you? Mu Wanwan interjected, patting her own proud breasts, pretending to have a chest, not caring whether Zhang Yuanbai loved to hear it or not. This girl, 3 days without a fight, even dare to stop my words. Zhang Yuanbai didn't rush to teach Mu Wanwan a lesson, but turned to Elisa. Tell me all you know, starting with the immortal road there. Now that the big power was in his hands, Zhang Yuanbai spoke much harder. Here's the thing. So it is. Although that sword annihilated the extraterrestrial heavenly devil back then, it also attracted a more powerful existence. After the Great War, heaven and earth were separated, the path to immortality was broken, and the so-called ascension was nothing more than falling into the corner of a broken world. It was a mix of the cultivation world and the immortal world, and it did count as ascension, but the rules were incomplete, and one could only ever be stuck at the true immortal stage after ascension. Worse still, this place had become a paradise for the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, who were able to come in at will. Although the entrance was sealed, this area sandwiched between the two worlds was connected to the cultivation world. Zhang Yuanbai suddenly understood in his heart how those big bad outsiders came. It was through this place. After the separation of the human world and the fairyland, this place became a shelter for the ascended ones. Each ascension opens up a path to the fairyland, so maybe a super powerful character will casually bring over a few big bad outsiders. As for saving the elf clan, it was because the tree of life on which they depended for their survival had been messed up by a big bad alien, and the vitality in it was almost depleted, and it was about to be unable to hold on. You took Wanwan as a disciple just because she's my disciple? No, our elf clan doesn't dare to walk around because of the problem with the tree of life. The reason for accepting Wanwan as the princess of the elf clan is because she has great luck in her, and may be able to help us get through this difficult time. In hindsight, letting Wanwan become the princess of our clan was indeed the right choice. Because you're here, she spoke with certainty, as if only Zhang Yuanbai could solve their dilemma. Zhang Yuanbai was a bit helpless. Why did everyone think he could solve the problem? The sword sect of the royal sky was like that, and so was the elf clan. Could it be that he was born to be a troubleshooter? Master, please save Sister Queen, please. I'm really begging you sincerely. Mu Wanwan pulled Jiang Yuanbai's arm and shook him so much that he was about to float. It's so annoying, usually treating me like, but when I see a beautiful woman, I'm more aggressive than anyone else. This girl, she really wants to pester anyone she sees. A blow to the head. You're directing the master's business? It's really too good to stop. Inexplicably, there was a sense of subduing the naughty little guy. Master! Mu Wanwan ground her teeth, her voice harsh, but she squeezed a smile on her face. Master! The Queen's sister saved me. Didn't you teach me to know how to repay kindness? I didn't teach it. Mu Wanwan's face instantly froze. You're so direct. It makes me look so stupid. Master, please, big deal, big deal. I'll promise you one thing. Anything? Anything. Mu Wanwan regretted it after agreeing. Men can be no good. She was so weak and not very strong. What if he had thoughts about her that he shouldn't have? Since you're willing to go to this extent for the Queen of the Elves, then Master will reluctantly promise you good luck. The corners of Jiang Yuanbai's mouth curled up slightly, and in Mu Wanwan's eyes it was almost like a demon was smiling. You're setting yourself up for this. But don't worry, just play tricks. I don't think the Master will be too hard on you. After all, I'm so small and cute. Thinking of this, Mu Wanwan sighed in relief. Not worthy of being my master teacher. Little Master easily controlled. Tell us the situation. Since Jiang Yuanbai had promised Mu Wanwan, of course he wouldn't refuse. Follow me. Elisa led Jiang Yuanbai and the four of them into the depths of the palace, where there was a vertical teleportation array. From here you can teleport directly to the roots of the world tree. Jiang Yuanbai nodded. Upon entering the teleportation array, the world immediately flipped. The coiled roots of the trees were tangled together, and the thick vitality drifted around, but it was being sucked up by something non-stop. It was an egg. At the root of the world tree, a pitch-black egg was crazily drawing the life force of the world tree. At this rate, sooner or later, the 10,000-year world tree would dry up. You can't even open this egg? I can't open it, the eggshell is too hard. I've used all sorts of methods without success. The world tree has already been sucked for several rounds of years, and its life force can't hold out any longer. Elisa's voice was tinged with panic, and although she was a queen, she completely lost her usual composure. We elves have a long lifespan, but if we don't have the world tree, our power will fade with it. The strongest members of the clan are desperately trying to stop this magic egg from absorbing the energy of the world tree, and this is the real reason why our clan is about to disappear. Who would believe an entire community trapped by a single egg? But the reality is so absurd. Jiang Yuanbai opened his divine eyes and saw through the source of the egg with a single glance. Extraterrestrial demon dragon embryo. Sure enough, it had nothing to do with the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. The extraterrestrial heavenly demon dragon had the word dragon in its name, which meant that this guy had a physical entity, not something nebulous. With an existence of this level, its strength was definitely not bad. Although it was only an embryo now and wasn't much of a threat, when it finished absorbing the power of the Tree of Life and broke out of its shell, it would definitely be a fatal catastrophe for those in the cultivation world. Brother Jiang, do you have a way to deal with this egg? Elisa was in a hurry, completely out of direction, and could only try other paths. She had previously disobeyed her ancestors' training and allowed Mu Wanwan to become the mascot of the elf clan, and even the only elf princess because she had been shocked by Mu Wanwan's aura. One must know that Mu Wanwan was an outsider. Elisa, under great pressure, convinced the crowd to respect Mu Wanwan as if she were her. This thing, aura, is so mysterious that it is better to believe in it than not to believe in it. They wanted to use Mu Wanwan's aura to solve the problem of the egg. Jiang Yuanbai found this matter quite amusing and expressed his understanding. When you really can't do anything about it, you have to think of something, right? If science can't solve it, then try metaphysics. Yes. Which one do you want to hear? Jiang Yuanbai said calmly. Out of ideas. Elisa had thought that Jiang Yuanbai would say it was hopeless, but what she heard was, which one do you want to hear? What do you mean? There are actually multiple ways to solve this egg. Brother Jiang, is there really a way? Elisa was a bit unconvinced. Of course. Jiang Yuanbai nodded. The first method was simple and rough. I directly destroyed the egg. But as it turns out, this extraterrestrial heavenly demon dragon is highly invasive, and even if I break it here, even though I can save the Tree of Life, the Tree of Life will be heavily damaged, with all of its roots wasted, and it will only be delaying its death. What? Elisa was shocked. Extraterrestrial heavenly demon dragon. She knew that an extraterrestrial heavenly demon with a physical body had a strength that started from at least the immortal level. This was still a demonic dragon, and its strength must be even more terrifying. No wonder she couldn't break through the egg's defense. So her opponent's background was so strong. Zhang Yuanbai, who could see through the bottom of the extraterrestrial heavenly demon dragon, was clearly not an ordinary person. Perhaps he really did have a way to deal with this trouble. What exactly is the second law? Elisa spoke with a vague hint of anticipation she hadn't even noticed. There was nothing more exciting than solving a major problem in one's heart. Deep in her heart, she had begun to believe that Zhang Yuanbai could do it. "I'll take it away," Zhang Yuanbai said calmly, and suddenly a heavenly Tao-like sense of oppression appeared around him as the laws of the sword Tao flowed around him. This is... Elisa's body shook slightly as Zhang Yuanbai's figure became particularly tall in her eyes, like a sword emperor above the 9 heavens. Perfect level law power, in her inherited memories, could only be grasped by legendary immortal emperor-level figures. Zhang Yuanbai, surprisingly, is an immortal emperor. At this moment, she completely believed Zhang Yuanbai's words. He said that he was the one who had that sword back then. Although that token was the same as the previous one, maybe Zhang Yuanbai was just someone's junior. But now, Zhang Yuanbai confirmed everything with his strength. He is indeed awesome. Zhang Yuanbai used the laws of the sword Tao as his core, with the heavenly Tao pressure as his aid, and turned his one hand into a claw, directly grabbing towards the egg of the extraterrestrial heavenly demon dragon. The egg shook violently, and the space and time around it distorted. The blood-red eyes slowly opened, barely making out the shape of a dragon. "Humans, mind your own business or you will die a horrible death." A low voice came from the shadow, and the dragon shape continued to morph, its aura surpassing that of a 9th-turn scattered immortal. "You're nothing but an egg and you want to threaten me?" Zhang Yuanbai had long since seen through the other party's bottom line. So how could he be afraid of such petty tactics? "You!" Zhang Yuanbai made a firm grip and hardened his opponent, ripping him out from the roots of the tree of life. "Shut up." The spatial storage ring couldn't fit it, but the system warehouse could. Throw the egg into the system storage and the world immediately clears. Done. Zhang Yuanbai clapped his hands with a relaxed face, not paying any attention to Elisa's surprised expression. The elf's big problem, the long-standing intractable problem, was just solved? So easily? "Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhang." Elisa's eyes were full of sincerity. If it wasn't for Zhang Yuanbai, the elf clan would have been destroyed by the extraterrestrial heavenly demon dragon. A small thing. Overall, Zhang Yuanbai took advantage of this wave. Not only did he not lose any money, but he also gained the recognition of the elves. Fellow Taoist Zhang is truly righteous. Eliza sighed at Zhang Yuanbai's temperament, while Mu Wanwan beside her cried her eyes out. Everyone was laughing and she was the only one getting beat up. Everyone made a profit, only she lost money. She stole a glance at this cheap master and just happened to run into Zhang Yuanbai's gaze. She didn't know why, but she felt that Zhang Yuanbai's eyes were quite intimidating, and her heart fluttered. "Master, why are you looking at me like that?" Mu Wanwan panicked. Now in this situation, shouting the sky does not work, shouting the ground should not be. "What, you're not happy for Master to look at his own good disciple?" Zhang Yuanbai was happy in his heart. You may make a small profit, but he will never take a loss. This round, he's finished. With this card in hand, dealing with Mu Wanwan is a piece of cake. The tree of life has been spoiled for so long. Even if it is salvaged now, it is estimated that it can only languish for a few 100 million years. This time sounds long, but for the elves it was a blink of an eye. Elisa scowled, where she didn't know the twists and turns. But what's the point of knowing? There's nothing to be done about it now. In addition to watching the days pass by, they could only use quite a few spirit medicines to feed the tree of life. But this is only a stopgap measure and does not solve the problem completely. Only that legendary spring of life could bring the tree of life back to life. But the problem was that this kind of thing didn't exist in the cultivation realm at all, unless it was found in the immortal realm. This kind of heavenly mana cannot come across, all depends on luck, want to go to find cannot be found. It's the only way to revitalize the tree of life. The smile on his face faded a little and was replaced by deep concern. The sense of loss came in like a tidal wave, weighing one down to the point where one could barely breathe. "Sister Queen, don't worry. My master has the fountain of life." Mu Wanwan bubbled out these words with a smile, her determination to pit her master's father not diminishing at all. You're already in the fire anyway, so you might as well rake in as much as you can. Master, surely you won't mind if I screw you over once, right? For some reason, she always felt that her master Jiang Yuanbai would be able to come up with a way to save the tree of life. What nonsense is this child of yours talking? Where did master come up with the spring of life? Keep fooling around and believe it or not I'll. Mu Wan Heir hurriedly covered Mu Wan Wan's mouth, cursing the little ancestor in her heart for saying anything. Don't you know how to hide your wealth? Even if master teacher does have it, it's master teacher's private stash. If you don't have it, you're not hurting anyone. Mu Wan Heir's words carried a threat. Woo woo woo. Mu Wan Wan was aggrieved in her heart.
Tainted. Her favorites when a sister tainted.
In the past, Sister Wanner had favored herself the most, but now her eyes were filled with the figure of her master, and she was simply enchanted. What is the magic of this man? Sobbing. Brother Jiang, do you really have the spring of life? Eliza's eyes lit up and she bit her lip, her gaze torn. She was naturally aware of the rarity of the spring of life. Even the immortal king of the heavenly court would not be unmoved by this treasure. That's a natural holy water that even immortal kings can use. Such a valuable resource was used to save the tree of life. This favor was not small. Moreover, they had already owed Jiang Yuanbai a favor before, and they hadn't yet paid off their previous debt. So what if I have the fountain of life? Jiang Yuanbai looked at her with cold eyes. This disciple would really give him a hard time. Although the spring of life was there, who was he to give it? He helped them to resolve the immediate crisis of the extermination of the clan, and was considered to have repaid them for rescuing Mu Wanwan. The two sides are no longer indebted to each other. He had helped them with the present extinction of their tribe. Did he still have to help with the possible extinction of their tribe in the future? He's not their babysitter, he doesn't have that responsibility. Jiang Yuanbai was an ordinary man, not a god, and there was no need for him to have to help when others were in trouble. He had every option to stand by and watch. Brother Jiang, please save our elf tribe. I am Elisa, willing to form a master-servant relationship with you and be your elf. Elisa bit her lip tightly. Elves were born beautiful and all other races were proud to have one. Now she's putting aside all her dignity just to save her clan. As the queen of the elf clan, she was obligated to protect her people, even if she sacrificed herself alone in exchange for the peace of the entire elf clan. The deal wasn't a bad one. It doesn't matter what you want to do to me. Eliza saw that Jiang Yuanbai didn't move and gently pulled off the light veil on her shoulders. The shoulders are slightly exposed and that charming collarbone is visible. It's testing my stamina. Jiang Yuanbai looked on with scrutinizing eyes that were nothing but perfect. Elves are naturally beautiful, truly a masterpiece of the heavens. Drape yourself. Jiang Yuanbai waved his hand and the light veil returned to her, his tone flat. That's a favor I can do without you being my elf. Between Jiang Yuanbai's flip of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in his hand, with 3 willow branches inserted inside, permeated with vigorous life. The fountain of life. Alicia felt the powerful life force in the bottle and immediately recognized the fountain of life. Her face flushed with excitement. With the fountain of life, the tree of life is saved. As long as Brother Jiang can save the tree of life, I'll agree to any request. I swear on heaven and earth. A clan member and a human being, she knew the difference. Jiang Yuanbai poured out the spring of life, and the clear liquid exuded a strong aura of life. The tree of life was already somewhat withered, and after being moisturized by the spring of life, it instantly regained its vitality. The tree of life began to shake slightly, and the earth trembled with it. Outside, the elves who saw the change in the tree of life were first flustered, then incredulous, their mouths wide open and unable to speak. The leaves of the tree of life had begun to wither, falling off at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, bright green buds began to emerge, and the tree of life grew taller and taller, its powerful life force spreading in all directions. This tree of life is coming back to life. The elves cheered and jumped for joy. They lost so much because of the tree of life thing. It was a moment of relief. The tree of life was revitalized, and for them it was also a rediscovery of hope. The queen, it must be her majesty. Yes, when it comes to something like this, the Queen Sama will definitely give us a statement. I think this has something to do with those people Princess Wanwan brought with her. Everyone was talking and discussing, and at the moment Elisa had tears in her eyes, the crisis of the clan had finally been lifted. Elisa pays her respects to her master in the Elven Palace. a joyful and peaceful place. Zhang Yuanbai was surrounded by a group of elves. Everyone knew that Zhang Yuanbai was the great benefactor who had saved the Tree of Life. Zhang Yuanbai rescued the elves from their predicament on his own. The whole clan regarded Zhang Yuanbai as a good friend forever. Ike was drunk, but he still remembered to toast Zhang Yuanbai. I apologize for what I ventured before. What was once arrogance is now all humility. The elf clan was originally united, but because of the past betrayal, everyone had wounds in their hearts. Ike did this because he didn't want the clan to get into that kind of trouble again, and his intentions were good. People's attitude is quite sincere. Of course, Zhang Yuanbai will not hold on to it. Elisa simply called Zhang Yuanbai the Elf King directly, a status as high as her own. Some people were a little skeptical at first, but it didn't take long for those thoughts to go away. After all, if Zhang Yuanbai hadn't saved the Tree of Divinity, the elves might have become a thing of the past long ago. How could they be as energetic and hopeful as they are now? Zhang Yuanbai's eyes jumped straight up and he thought to himself, what's the situation? The Elf King? This development is too fast. Before he could speak, he was surrounded by a group of elf girls. You're hurt. It's all swollen. In the face of this group of girls' blockade, Zhang Yuanbai, even more calm, cannot avoid injury. Elisa's cheeks reddened slightly, not having experienced such an occasion, but knowing a bit of sense. Zhang Yuanbai, don't be so blunt. I just have a small injury. He lowered his head to ponder and sighed in his heart. It's really worthy of being an elf clan that was born practicing the body. It's too powerful. I've come to heal your wounds. The two sat high above the party, and by way of shelter, Elisa peeked out her hands. In the dead of night, Zhang Yuanbai lay on the large bed in the side hall of his chambers, looking at the sky full of stars. Mu Wan Heir and Mu Wan Wan had been found, but Lioli and Night Li were still missing. But he didn't believe that Ruri would be okay. Although Lioli was not his disciple, Zhang Yuanbai had long ago prepared a number of life-saving tricks for her, so even if she encountered an immortal, she would be able to get away safely. Right now, the entire elf clan was rummaging through every corner of Sumeru's forest looking for Lioli. Their talent and ability to become one with nature has allowed them to navigate this forest with such ease that other creatures can't hurt them. Zhang Yuanbai was relieved about this. Still worried about that woman? Elisa stood beside Zhang Yuanbai at some point. She wore a white dress, her skin was white and red, and she was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Tonight she also wore light makeup to look more sophisticated. I just said you don't have to. Zhang Yuanbai stared at the starry sky with some annoyance in his heart. You respect my decision and I will respect yours. Elisa said softly, we elves only recognize one person in our lives. Noticing Zhang Yuanbai's eyes, Elisa continued and then sat next to him. She had an aroma that was soothing to smell, if anything. I worry about everyone around me. Zhang Yuanbai's answer was ordinary and didn't give a clear answer. After all, he was surrounded by more and more girls, and he himself was afraid to say that he was the kind of person who only loved one person in his life. The elves are all on the move, and we expect to know exactly what's going on by tonight. In the forest of Sumeru, we can find even a single drop of blood. Just rest easy. Elisa spoke with a gentle voice and a soothing tone. In the eyes of others, she was the noble elf queen, but in reality, she was still a tender little girl inside. And it was Zhang Yuanbai's arrival that bridged the gap within her, freeing her from the immense pressure. She was especially grateful to Zhang Yuanbai. So let us be the ones you care about, and don't worry so much about those so-called promises and bonds. Elisa lowered her head. Zhang Yuanbai was injured again, and his recent state was really not good. The wound was already red and swollen. The day and night passed and Elisa was gone. They didn't do any critical healing all night, just looked out for each other, talked, and cut up. The results of the night's search came out, and Luri and Yeli were still unaccounted for, as if they had disappeared. Are they trapped in some space too? Zhang Yuanbai suddenly remembered Mu Wan'er being trapped in the sword tower, and guessed if Lioli was trapped in a similar space. It was our inability to help you find someone. Elisa scratched her head in embarrassment. She was the one who said that and ended up hitting herself in the face instead. Her face really hurt. Chapter 63, The Demon in the Formation. Maybe they're not even in the forest of Sumeru. We elves have a secret method that might find them, but it's a bit costly. A compass that looked like a compass and 7 or 8 times similar to it appeared in Elisa's hand, and the golden pointer kept spinning as if it was broken. This is the disk of the heavens. which can be used as a guide to find a target in the heavens and the worlds using a person's essence blood or personal belongings. Or, with an elixir, it can also locate the nearest similar elixir. But every time you use it, you have to consume 1,000 years of your life. The cost is too great. The lifespan of a spirit transformation cultivator was only about 1,000 years, and no one was willing to easily risk their lifespan, let alone 1,000 years. Let me try. You have to have elven power to operate with this. Elisa could feel Zhang Yuanbai's anxiety. Just her personal effects will do, and the more important the personal effects, the better the chances of success. Zhang Yuanbai pulled out a belly band. Elisa silently spat in her heart, suspecting that Zhang Yuanbai was deliberately showing off, but she had no proof. Wait! Elisa wasted no time and began whispering incantations to cast spells. A large amount of qi and blood was injected from her body into the array plate, and the pointer on the plate began to spin wildly. Zhang Yuanbai rubbed his nose. He wasn't the kind of weirdo who loved to hide other people's things. This was before and Liuli was too intense, and as a result, the other party forgot that something was here with him. Zhang Yuanbai had been thinking about returning it, but as a result, he always forgot it too. Just now, when Elisa reminded him, he suddenly remembered. I didn't expect it to come in handy. The array disc lit up with a layer of golden light, and the picture slowly became clearer. Liuli and Yueli were standing inside the painting. They didn't seem to be in any great danger. They were just trapped in a golden cage. Upon closer inspection, one would find a swastika pattern engraved on the cage. Zhang Yuanbai's eyes darkened all of a sudden. Leaving other things aside, this swastika pattern alone was enough to prove that the matter had nothing to do with Spirit Mountain. Zhang Yuanbai had wanted to go to Spirit Mountain to ask for an explanation, and now that he saw that they had captured Liuli and the girls, his anger was simply going to burn to the heavens. This matter, he would never just endure it. Elisa's heart tightened as she felt the aura radiating from Zhang Yuanbai change. That feeling of being filled with a murderous aura made her panic. Zhang Yuanbai was about to explode. The elves have always followed you, Elisa said seriously. With the Faustian Holy Land in front of them and the Spirit Mountain behind them, can't these guys settle down? Outside the Sumeru mysteries, Zhang Yuanbai and the others had just shown up when they felt a powerful force lock onto them. The image of the Buddha on the Spirit Mountain slowly opened its eyes, a hint of divine splendor in its eyes. I didn't expect you guys to actually make it out of the Forbidden Land alive. The Buddha spoke with a few moments of surprise in his voice, yet it was as if he had known it. Monk, hand over the person, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite and turning Spirit Mountain into a sea of blood. Zhang Yuanbai looked small in the face of the huge Buddha image, but his tone was not weak at all. Scholar, put down your weapons and become a Buddha at once. Wouldn't it be better to come to Spirit Mountain to wash away your sins? The Buddha's voice was so calm that it had no ripples and no emotions could be heard. But Zhang Yuanbai could feel the temptation hidden within. Those with low cultivation levels would likely be mesmerized by the voice and directly plunge into the Spirit Mountain. We're surrounded. Qing Mei sensed the fluctuations around her, and although she was a little nervous in her heart, the expression on her face remained calm. Senior, I can fix it. Mu Wanner grasped the sword in her hand, her sword aura rising straight into the sky, ready to strike at any time. Aye. Mu Wanwan was silent for a while, then spat out her tongue, looking especially cute. I'll just cheer you guys on. She laughed helplessly. After all, the difference in her strength was too great, and she couldn't do anything other than cheer. Spirit Mountain, do you think we have no one left in the Imperial Sky Sword sect? In the sky, the clouds were torn apart, and a huge teleportation array fell from the sky, its light covering 100 miles, and countless powerful auras manifested within. Zhang Yuanbai was slightly stunned. What was going on here? Why were the people from the Imperial Sky Sword sect here? He had thought that bringing the elves would be enough, but he hadn't expected the Imperial Sky Sword sect to send people as well. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Your Imperial Sky Sword sect is really protective of its calves. That's our Imperial Sky Sword sect. Zhang Yuanbai corrected Qingmei's words. That's right, it's our Imperial Sky Sword sect. Qingmei's eyes contained a smile and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. This clan, she wanted to stay here for the rest of her life. Imperial Sky Sword sect, are you guys about to make a move? The Buddha's silhouette shifted and disappeared, replaced by a dignified-looking, slightly wealthy man. He had many lumps on his head, a red veil dotting his brow, and his eyes were tightly closed, never opening. Zenzun, you guys are making our Imperial Sky Sword sect angry.
Ye Vinguan Grimajet koldi. Holding her sword tightly in her hand.
Beside her stood 5 guys, each with a frightening aura, and Xian Miaoi was among them. These could all be 9 revolutions loose immortals, 5 in total, plus more than 20 experts whose strength exceeded the transition stage, all of them at the level of loose immortals. Such a team was enough to trample other holy places under their feet. Zhang Yuanbai understood very well that this was far from the true strength of the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Against a small place like Spirit Mountain, it was completely sufficient. Patriarch Yi, it's in Spirit Mountain's territory now. A large formation suddenly shrouded down, and Zenzun put his hands together, looking quite compassionate, but speaking in a frightening tone. Spirit Mountain, what's there to be afraid of? Zhang Yuanbai stood by the side listening to the two chatting, feeling like an outsider. It's not right, I should have been the one to go to Spirit Mountain to look for trouble. How come it's the clan's people who came first instead? This formation was so big that it attracted many experts from outside the Spirit Mountain. There were quite a few experts in the air sneaking glances this way, and for some reason they gathered around. Qing Mei, you take them and slip away first. Master, I can still help. Mu Wan Air rubbed her fists with confidence, feeling especially powerful. If Sister Wan Air doesn't leave, I won't leave either. Mu Wan Wan was a little worried. Her own strength was too poor to help at all. Suddenly she felt so useless. None of you need to help, hurry up and withdraw. There might be a tough fight back there. Zhang Yuanbai's attitude was firm, so Mu Wan Air had to follow Qing Mei. They never dared to disobey their master's words. I've heard that the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect is invincible, so today, Spirit Mountain is going to come and try it out to see just how awesome this #1 sect in the world is. All of Spirit Mountain, on your mark, go! Charge! Yi Qingxian swung her sword to start the fight, and the others followed suit. Zhang Yuanbai. The battle came unexpectedly, and these people from the Imperial Sky Sword sect messed him up for a while. Patriarch, why are all of you here? 5-9 revolutions scattered immortals pressed down on Zenzun. Yi Qingxian didn't make a move, and Zhang Yuanbai stepped forward. Arresting the peak master of our clan is just like declaring war? Do you think I'm doing it for you? Yi Qingxian still had the leisure to flirt with Zhang Yuanbai, so it seemed like she had a good chance of winning this time. How did you guys know that Luri was in Spirit Mountain? Have you forgotten that I have this thing called the Celestial Peak? When Zhang Yuanbai heard, his head buzzed. This thing he actually forgot all about. Tianji Peak's fortune-telling skills are awesome. The sky and the earth are all counted. Besides, the technique Mu Wanwan cultivated was also very suitable for deduction. Why didn't you think of that yourself? There was basically nothing suspenseful about the battle, as Spirit Mountain was beaten by the Imperial Sky Sword sect. What the hell? How come the people from the Imperial Sky Sword sect are so powerful? Zenzun gritted his teeth and retreated with his men to Spirit Mountain, where a huge Buddha statue silhouette appeared on top of the mountain with a frightening aura. Monkey, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't really want to lay my hands on you just now. I was just sparring. Zenzun was full of smiles, and the Buddha's aura on his body seemed especially kind. Peak Master Zhang, have you really decided to fight Spirit Mountain to the end? After Zenzun finished speaking, his eyes were firmly fixed on Zhang Yuanbai, and he was pondering in his heart to open the gap from him. A hard fight? Your Spirit Mountain is not even close. Zhang Yuanbai already disliked Spirit Mountain, and now that he heard that they had captured Liuli, he was even more furious. Those monks talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality all day long, but behind the scenes they are doing things that cannot be seen. Peak Master Zhang, are you really going to do this? The incantations in Zenzun's mouth became faster and faster, and the chanting sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone's head buzzed, and then a huge palm descended from the sky and went straight to Zhang Yuanbai. Humph. Spirit Mountain is just this little trick. Xian Miaoi gently waved her sleeve, and a large lotus flower appeared in the air, blocking that giant hand. Attacking the soul with sound is shameless. The Spirit Mountain's false mask had been completely uncovered. Zhang Yuanbai wouldn't be polite to them. A giant sword descended from the sky, running through the heavens and earth. That terrifying force instantly broke through the Spirit Mountain's protective array, and the huge Buddha statue's shadow instantly collapsed, turning into points of light in the sky. Old bald ass, are you treating me like air? The green-colored robe indicated the identity of the visitor. He was from the Sword Peak of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Old man, why haven't you ascended yet? As Zenzun looked at the visitor, his face changed drastically and was filled with shock. How dare I ascend when you're not even dead? Jiang Yuanbai. You guys go ahead and fight. I'll just watch the show from here. He was about to take out the image of the immortal execution sword to break the Spirit Mountain's formation, but he ended up killing a man halfway and messing things up. However, the Imperial Heavenly Sword sect did treat him quite well, although nominally for the sake of Liuli, it was more because this is the previous patriarch of the Imperial Sky Sword sect. Yi Qingxian introduced this person to Jiang Yuanbai. Back then, when this one from Spirit Mountain wasn't a Zenzun, the two of them were quite close, but later, when they were practicing in the secret realm, this one from Spirit Mountain betrayed him and the two of them flipped out. Jiang Yuanbai never expected that there was actually such a story between these two people. This is too much of a dogfight. Sure enough, this world is a smorgasbord of all sorts of doggone plots. It's a real bummer when it comes to this kind of thing. To be able to destroy Spirit Mountain's sect protector formation with a single strike, this person's strength was definitely not ordinary. People brought out. 3 silhouettes appeared silently, and before Jiang Yuanbai could react, the people were already standing in front of him. Old Peak Master Yang. Jiang Yuanbai greeted him. This was the current Tianji Peak Master Yang Chang's master, the former Tianji Peak Master, an 8th turn loose immortal. Standing next to him were the 2 sisters, Luri and Yueli. Peak Master Jiang, I've brought you the people, so I won't stay much longer. I'll leave the matters here to you. Lord Yang Laofeng's ability to deduce heavenly chances was top-notch, but his combat prowess was a bit weak. The battle in front of him was completely dominated by the Imperial Sky Sword sect, and he could not intervene. Is everything okay? Jiang Yuanbai took a closer look at the 2 women with his divine eyes and suddenly made his move. Get some sleep first. He directly let them pass out, then looked in the direction of Zenzun with an icy gaze. Those guys from Spirit Mountain, they actually secretly planted the Buddha seed in people's souls, trying to quietly influence everyone and turn them into their followers. If I didn't have divine eyes, I would have almost been fooled. What's going on? Yi Qingxian didn't notice anything strange at all and asked curiously. Jiang Yuanbai then told her about his discovery. Humph, those people in Spirit Mountain always think that they are saving the world. On the surface they seem to be in a state of harmony, but in reality they are just relying on the seed of Buddha to control people's hearts. What conversion is nothing more than having one's consciousness controlled by the sound of the Buddha. As long as Zenzun dies, the problem of the Buddha seed will be solved. Jiang Yuanbai watched as the people on the Spirit Mountain side were beaten senseless and felt that Zenzun's downfall was only a matter of time. It had to be said that this Zenzun was really frighteningly strong. With the help of the faith power of the entire Spirit Mountain, he had hardened his realm to the point of approaching true immortality. 6-9 revolutions loose immortals went into battle together and only barely managed to suppress him. There's always a feeling that something's not right. Other than the battle on Zenzun's side, the battles everywhere else were completely one-sided. Jiang Yuanbai always felt that things weren't that simple. The opponent seemed to be deliberately letting the water out of the water, allowing the people from the Imperial Sky Sword sect to take advantage of the situation. God's eye is open. Ling Shan Zenzun. Cultivation level. 9 turn loose immortal. Skill. 10,000 Buddha Heart Sutra. Ability. Eye of Buddha, Seed of Buddha, Great Compassionate Hand. Qualification Excellent Spiritual Root. Physique. Buddha's spiritual body. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with this Zenzun, but the strange thing was that this guy actually had 2 attribute panels. Scabbing. Cultivation level. True immortal. Skill. Extraterrestrial demon power. Abilities. Compulsion. Devil's presence. True devil's body. Physique. Born with a demonic body. Characteristics. Mundo split. Inside him, there's another person. No, I should say extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Jiang Yuanbai finally understood why the other party would go after him, so it turned out that the Zenzun of Spirit Mountain had been replaced long ago. He swept a glance at the rest of the Spirit Mountain and realized that there was not a single one left. All of them had been eroded by the demonic qi. If it wasn't for the Buddha's light protecting his body, these guys would have definitely revealed themselves. You mean? Yeah, that's right. Jiang Yuanbai nodded without hesitation. This is troublesome. The entirety of the Spirit Mountain has been eroded. The other holy lands and sects may be even worse. The situation is much worse than we thought. Yi Qingxian tightened her grip on the long sword in her hand. The situation was getting out of control. The infiltration of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil was much faster than they had expected. Hooligans aren't scary. What's scary is hooligans using their brains. The extraterrestrial heavenly demons had always given people the impression that they were dull. But now they had secretly laid out their plans and had already reached this point. If they hadn't repeatedly sabotaged the other party's plans, by the time they found out, the Imperial Heavenly Sword Sect would have long since become a target. Yi Qingxian transmitted this news to the 6-9 Revolution's disperse immortals, and everyone's faces changed. Who exactly was the mastermind behind the extraterrestrial heavenly devil, and what kind of plot was being hatched? It's one trap after another, and it's just impossible to defend against it. The slightest slip of the tongue can lead to a situation of no return. They began to deal with Zenzun with all their might, sparing no effort to fight against him. Although Zenzun was holding on by the power of faith, he was still beaten and spat out blood furiously, and was finally sent flying with a sword strike, falling from the sky into the large lake below Spirit Mountain. This Spirit Mountain's power of faith is really troublesome. One of the 9 Revolution's loose immortals couldn't help but mutter, the more people there were, the stronger the power of faith would be. Everyone on Spirit Mountain is now under their control, and all have become devotees of Spirit Mountain. When they were in Spirit Mountain, Zenzun was an invincible existence, but now, the opponents they encountered were much more powerful than them. Don't be careless, be careful. Jiang Yuanbai hurriedly reminded everyone. In the next second, the lake was exploded by a force, splashing water in all directions. Zenzun's clothes were in tatters and covered in blood, making him look particularly wretched. I didn't expect that you guys would actually be able to destroy my detachment in the boundaries of Spirit Mountain. The Royal Heavenly Sword Sect is indeed a thorn in our heart. The Buddha's light on Zenzun's body was constantly being swallowed by the dark extraterrestrial demonic aura, and his tightly closed eyes opened, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. You really are an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. As things developed, Big White and the other 5-9 Revolution's loose immortals felt a strong danger approaching. Although the strength of a 9th turn loose immortal was close to that of a true immortal, his spiritual energy had not yet turned into immortal yuan, so he could not defeat a true immortal after all. At this moment, they felt a power that surpassed them in the extraterrestrial heavenly demon, the power of a true immortal. I am not Scab Luo, the 10th demon emperor of the extraterrestrial heavenly demons. Since you have repeatedly sabotaged our plans, let you die. Zenzun's body instantly exploded, and a young man in black armor walked out from it. A long dark purple hair danced in the wind. A pitch-black lance was held in his hand, and those blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. Formation. The 6-9 Revolution's scattered immortals quickly formed the Imperial Heavenly Sword Formation, matching the power of the Sword Peak scattered immortals. In the sky, a huge sword shadow descended from the sky, carrying the might to destroy everything. This strike was enough to kill a true immortal. Your Royal Heavenly Sword Sect does have some skills, however. You have met me today. Not Scab Luo swung the lance in his hand, the tip of the lance pointing to the sky. The gun collided with the sword, and the sword shadow was instantly shattered. The 6-9 Revolution's scattered immortals were shaken by the force of the backlash, and blood sprayed out of their mouths. Jiang Yuanbai, I can't see through you. Not Scab Luo appeared in front of Jiang Yuanbai in an instant, his blood-red eyes staring at him, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. I see right through you. You're very interesting if you're willing to be my slave. The grudge between me and you will be cancelled. How about that? Between life and death. I believe you are a smart person and should know how to choose. The terrifying aura emanating from Not Scabber Luo's body caused the air around him to begin to distort and rupture. He looked like he was winning. No one can refuse him. There's really no one. You're daydreaming. Daydream? You're the first one who dares to talk to me like that. Maybe it would be a bit of a shame to just kill you. A hint of regret flashed in naughty Scab Luo's eyes, and the demonic aura around him tumbled crazily as he slowly stretched out a hand. It was as if that hand could cover the entire sky, leaving one almost breathless. It's just a true immortal realm guy. Let me try. Alyssa stepped out of the void and kicked through space, directly at the crusty Luo's face. The crusty Luo was kicked out, and the already dilapidated Spirit Mountain ruins were completely turned into a ruin. Do all you elves fight this hard? Elves were naturally especially close to the elements of heaven and earth, and it was usually only right to fight with fancy magic. Elisa's kick directly made Jiang Yuanbai look dumbfounded. It's too vicious. Eliza blushed slightly and whispered, I'm not usually like this. Just let me do it here. A little true immortal is not worthy of your hands. The small wings behind Elisa's back flapped gently, and the area around her body lit up with light, countless streams of light spilling onto the ground. Boom! 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 True immortal level battles were very terrifying. The earth was torn open with countless deep, bottomless cracks. The flames in the center of the earth spewed out, and the cracks instantly turned into lava lakes. The scene was extremely frightening. Krusty Row was crushed by Elisa with absolutely no ability to fight back. All that fear due to a lack of strength. Elisa's attack was too fierce, not giving the Scabro a chance to catch his breath as the spells poured out like a tidal wave. The people of the Imperial Sky Sword sect had already withdrawn to the edge of Spirit Mountain. The power of a true immortal level battle was too powerful. The Spirit Mountain range might not be able to hold on, and even the surrounding areas would be affected. It is said that when the gods fight, the people suffer. In front of a true immortal, they were just a drop in the ocean, unnoticeable. Yuan Bai, where did you get such a beautiful girl again? Look at the looks, it must be the legendary elves. Jiang Yuanbai's business was taken away by Elisa, and he could only continue to be a bystander, bored out of his mind. Xian Miaoi's injuries weren't that serious, and he would be fine after a bit of rest. The other old ancestors were similar, although they were injured, none of them were serious. Old ancestor, am I such a person in your eyes? The corners of Jiang Yuanbai's mouth twitched, thinking, what do you mean by abducting people again? Shut up if you can't speak. He's not abducting people, he's obviously hiring them on merit. Don't you? Xian Miaoi pointed at everyone's expressions, and all of them looked the same, as if to say, you're this kind of person. It's no use talking about it when that's what everyone thinks. Jiang Yuanbai said helplessly, old ancestor, I think you're quite beautiful too. Xian Miaoi, have you lifted a rock and stoned yourself? This elf senior's strength is indeed very strong, but there seems to be something wrong with that extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Look, the other party's moves are endless, and although it looks like the elf has the advantage right now, that extraterrestrial heavenly demon doesn't seem to have been using his full strength. Xian Miaoi spoke out her observations, and Jiang Yuanbai followed everyone's gazes and began to analyze. Jiang Yuanbai certainly understood this, and the other party had long since revealed his identity, the 10th demon emperor of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Moreover, the other party's 10,000 demons characteristic also illustrated this point. This Scabler is not the real Scabler, but just a doppelganger. I'm afraid that the opponent's true strength is even more terrifying than imagined. Master, I want to try. Mu Wan Air's heart was tickled straight away, although she had no idea whether she could finish that guy off in her heart. She felt that it should not be a problem. Then let's try it sometime. Jiang Yuanbai agreed. His disciple was now a concept-level expert, only delving into the sword path regardless of other realms. True to form, the heroine of destiny. Extraterrestrial heavenly demons are indeed not easy to deal with. Elisa shot out an arrow, which ran through heaven and earth, directly piercing through the chest of Not Scab Luo, and the remaining force smashed into the ground, destroying half of Spirit Mountain City. Countless people instantly went up in smoke. God never favors anyone. Accidents like tomorrow, who knows which will come first. It's over. Around Elisa, the aura of heaven and earth automatically gathered towards her side, and it was all sucked away by her. Elves were born to be close to nature, and she was truly favored by the heavens. It's over? No, it's just beginning. I thought you were very powerful, but I didn't realize that you've only just reached the true immortal level. The sky suddenly turned black, and the scabbed Luo, who had been pierced through his chest, laughed madly as the flesh buds on his chest wriggled and the wound rapidly healed. It's a field. Elisa's face didn't look too good. Unknowingly, she had been drawn into her opponent's domain. In this field, the other side is the absolute boss. Unless the power was particularly counterintuitive, there was no way to break it. Those who were able to comprehend and open a domain were top-notch experts. In this field, Elisa's power was sucked away bit by bit.